Chapter 61. The Big Lord clears the death mine alone. After Jonah became the canteen chef, his first job was not to cook a delicious meal for everyone in the village, but to purchase various cooking tools and renovate the canteen kitchen. Peggy, Sharon, Mark and others all helped, and Will also contributed a lot, ever since Elizabeth reminded him that he should communicate more with people in the village. The little blacksmith has become much more positive. Of course, he will still stay at his blacksmith shop in his free time and study various materials given to him by Laura, a book on forging knowledge. But today, everyone, including Steve Rogers, did not go to the canteen to work. Instead, they gathered in the wooden shed behind Laura's cabin, squatting in a circle and looking at the parts on the ground to study. "What are you studying?" David made his usual tour of the village. When he returned, he saw a group of people squatting in a circle, including the two children Alfie and Con. "The weasel that Laura shipped over. What exactly is a weasel?" David knew that Laura said she wanted to transport a weasel, but he only guessed that it was the code name of some kind of weapon, and the specifics were still unclear. Steve looked up at David. "Are you asking me?" David knew he had asked the wrong person this question and turned to look at Sharon, who was half kneeling on one leg next to him. "Weasel armored fighting vehicle. An ultralight armored fighting vehicle developed and manufactured by Germany. Was designed and manufactured to provide fire support to airborne troops. The original Weasel 1 type had two firepower configurations, namely 20mm machine gun guns or heavy anti-tank missiles. The subsequent Weasel 2 type added more firepower options, including the combined firepower of 7.62mm machine guns and 12.7mm machine guns, anti-aircraft missiles, 120mm mortars, etc. This ultralight combat vehicle can be used for reconnaissance, command, and transportation, anti-tank and air defense." Sharon Barabara said a lot, making everyone present understand what a weasel is. "Sounds like a pretty awesome tank." No one expected that Laura actually brought a tank over. Although it was an ultralight armored tank, it was still a tank. Steve turned his head and glanced at the 20mm cannon next to him. "This weasel is equipped with a 20mm cannon. This is an obvious thing. Everyone has seen it. Will other weapons be sent over? Different weapons will be installed on the vehicle according to needs?" Mark looked at it and saw no other weapons except the 20mm cannon. "That depends on what Laura thinks." Everyone studied the parts for a long time, and suddenly heard Laura's greeting. Everyone stood up together and walked back to the First Avenue of Winter Village. They watched with surprise as Laura was holding the two cows, and the two cows were working together to carry the parts. "Can it still be done like this?" Not to mention everyone was shocked. Even David was dumbfounded. He never thought that Laura could be used to lead the cows in this way to ensure that the cows could follow her to Winter Village. The cows had a strong load-bearing capacity, which meant that they could transport more things, even if Laura could only hold two cows at a time. But that is countless times better than ordinary people carrying it back and forth. "Am I smart?" Laura praised her wit. Not only did she not attract ridicule from everyone, but she also received a lot of praise. Satisfied with everyone's reaction, Laura then led the two cows back and forth several times to transport all the remaining parts. The last trip was not for the weasel parts, but for the large pile that Jonah wanted: kitchenware. In the end, even these two cows stayed in Winter Village. In the following days, everyone lived a fulfilling life every day. Jonah worked hard to improve the canteen, and also made some adjustments to the interior decoration, adding some simple decorations to make the entire canteen look more comfortable and beautiful. Laura was assembling the weasel. David, Mark, Steve, Peggy and Sharon would all help in their free time, so that the ultralight armored combat vehicle was quickly assembled. And by the way, okay, the simple test run included the 20mm cannon above. All parts of the tank were running normally. Since then, the weasel chariot has become the strongest mobile firepower in Winter Village. It is usually hidden in the wooden shed and gives the enemy a big surprise when it encounters an enemy attack. Because the weasel requires two operators, a vehicle driver, and a fireman. After everyone unanimously decided that Mark Wadney and Will Turner, who had the worst combat effectiveness, would serve as the crew members of the tank, while Elizabeth Swan would serve as the reserve personnel. Although Will Turner and Miss Elizabeth Swan expressed serious dissatisfaction with their fighting ability being underestimated by everyone, but after repeated education with Sharon, Peggy, and Steve, they had to admit that they were the weakest people in the village. In terms of combat ability, they were only better than Mark, who had just been infused with the holy light. Watney is stronger, and may not even be able to beat Jonah. The new chef. Jonah Maiwa is a veteran. Tall and thick. And has amazing natural strength, compared to ordinary people. In a one-on-one competition, neither Will nor Elizabeth can take advantage of him. This is so infuriating. Both Will and Elizabeth have a spirit of unwillingness to admit defeat. Otherwise, they would not have caused so many troubles in the original plot. In the next few days, Elizabeth's trips to Winter Village increased significantly, and her stay became much longer. Moreover, this governor's daughter is not here for fun, but is serious about learning various combat knowledge from Sharon and Peggy, including but not limited to the use of hot and cold weapons, as well as various physical and strength training. Will did not relax. He was also learning, in addition to the language, including the use of various firearms. At the same time, Will, who was already proficient in swordsmanship, quickly got started with several sword weapons including broadswords and cross swords. David, who insisted on practicing and improving himself, also discovered during this period that his new talent should be a reward from Sharon. He finally figured out what the talent was. It was an accident. When David saw Sharon practicing spear skills, he was curious and wanted to learn. Unexpectedly, he made rapid progress. He learned all the basics in just half a day and memorized the spear skills in one day. Various key contents. According to Sharon, the next step is just to practice hard. By the way, she looked at David up and down with very surprised eyes. Surprised that David had such an amazing talent for marksmanship. David was also surprised. But he was surprised that the reward he received from Sharon was actually the talent for marksmanship. With his right hand, he swung the wooden gun like a propeller for a while, and finally tightened his grip and stabbed out the gun, accurately stabbing a stone on the ground. At the last moment, he suddenly picked it up and lifted the stone into the air. Later he was shot again. It felt like the spear was like an extension of his body, controlled by him at will. What a strong talent! David didn't know whether this was good luck or bad luck. According to his current fighting style, he actually wants to acquire talents such as barehanded fighting, because since he obtained the holy light, he has been practicing his barehanded fighting skills. According to his idea, he mainly uses bows, arrows and firearms, and is done with crazy output from a safe distance. If the enemy is in front of you, it is more convenient and faster to switch to your empty hand. As a result, I got a spear talent. Do I need to change my profession to a spearman? It feels like it will make your luck worse. However, he did not throw this newly discovered talent aside for this reason, but studied and practiced seriously. A master once said it well, there are many skills in traveling in the world that are not burdensome. Maybe one day I will use it. Time passed quickly during the hard practice. During this period, Jonah organized the kitchen and prepared a very sumptuous meal for the whole village. Mark seemed to be possessed by a starving ghost and almost pushed himself to death. In his words, it had been a long time since he had eaten such decent food. The food made by him, David and others before was all garbage. That's just to replenish the nutrients and calories needed by the body in order to survive. I feel like the food I grew has finally shown its due value. Mark's words made everyone at the table speechless. After all, this map cannon affected everyone. Even if he included himself, he would still have to suffer a little during the next period of time. After everyone enjoyed a real meal, autumn also announced its arrival with a cold heavy rain. Watching everyone nervously checking the conditions in the fields, he knew that the last round of crops this year would have to race against the weather, if he was lucky. They would mature and be harvested before the temperature dropped to a certain level, if he was not lucky. They would all freeze to death in the fields. He had no solution to this kind of problem. Fortunately, Winter Village had already stored enough food, so no one in the village had to worry about not having enough food to survive the winter. Apart from this little episode, Fording brought back news that made David happy. Based on the information you gave me, I found Edwin Van Cleef. To be honest, this guy is really hard to find. Fording thought of his experiences along the way. He thought it was a very simple errand. Unexpectedly, something happened at the last moment. It was not that Fording couldn't find the place, but that he couldn't see Edwin after finding the place. Van Cleef forced him to show some strength before successfully meeting the guy. David listened to Fording's story and imagined a scene of Azeroth's strongest paladin clearing the Deathmine dungeon alone. The scene should be very brutal. Those little thieves and robbers would not be slaughtered by Fording. Bar? Fording glanced at David and guessed what the village chief was thinking. I didn't do anything cruel. Once I did. Even if I saw Van Cleef himself, I wouldn't be able to talk calmly. Understood. David understood what Fording meant. And now, he wanted to know the outcome of the conversation. How was the conversation? He wants to talk to you in person. Chapter 62 Van Cleef. Van Cleef wants to talk to me? This is not surprising. David asked Fording to help recruit craftsmen including Van Cleef. As the leader of the craftsmen, Van Cleef must know who invited him and others. Right? It's perfectly reasonable to ask to meet and talk. Now, in a way, it is much better for the other party to be willing to talk to David than to just ignore him. Of course, there is also the possibility that the opponent can't beat Fording and has to talk to David face to face. He said he could do it any time in the last few days. If he thinks it's okay, he can do it now. David looked outside. The weather was cool after heavy rain. Days like this are especially suitable for entertaining guests at home. But, would Van Cleef be willing to come here? Isn't he worried about some conspiracy? Ever since he was tricked by the nobles of Stormwind City, Van Cleef has become extremely cautious. Under such circumstances, how did Fording convince him to come to Winter Village and talk to David in person? Use your strength to prove to him that I don't need those plots to kill him. Fording's answer is very convincing. It is not difficult to destroy the Defias Brotherhood with his strength. It is nothing more than looking for those who are wandering around. These everywhere are a waste of time. With this kind of strength, wanting to kill Van Cleef is just a wave of his hand. And he proves that he really doesn't want to kill you without taking action. Although Van Cleef did a lot of crazy things after establishing the Defias Brotherhood, his IQ is still online. Otherwise, he would not have caused enough harm to the nobles of Westfall and Stormwind City. And the nobles of Stormwind City would have suffered. This resulted in a greater economic loss than if the original full salary had been paid. What's more, Van Cleef is a person who can complete the MI7 training of the Kingdom of Storm. It is impossible for such a smart person not to realize this. After tidying up the table and preparing tea and snacks, David opened a notebook with a lot of content in it and continued writing in it. This is the textbook for learning the common language of Azeroth that has been agreed upon for a long time. Ever since he and Laura decided on the division of labor. He has been writing this thing intermittently during this period. And it is still almost completed. I just don't know what kind of answer Van Cleef will give. I hope it can be used. Waste is not a waste. After the fall of Lordaeron in a few years, the refugees will be able to use it. But David still hopes to put this textbook to use as soon as possible. Just as I was thinking about it, there was a few knocks on the door. Please come in. The door opened, and Fording walked in with a strong man who was not much thinner than Fording. The Paladin. The strong man was wearing black leather armor and had black hair. If it weren't for the red scarf hanging around his neck, his whole body would have blended in with the black. There was a pair of long knives stuck on the man's waist. David knew that these were weapons called cruel barbs. And they were also Edwin Van Cleef's sidearms. David was sizing up Van Cleef. And Edwin Van Cleef was also sizing up David. Perhaps David's young appearance was a bit beyond his expectations. So he showed a hint of surprise when he entered. However, he quickly hid his surprise and carefully observed David's body shape and the surrounding environment. Do you need me to take off the weapon? Van Cleef looked at the narrow environment in the house, and then deliberately glanced at David with contempt. This professionally trained thief, or assassin, used a little exciting general method. In his opinion, a young man may make irrational judgments because he is slighted, such as not handing over his weapons. To Van Cleef's surprise, David gave an answer that he had never expected. Nice to meet you, Mr. Van Cleef. If you find it in the way, you can put the weapon aside. At the same time, he gestured to Van Cleef to sit down and invited Van Cleef to sit opposite him. Van Cleef thought for a while, took off the cruel barb from his waist and placed it by the door, as if to express his sincerity. In fact, he had determined after observation that this small space was not suitable for using weapons. And he felt that David's with a slender figure. He should not be good at close combat. He would not be in danger even if he did not use weapons. Sitting down in front of David, Van Cleef had no intention of introducing himself. Since the other party had found him specifically, he must have had a detailed understanding of him. On the contrary, who was the person opposite him, and what was his identity? He knew nothing, except that this young man could command a powerful paladin. Thinking of this, Van Cleef glanced cautiously at Fording next to him. This powerful paladin was sitting on the bed beside him, holding a book in his hand and reading there. Hello, I am David, the leader of Cold Winter Village. Welcome to my village. David knew that the other party was waiting for him to speak. And after gesturing for the other party to drink the tea and desserts on the table, he simply introduced himself. as an opening. Mr. Van Cleef, I wonder what you think of my village. This village is called Winter Village? Although Van Cleef was taken to this room as soon as he arrived, this did not affect his ability to observe the surrounding environment in the shortest possible time. Besides, Cold Winter Village is not big in the first place. You can see clearly with just a few glances. With all due respect, this is a very, very small village. Yes, there are only about 30 people in Winter Village including me. It is indeed a very small village. But what do you think of the environment here? Van Cleef did not answer. In fact, he was still a little unclear about what the other party wanted to do with him. He had suspected that this was a trap. But the strength of the Paladin next to him made him give up this possibility. So is it really like what the other party said? That he just wants to invite himself to work in the village? Could it be that this young man wants to be like the nobles of Stormwind City and let himself and those old guys work for him in vain? A flash of thoughts in his head stirred up the most painful scar in his heart. And his emotions became a little wrong. And the eyes he looked at David became sharp. When David noticed the change in Van Cleef's eyes, he guessed that this guy might have misunderstood. He didn't want to let the misunderstanding deepen. So he immediately explained a few words. Mr. Van Cleef, I think you may have misunderstood something. I sincerely invite you and the craftsmen to come to Winter Village. Oh! Van Cleef was still skeptical about this. He had no choice but to suffer too much loss before. Not only do you come to work in Winter Village, I very much hope that you can come and live in Winter Village. David noticed some doubts on Van Cleef's face and looked at Fording next to him strangely. He won't care about some things even if I say them. So it's better for you to explain them yourself after I bring them here. Fording did not look up and continued to look at the book in his hand. But when David glanced at him after that, he immediately gave the answer. And the people around him at that time were too mixed. Fording knew that David wanted to invite the craftsmen headed by Van Cleef and their families. He was not interested in the pirates, thieves and other social scum of the Defias Brotherhood, including the thugs of various races hired by Van Cleef, within Way's recruitment range. So that's it. David understood what was going on. So he explained his thoughts in detail. He hoped that Van Cleef would lead the members of the Defias Brotherhood, who originally belonged to the Stonemasons Union, and their families to come to the Winter Village life. After thinking about it, I remembered that there were also a large number of miners in the Defias Brotherhood. These were also the talents that Winter Village lacked. So I simply packed them up as well. In the end, it's okay to become an honest person with a clean net worth. Only after David expressed his thoughts clearly did Van Cleef understand why this man found him. You want the Defias Brotherhood to move to Winter Village? No. It's the craftsmen and their families of the Masons Union. And you can also count the miners and some farmers you recruited in the Western Wilderness. This is two different things from the Defias Brotherhood. Van Cleef didn't pay attention to David's special emphasis. He wanted to know what David was doing this for. People. There was nothing to hide. David made his intention clear directly. Linong Village is currently just a small village of more than 30 people. If it wants to develop, it needs more people. And the development and construction of various towns' facilities require all kinds of craftsmen. If the Stonemasons Union is willing to join Winter Village, it will not only increase the population significantly, but also make up for the current weakest link in Winter Village. The current craftsmen in the Defias Brotherhood are not only stonemasons, but also proficient in forging weapons and knowing how to build ships. Craftsmen of various skills. Since Azeroth is a world where mysterious forces exist, top stonemasons must understand occult knowledge. The Stormwind City built by the Stonemasons Guild for the Kingdom of Stormwind has many designs to defend against mysterious forces. However, because there are too many ghosts in the Kingdom of Stormwind, most of them, the design didn't work. But this has nothing to do with the manufacturer. The skills of the craftsmen of the Stonemasons Union are guaranteed. If they can be recruited, it is not difficult to build a winter city for them immediately, let alone a small town. So, you want us to join Winter Village and build this village for you? No. David waved his hand. It is to build a beautiful new home for us. Van Cleef had a lot of words to say to reject David. But at this moment, they were all stuck in his throat. And he found that he could not say those words out. Even Fording, who was concentrating on reading, raised his head and looked at David again. What? David looked at the two of them. He didn't expect that his casual words would have such a big reaction from these two people. Especially Van Cleef, the former leader of the Masons Union, and now the Defias Brotherhood. His face was full of confusion. It's nothing. Van Cleef was silent for a few seconds, and then returned to his previous indifferent expression. I need to think about it. Chapter 63 What People Want is Hope. Van Cleef did not agree. But he also did not refuse directly, which was a good result for David. According to his original thoughts, the possibility of Van Cleef being directly recruited to Winter Village by him was not high. His original plan was to try to persuade Van Cleef to let him recruit those members of the Brotherhood who had families and did not want to fight with the Kingdom of Stormwind. Let those who just want to live in peace and contentment come over. So he didn't think he could recruit many people at first, because the top brass of the Brotherhood headed by Van Cleef were very united. At the same time, Van Cleef is not a selfish person, and David is not worried about Van Cleef hiding this kind of information in order to revenge against the nobles of Stormwind Kingdom. No matter what he thought, he would tell the craftsmen in the Brotherhood about David's recruitment. If Van Cleef was that kind of selfish person, he could have accepted the recruitment of the Stormwind nobles, abandoned the other craftsmen, and several leaders of the Stonemasons Guild enjoy a life of luxury in Stormwind City. Although I really want to say that you can consider it slowly. My invitation is valid for a long time. However, I still want to remind you, Mr. Van Cleef, that the Defias Brotherhood is not as monolithic as you think. The longer the delay is, the more things will happen. The more likely it is. David's words made Van Cleef frown. The top stonemason and assassin suspected that David was deliberately trying to sow discord within their Brotherhood. I'm not provoking, but the development of the Brotherhood has long been beyond your control. Now you probably don't even know how many people there are in the Brotherhood. David didn't pay attention to Van Cleef's dissatisfaction. He had to mention this reminder. Otherwise Van Cleef would really think that all the members of the Defias Brotherhood were brothers, and tell the whole Brotherhood about David's recruitment plan. If you do that, the Bronze Dragon and the Eternal Dragon may not come. But it is very likely to attract a Black Dragon, just because the Brotherhood was involved in Onyxia's kidnapping of Varian. It is certain that Onyxia has some plans on the side of the Defias Brotherhood. Edwin Van Cleef must not have known that his men were going to kidnap him, Varian. Otherwise, with his plan to burn the entire Stormwind City and all the nobles in the city to rubble, it is impossible to do nothing. David feels that the key factor why the Defias Brotherhood has caused so much damage across the Kingdom of Stormwind is the secret help of Onyxia, the Black Dragon. This help should be more direct and closer than what is expressed in the game, such as some Brotherhood leaders take orders directly from Onyxia. After a few reminders, David did not continue. Even if what he said was right, Van Cleef would not like to hear such words. A few words would be considered a kindness, and a 20 sentence would be enmity. Mr. Van Cleef, are you interested in visiting Winter Village? I do want to visit. No matter what he thought, Van Cleef did have to consider those brothers. The craftsmen were all dependents of their families. Before, there was really no choice but to fight with the nobles of Stormwind City. Now that there are other options, does Van Cleef insist on taking his brothers and their families to die with the nobles of Stormwind City? As a competent leader, he believed that he could not do that, and personally, he did not want his not-yet-old daughter to perish with him. Van Cleef of Winter Village felt that if possible, it would be a good choice to let the good brother's family live here. As for yourself, he hasn't thought about it yet. But he doesn't want to let those bastards off easily. He really can't swallow the bad breath from back then. Standing up and hanging his cruel barb back on his waist, Van Cleef followed the village chief named David out of the wooden house. The slightly cool air hit his face, shaking his whole body. The extremely fresh air made him feel good. Living in a mine is not a very interesting experience. Who doesn't like to breathe fresh air? Although he was thinking this, Van Cleef said nothing and quietly followed David around the small village. I looked around and saw that they were all houses built of wood. The only one built of stone in the entire village was the one on the side in front. According to David, it was a blacksmith shop. Very rough workmanship, Van Cleef commented habitually, and followed David into a relatively large wooden house. This is the village's canteen. Currently, everyone living in the village eats here. David led Van Cleef to visit the inside of the canteen and immediately walked out. It's a pity that it's not time to eat yet. Otherwise, we can treat Mr. Van Cleef to lunch with us. Van Cleef didn't care about 1 or 2 meals, and finally couldn't help but asked out of curiosity. Does everyone in the village eat here? Is the food provided by the village? Yes. David led Van Cleef to the farmland area. Actually, it has been less than a year since Winter Village was actually established. This farmland was just reclaimed during this year. It is still there. All kinds of materials need to be distributed uniformly to ensure that everyone in the village has enough to eat. Oh! Van Cleef understood what was going on in David's village now. He originally thought that Winter Village was just a good environment. But when he heard that the village was only established less than a year ago, He was not surprised that the village was so small. So, if someone from the fraternity comes over here, they will be treated the same way? Yes. David was very happy when he heard Van Cleef ask this. If the other party is willing to ask, it means that they are considering the possibility of coming to Cold Winter Village. Otherwise, there is no need to ask. The village has just been established, and all kinds of resources are concentrated to ensure that there will be no problems in all aspects. After the various foundations are completed, you can return to your normal life. David briefly described his thoughts. In the early days of the establishment of the village, food and other resources must have been centrally supplied, because many people who had just arrived in the village did not have any food reserves or any money. And there were no various people in the village at the moment. This kind of job allows them to quickly acquire wealth and use it to buy various daily necessities. So they can only arrange it this way. After everyone has a stable living environment and various jobs appear in the village, it will return to normal. Everyone has their own job and obtains their needs through normal transactions. So, your idea is to rebuild the entire village? Winter Village is not big. Even if the farmland area is included, it doesn't take much time to finish it. Van Cleef and David have already walked to Winter Village, on the bank of the river, facing the vast river. I would like to know, when your village completes the reconstruction work, how will the craftsmen who come to the village ensure their own livelihood? Huh? David didn't understand what Van Cleef's question meant at first. He wanted Winter Village to have a new look. Would it conflict with the lives of the craftsmen? It took him a few seconds to think about what Van Cleef meant. You made a mistake. What? You think I will let the craftsmen build various public facilities first and complete the basic construction of the village? Right. Is not it? Of course not. I will let the newcomers build their own residences first, and the people in the village will give some help in this regard. David turned around and pointed to the winter village not far away. You should have seen it. There are only a few houses in the village, and the construction of residences is not a priority. So the new arrivals have no place to live. This kind of problem is very simple. It can be solved by building a few larger temporary residences. Van Cleef glanced at David. As for what you said, letting everyone have their own residence, that won't happen in a short time. It can be done. Then slowly build it, and one day it will be completed. Van Cleef looked at the young face in front of him in surprise. He felt that this young man thought things too simply. But the other party's seemingly unrealistic words made him even more touched. If the nobles of Stormwind City were not determined back then, he said that he would never give money, but that the funds were difficult and could only be given slowly. Maybe the Defias Brotherhood would not even be born. Sometimes, what people want is such a reason to look forward to. We're almost done with the tour. Van Cleef still didn't have a clear answer, and he couldn't make a decision on this matter alone. After he went back, he had to discuss it with his old friends. In the end, he should stick to the current direction and continue to work with Baofeng. The kingdom is at a standstill? Or choose another path and start your life again somewhere else. Then let Tyrion take you back. Fording has been following the two of them, and those who didn't know thought he was David's loyal guard. Anyway, that's what Van Cleef thought. It wasn't until then that he knew that the Paladin's name was Tyrion. I don't know what the Paladin's full name is yet. David glanced at Fording in surprise. You haven't even introduced your identity? It was really only through the guidance of the Holy Light that I entered the deepest part of the death mine. Tyrion Fordring. Tyrion Fordring? Van Cleef was stunned for a few seconds, and then his face was full of shock and disbelief. Tyrion Fordring of the Knights of the Silver Hand? That's all in the past. He has been expelled from the Knights of the Silver Hand. Now I am just an ordinary believer of the Holy Light. Van Cleef wanted to sneeze at Fording. You are the Lord of Hearthland, one of the most powerful paladins in the Eastern Kingdom, and you are nothing more than an ordinary believer of the Holy Light. No wonder his men couldn't bear it when facing this paladin. In one blow, the training he received in MI7 seemed like a child's trick in front of this paladin. At the same time, Fording's identity tilted the scales in Van Cleef's heart even more. After all, the Holy Light users at this time were all synonymous with excellent character. There was no one in the Mixed Brotherhood who could use the Holy Light. Chapter 64 Winter and Dragon. Because of the symbolic significance of the Holy Light in Azeroth at this time, Van Cleef took this invitation more seriously. Not to mention that the person who brought him here was actually the famous Tyrion Fordring. At the same time, he also had a question. Is this the kingdom of Lordaeron? He didn't know what method Tyrion used to bring him here from the Death Mines. But in his opinion, it was nothing more than the methods used by the mages. The power of magic is not a rare thing in Azeroth. Diffie, there are some people, creatures, in the sub-brotherhood who can cast some simple magic. However, to be able to teleport to such a long distance without him realizing it, he must be a very powerful spellcaster. Edwin Van Cleef looked at David again.
No, this is not the kingdom of Lord Varian, nor is it even Azeroth.
David was not afraid that Edwin Van Cleef would not understand. For the people of Azeroth, alien planes are not difficult to understand. Something,
just as the orcs are from another world, you are now in another world. It turned out to be like this.
Van Cleef didn't even expect that he had run so far. But this distance was not a bad thing for him. After all, there was no room for them to survive in the kingdom of Stormwind. If they had not been forced into a desperate situation, their group of craftsmen would not have been able to survive. Raise the flag of rebellion. He didn't bother to worry about why the famous Tyrion Forge ring and the outsiders came together. He was now comparing the two options in his mind, trying to decide which one was better. Following Fording in silence, he left Winter Village, and Van Cleef's back gradually disappeared in David's eyes. Recalling Van Cleef's thoughtful look before leaving, David felt that his plan had a high probability of success. His goal was to recruit as many people as he could, and even if only one person came, it would be a success. Now thinking about Van Cleef's various reactions, maybe my gains are much better than the best expected results. After standing by the river and pondering for a moment, David took a look at the river to see if there was any food worth fighting for. Unfortunately, before he could find a suitable target, Fording came back.
I think he is very likely to agree.
Fording had a smile on his face, and his trip was not in vain.
But if the people from the Defias Brotherhood want to come to Winter Village, it may not be easy. It was just a little troublesome at first.
Because David didn't expect too many people to come at the beginning. He thought it would be a good result if he could recruit a few craftsmen and bring their families to move to Winter Village. What if all the craftsmen from the Stonemasons Guild wanted to come? Did he say that Winter Village could not accept so many people by then? When the time comes, Van Cleef may fall out with himself. And then, he won't be able to receive half of it.
It's unlikely that everyone will choose to move to Winter Village.
Fording couldn't hide the joy on David's face when he saw it, and poured some cold water on him appropriately.
Not everyone is willing to live away from their hometown, let alone going to another world.
The difficulty of leaving one's homeland has never been a unique trait of Earthlings.
This kind of thing can only be done step by step.
If the top craftsmen of the Stonemasons Union want to move, they will basically choose to come to Winter Village. Those who cannot leave their homeland are basically middle and low-level craftsmen. Perhaps they feel that after Van Cleef gives up fighting against the Kingdom of Stormwind and leaves the West Wilds, they can completely return to their status as ordinary people and continue to live in their familiar hometown. After all, their status is not high. The big shots in Stormwind City don't know them at all. These people would never have imagined that even if Van Cleef left Westfall, the Defias Brotherhood would not die. Because Onyxia hoped that these people would continue to harm the Kingdom of Stormwind. And those craftsmen who remained in the Brotherhood would either follow the brothers, I will continue to work hard to the end, or I can only leave the Kingdom of Stormwind, whether it is coming to Winter Village or somewhere else.
By the way, you don't have any difficulty reading this chronicle, right?
Van Cleef's matter was temporarily put aside. Before the craftsman and assassin made a decision, there was no point in thinking more about it. David pointed at the book in Fording's hand. It was the first chronicle that David asked Laura to buy. This was the book Fording was reading in the cabin just now. It was directly from the world of Azeroth. Let's start with the birth.
This book has simply opened up a new world for me.
Fording looked at the book in his hand, without doubting that it was something David had made up casually. Because David making this up was meaningless, and would waste a lot of energy. If you have that time, wouldn't it be more useful to write more stories about the fall of the Kingdom of Lordaeron than these contents?
As long as you are satisfied. In addition to a few chronicles, there are also several games installed on the laptop. You can play them when you have time. If you find it too troublesome, you can ask Mark to teach you how to use and modify device. Modifier? Well, it allows you to watch the plot better. After all, what you care about is what is going on, not whether the game is fun or not. It seems that I have a lot to learn.
Fording doesn't care about this little trouble, because not only will he not have anything important to do in the next period of time, but he will also have to stay at the Death Mine, and cannot leave Van Cleef casually. After agreeing, he has to be responsible for bringing those craftsmen to Winter Village.
Indeed.
This is beyond David's plan. He originally thought of it as a one-time deal, but now it may become a long-term cooperation project.
It would be great if someone could have the same shuttle ability as you.
David thought he could give it a try. It was because of his permission that will trigger the function of bringing others over. If you don't keep it all, can you give others the ability to travel freely between Winter Village and your own world? But I haven't figured out how to use it yet. He walked towards his wooden house with Fording. Fording was going to take away the few remaining books and the laptop with games installed. He had known how to use the laptop for a long time. Before today, he mainly used it to see a movie. On the way, Fording also asked about the situation in Winter Village and learned that Laura had brought a large amount of arms. In addition, there are powerful warriors such as Peggy and Sharon stationed in the village. And David's strength has also been greatly improved. He does not have to worry about the safety of the village. Fording decided to stay in the death mine for the next time.
I would like to investigate the internal situation of the Defias Brotherhood.
Regarding the Defias Brotherhood and Onyxia, David had just mentioned a few words casually without going into too many details. Now that Fording has obtained the complete set of strategies, he is going to study and investigate, and see if he can solve the troubles in the Kingdom of Stormwind, so that he can be free to help when the Kingdom of Lordaeron is in crisis. In the original history, the Kingdom of Stormwind was a mess caused by Onyxia, so it did not appear in the plot story during the Third War, Warcraft 3 plot period.
Be careful to provoke that black dragon out. I'm not afraid of that black dragon.
After Fording put his notebook, spare batteries, and several chronicles in his bag, he waved to David and left. David stood in front of the wooden house, looking at Fording's firm steps, knowing that the Paladin had found the direction to strength again, and he transformed back into the Lord of Hearthflynn and the strongest Paladin in Azeroth.
1. Is Onyxia going to be in trouble?
David touched his chin.
It would be great if I could see that black dragon in trouble with my own eyes.
When thinking of the black dragon, David also remembered the resentment he once had Onyxia's reigns. David thought it would be great if Onyxia could be captured as a mount. After all, Winter Village already has it. So how can it not have dragons? He is not greedy, and does not need as many as 3 heads. This one is enough.
I think too much. Why not think more realistically?
He looked up at the position of the sun. It was not yet time for lunch. David wondered whether he should practice boxing, kicking and spearing for a while, or should he practice bow and arrow and gun shooting? As a result, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him.
Yo, it's finally here!
Ever since he expelled the free version of Laura last time, he had been waiting for the arrival of another newcomer. As a result, he couldn't wait until he couldn't wait. He began to doubt the golden finger of this alien from another world. There was no specific number of people at all. Purely random. As a result, just when I was about to put this matter down, a new person came.
It should be a newcomer. Right.
David looked back and saw that the little blacksmith will seem to be busy in the blacksmith shop. Steve came at a fixed time every day. And it wasn't that time yet. Laura didn't sleep much last night and spent a lot of energy. Should be catching up on sleep now. Mark is checking the crops with Squirtle in the farmland. It was 90% certain that it was a newcomer. And David was full of expectations. Although he didn't know what to expect, he still hoped that there would be a newcomer who could surprise him. As the figure gradually became clearer, a short man with black curly hair, casual clothes and glasses appeared in David's sight, carrying a shoulder bag. The bespectacled man didn't seem to realize that he had traveled, so he took a few steps forward without thinking. As a result, the dirt road that had just rained heavily was too muddy and slippery, and he almost walked in front of David. A great bowing ceremony. The man with glasses lowered his head and looked at his feet, then raised his head and looked around with a surprised expression.
How far have I come?
After being stunned for a few seconds, he finally noticed David, who was not far away from him. So he came to David.
Hello. May I ask where this place is? This is Winter Village.
The man with glasses was still full of questions. So he asked again.
How far is it from Pasadena?
Pasadena?
Los Angeles?
Right. That's quite a distance. Chapter 65 Leonard. Listening to the words of the young man in front of him, the man with glasses looked in disbelief at first, and then suddenly laughed.
Hee hee. Hee hee. You are kidding. Right. I was almost fooled by you. Not at all. This sentence is also a joke. No.
The bespectacled man continued to laugh for a while, then realized that the young man in front of him really wasn't joking. He also stopped laughing.
Seriously? Is this really far away from Pasadena? How far is it? I don't know exactly how far it is, because I don't even know how far it is from the Earth.
David briefly introduced himself.
I am the village chief of Winter Village. David, what you said sounds more like a joke. If I understand it correctly, It means that not only am I far away from Pasadena, but I am no longer even on the Earth.
When the man with glasses saw David reaching out, he immediately reached out and said David shook his hand and said a lot before remembering to introduce himself.
Leonard Hofstadter. Just call me Leonard. Hello, Leonard.
David nodded and confirmed what the other party said.
You understand correctly. This is indeed not the Earth. How is that possible?
Leonard still didn't believe David's words.
Did I accidentally pass through a space wormhole while walking on the street? Not too bad. It's very creative.
Leonard felt that things had become interesting.
This idea is really great. And the environment here looks very good. Is this a new experience activity? But it's very popular in Pasadena. Is it difficult to create a scene like this, where those in the distance are all fake sets? They look very realistic.
Leonard looked left and right, trying to see some flaws. As for the idea that he had arrived in another world, as a physicist, he didn't believe it at all. He felt that he might have accidentally walked into some newly opened experience center.
The layout here is great, and the air is very fresh,
Leonard said as he ran away. He was ready to touch those background boards with his own hands to prove that he had seen through everything.
You are better here than I thought.
Much bigger. After running for dozens of meters, Leonard still failed to touch the background board. He bent down and held his knees, gasping for air. He quickly took out his spray bottle and took a deep breath.
Okay, I give up. Tell me what experience projects you have here.
Leonard felt that the other party didn't want him to leave, but just wanted him to stay and spend money. At worst, he could play here for a while and then go home. Anyway, he didn't have anything urgent to deal with.
Ahem, Mr. Leonard Hofstadter. Actually, this is not an experience game. And this is not a specially built experience hall.
David walked to Leonard and made sure that there was nothing wrong with him. Asked him if he wanted to drink water or something, and explained the situation to him.
This is indeed not the Earth. If you don't believe it, you can think about returning to your own world in your heart, and then walk farther away. Is this also an experience project?
Leonard had already calmed down after using the sprayer. He looked at David uncertainly, and then looked at the distant, large tracts of grassland.
Still, I agree. I left?
He walked a few steps further away uncertainly, then stopped and looked back at David.
Can you really leave?
Seeing that David did not come to stop him, Leonard continued walking further away. Walked for a while before slowly turning into a shadow.
I wonder when you will come again.
David did not expel Leonard directly because Leonard Hofstadter, who came from the Big Bang Theory world, was a physicist. Although he was an experimental physicist, David had no use for it now. Leonard has mastered all high-end knowledge and some basic physics knowledge, and has certain practical abilities. How could he drive away such a scientist when he arrived at his door? A scientist who understands various scientific knowledge will play a great role in promoting the development of Cold Winter Village. Moreover, if Leonard can be kept in Winter Village, the scientists who are his best friends will most likely be taken away by David, which is equivalent to picking up a scientific team for nothing. Among them, Howard Wolowitz is an outstanding engineer. Sheldon Cooper can rub a reactor with his hands at a very young age. And Rajesh Kusapali, an astrophysicist, can find out how far you are from the Earth. Just when David was thinking about what role these people could play, Leonard's figure appeared in front of him again. David was a little surprised. He had thought that Leonard would come back. After all, Leonard, as a scientist, could not ignore the real time travel experience. His return was inevitable. But I didn't expect this person to come back so quickly. After traveling back to the Earth, I immediately realized that everything David said was true. He had gone to another world for unknown reasons. So he immediately tried it and wanted to know, can I travel through time again?
Oh, I bought it.
After confirming that he could really travel through time, Leonard's reaction was normal.
This is actually true.
After looking around and pinching himself to make sure that he was not hallucinating, Leonard turned around and tried to return to the Earth to disappear. Appear, disappear and reappear. Leonard was sure that he had really traveled. The ability is not that he accidentally walked into some space wormhole.
You said this is Winter Village?
After repeated attempts to confirm this astonishing fact, Leonard, who became extremely excited, finally thought of David.
Are you the village chief here? Yes. This is really not Earth? Yes. This is indeed not the Earth. Why do you speak English?
Leonard's IQ was as high as 173. After confirming that what David had said before was true, he immediately thought of many questions.
Have you met other people on Earth? So you understand English and aren't surprised by my previous reaction? What you said is correct. And there is more than one person from Earth in the village. Is there anyone from somewhere other than the Earth?
Leonard thought of more questions. He was now full of curiosity about this magical place, and wanted to know all the answers immediately.
Yes.
Seeing Leonard's various reactions, David felt that it should not be difficult to achieve the goal of keeping the scientist in the village, and was about to invite him to visit Winter Village and meet several other fellow Earthlings. When they met, another shadow appeared not far away.
Wait a moment.
Someone is coming. Is there anyone there?
Leonard looked around with curiosity. Just now he thought these were scenery, so he just took a few glances. Now that he was sure that they were real scenery, he was immediately attracted by the surrounding natural scenery. When I heard David's words, my reaction was half a beat slow. I turned around in a circle before I noticed what David meant when he said someone is coming.
Is this how the shadow appeared just now? That's right. The other scene when leaving is similar to this scene played backwards. Oh, it's really amazing.
Soon the shadow turned into a real person. After seeing the other person's appearance clearly, Leonard was surprised. He turned to look at David next to him and swallowed back what he wanted to say. David noticed Leonard's reaction, but he didn't rush to explain anything. Instead, he greeted the visitor.
Are you here so early today? Today's class ended relatively early, and there is no need to continue to attend that cram school.
The visitor was Steve, with a relaxed smile on his face. It was obvious that he was excited about what he had to go to every day. Cram school is having a headache.
Is this the new guy? Yes. I just came to the village.
David pointed to Leonard beside him.
This is Leonard Hofstadter. And this is Steve Rogers. Just call me Leonard.
He reached out and shook hands with the other person. Leonard, who was a little reserved at first, noticed the other person's name and smiled and wanted to make a joke.
Stephen Grant Rogers, the full name of Captain America. Name? That is, legal name? Do you know me?
Steve didn't realize that the other party was joking with him. He simply thought that the other party knew his information.
But you don't usually call me that.
Steve's response made Leonard confused about how to answer the question. Wasn't this reaction different from what he expected? And what does the other person's answer mean? Is this person really called that? Are his parents avid Marvel fans? Or is the other party also joking with me? In that case, shouldn't this guy call himself Johnny Stone? Leonard's head was spinning in circles, but he couldn't figure out what was going on in front of him. In fact, he thought of several possibilities, but deep down he felt that none of them could be the correct answer. The final reaction was an awkward smile. Fortunately, David came to the rescue in time, so Leonard didn't have to dwell on what he should say to ease the embarrassment.
I'm going to take Leonard around the village. Are you going to find Peggy? No. I'm just here to take a look. Is there anything in the village that needs help?
In addition to coming to the village to practice with Peggy and Sharon, Steve also often helps the village with various tasks. Basically, whenever he sees something busy, he will lend a hand. In Steve's words, these seemingly ordinary and boring daily tasks can give him a feeling of being alive.
Recently, the village has mainly focused on those farmlands to see if they can complete the harvest before the weather turns completely cold. There is not much else.
David and Steve briefly talked about the situation in the village.
However, it may be very busy for a while, and things are going very well over Tyrion, and many people may move in after a while.
Chapter 66 Leonard sleepwalks in the winter.
How many people are there?
Steve was curious about how many people Fording could bring back this time. The information revealed in David's words seems to be that there are a lot of people.
If there are a lot of people, should we start building a few wooden houses in advance?
David wanted to wait until Van Cleef gave a clear reply before considering the matter. Now that I think about it, maybe it's not impossible to build a few wooden houses similar to dormitories in advance. Even if Van Cleef finally rejects David's invitation and no craftsmen from the Stonemasons Union come to Winter Village, others will come to the village in the future. Additional accommodation is needed.
How about building just behind the canteen? Build 2 big houses first.
Behind the canteen, to the north, are the houses of farmers, one after another extending to the north. However, the canteen itself occupies a relatively large area. Even if there are these farmers' houses, there is still enough space to build 2 other large wooden houses.
Did you just convert the cafeteria into a hotel?
Isn't this good?
David did not ignore Leonard when talking to Steve, and introduced him to the environment of the village, such as the canteen, blacksmith shop, public water area, etc.
Is this running water?
Leonard initially thought this was a very ancient village, but after walking a few steps, he saw a faucet. There were similar tap water facilities or faucets in ancient times. But it was definitely not the one in front of him. It looks like this is obviously a modern craft product.
It's barely considered tap water,
David introduced.
after water is pumped from the Winter River, filtered and purified. It is transported to the water storage equipment here. People in the village can directly draw water here, using water pumps and water purification equipment. Where's the power?
Leonard was curious about this.
Did they use some magical power? Solar and wind power generation.
David smiled and pointed to the distance. The wind power generation device was actually quite conspicuous.
Besides there is also a diesel generator in the village.
The generator was hidden on the side of Laura's house. It didn't look anything special from the outside. You had to open the wooden door to see the generator. So Leonard didn't notice it before.
So there is actually a generator in this world?
Leonard looked around. He thought he had guessed wrong before. In fact, the level of civilization in this world was not low. It was just that the village was remote and sparsely populated, which made it look backward.
These machines and equipment were specially sent by a friend. She is from the earth like you.
David emphasized this point.
She thinks the environment here is good and wants to treat it as another home.
Oh! Leonard nodded.
It is indeed beautiful here.
Beautiful natural scenery and fresh air, including forests, mountains, rivers, and grasslands. Living in this environment, he felt that his asthma was about to be cured. If possible, he would also like to settle here and come here for vacation when he is free.
Are there any conditions for settling here?
Leonard did not ignore that David's friend bought a lot of machinery and equipment for the village chief.
For example, some investment is needed.
What?
It's not that troublesome. You can live here as long as you want.
David told Leonard about the situation of Winter Village, including the development order of Thailand Kingdom and the development of Winter Village from a pioneer camp. And it has only been officially established for less than a year.
Winter Village currently welcomes everyone who wants to come and live.
There are no restrictions on occupancy or immigration. You can come as long as you want to.
So good?
Leonard smiled.
As long as I am willing. I can automatically obtain the qualification to live in Winter Village? Then I can become a villager in Winter Village now? Yes. Cool.
Leonard thought this good treatment made people wonder if it was some kind of scam. But after thinking about it, I don't think I have anything worth deceiving. People in another world wouldn't covet the rocket fuel information he studied. Right? It seems these people have no use for that thing. Following David, he continued walking forward, and within a few steps, he reached the farmland area. Leonard noticed the man who was observing back and forth in the field. The man's appearance made him stunned again. Just such a moment of confusion. And the man opposite him. They looked at each other.
Mark, how's it going? Everything is fine. As long as the temperature doesn't suddenly plummet in the past half month. These crops can be harvested smoothly.
Mark looked at Leonard a few times.
Newcomer? Yes. This is Leonard Hofstadter. Mark Watney. Just call me Mark.
Walking out of the farmland, Mark took off his gloves and shook hands with Leonard. As for the strange expression on the other person's face, he pretended he didn't see it.
Welcome to the Winter Village.
Leonard couldn't help but feel strange, because there was another familiar face in front of him. Originally, the magical phenomenon of time travel had made him believe that he had really arrived in another world. But seeing two familiar faces in a row made him doubt himself again. Has it been fixed? Isn't this the recording site of some variety show?
Leonard, nice to meet you. Mark.
Leonard was wondering whether he should question it. The next second, he saw Squirtle following Mark.
Pokemon? Oh.
I bought it. Is this Squirtle?
Leonard's exaggerated reaction shocked Squirtle. If it weren't for a bunch of acquaintances standing around him, Squirtle would have opened his mouth and sprayed Leonard in the face.
Calm down, Leonard. This is indeed Squirtle. Like you. He came from another world.
David's explanation did not calm Leonard down. The Caltech physicist was so excited that he took out the spray bottle he carried with him, took 2 puffs and replied to David in a tight voice.
I didn't say before that you still have Squirtle from the Pokemon world. Relax. Follow me. Inhale, exhale.
Steve stood nearby, watching Leonard's overly excited reaction, and immediately asked him to take a deep breath with him to relax. Mark looked at Leonard's reaction and immediately understood the key. He turned to look at David.
You didn't explain the situation here to him? I'm explaining.
David pointed at Mark.
By the way, I'll introduce you to him. So you didn't introduce Steve to him? What? Me? I guess no introduction is needed. Right? Leonard knows my full name.
Steve obviously hasn't figured out what's going on now.
I don't think David even knew my full name before today. Wait a minute.
Although Leonard was in an excited state, he did not miss the conversations of the people around him. His smart brain immediately made him realize that his previous guess seemed to be the truth.
You mean? You are really sure Tavon Grant Rogers? AKA Captain America? Look, I'm just saying he knows about me.
Mark. David, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. Mark didn't know that the dignified Captain America had such a natural side before.
I think you may have made some mistakes.
Ignoring Steve's questions, Mark and Leonard briefly explained the situation.
David may not have had time to explain to you before, but we all actually come from different worlds. Even if we are all from the Earth, it's not the same Earth. Parallel world theory?
Yes. Mark saw Leonard and began to figure out the situation, and introduced himself in more detail.
Mark Watney, a botanist, was trapped in the Mars base because of the Mars exploration plan, and then came to Lindonsu and is now considered a farmer in the village. Farming in the village while waiting for rescue on Mars. Mars exploration plan? Mars base?
Leonard looked at Mark Watney in front of him, and he gradually understood what was going on.
Dr. Leonard Hofstadter, experimental physicist at Caltech, are you really on Mars?
Can I go and see it?
What a pity. It seems that it's not possible yet.
Mark glanced at David, his eyes full of questioning.
It's not possible yet. Right?
No. David hasn't figured out how to get to these worlds yet. In fact, he also wants to visit Mars. After looking at Mark and David, Leonard didn't understand why he asked specifically, but he still understood the sentence can't go to Mars, and was a little disappointed. But it doesn't matter. There are still many surprises today, such as Captain America next to me.
So, you're really Captain Steve Rogers?
Turning his head to look at Captain America again, Leonard's expression of looking at his idol made Steve feel very familiar, as if he had returned to the time when he first joined the army 70 years ago.
I am indeed Steve Rogers, and I do have the title of Captain America.
Wow. Leonard wanted to reach out and shake Rogers' hand a few more times. As soon as he raised his hand, he immediately took it back and rubbed it against his clothes a few times before reaching over. Steve didn't dislike it at all, still maintaining a friendly smile, and shook Leonard's hand again.
Wow. I shook hands with Captain America.
Leonard thought of Squirtle next to him again, but Squirtle seemed to be avoiding him. So he gave up unwillingly and turned to look at David next to him.
Who else is in the village?
He was now full of expectations, and wanted to know what other familiar people he could meet in this magical village.
Laura.
Before David could speak, Mark, who knew what Leonard wanted to know, had already said a name.
Laura Crawford. Real? Really? The equipment I just told you was sent by Laura.
David nodded to Leonard, whose eyes were shining.
She is in the village now, but she is resting. Maybe you can see her in a moment. It's incredible.
Leonard smiled like an 8-year-old child who fell into a pile of toys.
Who else is there? Tyrion Fordring.
Walter?
Chapter 67 Dream Winter Town. When he heard Tyrion Fordring's name, Leonard's reaction was much greater than when he heard Laura's name. This surprised the three men next to him. They didn't expect that the rough old man was actually more charming than Tyrion Fordring. The young and beautiful archaeologist is even taller. David recovered quickly. After all, he knew the plot and characters. Leonard and several of his good friends were all World of Warcraft players, and they never mentioned Tomb Raider from beginning to end. Obviously, these people have no interest in the Tomb Raider series.
Is that Tyrion Fordring? One of the founders of the Knights of the Silver Hand, Lord of Hearthland, and Paladin Tyrion Fordring?
Leonard's eyes were shining, and his voice became louder. He even attracted the attention of several farmers in the distance. But he had no intention of restraining himself.
He is also here with you? Then can he still use the holy light?
When Mark and Steve heard this, they were suddenly stunned. It was understandable that it was not just Tyrion Fordring himself who was so charming, but also the mysterious element of holy light.
There's no shame in losing to the holy light.
Perhaps the relieved expression was too conspicuous, attracting Mark's attention, and Steve turned around to explain.
No shame. No shame.
Mark immediately agreed. If it were him, he would have the same idea. Otherwise, he would not specifically ask David to instill the holy light in him. Unfortunately, he doesn't seem to have much talent for the holy light. The holy light in his body is still not very obedient. The biggest role for him is to protect his body when he exercises beyond his own endurance, leaving no hidden dangers. Over there. David raised his hand and released some holy light in front of Leonard. The golden ball of light was held in his hand. exuding a soft and warm atmosphere. Even if he didn't touch it, he was just close. It makes people feel comfortable all over.
Wow!
The word Leonard said the most today was wow. But no matter how many times he said it, he felt it was not enough. Because today's experience was too magical for him. Not only did he experience space transfer, he even saw with his own eyes only the characters that exist in fantasy. And the mysterious powers within fantasy.
Fording is not in Winter Village now. He is helping me with some things in Azeroth. It may take some time before he comes back.
David put away the holy light and did not say anything about whether you want to learn what I teach you. Class words. As long as Leonard is willing to stay in Winter Village, he will be able to come into contact with all kinds of mysterious powers sooner or later. At that time, he can learn whatever he wants.
But as time goes by, he will see it sooner or later. So there is no need to rush. A day or two. That's right.
Leonard has now decided that he must stay in Winter Village. With his IQ, even if David didn't say it out loud, he had already realized that becoming a villager in Winter Village did not conflict with him working at Caltech and renting an apartment in Pasadena. Just like if something happened to Fording, just like he could go back to Azeroth. He could also live in Los Angeles and come to Winter Village when he had free time. In this case, why should he hesitate? Will he never come again if he refuses the invitation? He couldn't bear to part with such a magical place. Moreover, he could also show off to his friends. Thinking of this, Leonard suddenly realized something.
By the way, can I bring my friends over? Okay.
David simply explained. Now people like Leonard who come to Winter Village from other worlds can bring people here after getting David's permission. And they can also bring these here. The people here are brought back to their original world. But there is no way to take the people here to their own world. In addition, there are some details about bringing people, such as direct contact. Indirect contact is useless. The things you bring must be able to be lifted. And you can carry them on your back. But you cannot bring things you drag. After talking about a few situations, Leonard also visited Winter Village and had a relatively detailed understanding of Winter Village. In addition to some basic rules, he also knew all the current members of the village. In addition to Mark Watney, Squirtle and Captain America Steve Rogers. There is also Peggy Carter, Captain Carter from the Marvel Parallel Universe, and Sharon Rogers from another parallel universe.
Peggy also became captain? Who is Sharon Rogers? Steve and Carter's daughter?
For a comic fan, knowing such information is enough to make him excited for days. And he may not be able to do it tonight. Sleeping.
Wow, this is awesome here.
Will Turner, who came from Port Royal in the Caribbean, owned the blacksmith shop in the village. At the same time, Miss Elizabeth Swan, the daughter of the governor of Port Royal, would come to Winter Village almost every day. There is also Laura's friend and adventure partner Jonah Mayava, who is currently the village chef, sitting in the spacious, bright, all-wooden canteen. Leonard met this enthusiastic strongman and enjoyed a delicious lunch.
I just want to move to the village right away.
Leonard even considered discussing with Sheldon whether to return the apartment and live here directly. Even if he commutes between the two worlds, it is still better than driving every day. It's more convenient to get off work.
It's a pity that there is no internet here.
This is the only reason that keeps him from quitting the apartment. Not only does he need the internet for casual games, but he also needs to use the internet for his work, which makes it easy to check information and receive and send emails.
I'm going back first. I want to tell Penny, Sheldon, Howard, and Raj about today's experience. I'm afraid they won't believe what I said at all. Now thinking about it, even if I experienced it myself, I don't really believe that I wanted those words you said.
Looking at Leonard, who was always excited, David estimated that he would not be able to calm down for half a month. He would not say anything more to him, and just let him move around freely.
By the way, if you need to build your own wooden house, you can choose a location you like in the village, and we will help you build it together. I'll think hard about what kind of house I should build.
The overexcitement affected Leonard, and he wondered for a while whether he should buy a prefabricated house. Then he realized that even if he bought it, he wouldn't be able to ship it. However, you can refer to the good design plans, or simply get a design drawing, and come here to build according to the drawing. David originally wanted to remind him that the design does not need to be too good, because if the craftsmen of the Stonemasons Union move to Winter Village, the entire Winter Village will be rebuilt, and the current wooden houses will be demolished and everyone will move in. Better and more comfortable stone houses. But seeing Leonard in this state, I guess he wouldn't listen to what David said. So just let him do whatever he wants. Looking at the lunch in front of him with only a few bites to eat, David decided to finish the meal first, and then do some exercise as usual. As a result, as soon as he inserted a piece of potato, Laura walked in from the door.
Woke up. Well,
Laura sat down next to David, stretched her waist, said low to Jonah, and ordered lunch by the way.
Add an extra barbecue steak. No problem.
Laura usually likes to do a lot of exercise, and has a much larger appetite than other ordinary women. Since mastering the holy light and being able to do more exercise, her appetite has increased a lot. Even if she had just woken up, she would not be satisfied with just eating a little, let alone have any indigestion problems.
Is there a new person in the village? Yes. You saw it? Well, when I came here just now, I saw a man with glasses who smiled happily and was wandering around the village.
Laura knew he was from Earth as soon as she saw the man's clothes.
I just said low to him.
As for the strange look on Leonard's face when he heard her name, she didn't go into it. She was more curious about this person's identity. So she came directly to David.
Who is this Leonard Hofstadter?
People? Experimental physicist at Caltech. That's all? That's all.
Laura was a little surprised. She tilted her head and asked again.
No special other identity? For example, a famous superhero? Or any special inventions?
No. David thought for a moment. Leonard seemed to have made some contributions in physics. But those contributions were not the same thing as what Laura wanted to ask.
He is just a physicist. One of the best in the industry. Be one of the top ones. While he was talking, Jonah had already brought Laura's lunch, and then returned to the kitchen to continue working. As lunchtime came, people in the village came to the canteen one after another, including Leonard, who had been wandering around the village and had already had lunch, and came back.
How do you feel after walking around by yourself? Actually, I'm here to say low to you. I'm going back.
Leonard has visited the village several times. He doesn't dare to go further. David and Steve have both reminded him of the cold winter. The outside of the village is not safe. If you want to go, you need to ask one of them to go with him. Leonard thought for a moment, and was not in a hurry to wander far away. After all, this was a whole world, and it was not easy to explore it all. He wanted to go back and share the news with his good friends first, and then bring his friends over.
We will come over together after I have agreed on a time with a few friends. Okay.
David sent him to the edge of the village and watched Leonard leave. Standing on the edge of the village and staring at the place where Leonard disappeared, David was in a daze for a while. David, who was thinking divergently, was thinking about whether Sheldon could build a nuclear power plant in Winter Village.
After having clean stone pavement, perfect drainage and sewage system, and running water system, we can now consider the electric system.
If these can be built, Winter Village will not be wrong, and the winter town of my dream will be born. Chapter 68: The Assassin of Unknown Origin. Upgrading Winter Village to Winter Town. Running from the Middle Ages into the Electrical Age. David's idea is very good, but in reality, if he wants to really achieve it, even if he turns on the plug-in, he has to overcome a lot of difficulties and work hard step by step. It is possible to achieve your goals.
I've already cheated. I can definitely do it.
Cheering himself up in his heart, David turned back to find Laura. Before he reached the cafeteria, Laura had already finished her meal and came out to look for him.
Want to go practice bow and arrow together? Okay. I've just eaten, so it's good for some simple activities.
Taking their bows, arrows, axes and firearms, David and Laura walked towards the forest to the north. On the edge of the winter forest, like the Winter River, this forest was eventually named the Winter Forest. There is a simple shooting range set up by David and his team. This place is a certain distance from the village to avoid disturbing the people in the village. Gradually, not only archery, firearms, etc. came here to practice, but also things like battles and competitions came here specifically. When Laura and David came over, they met Peggy and Sharon, who had just finished practicing together and were going to have lunch.
Do you want to practice bows and arrows?
After noticing the bows and arrows in David and Laura's hands, Peggy knew what they were going to practice.
Why are you still carrying an axe? You also need to practice the hand axe regularly to keep the feel.
David gently threw the axe in his hand. As a hunter, his best melee weapon was the axe. If necessary, he could also use the flying axe.
I don't want to give up this craft. Perhaps you can also practice flying shields. I think they are much more handsome than hand axes.
Sharon has been here for so long and gradually became familiar with everyone. She is no longer as silent as when she first came here. showing off the young girl. Due to his vitality, he often jokes with everyone.
It can also be paired with a hand axe. When the time comes, it will be a flying axe with one hand and a flying shield with the other. It will definitely be very powerful.
The 3 women and 1 man present almost instantly. Imagine David holding an axe in one hand and a shield in the other. Not to mention the power. It looked very interesting.
Haha. That's a good suggestion. I will consider it.
After joking for a while, Sharon and Peggy didn't even stop and headed straight towards the canteen. After David and Laura walked to the simple shooting range, they each chose a target and started practicing. Although it is located at the edge of the forest, the target is not placed with its back to the forest, but to the open land in the northeast to ensure that no people from the village will accidentally be injured during practice. People in the village will go into the forest to collect wild fruits and vegetables. When practicing outside, you may not be able to see people in the forest, which may cause accidental injuries. Targets should be placed in an open area to be safe. The 2 people took out their bows and arrows. Each chose a target and started practicing. Both of them had very strong bow and arrow skills. Hitting the bullseye was no longer something to be happy about. In order to achieve the effect of practice, Laura and David began to change their tricks. Toss. For example, David wanted to spell assassin in English on the target, but Laura intercepted him midway, and the arrow was shot down before it could hit the target. Later, Laura used arrows to spell the cavalry, which was also destroyed by David. With her best rapid fire, she instantly shot the entire target into a hedgehog, unable to spell any words. Unhappy, Laura directly used the holy light shot she had learned when dealing with Holy Trinity some time ago. The arrows imbued with powerful holy light blew David's target into pieces. If the target is broken, how can you still practice? Laura rolled her eyes and said that it was all David's fault that things turned out like this.
I'm going home. You can slowly repair the target here.
It's better to say that it's repaired than to make 2 new targets. The target that was shot into a hedgehog can no longer be used. Laura pulled out all the arrows from the target and put them away, and took David's hunting bow by the way. Finally, she waved to the helpless David and left with a smile, leaving David to work slowly here. Watching Laura leave, David could only remake the target honestly. Fortunately, this was not a complicated job, and everyone's requirements for the target were not high. David could quickly make it with just the axe in his hand. Completed the production of 2 new targets. After working for a while, 2 new large-sized targets were erected in the open space. David looked at it and nodded with satisfaction, then kept throwing the axe in his hand up and down until the axe fell in his hand again. Suddenly he glanced behind him. There was no reason. He didn't find anything. He just felt that he should strike in this direction with an axe. David also felt that this sudden feeling was unreasonable, and he seemed to be able to ignore it. But he still chose to act on this sudden feeling, and he got an unexpected reward. The axe in his hand didn't hit anything, but when he turned around and swung the axe to chop into the air, he could see a transparent humanoid silhouette quickly dodging backwards, avoiding his own axe. David's reaction was very quick, although the outline of the humanoid figure was only vaguely visible, which might even make people suspect that he was dazzled. He firmly believed that his eyes were definitely not mistaken. There was something sneaking up behind him just now. It was nothing. Good thing. Using the waving movement to complete the turn, he raised his left hand to his head and released a ball of fierce holy light. The sudden explosion of light almost filled the space around David, shrouded in golden light, expelling all darkness. David, who released the flash technique, finally saw that the figure's true appearance was indeed a human being. Temple priest? The invisibility effect on his body was driven away by the holy light, and the masked man whose traces were exposed looked at David in surprise. But at the same time he also assumed a fighting posture, with the dagger held in front of him with his left hand, and his right hand holding the dagger at his side.
The believers of Lumiere moved so quickly, and they actually sent people to such a remote place without making any noise.
David was confused by this man's words, and couldn't understand what this guy was talking about. However, he remained calm on the surface, just staring at the masked man opposite him with vigilance.
Did the Forrester family send you here?
The other party was stunned for a moment after hearing David's question, and then simply denied David's guess.
No. Huh?
David carefully observed the other party's reaction. It seemed that what the other party was telling was not a lie, which made him very confused.
Not an assassin from the Forrester family. Who could it be?
So far, he has only had conflicts with the Forrester family. Apart from that, he has not made enemies with anyone else. If this assassin was not sent by the Forrester family, why did he want to assassinate him? Of course, it does not rule out the possibility that the other party did not tell the truth and answered like this on purpose to distract him. In addition, David was also very concerned about what this man mentioned about temple priests and Lumiere followers. This guy seemed to have misunderstood something. Putting the hand axe on his waist, David deliberately assumed a safe posture of being empty-handed and defenseless.
Since he is not an assassin of the Forrester family, this may be a misunderstanding.
The man opposite was obviously hesitant. Although he continued to maintain a fighting posture, he did not continue to attack. Instead, he asked David a question that made him a little confused.
Have you betrayed your beliefs and defected to the enemy?
Kill the remnants of the old gods.
David maintained a superficial calm, his head spinning rapidly as he thought about the appropriate answer to this question. Finally, after much deliberation, he could only hold back one sentence.
I still stick to my beliefs.
The assassin on the opposite side seemed to relax a little and asked again.
How long has it been since you came to the kingdom of Thailand hiding your identity? It's been years.
David still remained calm and said ambiguous words. He felt that his answer was pretty good and he might be able to get more information out of it. Unexpectedly, the other person turned against him in the next second.
You are not a temple priest at all.
As he said this, a cloud of green smoke exploded at David's feet. With the help of the poisonous smoke trap, the masked assassin rushed in front of David in an instant. The blue light dagger passed through the poisonous smoke and stabbed David accurately.
It feels wrong.
And the expected scene did not happen. The assassin found that the young man in front of him was still standing there steadily and was about to grab his hand holding the dagger.
What happened?
The assassin, who immediately chose to retreat, widened the distance between him and David and made himself invisible again. After careful observation, the assassin found that the young man's body was glowing with a faint golden glow, and his attack just now was blocked by the opponent's magic shield. Realizing that the target was a difficult one, the assassin began to consider leaving, perhaps waiting until a better opportunity next time. However, David was not prepared to waste time playing cat and mouse with an assassin. Faced with this situation, his choice was simple and crude.
Dedication.
He stepped lightly on the ground with his right foot, and the ground centered on David was injected with huge holy light. And then the ground in the entire area was exuding sacred light. Realizing that the assassin had not had time to react, David had already locked onto his position, followed closely by a very authentic holy light spell.
Holy fire.
The thick and large pillar of sacred fire fell from the void, accurately hitting the locked assassin. Faced with this attack, the assassin didn't even have time to shout or express surprise before he was engulfed by the huge and hot sacred flames, and his whole body turned into flame fuel in an instant. As the sacred fire burned, David noticed a slight breaking sound around him, and he finally noticed something abnormal. It was too quiet just now, as if there was an invisible barrier that blocked out all sounds. It was this kind of silence that made David feel something was wrong, and then discovered the assassin who had been burned to charcoal.
It's a pity that I couldn't find out more useful information.
Chapter 69: Enemies Hidden in the Shadows. David once again confirmed one thing. He was not good at conspiracy at all. And in this world, he was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of intelligence. In this case, he did not have the basis for conspiracy.
Let's keep it simple and crude.
Standing there waiting for the flames to extinguish, David made sure that the enemy was dead and then took a closer look. Because he was burned to death with flames, basically everything he carried was destroyed by the sacred fire, leaving no useful clues. However, after careful observation, David discovered something.
What's this?
After fidgeting with the axe in his hand twice, he finally dug out the metal piece hidden in the forearm muscle. David felt some energy fluctuations from this thing, but he didn't know the specific energy. It can only be judged that it is not the holy light.
So far, David has only been exposed to the energy of holy light. He has never really seen the legendary arcana, elements, and natural power. Holding the metal piece in his hand, David waited quietly for a moment. The holy light on the land under his feet gradually dissipated. During this period of time, he did not discover the existence of other enemies. With the help of the holy light, he turned back to the village and told Laura, Peggy, and others about what he had just experienced. Soon everyone gathered at the shooting range.
Are you sure it's not an assassin sent by the Forrester family?
Steve squatted and observed. The body had been burned to charcoal. There were really no clues. All the things he carried were burned.
Are there other enemies? I don't think so. But who can say for sure?
David suspected that his winter village had been targeted by some noble families. This is not surprising. If there is one forester family, there will be a second one. There are more than one or two top noble families in Iron Tree Castle. And there are even more weaker, or relatively ordinary noble families. No one can make sure these people are not targeting Winter Village.
If you are killed, then who will Winter Village belong to?
When it is difficult to determine who the enemy is, directly looking for someone who can benefit from it will lead to some breakthrough. Several people understand this truth. So Sharon's question was logical.
Normally, it is returned to the Kingdom of Telan, but most of the time it will be handled nearby.
David was also thinking about this issue, and explained the situation to everyone by the way.
That is, let Marquis Dudley Morgan of Iron Tree Castle see for himself. Let's do it.
As for how the Marquis will arrange it, that's not sure. You may treat Winter Village as your own territory and entrust people you trust to manage it. You may also grant Winter Village to a subordinate and become the territory of a certain noble. There is a small chance that it may be reported to the royal capital, and the king will decide what to do with this new area.
That is to say, once you die, Winter Village may be taken over by anyone. Yes. Will there be more assassins next?
Sharon felt that David's current situation was like an animal that had strayed into a noble hunting ground. All the nobles present wanted to take this prey as their own.
No. In such a vast land in the northern plains, it is definitely better for those nobles to send some cronies to establish a village than to directly assassinate me. Because even if I are killed, the instigator cannot guarantee that Winter Village will fall into his hands.
I had previously learned from Gregory that many nobles would come to the northern plains to establish villages and towns next spring. In this case, why would they come to assassinate him? There is so much unowned land that can be occupied. There is no need to rob his small village.
Do you know about the so-called temple?
Steve's brain has been working at high speed. He has not missed any details of what David told. Based on the analysis and judgment based on the existing intelligence, David feels that most noble families, although he was not the mastermind behind it, he felt that this so-called temple was a piece of key information.
I only know that the temple is a place and a sect that is very influential in the human kingdom and is located in the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt.
David carefully recalled all the information about the temple.
But the specific beliefs and doctrines I don't know. The temple has little influence in the Thailand Kingdom, and there are no missionaries and believers from the temple at Iron Tree Castle.
This little information was what Addis mentioned casually when he told him about his experiences. For the civilians of Iron Tree Fort, the temple was a very unfamiliar existence, and many people did not even know that such a religion existed.
Why do I always feel that this so-called temple is more suspicious?
Mark Watney has not said much. He feels that he can't help in this regard. He is just standing here to express his spiritual support. After listening for a long time, he still couldn't help but express his opinion, and got Laura's approval.
I also have this feeling.
In fact, David also felt that this so-called temple was the key to the assassination. After all, the assassin's few words were related to temple and faith. When the assassin misunderstood that he was a temple priest, he had a tendency to stop. He questioned whether David had abandoned his faith and embraced the old gods, and he decided to take action after judging that he was not a temple priest.
Do you know what the so-called old god refers to? It's not clear at all.
David also didn't know what the old gods were. He sounded like a group of existences that had been eliminated by history.
Maybe Addis knows this information.
Addis is the person in Winter Village who knows the most about all kinds of information about the world. But the old hunter is not in the village at the moment. He went to Iron Tree Fort to collect information and has not returned yet.
It seems that we can only wait until Addis comes back before questioning him, hoping to get more information.
David also considered taking the initiative to investigate for some clues. But now, he has no direction at all. Where should he go to look for clues? Should we go directly to the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt? Head to the temple's headquarters and ask, "Are you going to kill me?" Just thinking about it makes me feel unreliable. It would be more reliable if we went with a bomber group and a tank and armored army. After everyone discussed it for a while, they disposed of the body, as usual, and dumped it into the Caribbean Sea by the young blacksmith, Will Turner. The only thing left behind is the metal piece David dug out from the corpse's arm. He won't keep this thing for long. When Fording comes back, he will ask Fording to take it to the world of Azeroth and find it. A mage or the like asked what the nature of the energy on this thing was and what role it played. This thing is the only reliable clue. If they are lucky, they can use this thing to determine whether it is the Iron Tree Fort nobles or some kind of temple who attacked David this time.
Do you think there is a possibility
After everyone returned to the village, they did not disperse directly. They were still thinking about who was behind the scenes. Several people living in the village now like the village very much, and have a good relationship with David. They even have personal interests entangled with each other. No one wants anything to happen to David or the village. Especially Mark, who is counting on the survival of Winter Village and waiting for rescue. He seems to take this matter more seriously than Laura.
What's possible? The mastermind behind the scenes is both a noble of Iron Tree Castle and a member of the temple.
Mark thought about it and found that this possibility was not impossible. And to some extent, it was not low. Laura immediately understood what Mark meant. After all, this kind of thing is not uncommon in history. Laura, who is proficient in the history of multiple civilizations, also figured out the key.
David just said that the temple is very important in the human kingdom.
Influence? But the Thailand kingdom is an exception.
Yes.
So is there a possibility that the temple wants to enter the kingdom of Thailand?
Laura also mentioned the assassin's question.
He asked you, how many years have you been lurking in the kingdom of Thailand? There is nothing in this question. Only the trap actually revealed some information. That is, the temple wants to enter the kingdom of Thailand and has already taken action. Then what's wrong with my answer?
If that sentence was not a pure trap question, David felt that there was nothing wrong with his answer.
Is there a possibility?
Laura immediately made David understand what was wrong with her answer.
The high-ranking priests of the temple do not need to lurk. There are some differences between missionaries and pure spies.
David suddenly felt very tired. These people's minds were too complicated. He suddenly had the idea of staying in his winter village and not going anywhere. Perhaps in order to ease David's embarrassment, Steve made the following summary.
So, some nobles in Iron Tree Fort had contact with the temple, and the assassination of David was actually a cooperation between the two parties?
In this case, the assassin's reaction when he discovered that David was using the holy light and misunderstood that he was a temple priest seemed to make sense. Because before setting off, the assassin simply thought that he was here to assassinate a civilian village chief. But he did not expect that the other party would. It's one of our own.
So, what did the old god mean by that statement? Do you think David is a temple traitor? After analysis by Mark, Laura, and Steve, the whole thing seemed to become clear. But neither Mark nor Steve can guarantee that their analysis is correct. And there are even some contradictions and unreasonable aspects in it.
If you want to know if someone from Iron Tree Fort did it, there is a way to test it.
While listening to the analysis of Steve and others, David also broadened his thinking and thought of a way that might be able to get the answer. And he did not show off, but directly stated his own method.
As long as things go well with Van Cleef and a large number of craftsmen move to Winter Village, the upgrade of Winter Village to Winter Town will be officially put on the agenda.
Seeing everyone staring at him, David made the point.
As long as I go to Iron Tree Castle with various documents and apply to upgrade Winter Village to Winter Town and promote me to the Lord of Winter Town, then we can get the answer from Iron Tree Fort's reaction.
Chapter 70. My goal is the stars and the sea. David's method is very straightforward. Does not need to consider all kinds of messy circumstances, and does not conflict with what he wants to do next. All it takes is step-by-step development to find out who your enemy is.
Whoever stops you from upgrading Winter Village to Winter Town is your biggest enemy.
Mark turned to look at David. This method seemed to have no problem. But it is difficult to really detect the enemy.
Boris, the family seems to be very powerful in Iron Tree Fort. If it were just the Forrester family, then the application to upgrade Cold Winter Village to Cold Winter Town would not be rejected. And other families would not just watch the Forrester family continue to grow.
Only the Forrester family. Not enough for David's application to be denied.
If many nobles join forces to resist, wouldn't it be impossible to upgrade the village?
Mark looked at David. He had long wanted to ask David what plans he had for his village and his own future. Do you simply want to be a small lord on the remote border of the kingdom of Thailand? Is there a grander picture? He didn't think that people like David would always keep him in the lower reaches of the aristocratic class. This conclusion could be drawn from David's previous unwillingness to be an ordinary civilian. So the question is, where does David want to stand to be satisfied? Big lord? Separatist power? Or to become a true king? Perhaps. Through this crisis, Mark can get an accurate answer.
If the situation in Iron Tree Fort is really so bad, then I will have no choice but to go to Thailand, the royal capital.
If it really comes to that point, David can only choose to serve His Majesty the current king, because the king and the nobles of the royal capital do not have any direct contact with Winter Village. David thinks that they will not care about the upgrade application of a remote small village. as long as everything is carried out according to formal procedures. Even the most stringent review is more reliable than the Iron Tree Fortress where
everyone is the enemy. Does this mean that you must be loyal to His Majesty the King? Originally, I was loyal to His Majesty the King.
David didn't care about this kind of thing. If he even had to make a choice, it would be much better to choose to be loyal to the king than to be loyal to the nobles of Iron Tree Fort. At least His Majesty the King is far enough away. And His Majesty the King is generally, if he doesn't have the time or energy to manage a small, remote territory, he can gain the greatest degree of freedom. If you are loyal to the nobles of Iron Tree Castle, who are just around the corner, you will encounter all kinds of troubles. Now that there is a follow-up action plan, everyone will no longer discuss this matter. Whether David's plan succeeds or fails, we will not know until it is done. If you want to find out the person behind the assassin, you have to wait until more accurate information is obtained after this operation. Right now, what they have to do is protect themselves and let the village continue to develop. Everyone dispersed and continued to do their own things. Steve was going to build a new wooden house with Peggy and Sharon to prepare for the many craftsmen who might arrive. Mark and Laura did not go away, but sat at the table and looked at David. When there were only 3 people and 1 turtle left, Mark finally asked the question he had wanted to ask for a long time.
David, have you ever thought about doing something in this world?
Mark raised his eyebrows as he spoke, with an understanding expression.
You are not satisfied with just being an ordinary lord, are you?
David looked at Mark's funny expression and said his true thoughts smoothly.
Of course I have thought about it. I hope to build my territory into an extremely advanced city. How advanced is it? Is it the same as the Earth?
The conversation between Mark and David aroused Laura's interest, and Laura suddenly wanted to know what David wanted to build Winter Village into.
A highly modern large city? London? Paris? It's much more advanced than that.
He wasn't mocking him. He really didn't think those 2 cities were that advanced. What's more, his ultimate goal was far beyond the level of the Earth civilization he lived in his previous life.
Be able to colonize extraterrestrials.
Degree? Mark Wadney opened his mouth, wondering if this goal was too ridiculous. Don't forget that they still live in a world similar to the European Middle Ages. Even a tap water device needs Laura to transport it from the other side of the Earth. Even so, it is just a public water intake facility, which is far from a real tap water network. In this case, David actually dreamed of breaking out of the Earth and heading into space. Mark suspected that David was joking with him. But do you want to open your mouth to refute? He found that he seemed unable to refute it. The smart Mark immediately thought of the key to the matter. The development speed of David's village has nothing to do with the stage of civilization the world is in. It mainly depends on whether David's village will appear. Which world's new inhabitants? People from ordinary Earth civilizations, like himself and Laura, can help David's village achieve huge facility upgrades. If a few newcomers who live in a higher civilization world come, it is not impossible to achieve leapfrog development. Even so, it is not easy to achieve what David said.
Isn't it too far away?
Mark originally thought that it would be a very grand ideal for David to establish a civilized country in this world that was more advanced than the backward countries on the continent. However, it turned out that David's goal was even greater than he thought. Yao Yuan.
Even if it were really possible, I don't know how many years it would take.
Upgrading from the European medieval civilization to the interstellar civilization is not easy even if it is cheated. Mark feels that there is not even a side that can't be touched for decades. Even if David can firmly work towards the goal, everything will go smoothly. But how to solve the problem of lifespan?
Lifespan?
David didn't think this was a problem.
I haven't worried about this problem.
Since forting appeared, lifespan was no longer a concern for David. The emergence of extraordinary power basically made it clear to David that he would definitely have many ways to extend his lifespan in the future. Even if no one related to him appears in the next few decades, David doesn't have to worry or struggle. Even if he only relies on the holy light, he can live for many, many years.
Even if there is no other choice, just relying on the holy light can greatly extend your lifespan.
Turalian lived for 1,000 years with the power of the holy light. As long as David steadily improves the holy light, even if he has no other choice, his lifespan will not be the same as that of ordinary people, and he will not even live past 100 years.
Does this mean that I can live for a long time?
Although Laura has searched for relevant information, she has not studied these details. She initially learned and used holy light out of curiosity about the mysterious power. She did not expect that there are unexpected surprises. Mark next to him had an even more exaggerated reaction and immediately grabbed David's arm.
I think my body can hold more holy light. How about you pour more into it?
David watched the reactions of the two people dumbfounded. In his previous life, he had always seen the protagonists in various film and television themes who looked down on longevity and immortality. But in fact, human beings' pursuit of immortality has run through the entire history of human civilization. There are endless legends and actual examples related to this. At the same time, the vast majority of normal people, when they learn that they can live longer, as long as they are not repeatedly tortured by any disease, will only feel happy and will not feel that this is a curse. I can only say that the screenwriters of those film and television dramas are not normal people.
There is no need to rush. And if you want to obtain a longer lifespan with the holy light, you still have to truly master the holy light. In your current situation, Mark, your lifespan can be extended by a few decades at most. But it cannot be longer. I think it's a lot to live for a few more decades.
Mark was happy at first, and then looked helpless.
I may lack the talent for holy light, and I have never been able to truly control the energy in my body. Maybe you are really not suitable for the holy light? How about I ask Fording to collect some other knowledge? And there will always be one suitable for you.
Azeroth has many kinds of mysterious powers, and many professions that use mysterious powers have been derived. Even if Mark can't be a priest or a paladin, he can still try other paths. Considering Mark's status as a scientist, maybe he is more suitable to be a mage who studies arcane energy? Or a druid who studies the ways of nature? A shaman who communicates with elemental spirits? After all, Mark is a botanist, and his profession may be more compatible with these two professions.
When I heard you say that, I'm not in a hurry.
What Mark is thinking now is that when he returns to Earth, he may have to slowly move his family to Winter Village. He really can't resist learning all kinds of things. The lure of arcane knowledge. Considering that his lifespan might increase significantly, he had to make some preparations in advance to avoid being captured and sectioned for research. Just when Mark began to think about whether he could become a powerful archmage, a shadow appeared in the open space not far away.
It's Tyrion who's back.
David sat here, just wanting to see if Tyrion would come back. Although Tyrion had to wait in the dead mines for a long time to wait for Van Cleef's answer, he would go back to Winter Village from time to time to check on the situation and replace the battery of his laptop. However, the figure that emerged was not Tyrion, but a blonde woman wearing a blue slim-fitting military uniform. This woman wearing a miniskirt and military uniform seemed to be running away from something. She was still looking back while running. As a result, the situation suddenly changed. Coupled with the inappropriate pair of iron gray stiletto-heeled leather shoes, the blonde female officer was unable to maintain her balance and fell solidly to the ground. The tragic chest break scene left David and others stunned for 2 seconds before they reacted. They hurriedly stood up and prepared to help the unlucky newcomer up.
Are you okay?
Laura was closest to the blonde woman, so she moved the fastest. After noticing the panic on the other person's face, she immediately said that she was not a bad person.
Although I don't know what trouble you have encountered, you are safe now.
Chapter 71 Eva. After helping the blonde woman up, Laura reminded him by the way.
You may need to tidy up your clothes.
She turned to look at David and Mark.
Be gentle, gentlemen.
David and Mark could only turn around together, lower their voices, and start awkward chat mode.
The clouds are so round today. Yeah.
It wasn't until Laura coughed to remind them that it didn't matter anymore that the two men turned back and looked at the new woman together. The blue military uniform was more slim-fitting than tight-fitting. There was a white shirt underneath, but the collar buttons were undone. Plus the miniskirt. It didn't look like a serious military uniform. However, the blonde has a good physique, which is very suitable for the status of a soldier. When standing with Laura, she makes Laura look even more petite.
Hello, this is Winter Village, and this is the village chief David.
After Laura reminded the other party that they were safe, the blonde woman looked around to check the situation. At this time, she also noticed that she had arrived at a strange place inexplicably. She couldn't understand how she came to the wilderness while running, but Laura's accent made her feel very friendly and relaxed a little.
Where is Winter Village?
The British English with a clear accent surprised Laura and made her a little more friendly.
How did I get here?
Laura explained the situation to the woman in front of her. She heard that she had actually arrived in another world. The woman fell into a petrified state and looked a little cute. It took more than a minute to realize that she had indeed escaped from the crisis, and realized that you need to introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Eva McKenna.
Eva's face was full of disbelief, mixed with the joy of the aftermath.
Have I really arrived in another world? Isn't this an illusion? Or is it? Am I dreaming? If you don't believe it, you can test it with the method I just mentioned. And then, you can return to your original world.
Eva's reaction is not surprising. Most people will find it difficult when they first come to Winter Village. I believe it. But after a few round trips, there will basically be no doubts. This has almost become a fixed procedure for welcoming new people in Winter Village and explaining the situation to them. But this time, it was a little different. When Eva heard that she could go back, she did not show any joy. Instead, her face was full of horror.
Oh, no. I don't want to go back. If this is really another world, maybe this is a gift from God.
My new life. Are you in any trouble? Trouble? I'm afraid this trouble is not just for me, but also a huge trouble for the whole world.
When Eva said these words, her whole person seemed sad and lost.
The Allies failed. Our old rival had also failed. And the Empire of the Rising Sun won.
After listening to Eva's words, Mark, who had been trying to remember and want to judge which world this Eva came from, finally captured the key information and communicated with David next to him in a low voice.
This guy can't speak well.
Is it that world? You also know that game? I heard people talk about it.
Mark glanced at David. David's reply meant that he had long recognized who the woman in front of him was. But he just didn't show it before. Mark's reply made David understand why Mark knew about the game, but didn't recognize the person in front of him. It seemed that Mark had not played it, and only got some information from friends. I sighed again that these top scientists are cheaters. They can only recall such fragmentary memories. They are not the same species as ordinary people. After sighing, I started to analyze the meaning of these words revealed by Eva. The Allies and their old rivals failed, and the Empire of the Rising Sun won, which meant that this world line from which the Empire of the Rising Sun achieved final victory. That game has 3 different endings depending on the camp chosen by the player, which also means that in the end there are at least 3 timelines. If you consider the various plot world lines listed by Westwood Studio, there are even more. The background of the games produced by that studio are various events that occur in different timelines.
Red Alert 3.
Lieutenant Eva, in the plot of Red Alert 3, serves as a liaison officer to assist the commander, player, in completing various battles. Just when David was thinking about what kind of rewards a character from the Red Alert world could bring to him, Laura over there had already explained the situation clearly to Eva. Eva McKenna was suffering from the loss of the whole world. After recovering for a while, all that was left was the joy of surviving the disaster. Her home is gone. If she doesn't want to be arrested by the Empire of the Rising Sun for target shooting in any sense, it would be better to stay in this small village that seems a bit backward and remote. President of the Empire of the Rising Sun, can't you also travel through time?
Hello. I am Eva McKenna. Although it is very abrupt, I still hope that you will allow me to stay in the village.
Eva tried hard to put on a nice smile.
Although I am only a civilian officer, but I have military training and am strong enough to take on all kinds of jobs. I welcome people from any world to choose to settle in my village. I am the village leader, David. Welcome to Winter Village.
He stretched out his hand and shook Eva gently to express his welcome. Lieutenant Eva in front of him showed he was the quickest person to decide to settle in the village since visitors from other worlds came to him. What surprised David the most was that at the same time he expressed his welcome, he felt that the reward had arrived.
Is this a free reward?
He just promised to let the other party stay in the village and immediately gave him a reward. Even staying in a hotel was not as enjoyable as this one. Even David and Eva were much more pleased with her.
Next, take a look around the village. Familiarize yourself with the environment, and choose a location you'd like to build a wooden house. This house can be helped by people in the village, and you are not required to build it yourself.
David looked at Laura. Laura nodded to him.
Before your own house is built, you can live in Laura's wooden house first.
Laura can go to him, or go directly back to her own Crawford Manor, without worrying about having a place to rest.
I'll take you to my cabin first, and help you find some clothes.
Laura greeted Eva, and was very enthusiastic about this fellow from another world. Maybe Peggy, who is also from England, would also be interested in Eva. The baby welcomed her.
Then I will introduce you to other partners.
Laura was given the task of explaining the situation in the village and showing Eva around. It was not that David was lazy, but that Eva had just been robbed before she came over. In this case, Laura, who spoke the same language, women who seem friendly and non-intimidating, are more suitable for these communication tasks. After watching Eva and Mark introduce each other, they followed Laura to the cabin. David stood there and thought in a daze for a while, and then waved to Mark and motioned for him to follow him.
How? Do you still remember that when you first came here, you found wild potatoes near my cabin?
David just briefly felt it, and recalled the personal information of the liaison officer. As a liaison officer responsible for connecting with players, David couldn't think of any special talents in this person. If he expanded the scope to the entire Red Alert world, he could think of many special things. David was not sure if his idea was right, but without prompts or panels, he could only use the elimination method to determine what reward he had received this time.
So, do you think that Eva's arrival will cause something special to grow near your cabin?
Mark is after all the top scientist on the planet, and his IQ is unquestionable. You don't need to explain it in too much detail. Understanding what David meant.
What could it be? A base vehicle won't appear out of thin air. Right. That would be good. But I think the possibility is very low.
A few people were staying not far in front of their wooden house. They only had to walk half a circle around the wooden house and arrived at the back of the house. David prepared to take a closer look at this ordinary-looking ground, especially the area where potatoes had grown. But he found that he didn't have to work so hard at all.
Gift crab. Is there really something?
Mark and David made the same choice. They both looked at that area for the first time. However, after turning around, they only glanced at the crystals that broke out of the ground and slowly grew larger. When I first saw it, it was only as big as a finger, and then gradually expanded to the size of a fist. Then another one drilled out next to it. The two crystals were pink and blue-violet respectively. The pink slowly expanded, while the blue-violet remained elongated tapered shape. The pink crystals stopped getting bigger after they reached the size of a cantaloupe, and the blue-violet crystals only grew to about 10 centimeters and then stayed the same.
What is this? A mine in the world of Red Alert?
Mark looked at the crystal in front of him, and then at David next to him. He felt that David should know what this was, as he was far less familiar with Red Alert. David, after all, he didn't recognize the female liaison officer Eva immediately. Maybe David wasn't sure either. He just tried to take a look. Unexpectedly, Lieutenant Eva actually gave a mine as a reward. This thing shouldn't be Tiberium, right? That thing contains radiation. If it were really Tiberium, or would everyone in the village be doomed?
Mark, how? Do you have any equipment over there that can detect radiation?
After Mark heard David's question, he felt bad. Not only did he lean back, but he also took a big step back. Then he felt unsafe and took 2 steps back.
Is this thing radioactive? Considering that Eva comes from the Red Alert world, there may not be one, but the prototype of this thing does. So just to be on the safe side. Understood.
Chapter 72 Unknown Crystal Mine. Soon, Mark Watney, who was fully armed and protected by a full spacesuit, dug out 2 crystals from the land behind David's cabin. David, who used the holy light to protect himself and watched the whole process, dug down and found that the 2 crystals were actually connected to a fist-sized, spherical transparent crystal. At the same time, when Mark carefully tried to take out the crystal, he was embarrassed. I found that with a little force. I pulled the pink crystal out from the root. Mark glanced at David next to him.
I didn't expect this thing to be so weak. It doesn't matter. It's easy to store separately.
Looking at it this way, this crystal, which is suspected to be a certain mineral, is divided into 3 parts. A slightly larger pink crystal, a long columnar blue-purple crystal that is much smaller than the pink crystal, and the final ball-shaped part dug out of the soil. Mark still didn't use much force, but he still pulled out the long cylindrical blue-purple crystal, shrugged and put it into a separate storage box. According to Mark's introduction, this box is used to store samples in the Mars base and can isolate radiation to a certain extent. Before determining whether this crystal contains harmful radiation, storing it seems to be the most reliable option.
What if this kind of crystal continues to grow here?
Putting the 3 parts into 3 boxes respectively, Mark looked at the small pit in front of him and was curious about what weird things would grow here in the future. As things?
As long as you make sure there is no harmful radiation. It doesn't matter.
David glanced at the last, rounder part. He felt that this part was the key, and he could feel the energy contained in it. The other 2 crystals also contained energy and gave him a very pure feeling. Even so, David did not make any rash contact before he was sure that it was safe. Anyway, the test would not take long, so he was not in a hurry. After just a short period of observation, he felt that these crystals were not the Tiberium he was most worried about. Tiberium comes from the world of Command and Conquer, and came to the Earth through falling meteorites. After this strange substance comes into contact with the earth, it will continue to absorb various minerals around it, condense them into crystal clusters, and jumping out from the ground. Tiberium has a green basic version and a blue upgraded version, followed by a seaweed version and various versions in other colors. But no matter which one it is, Tiberium contains various while it is a mineral element. It also has strong radiation and toxicity. Contact with this mineral without any protection is asking for death. What makes David a little happier is that Lieutenant Eva McKenna is not from the world line of Command and Conquer, the Red Alert world line where she lives, although there are various minerals that are suspected of being rescued by Tiberium. But these minerals do not have fatal side effects. Maybe what I got is this improved version.
However, even the improved version seems to be of no use.
Tiberium has the ability to absorb various minerals around it and grow, which is very convenient for humans to mine various minerals. But it requires special equipment. Decompose the various mineral elements in Tiberium crystals. In addition, the so-called Reskin Tiberium mainly exists in the two generations of works Red Alert 1 and Red Alert 2. But Eva comes from the world of Red Alert 3. The mines in that world should be dug out of the ground with special equipment.
So what exactly did Eva reward me with?
David, whose head was full of question marks, stopped his prayer and washed himself with holy lights several times in succession. He firmly believed that even if there was really radiation, it had now been purified. In a short time, Mark was back and had already taken off his space suit.
Looks like it's safe for now. Yes.
Mark did not carry the 3 boxes in his hand, but stayed in the laboratory of the Mars base.
The spherical crystal has the largest energy radiation, but it is harmless to the human body.
Any object with energy contains radiation, but not all radiation is harmful to humans. However, the crystal or growing behind David's house this time has not been found to be harmful to the human body.
But it will take more time to truly determine whether it is harmful.
It is only confirmed that this thing will not pose an immediate threat to humans. But whether long-term exposure is safe requires continued observation to know. Mark's Mars base is a very good place. It has various equipment and a special isolation area. You can put the crystals there without worrying about being stolen suddenly.
Continue to observe for a while. How are you going to use that thing if it doesn't do any harm? I don't know either.
David really thought about this question.
You can observe the specific composition of these crystals next.
If Mark can find the components of various minerals in it, it means that this thing is a pure version of Tiberium. And how to use these special minerals is another headache.
If Cleef and his friends come over, there are many miners and blacksmiths among them, and they may be able to figure out how to use this strange mineral.
There are also many strange minerals in the world of Azeroth. The miners and blacksmiths in that world, he should have rich experience in this area. Even if there is no such talent in Van Cleef's stonemasons guild, Fording can go to Iron Forge to find dwarves for help. The two stood here chatting for a while, and saw Laura leading Eva back from a distance, accompanied by Peggy and Sharon. Peggy and Eva had a great time chatting. They were both from England and soldiers. The two women had enough topics in common. In addition, because Laura's figure is very different from Eva's, Captain Carter, a tall and long-legged woman with a broad mind, is closer to Eva's figure. So Eva's new clothes should be Peggy's. The 4 women lined up, chatting and laughing all the way to David and Mark. Eva's face looked much better than before.
Village Chief David. Winter Village is a very beautiful place. I am very happy to be able to come here.
By the way, she thanked David for agreeing to let her stay. After all, David and Winter Village kept her completely away from the threat of the Empire of the Rising Sun. And this was not the backward rural village she originally thought. While visiting after learning more information from Laura, Eva has realized what is going on in Winter Village. Although it seems backward, there are residents from all over the world. Advanced machinery and equipment are available in Winter Village, and various daily necessities that she is used to can also be seen here. She doesn't have to worry about food. Currently, Winter Village still has a centralized supply system. As long as she goes to the canteen when the time comes, she can eat delicious meals. As for the rest, everyone does what they are good at based on their own abilities. Eva has now begun to think about what she is good at. It seems that all she did before was clerical work. Looking around, Eva felt that this small village didn't seem to have so much paperwork. Maybe she should do some physical work within her ability like Sharon and Peggy she just met. At least she had a relationship with Peggy, with a similar body type. I should be able to do those jobs myself? Coming from a world like Red Alert that is completely different from the ordinary Earth, Eva has no idea what Peggy is like. She doesn't know what Captain Carter is, and treats Carter and Sharon as ordinary people. Therefore, when she saw Captain Carter and Sharon Rogers easily carrying, lifting, and throwing aside the huge log the next day, she had doubts about the level of military training she had conducted. Did the instructor back then let himself go? Why is there such a big gap between me and Peggy, both of whom are female British soldiers?
No. This is obviously not something ordinary humans can do.
Fortunately, Eva just looked cute and not really stupid. She quickly realized that the two people in front of her were not normal people at all. It was at this time that Eva knew what a super soldier was. While Eva was learning new knowledge, David met Edwin Van Cleef again. The leader of the Stonemasons Union and current founder of the Defias Brotherhood didn't look very good on his face. His whole person seemed to be enveloped by low pressure, and he felt as if he was ready to chop people into pieces with cruel barbs at any time.
What's wrong with him?
David could feel that Van Cleef's anger was not directed at him, so he turned to ask Fording next to him.
After Edwin returned, he gathered his friends in the Masons Guild to discuss a plan to move to Winter Village together. It was at this time that he discovered that the Defias Brotherhood was not under his control at all.
According to Fording, Van Cleef noticed something was wrong with the Defias Brotherhood when he was recruiting his brothers, when all the leaders were summoned back to the Death Mine to discuss major decisions. The Defias Brotherhood did not alert in accordance with his orders, but continued to act on his own. Sensing the anomaly, Van Cleef sent several cronies to investigate, only to discover that the lower levels of the Defias Brotherhood had not received his orders at all, and were also receiving various orders from unknown sources, targeting those in the Kingdom of Stormwind. Unbridled destruction and attacks were launched everywhere. Until this moment, Van Cleef believed what David had said to him. The Defias Brotherhood was not truly monolithic.
So, he is now willing to completely abandon those bastards? Yes. After all, no one wants to be played as a chess piece.
Fording and David looked at each other and blinked a few times deliberately. When David saw Fording's expression, he knew that the other party had pushed him in this matter.
So, how many craftsmen and their families are willing to come to Winter Village? About 400 people.
Chapter 73. It's just one camp.
400 people.
David was very happy, and this happiness was not even covered up. Fording originally wanted to remind David to control his expression, but Van Cleef had already noticed the delighted David, and it seemed that it was too late to remind him.
400 people is quite a lot.
Van Cleef was not angry with David. He had been angry for a long time, and the most angry moment had passed. Now he even had the mood to explain to David why there were only 400 people.
These 400 people include the leaders of the original Stonemason Union and all senior craftsmen, and the rest are family members, and a small number of ordinary craftsmen and miners. I'm not too young. Do I look like I'm too young?
David pointed to the corners of his mouth that had been raised. At this time, he took a tube of lipstick and painted a bright red lip on him. And then he went to Gotham to plot against Batman.
What are we going to do with the remaining people? Do we want to keep people there for a long time so that we can respond to them when needed in the future?
Of course. There are more than just a few members of the Stonemasons Union, not to mention family members among these 400 people. At its peak, the Stonemasons Guild had hundreds of high-level craftsmen, and many middle and low-level craftsmen below. If you include the workers who actually built Stormwind City, the number would be even more. Even though the Masons Union later set off a rebellion, and some people were unwilling to work with Van Cleef and chose to leave their group, the remaining number was still astonishing. If you count the various bandits that were later absorbed, the Defias Brotherhood currently has thousands of members in the Westfall, and many more members are scattered throughout Elwyn Forest. If Van Cleef can recruit and bring everyone here, Winter Village can even develop directly in the direction of Winter City. But that is impossible. Not to mention that the Defias bandits and Thief David, who currently account for most of the number, do not like him at all. Even the craftsmen and miners he wants to poach. Not everyone is willing to go with Van Cleef. Life in another world. Just as David had expected, many middle and low-level craftsmen felt that little people like themselves would not attract any attention at all. If Van Cleef did not lead them to continue to fight against the Kingdom of Stormwind, they would go back to being ordinary civilians in the Kingdom of Stormwind. That's it. There are also some people who, although they want to leave the Kingdom of Stormwind, do not want to go to another world. The invasion of the orcs back then brought a huge shadow to the people of Azeroth, and many people resisted this kind of thing from the bottom of their hearts. Van Cleef finally decided to leave the warships originally intended to be used to destroy the Kingdom of Stormwind to these people. These people can take the ship to the Kingdom of Lordaeron, or go directly to Kalimdor to open up a new home there.
The craftsmen will all leave the Defias Brotherhood. It is no longer the organization that was originally created to seek justice.
Van Cleef used the most concise words to describe what happened during this period. His decisions and arrangements. He told the story.
Everyone, like me, has no nostalgia for that place.
In other words, the members who initially established the Brotherhood with Van Cleef will take this opportunity to leave the Brotherhood and cut off ties with this criminal organization. Among them, those who are willing to continue to believe in Van Cleef will come to Winter Village, and the rest will find their own places to go. Anyway, they will not stay in the Kingdom of Stormwind. Naturally, there is no need to leave a special person to keep an eye on the Western Wilderness and take care of those who want to go to the West Wilds later. People who come over. This is a good thing for David. Fording only needs to spend some time to pick up these 400 people, so that he can escape from the death mine and then do his own thing.
However, even if you leave the Brotherhood, that organization will still use your name to continue to do mischief.
Van Cleef sneered, seeming to have thought of this a long time ago.
It doesn't matter. It's a fact that I led people to fight against Stormwind City. Even if I don't do anything, those nobles will throw dirty water on me.
His reputation is already very bad. How bad can it get? What's more, he no longer cares about how the people of Stormwind Kingdom view him. If he has any obsession with the world of Azeroth, it is that he has no way to personally help his brothers get the justice they deserve. Coupled with the loss of control of the Defias Brotherhood, he feels that he is a very failed leader.
They will all come to Winter Village and will be your subjects in the future. I hope you can treat them well.
Van Cleef's interesting look makes people suspect that he will use cruel barbs on himself in the next second. Give it a try on your neck. Fortunately, just when David suspected that Van Cleef had a death wish, the top architect in Azeroth brought up a new topic, making David realize that this guy had not lived enough.
In the next period of time, I have to ask Lord Fording. I want to look around during this period and think about how to plan and build your city. Are you too anxious? Shouldn't we first consider building a house to accommodate everyone?
What David cares about most now is the population and these craftsmen. After taking over, they will be properly resettled immediately, so that everyone can adapt to the new life as soon as possible, and be prepared for the cold winter. The village has a good impression. Before that, he was not in a hurry to urge everyone to start work. He had to give everyone a taste of the benefits first, and then let everyone start working with full motivation. David felt that he was doing the right thing in this regard. But Van Cleef thought that he could only wait dryly in the village. Having nothing to do would make him dwell on the various mistakes he had made. So he might as well get busy to avoid his random thoughts.
That's it.
David got up and returned to the wooden house, and took out a textbook for learning the local common language of Azeroth. This was a finished product that was written and sorted out and printed in batches with the help of Laura.
You can learn the language here first, and then teach this language to everyone.
Language. Van Cleef then realized that this is another world after all. Of course, it has its own language. Just like the orcs also have their own language, and the elves also have their own language. It was just that the main contact he had with was Fordring from the Kingdom of Lordaeron. And David also knew the common language of Azeroth. So he ignored this problem.
This is indeed a priority issue.
Although Van Cleef saw that David's village only had a few dozen people at full capacity, and he brought 400 people here, it seemed that he could make Azeroth's common language become the mainstream of the village. Language. But what's the point? Is it possible that everyone will never have contact with other people in this world? The language of this world still needs to be mastered after all.
Then I will learn a new language while observing the surrounding terrain.
Van Cleef was still not ready to give up his plan and insisted on inspecting the terrain and environment around Winter Village.
As for everyone's residence, I noticed that in the village 2 large houses have been built, and it will be enough to build a few more similar ones to give everyone a temporary shelter.
As for a better house, of course he has to wait until he examines the surrounding environment before deciding how to build it.
You can decide this on your own.
David didn't say anything else to persuade him. There was indeed no work arrangement for Van Cleef for the time being, so he just let Van Cleef do what he wanted to do.
Believe me, we can definitely build a city more perfect than Stormwind City.
David blinked, suspecting that he heard correctly.
Well, building a town is enough for now.
Van Cleef ignored David, his eyes shining with a fire burning within them. Seeing Van Cleef's appearance, David felt that the leader of the Masons Union might want to express his dissatisfaction with the Storm Kingdom in another way. This should be a good thing for him. He decisively chose to shut up and wait until Van Cleef finished investigating the environment. Perhaps Azeroth's top architect had calmed down by then. Not to mention how much materials are needed to build a city more perfect than Stormwind City. Manpower alone is a problem. Where can Winter Village find enough workers to mobilize for him? He turned around and chatted with Fording for a few more words. Fording said that it would only take a few days for all 400 people to come to Winter Village. During this time, everyone's residences must be built as soon as possible.
I will give priority to bringing craftsmen and able-bodied miners here. With more people, the construction speed will be faster. Well, this is also a way.
David's initial idea was to send a batch over first, and then build the houses quickly, so that people could be transported here while building, ensuring that everyone would have a place to sleep when they came over. But after noticing the anomalies in the Brotherhood, then Cleef chose to sever ties with the Brotherhood as soon as possible on the advice of Fording, so that everything had to be fast. Even everyone did not bring too much luggage. Only some carry-on luggage. Important items to ensure that you can escape from the Defia's Brotherhood in the shortest possible time. In the end, it became what it is now, with 400 people pouring into Winter Village in one breath.
House, food storage, daily necessities.
400 people was neither too much nor too little. David went from being the head of a small village in charge of more than 30 people to having to manage more than 400 people. And he was really feeling a little stressed. When Van Cleef and Fording went back to transport the people, David took the notebook and started writing non-stop, for fear that he would miss any details.
What are you writing about?
After Peggy and Sharon helped Eva build a house for a day, the women were walking and relaxing when they saw the village chief lowering his head and writing, and scratching his head from time to time, as if he was doing it. A scumbag on test papers.
Fording has convinced Van Cleef. About 400 craftsmen, miners and their families will come to Winter Village next. I'm looking at what needs to be prepared to accommodate these 400 people.
Oh, Peggy and Sharon suddenly realized. They both knew that David asked Fording to go to the world of Azeroth to recruit craftsmen. It seemed to be going well. Sharon looked eager to try.
400 people. About one camp. It shouldn't be difficult to manage.
Chapter 70 for the increasingly lively Winter Village.
Do you have experience in running a battalion?
David looked at Sharon Rogers, the daughter of Captain America and Agent Carter. Perhaps she not only received relevant training, but even had actual experience early on?
Ha ha!
Sharon laughed proudly, and then said simply,
No.
Sharon is only in her early 20s, which is an age that has not graduated from college on Earth. She can complete a mess of courses including hot weapons, cold weapons, hand-to-hand combat, tactical command, special operations concepts, etc., as well as what normal people need to learn. She was already a very powerful person with all kinds of knowledge. Even if she wanted to experience what it was like to actually command an army, she didn't have the spare time. According to Sharon's future plan, she will participate in several actual combats. If she performs well, she will officially take over her father's title and become the new generation of Captain America. If her performance is average, she has not considered this situation. As the daughter of Steve Rogers, she cannot perform average.
Let Eva help you. She was originally in the army doing paperwork, intelligence compilation, and liaison work. She is better at these trivial things than you.
Peggy looked at her daughter from another world and spoke unreliably. After a few jokes, he gave his own advice.
The current situation in the village is similar to the situation in the army. That's a good idea.
David glanced at Eva. He had thought before that he would have a headache with all kinds of paperwork when the village had more people. So he sent a clerk to her door. Does Goldfinger have certain filtering functions?
What do you think? Eva? No problem at all. Sir.
After replying habitually, Eva realized that this was not an allied army. So she wanted to change her words.
I mean, the village chief or the lord?
Even though Eva is tall and has long legs and bulging back, she always looks cute and cute. When she smiles, she looks like a fool. Her face is full of doubts at this time, which really makes people doubt her ability to work. Was he defeated because of this?
Just call me David. The village chief feels weird, and I'm not the real lord.
David briefly explained his situation.
Not yet.
David's goal has always been very clear, and he said part of his thoughts smoothly, not now. When 400 new people arrive, the entire village is rebuilt, and the village can successfully apply to be upgraded to Winter Town. Then he can obtain the status of lord.
At that time, will he still get a knighthood?
David continued to write in his notebook and chatted with the three women sitting in front of him, broadening his mind.
Under normal circumstances. Yes. Baron?
Sharon was very curious about these things. It may have something to do with her living environment. People in that part of the United States despised all kinds of European feudal customs and looked down upon the nobles at the same time. Growing up in this kind of environment, it's normal for Sharon to be curious about these things. Hopefully, theoretically, you can also become a knight. Although it would seem a bit weird to have a knight manage a town. Considering it was a remote town in a remote area, no one thought it was a big deal. Even if Winter Town is successfully established, it will not become an important town in the Kingdom of Thailand due to its geographical location. There is no need for a big shot to sit in the town, so David can be casually given a knighthood. From a legal point of view, there is no problem.
Besides bedding and daily necessities for washing and eating, do you think there is anything missing?
David wrote for a while and looked at the contents recorded in the notebook. David was not sure whether he had neglected anything, so he wrote on it. After reading it out, he asked several women across from him.
I think that after those big wooden houses are built, there is no need to spend time building beds. We can directly buy bunk beds, so that each big house can accommodate more people.
Eva looked at it. Peggy and Sharon were next to them. After a day of familiarity, they were relatively familiar with each other. They knew that they were giving themselves a chance to express themselves.
This kind of thing should be easy to buy. Right. If it is a detachable metal tube structure, it's not difficult to transport either. Good idea.
David didn't think about this at all. He just wanted to build more wooden houses. If he chose to buy a double bed, it would only take half the time as planned to place all the craftsmen in place.
If possible, you can buy some radiators.
Compared with the small wooden house that is currently the most important building in Winter Village, heating the large wooden house is more troublesome. Build a fireplace in a small wooden house. And when the fire is lit, the temperature of the entire wooden house will be very high. This is not possible in a large wooden house, because the space is too large and empty, and sufficient indoor temperature cannot be guaranteed by just lighting a fire in the fireplace. If enough radiators can be installed in the house, the temperature of the entire house can be ensured.
I almost forgot this thing.
David slapped his forehead hard. He actually forgot this winter artifact. This was really a mistake he shouldn't have made. As expected, he could easily fall into misunderstandings by just thinking about it. I always get stuck on one thought.
Thanks to you, Eva. It really helped me a lot.
Looking at the list of radiators, bunk beds, metal pipe splicing structures, bedding, daily necessities, etc. recorded in his notebook, he knew that next he would need to rely on Laura to show off his money skills and purchase all these supplies. After reading the list again, discussing with Eva and Peggy a few more times, and determining the approximate amount that would be enough, David finally closed the notebook. After completing the necessary work, David was in the mood to chat.
Where's Steve? I don't seem to have seen him today. Steve said that he might be busy with some things recently, and he might not come here every day recently.
Regarding Steve, it was right to ask Peggy, and Eva took the opportunity to ask who Steve was.
Steve Rogers, also a super soldier. It seems that there are many people in the village that I haven't met yet.
After listening to Peggy's brief introduction to Steve, Eva also became interested in other people in the village. So far she has only seen Laura, Mark, Peggy, Sharon and Jonah, but not the others yet. As a result, as soon as Eva finished saying this, a
group of figures
appeared in the open space not far away, and then Fording came over with Van Cleef and the craftsman from the Masons Union.
This is Tyrion Ford's ring.
David pointed to the middle-aged man with the most conspicuous physique and introduced.
The one with the red scarf hanging around his neck is Edwin Van Cleef. The other should be craftsmen. Oh, you and them can't communicate yet. You two use completely different languages.
At this point, David reminded Eva, by the way,
remember to ask me for a textbook on learning English as the local lingua franca later. Okay.
He stood up and welcomed the new craftsman, and then, together with Van Cleef, took them to the newly built large wooden house. It was not completely built, but it was still barely habitable. The craftsmen came here early in order to complete the wooden house as soon as possible. Construction work. While introducing the small winter village to several craftsmen, David explained his ideas and part of his plans. For example, these two wooden houses are only temporary residences. Next, priority will be given to building completely personal homes for all craftsmen and their families. As for the construction work of Winter Town, we will wait until everyone adapts to the life here. During the conversation, Fording transported more craftsmen, and then David took many craftsmen to the canteen, and Jonah made a sumptuous dinner for everyone. By the way, he asked what these craftsmen had. Need. The small book was opened again, and the craftsman kept recording according to the requests made by the craftsman, because they only brought their belongings with them to move. The craftsman wanted to start working and needed to buy various tools. In addition, the craftsmen barely mentioned their personal needs in life. They felt that having a place to live and enough food was enough for now.
I have taken note of it all, and will solve these problems for everyone as soon as possible.
After he chatted with the craftsmen for a meal and sent them to the big wooden house to rest, David discovered that Leonard had actually arrived. David took a closer look and found that Leonard had brought those friends over. One of them, a tall and thin man with a bright smile on his face, was surrounding Fording, completely ignoring the few people beside him, including Laura, a female. On the contrary, one of the blonde women was sitting with Laura and the others, looking at the tall and thin man who looked very excited and whispering something. At the same time, there was an Indian and a thin Jew standing next to them, seeming to be chatting. What? Well, the Indian didn't say anything. He just gestured back and forth. David took a look and saw that several of the original major characters of the Big Bang Theory were here. The tall and lanky theoretical physicist Sheldon Cooper, the blonde waitress and part-time street actor Penny, and the Indian astrophysicist, family member Rajesh Kusapali, and Jewish engineer Howard Wilowitz.
Hello, Leonard. Hi,
David. Leonard turned around and saw David and greeted him warmly. He felt very proud to be able to bring his friends to visit this magical place. And he finally saw the legendary Titus Leo Forge ring.
Thank you for letting me bring my friends here. You're welcome. It seems that your friends like it here very much.
After taking a look, he immediately looked away, ignoring Fording's helpless look.
Introduce your friends to me. Oh, of course. This is Penny.
As soon as Leonard's words came out, the blonde girl named Penny had already stood in front of David and quickly arranged her hair.
Hi, I'm Penny. Are you the village chief here? It's completely different from what I imagined. Same.
Looking at the enthusiastic Penny, David felt that the eyes of Eva, Peggy, Sharon, Laura, Leonard, Howard and Rajesh were all focused on him in an instant. Chapter 75 Build a Big Castle. David didn't respond to Penny's enthusiasm in particular, and just chatted politely for a few words. The blonde girl also realized that David had no interest in her. However, her personality is relatively carefree, and her nature is not bad. She didn't care too much about being rejected, and just used the word, I originally thought you were like Leonard and the others in the games they played. A talented person. The old man with a gray beard changed the subject. After a brief chat, the two parties became acquainted. Leonard secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that David did not attack Penny. At the same time, he introduced several other friends to David.
This is Howard Walawi TZ. Hello. Just call me Howard.
Howard reached out and shook David's hand. At the same time, he introduced Rajesh Kusapali to David because he couldn't speak in front of women.
This is Raj Kusapali. He is unable to speak in the presence of a woman. Considering the current situation, you can just treat him as mute.
Raj glared at his friend, then smiled and shook David's hand, then pulled Howard aside and continued to express his dissatisfaction with his hands.
Oh, what did you say? Sorry, I couldn't hear anything.
Although Howard kept complaining about Raj, he did not break away from each other. The two just walked aside and continued the previous conversation mode.
The two of them? Yes, we sometimes have such suspicions.
Leonard looked at the two people and said he was used to this scene.
And this is Sheldon Cooper, my roommate who rents an apartment with me. Done! Stop pestering Fording with questions. I don't need you to educate him about what the holy light is.
After shouting H, low to Sheldon Cooper, the tall and lanky man who kept talking around Fording, although his face was full of reluctance, he still walked up to David. In fact, if he hadn't met Fording, Sheldon would have been very curious about David, the village chief of Winter Village. He wondered why this place could gather people from all different worlds. As the village chief, what is so extraordinary about David? After looking up and down, Sheldon greeted David politely.
Hello, I am Dr. Sheldon Cooper. Hello, Dr. Cooper.
David shook hands with Sheldon. Compared with how Sheldon treated most people in the plot, this one was already very polite to him.
Welcome to Rin,
Winter Village. Thank you very much for inviting us to be your guests. It's my honor.
It's not that Sheldon doesn't know how to speak politely to others, but most of the time, he doesn't want to do that because he doesn't think it's necessary. But when facing David, he put the skills he didn't usually use in the skill column again.
In addition, I also assure you that your decision is very correct. I heard that the village chief is considering converting Winter Village to built into Winter Town. I have some complaints about this, Leonard. Didn't you see that I was discussing important things with village chief David?
Leonard gave David an awkward and apologetic smile, and at the same time poked Sheldon.
I don't think village chief David needs to ask for your opinion on how to build his own village.
While whispering, Leonard pulled Sheldon aside, and the two began to argue fiercely. David watched a similar scene up close that he had seen many times before, and found it very interesting.
Why is it so lively here today?
At this moment, Will, who had not been seen all day, came back from Port Royal and found that the village was more lively than ever before, and there were many people he had never seen before.
Here they come. So many newcomers?
David explained the current situation to Will and learned that Winter Village not only had newcomers like Leonard and Eva, but Fording had also successfully recruited hundreds of people. He realized what was coming to Winter Village. It is about to enter a period of rapid development. As a blacksmith, I am going to be very busy next time. Will doesn't think there is anything wrong with this. Only when he is busy will he appear important. During these days, his main task is to study. He felt uncomfortable learning a new language and new forging knowledge, but having no place to apply it after learning it. Now, with the arrival of a lot of people, just building various tools and maintaining them is enough to keep him busy every day. After another mutual introduction, the reactions of several of Leonard's friends when they met Will Turner were amazing, especially Penny and Raj. On the contrary, Sheldon acted very calmly. It seemed that I don't have any special impressions of the little blacksmith. While a group of people were chatting with each other, David took the time to hand Laura the list he had written earlier.
These things need to be bought as soon as possible, especially beds and bedding.
The weather has gradually turned colder. It's okay for the newly arrived group of craftsmen to deal with it for a day or two, but something will definitely happen if it goes on for a long time.
Leave it to me. In fact, Peggy has already told me.
Laura looked at the list, which detailed the minimum number of bedding sets to be purchased first, and how many sets are needed in the future, and the priorities for various supplies.
Speaking of which, don't you need to buy a batch of building materials? It's not clear yet.
David said that he would have to wait until Van Cleef inspects the surrounding environment of Winter Village before he can decide what to buy.
It may be necessary for Edwin to find out what resources are available around Winter Village. It takes something missing to know which building materials to buy.
When Laura heard what David said, she immediately understood what he was thinking.
Do you want to use the materials available here as much as possible to build a new town? If the city develops, the demand for various raw materials will be greater and greater. You can't always rely on you to carry it from home.
David has already had this idea. In the past, the village was not big and the population was not large, so the demand was huge. At that point, transporting Laura is not a hassle. Now it is no longer.
Okay.
A town with a few hundred people is no longer too small, and the demand for various supplies is astonishing. If everything goes well, there will be continuous expansion in the future. Will it all depend on Laura transporting cement here one bag after another? In short, David's next goal is to use local resources as much as possible for raw materials. Only some high-end, sophisticated, and irreplaceable things are introduced from other worlds. In the days that followed, Laura began to frequently travel back and forth to her own world in Winter Village. She gave priority to transporting quilts and bunk beds, followed by various tools required by the craftsmen to ensure that the craftsmen could start work immediately. Then, there are radiators and other living facilities, in order to ensure that Winter Village, which already has hundreds of people, will not suffer injuries or casualties this winter. Laura also purchased a large amount of medicine and coal. The originally peaceful and cold Winter Village has once again turned into a large construction site, and this time it is much larger than the last time. Cold Winter Village has a simple layout that can run through the entire village from one main street,
and gradually changes to a square layout. Fording spent some time and finally brought about 400 former Brotherhood members and some family members to Winter Village. Among these 400 people, there were nearly 100 senior craftsmen, and more than 200 were the family members of these senior craftsmen, mainly women and children. The remaining less than 100 people are low-level craftsmen and miners. This demographic structure is very unreasonable. But there is a reason. The senior craftsmen trust Van Cleef, and they are on the wanted list of the Kingdom of Stormwind. There is no way to go back and continue to be ordinary people. These people and their families must either follow Van Cleef, Winter Village, or choose to leave the kingdom of Stormwind by boat. As for the less than 100 craftsmen and miners, they were basically young and strong single men. They trusted Van Cleef and had no worries themselves. So Van Cleef wanted to take them to start a new life elsewhere. And these people followed. In the end, these 400 people were all humans. When Van Cleef formed the Defias Brotherhood, in order to ensure that the Defias Brotherhood had strong enough high-end combat power, he hired Tauren, fishmen and other races. None of the mercenaries brought Winter Village. One reason is that Van Cleef doesn't know what's going on in David's world. And he doesn't know if these non-human races will cause any bad conflicts after they pass. The other reason is that Van Cleef doesn't trust these mercenaries. And he is having a meeting with everyone when discussing whether to go to another world and start a new life. He didn't even inform those people. No matter what. About 400 craftsmen, miners, and their families joined Winter Village. After introducing David to everyone, Van Cleef also took the initiative to resign as the leader and took off the red mask from his neck on the spot, burning it down, announcing that the Brotherhood and the Masons Union have become a thing of the past, and everyone will be villagers of Winter Village from now on. Afterwards, he began his own on-the-spot investigation. He estimated that he would spend 1 to 2 months inspecting the surrounding area of Cold Winter Village to learn about the area's geology, types of mineral deposits, and where there are large amounts of high-quality stones and other resources. Only when all these situations are clearly understood can we begin to consider how to design a new city.
Including your castle. You need to start designing after that. My castle?
David was confused as he listened to Van Cleef's description of the future plan. Even the hand that was writing stopped.
When did I say I was going to build a castle?
He just wants Van Cleef to help design a new winter town. Why is the castle already out?
I heard that you are going to apply to upgrade Winter Village to Winter Town. If it goes well, you will get a title. As a lord with a title, isn't it normal to live in a castle?
David felt that what Edwin Van Cleef said was very reasonable and could not be refuted at all.
At most, this is just a country lord in a remote area of the kingdom, and he may not necessarily get a title.
Van Cleef looked at David's gleaming eyes.
I will design a castle better than Stormwind Fortress.
Chapter 76: The Use of Crystal Ore. Snow fell earlier in Winter Village this year than in previous years. What is worth celebrating is that the village has harvested the last batch of crops a few days ago, including several new crops that Mark later planted. For the villagers of Cold Winter Village, the next few months will be the most difficult period.
How's the heating effect?
David was sitting in his cabin with documents in front of him. He was processing various paperwork, preparing for the Winter Village upgrade application next year, and summarizing various conditions in the village. All are organized into text information.
The heating effect is better than expected. The temperature in several wooden houses can easily exceed 20 degrees. Everyone feels that living in this kind of house, there is no need to worry about the cold weather outside.
After a period of study, Eva can already communicate with everyone using common language. This innocent-looking allied intelligence officer is much more capable than David imagined.
In addition, the temporary cellars dug by the craftsmen have been completed, and the vegetables are already stored in it.
Because the farmland harvest in Cold Winter Village far exceeded expectations. Not only the originally built warehouse was full, but also many potatoes were piled outside. In addition, the craftsmen had built wooden houses in advance for themselves and others to live in. So they dug several simple cellars to ensure that the potatoes could be stored. If the potatoes were frozen, they would not be inedible, but the taste would deteriorate. Anyway, the craftsmen have nothing to do for the time being, and being busy can also allow everyone to vent their excess energy. After all, they have not worried about food since they came to Winter Village. In this world, there would be no soldiers from the Kingdom of Storm rushing to arrest them at any time. And they finally lived a stable life. People who are too comfortable may cause trouble. So David racked his brains to find things for everyone to do. The high-level craftsmen went to inspect the surrounding environment like Van Cleef. The mid-level and low-level craftsmen helped will build and repair various tools, and help the villagers improve and repair their residences, cowsheds, chicken coops, etc., if they still feel that they have nowhere to use their strength. David is not opposed to them building a house of their own. From the current point of view, the construction work in Winter Town can be started soon in the second half of next year. Before then, there will definitely be people who are unwilling to continue living in the shared dormitories, and want to move out and live with their families. So first building a wooden house as a temporary residence is also a good option. However, digging a foundation to build a house in winter is not an easy task. Oh, are they the Iron Humans of Azeroth? That's okay. Do whatever you want.
How are the newcomers doing with their language learning? Most people are able to have simple conversations, and some minors are slower to learn.
As for people like Eva and Leonard, they have already mastered the common language. High IQ geniuses like Sheldon also learned it by the way. The common language of Azeroth.
It seems everything is on track.
David was very satisfied and looked outside through the window. Snowflakes as big as goose feathers were floating outside, and the entire winter village was covered with a new layer of white clothes.
You what? What do you think?
What? Eva held a book in her hand, which recorded various situations and changes in Winter Village, so that David could check it at any time when he asked.
I think it's good. Peggy, Sharon, Laura, Mark and Jonah have given me a lot of help. But now I feel that I am useless and can't help much. You have helped me a lot.
As the population increased, so did all kinds of trivial matters. David walked around the village every day and dealt with all kinds of trivial matters. And he basically didn't have much time. He has started personal cultivation. And now Eva can help with all kinds of trivial matters, which can ensure that David is fully aware of the situation in the village, and can also keep his personal cultivation uninterrupted.
I just did what I could do. That's good. Really.
David wrote a few more strokes in the note, and wrote Eva McKenna's name behind the clerk. After Linong Village was upgraded to Linong Town, various official systems had to be established. It was impossible to have only one village chief as an official in name as before. As for the specific official positions, the Kingdom of Thailand does not have any interference in the internal affairs of each lord. The name of the official, and who to use are decided by the lord. David had not thought about what positions would be set up, and who would fill them. But now after seeing Eva's performance, he felt that Eva was completely qualified to be his secretary. But for safety reasons, he wrote down the name, secretary. Just when David wanted to continue asking Eva if anyone in the village had expressed any demands recently, there was a few knocks on the wooden door.
Please come in.
Following David's invitation, the wooden door was pushed open, and Laura walked in from the door.
Still sorting out documents. It's almost sorted.
David looked at the clock on the table. This thing only started to appear in Winter Village after Leonard and the others arrived. After careful observation, testing, and verification, several scientists came to the conclusion that the world also has 24 hours a day. The clocks on the Earth can be used directly. There is no need to design new ones, such as 30 hours a day clock. David used to think that the time of each day was similar to that of his previous life, but he could not be as sure as these people that it was the same as the Earth. However, he was certain of another thing. That is, there are 400 days in a year in this world. And in Winter Village the length of winter in China exceeds 150 days, referring to days with low temperatures and extremely cold temperatures. With the snow falling so early this year, it may last more than 180 days.
Where have you been?
David noticed that there was a lot of snow on Laura's body. She probably didn't just come from his home.
I just came from Will. I came here specifically to see you.
Oh,
what happened at Will's place?
David was stunned for a moment, wondering what happened at Will's place. Looking at Laura like this, it shouldn't be a bad thing.
You'll know when you come and take a look.
He arranged the things in front of him and put them aside, stood up and took the coat from Laura, and then walked out of the wooden house together to the blacksmith shop. Will's blacksmith shop is very spacious inside, but it seems a bit crowded at this time. When David came over, he found that several visitors from other worlds in the village were all gathered here.
Did Will use his hands to create a steel armor?
David looked at so many people, including Leonard, and made a curious joke.
Who solved the energy problem? Sheldon?
After looking around, I found that Sheldon wasn't there.
Sheldon is still pestering Van Cleef and wants to learn how to sneak from him.
Leonard answered David's words, but his eyes were still staring straight ahead. Without even turning his head, David followed Leonard's line of sight curiously, and found that what everyone was looking at were a few ordinary-looking weapons.
Is this Will's new work? Yes.
When Will saw David coming, he immediately stopped communicating with Mark. After saying low to David, he pointed to several weapons on the table.
Due to an accident, Mark and I discovered a special use for the crystal ore and did a few tests on the way.
Will pointed to Mark next to him, and at the same time raised the crystal ore in his hand, which was the blue-purple cylindrical crystal ore. David noticed that the crystal ore in Will's hand had become significantly smaller.
Oh!
The crystal mine was retrieved from the Mars base a few days ago. It has been determined that it will not cause harm to people, and it is also confirmed that it contains energy. Apart from this, There was no other discovery. Leonard and Sheldon had suggested that this thing might be used as an energy source, and they wanted to find a way to efficiently utilize the energy in it. Unexpectedly, before Leonard and Sheldon gave any research results, Will actually made a new discovery.
What kind of discovery? When forging weapons, add crystal or powder.
Will took out a swift sword, also known as a stabbing sword, which was the weapon he was best at making and using before.
It will have such an effect.
With a wink at Mark next to him, Mark immediately moved a target with an iron plate from the side and placed it in the open space. Then decisively stepped aside, leaving the stage to Will alone. No one disturbed anyone, and watched quietly as Will walked up to the target with an iron plate hanging on his sword, and then stabbed the iron plate on the target in a very standard sword-drawing posture. A light that couldn't be ignored flashed, and everyone clearly saw the swift sword glowing with brilliance when it came into contact with the target. Then the iron plate was like a fake made of paper, and was easily lifted by the sharp sword in Will's hand. Through. Wow! Everyone onlookers exclaimed. Of course they would not think that the iron plate was fake, and Will specifically mentioned that the powder of that mineral was added when making the weapon. So everyone present understood that what was discovered.
It's not over yet.
Will was very happy. He enjoyed the feeling of being noticed by everyone, and he finally showed his worth. Putting the swift sword aside, Will picked up the shield next to him, and then nodded to Laura. Laura, who had been standing nearby, took out the pistol that had been prepared in advance, pointed it at the shield in Will's hand, and emptied the magazine. The huge noise was still reverberating, making everyone feel dizzy. But no one expressed dissatisfaction. Everyone's attention was focused on the shining shield, and not a single trace was left on it. David looked at the intact shield and the bullet that fell in front of Will, and realized that the huge value of the crystal mine not only contains energy and may be used as a source of energy, but also can be used as a material to improve the attack and defense of weapons and equipment. Force.
What a good thing!
If Laura hadn't been by his side, he would have really wanted to kiss Eva, who provided the crystal mine.
But how is this used in StarCraft?
Chapter 77. Dig a hole and bury some soil. Will's discovery was an unexpected surprise. After David asked about it, he also learned that it is not difficult to mix crystal or powder into weapons. Even a blacksmith can complete this job well. You can even directly use existing weapons for strengthening, and the final effect is not much different from adding crystal or powder during forging. After David personally experienced the swift sword, shield, cross-sword and other weapons made by Will, he wanted to give everyone a set of weapons mixed with crystal or powder on the spot. However, Mark said that the current crystal or powder the quantity is not large, and other tests need to be carried out. So just build a few pieces first. There is currently no real army in the village. The ones mainly responsible for fighting are David, Fording, Peggy, and Sharon. Laura and Steve often return to their own world, and sometimes they cannot take care of them. From the Winter Village side.
So, I think it will be enough for you to prepare your weapons first. That's true. Let's do it.
David thought for a while, and decided to give Sharon a set of weapons first. Peggy's shield was strong enough, so there was no need to add crystal powder, and her shield was in Lynn's hands. There is no way for Winter Village to go back and remake it. As for offensive weapons, how can things like firearms be upgraded and strengthened using crystal or powder? Is it possible to use crystal or powder mixed with metal to make warheads? That would not only be troublesome, but also consume a lot of money. Winter Village currently does not have so many crystal mines that can harm just 2 crystal mines. Next, we need to study how to use the energy contained in them more efficiently.
Maybe we don't have to worry about not having enough crystal or at all.
David still remembered how these 2 crystal minerals grew out of the soil. The spherical crystal that Mark couldn't figure out what its use was might be the key to growing this strange mineral. In fact, Mark also had this guess, but he hadn't had time to conduct the actual test yet.
Where are you going to plant this thing? Just plant it wherever it is originally. This should be the safest.
So, after visiting Will's discovery and asking Will to help Sharon build a handy crystal weapon first, everyone moved collectively to the back of David's wooden house.
It's best to build some cover.
David looked at the land and wondered if he should build a small wooden shed or something, hiding the crystal mines like weasel chariots.
What if the growth of this mineral requires solar energy?
Mark raised a question that made Leonard, David and others entangled.
Then bury it in the soil first. After making sure that the crystal ore can grow, we can use a shed to cover it and check the situation.
David quickly gave a compromise plan. After listening to it, everyone felt that they couldn't think of a more reliable method. So I did what David said. David immediately wielded a shovel and dug a 1-meter deep pit where the crystal ore had been previously discovered. Then he placed the spherical crystal in it and buried it with soil. As everyone watched David burying the minerals, they suddenly felt that the scene was strange.
Can this thing really grow that kind of mineral?
Eva felt that these things were in huge conflict with the worldview she had developed over the years. Even though she had experienced such magical things as traveling to another world, she still couldn't understand it. Why can ore be planted?
I don't know. Let's try it.
David was very confident in his golden finger. Although there was no instruction manual or various explanations, he felt that his judgment was absolutely correct. Everyone stood behind the wooden house and looked at the location where the spherical crystal was buried in the wind and snow. After waiting for a long time, they didn't see any reaction.
Are we going to wait here forever?
Leonard couldn't stand it at first. He usually lives in Los Angeles, where the temperature is very comfortable all year round. In Winter Village, where there are months of low temperatures, the surroundings are still peaceful. There was no obstruction in the plane, and the knife-like wind blew on his body, mixed with snowflakes that penetrated into the gaps in his clothes. The sour feeling made Leonard, whose body was worse than that of ordinary people, almost collapse.
I mean, we can first go stay in a warm room and check back in a few hours. Well, good idea. Let's go to the cafeteria.
The space in the canteen is large enough. And after David thought of the radiator, the most radiators were installed in the canteen. In addition, there are also delicacies made by Jonah. Now people in Winter Village like to stay in the canteen when they have nothing to do. Canteen. Even if you don't eat anything, it's still a good choice to sit there and chat. A group of people poured into the canteen again, looking at the lively environment inside. It already felt like entering a lively restaurant or pub. Jonah stayed behind the bar, chatting with people. As the population of Winter Village increased, the canteen also increased its staff. Some craftsmen's families would come to the canteen to help with work, so Jonah did not have to do all the cooking and entertaining alone, washing dishes and cleaning and other various tasks. Seeing David and his group coming in, everyone in the cafeteria greeted David. The former stonemason union members were very grateful to the village chief who provided them with a new life. At least after this period of time, no one said they missed the time in the Brotherhood more. Everyone found an empty table, and Jonah came over at the right time to entertain these people personally. In fact, in the eyes of the villagers of Cold Winter Village, these people around David are the senior officials of Cold Winter Village. The villagers are usually very respectful to these people. After all, whether it was the farmer who Maloney originally gave to David, or the serf sent by Elizabeth, or the people from the Masons' Union, they all live in a world with a strict hierarchy. And no one thinks that there is anything wrong with David's group of people having privileges.
What do you want to eat?
Jonah looked at the snow on this group of people and knew that they had spent a lot of time outside.
I personally recommend stew, which may help your bodies warm up faster. Just stew.
David is not picky about food. If he were picky, he wouldn't be able to live in this world for so long. And since Jonah came to Winter Village, he no longer has to worry about what to eat. It's up to Jonah to decide. And Jonah will come up with something new for him every time. And they all taste great.
Wait a moment. The hot stew will be ready soon.
After Jonah asked everyone if they had any additional needs, he went to the kitchen to get busy. David and the others were still clearing away the snow on their bodies at this time, and looked at Sheldon with strange expressions on his face as he half-crouched, with his hands in front of him and behind him, walking around lightly.
Sheldon, what are you doing?
If Sheldon's hands were in front, he would be a large mantis.
I'm trying to enter the interlayer between the world and the shadow space.
Sheldon didn't even raise his head, continuing to maintain the sneak posture.
This is the method Edwin taught me. Have you ever succeeded?
Sheldon stood up straight with an unhappy look on his face, looked at a table of people looking at him, and lowered his head helplessly.
No. Then why not come and have something to eat first, and then continue trying? Oh no. My daily menu is fixed.
Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Leonard.
Sheldon, we are not in Los Angeles now. We don't have the restaurants on your menu here. You're right.
Sheldon nodded, then stared at Leonard.
Leonard, take me back for dinner.
No. Leonard seemed to have anticipated the other party's reaction. He rejected Sheldon flatly and blocked the other party's words before Sheldon could protest.
We are in Winter Village now. Don't you want to try the specialty foods of this world? What kind of special food can a civilization in the Middle Ages have? Boiled meat? Barbecue? And it doesn't have any seasoning. And maybe it contains a special virus from another world.
Sheldon muttered for a long time, and finally decided to go back to eat. Better.
Leonard, send me back.
Leonard felt a headache, and while he was trying to persuade Sheldon, David was chatting with Fording about another matter.
The things you asked me to help find someone to identify some time ago have been identified.
Fording left the death mine after sending 400 people from the Defias Brotherhood to Winter Village, and then returned to Winter. The village rested for a while. He wanted to take advantage of this time to read all the chronicles and clear all the games he had not yet finished. But David found him and asked him to help find someone to identify a piece of metal found on the assassin. This job is not particularly urgent. Fording can just go to Azeroth when he has time. David also gave extra instructions. No matter whether this thing can be identified or not, there is no need to bring it back. It can be directly transferred to Azeroth. The world of Zerath was destroyed. Originally. Some time passed, and David was about to forget about it. Fording suddenly said that there was a result.
I wanted to tell you directly before, but Laura said that there was a discovery in Will, and everyone had to go see Will.
She said she will call you over if you have a new discovery.
Oh, David nodded. This matter was not urgent to begin with. Being half a day or a day late was no big deal. Now he was even more curious about the identification results.
Is there anything special about that thing? It's nothing special. It contains very little energy and has only one purpose. What does it do? A kind of identification.
Fording paused and added,
because there is no correct identification method. We can only see so much. I see.
David nodded and thought of another point.
Does this mean that this assassin is organized? Yes. Otherwise there is no need to use this method.
From what organization? Is it just a so-called temple? David thought for a while and found that he still had too little information to make an accurate judgment.
We have to collect all kinds of information about this temple.
Chapter 78, counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. David did not continue talking about the temple with Fording. After all, it was not something that was urgently dealt with at the moment. Then he asked Fording how much of the chronicles he had read. How are you playing those games?
I've finished all the Warcraft campaign plots. And with the contents in the chronicles, I already know what's going to happen next.
Fording sighed, not knowing if he didn't look at it. He was shocked when he saw it. He didn't expect that his world would be so troubled by disasters. The natural disasters and plagues that were about to break out were just the beginning. Compared with the previous war with the orcs, it was nothing at all.
Have you decided what to do next? I thought of many ways. But Lordaeron doesn't have much room for change.
After Fording briefly explained, David understood the specific situation. There is less than a day left until the scourge breaks out in the kingdom of Lordaeron. Arthas massacres Stratholme, goes to Northrend and comes back with Frostmourne to stab the old king, and leads the scourge to sweep across the northern region of the eastern kingdom. It's going to happen in a year. The Burning Legion, Lich King Nazul, and the Dread Lord, all parties have completed various deployments. And now those things are on track. They are just waiting for the right opportunity to break out in Arthas. And this is the opportunity. Now it is impossible for Fording to eliminate various crises from the source.
If I were still the great lord of Hearthland, there would still be some hope.
Now, Fording sighed helplessly. The destruction of the kingdom of Lordaeron was unavoidable. All he could do seemed to be to save the natural disaster. Many civilians who suffered during the raging.
I hope the kingdom of Stormwind can help.
Hearing what Fording said, David knew that Fording had made up his mind to find trouble with Onyxia. But David was not optimistic about the Stormwind Kingdom's help.
Maybe King Varian is willing to help. But the nobles of Stormwind Kingdom, haha.
Varian may be a hero. But is he a good king? This question is really hard to answer. If the villagers in the cafeteria were to answer this question, Varian would only be considered a fool.
Other than that, I can only think of returning to Hearthland.
Although Fording was deprived of his status as the Lord of Hearthland and was expelled from the territory.
With Fording's popularity in Lordaeron when the kingdom fell into a huge crisis, it was not difficult to go back and cheer up and regain control of Hearthland. Even once the news of Fording's return to Hearthland spreads, the Paladins of the Knights of the Silver Hand who were defeated by the Scourge will have a clear target to defect to, which may avoid subsequent splits. With such a powerful military force, and Fording, one of the first 5 great Paladins, taking command, Hearthland will inevitably become a thorn in the side of the Scourge. Then Hearthland will not be like the original history, when Alsa sent people they were beaten casually, and the remnant soldiers who suppressed the Silver Hand, ignored them after being defeated, and eventually became an important base for the Scarlet Crusade. Arthas will definitely use all his strength to eliminate the threat of Forge Ring before he can continue to attack Quel'Thalas with confidence.
In this case, it may be possible to avoid the destruction of Silver Moon City and Sunwell.
Fording didn't know whether his idea would succeed, but he had to try it. Hearthland was his territory, and his wife and son lived there. Could it be that he was allowed to watch the natural disasters raging and do nothing? Whether as a great lord, a husband, or a father, he had to do something. At this time, David could only express his support.
Remember, Winter Village will be your solid backing.
He didn't say that the situation was really critical, so he took people to Winter Village. Fording was not fool. He knows when to retreat.
I'm very confident in my next actions, because I know you will fully support me.
Fording patted David's thin shoulder. Although they didn't get along for a particularly long time, he believed that David would offer whatever help you can when you ask. At the same time, the existence of Winter Village also gave him the confidence to choose to go back, even if he really couldn't defend Hearthland. As long as he could gather enough civilians and save more Knights of the Silver Hand, his trip would be worthwhile. Consider it a failure. The worst thing is to bring everyone to Winter Village before the city is broken. There are Paladins. Lord Darren has retained the seeds, leaving new hope for the future. If you are lucky enough, you may be able to retain the blood of the Lord Darren royal family, so that the kingdom of Lord Darren will not be completely destroyed. David didn't know Fording's thoughts at this time, but he could more or less guess that anyone who had read Chronicles and had some understanding of the plot of Warcraft would think of this. When coupled with Fording's identity, it was impossible for him to ignore the royal bloodline that unexpectedly survived the invasion of the Scourge, Kalia Menethil, the sister of Arthas Menethil.
By the way, if possible, I hope to get more weapons.
This sentence was not said to David, but to Laura, who turned to the side. In fact, when Fording and David were talking, everyone kept quiet, including when Jonah brought the stew. He did not disturb these two people. Sheldon, who had previously argued with Leonard about whether to go back for dinner, remained quiet at this time, wanting to hear more breaking news.
Ordinary weapons may not be very effective against the undead creatures of the Scourge. Let's get more heavy machine guns, mortars, incendiary bombs, and the like.
David felt that if enough weapons were placed on the walls of Hearthland, heavy machine guns may be able to weaken the Scourge's numerical advantage to the greatest extent.
No problem. Leave it to me.
After a period of adaptation, Laura has figured out the actual power of her company. Purchasing weapons is no longer as troublesome as before. If she wants, she can go overseas. Large quantities of weapons were purchased, and even heavy weapons could be purchased. The main reason why we did not buy them was because they could not be transported to Winter Village.
Would you like to buy some landmines? Of course I want to buy it.
Fording has already conceived the outer defense line of Hearthglen in his mind. There will definitely be many potholes, horse barriers, and barbed wire fences. Of course, mines must also be placed. If possible, he would like to get a few. The heavy artillery went back, but it was a bit difficult.
What else can I get? I might have to inquire about this to be sure. Okay, I'm waiting for news about you.
Fording is not in a hurry. Next, he wants to solve the Black Dragon problem in Stormwind City. He still wants to try his best to win the foreign aid of Stormwind Kingdom. More importantly, it is useless for him to go back early, before the crisis completely breaks out. He is still a sinner, and is not allowed to return to his territory. Only when the crisis breaks out, and the kingdom of Lord Darren falls into chaos, can he be reasonable. Go back. Although it made people speechless, there was nothing he could do. After several people finished chatting, Sheldon and Leonard let out a sigh of relief.
Wow! I heard something amazing. Tyrion Fordring versus Arthas Menethil. Will the decisive battle in Icecrown be staged in Hearthland in advance?
Sheldon's eyes were shining, and he wished he could watch it in person. But it's a pity. He already knew he couldn't get to Azeroth.
What a shame.
After talking about business, everyone quickly finished the delicious stew, and then came to the back of David's wooden house again, where the spherical crystal was buried. After clearing away the snow that once again covered the ground, everyone still didn't see the crystal mine emerging.
Give it some time.
David sighed helplessly.
It seems like this thing can't grow by just counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Everyone dispersed, and David returned to his cabin, preparing to practice the holy light in the cabin to kill his free time today. Because of the snow, no one wanted to exercise outside. Leonard and Sheldon chose to go back to their homes, when there was no excitement to watch. Will continued to study crystal minerals in the blacksmith shop. After discovering that crystal minerals could strengthen weapons, he wanted to try whether he could directly use the crystal minerals themselves to make weapons. In addition, he also received an additional order from David, which was to use the light cast iron previously given to David by Forting to create various parts according to the drawings Laura brought. Will, who had accumulated a lot of knowledge, could tell at a glance that this was a pistol part. It seemed that David wanted to make a pistol made of light cast iron. Will was also curious about firearms made of this metal. Will there be any special effects? Therefore, the little blacksmith, who used to be the most leisurely in the village, has been very busy recently. He only has some free time before going to bed in the evening, and goes to Port Royal to go on a date with Elizabeth. Mark was free. After entering winter, he could no longer plant new varieties of vegetables. On the contrary, he had planted many crops before, making him the man with the most varieties of vegetables in the village. Mark did not hide his secrets, and planted all the vegetables. It was given to Jonah so that Jonah could make more delicious food. But today, Mark took out several processed vegetables from the canteen and came to David's wooden house.
You want Chinese cabbage, baby cabbage, and potatoes.
There were no documents or books on David's desk, but a strange-looking copper product. There was an opening underneath, and inside were several burning coals, like smoke rising from the top of a chimney column. And in the surrounding basins, containing clean water, it has begun to boil.
What's this? Of course you have to eat hot pot on such a snowy day.
David didn't look up at Mark. He turned around and took a few bags of base ingredients from Laura's hand, then poured them all into the water. He was satisfied when he saw the water turn red. Nodding.
Where's Jonah? He's filleting meat and fish. Come right over.
Chapter 79 Hammer of Judgment. Under the ice and snow, the wooden house stove, and the hot pot, David felt that today was the most enjoyable day since he came to this world. This put David in a good mood for the next few days. After enjoying a hot pot meal, good news came one after another in the village. After discovering that crystal or powder can strengthen weapons, Will made a new attempt and directly used large pieces of crystal ore to build weapons. And it was a success. David looked at the hammer head in front of him, which seemed to be made of 3 layers of crystals. He didn't know how to evaluate this thing.
The handle is made of light cast iron mixed with other metals. After it is made, this one-handed hammer seems to have some sacred aura. I'm not sure. You need to judge whether it is.
Will has only seen the saint light. I have never experienced it. There was holy light infused into Mark's body, but his talent for the holy light was too poor. Although he felt that the hammer contained a sacred aura, he was not sure whether his judgment was correct.
It does have an obvious sacred aura.
David held the one-handed hammer with a pink crystal ore as the hammer head in his hand, and noticed that there was also a small piece of pink crystal ore at the end of the handle.
That piece of pink crystal ore were all the crystal mines used to build this weapon. There are also some bits and pieces left over, and the slightly larger ones are given to Leonard and Sheldon for experimentation. The rest are crushed into powder and used to make other weapons.
Will pointed to a box next to him, which contained the remaining powder. David glanced at it, then looked away, and continued to look at the one-handed hammer in his hand. This one-handed hammer is not big, and the handle is not long. It is only suitable for one-handed use.
However, if this crystal ore is used as the hammer head, can it really be used to hit people? Believe me, it's much more powerful than you expected.
Will was very confident in his work. Not to mention that after successfully building the weapon, he briefly tested it himself and found that it was stronger than the weapon mixed with crystal or powder. The weapon is much more powerful, and is the most powerful weapon he has ever created.
That's it.
David swung it hard a few times. He didn't use the hammer to hit any targets. When he saw the golden light flashing when the hammer was swung, he understood why this thing was so powerful. This weapon made of crystal ore will release very strong energy when used. In other words, when using this weapon, you do not use the hammer itself made of crystal ore to attack, but rely on the energy contained in the hammer. Attack the enemy. In addition, David discovered changes in the energy properties of the hammer, using light cast iron to make the hammer handle, and connecting it to the crystal ore. The energy properties in the crystal ore changed from pure energy to holy light, and it can respond to the holy light in David's body, which also allows David, who possesses the holy light, to explode with greater power when using this weapon.
This is not only a weapon, but also a spellcasting prop.
It is unclear what other functions this hammer has, even if it only assists in releasing and strengthening the holy light spell. It is of great value.
I have felt this way before, but I'm worried that my feeling is not accurate. Now that you say so, I am sure that directly using crystal ore to make weapons and equipment is the right idea.
Mark and Will next to him gave high fives to celebrate this time with the success. Will was originally worried that he would waste a large piece of crystal ore. Now that he has achieved results, he can finally breathe a sigh of relief.
It is a special weapon after all. Do you want to give it a name?
Hearing Mark's suggestion, Will shook his head.
Let David choose the name. This weapon is closely related to the Holy Light. I don't know what kind of name is suitable. Should I come up with a name?
David looked at the shape of the hammer in his hand and found that it was very similar to the equipment he was very familiar with.
Let's call it the Hammer of Judgment.
After swinging it for a few more times, David felt that the hammer was quite handy. It might replace the axe as his sidearm, but it shouldn't be used as a throwing axe. Right? It's not that the hammer doesn't do much damage if thrown, but it's such a precious weapon that he can't throw it like an ordinary axe without feeling distressed. What should he do if he can't get it back after throwing it? Hanging the hammer on his waist, David realized that if he wanted to carry the Hammer of Judgment with him, he would need to make a special hanging strap on his belt, or have some special storage space.
I always feel like I'm lacking something, but it turns out I'm missing a storage item.
It's a pity that this kind of space prop is not something you can get if you want it, even in the world of Azeroth. After removing the gameplay, storage equipment is very rare. Then David looked at the spear that was made for Sharon. It was a weapon similar to a knight's spear. According to Will, it was made according to Sharon's description. At the same time, the shield Sharon wanted was not his. The round shield commonly used by parents is a shield close to the shape of an inverted triangle. In addition to these, David also saw the gun parts that he asked Will to build. Because they are purely handmade and various parts have strict specifications, the manufacturing speed is really slow, and only a small part has been completed so far.
The gun you want will probably take more time to complete. It's okay. I'm not in a hurry.
David asked Laura to hire a specialized firearms designer to design this gun according to his requirements. After purchasing a batch of raw materials, he gave it to Will along with the bare cast iron, and then manufactured by Will. This thing was a weapon David wanted to make on a whim. No one knew whether it could be made or how effective it would be. It's okay if you don't have anything to do at ordinary times. But now when there are more important things to deal with, the priority of this work has to be moved back.
By the way, if everything goes well, you will need to build a weapon similar to the Hammer of Judgment for Tyrion next.
Fording will not only have to fight with the Black Dragon Princess, but also return to the kingdom of Lordaeron to fight against the Scourge. He is the one who needs new weapons and armor the most.
There are not many crystal mines left.
Will frowned. This kind of weapon is not difficult to make. The main thing is raw materials. It requires a large enough crystal mine to make it.
Could it be? Yes. I just took a look before I came here, and another crystal mine broke out of the ground.
Compared with watching the crystal mine break through the ground and grow up, the growth rate of the crystal mine this time is much slower. Judging from the current speed, it will take several days to obtain a crystal mine large enough to build a heavy weapon for Fording.
As long as there are materials, it can be completed quickly. Does Tyrion have any requirements for the type of weapons?
Will emphasized when he said this.
I have not yet studied how to use crystal ore to make swords. Create a two-handed hammer.
10 out of 10 of these paladins of Azeroth are good at two-handed hammers. If you don't know what to use, give them a two-handed hammer. There is absolutely no need to worry that they won't be able to use it.
Is cast iron enough? If you just make the hammer handle of a two-handed hammer and match it with other metals, it will definitely be enough.
When he came out of Will's blacksmith shop, he was blown by a gust of cold wind. Although his much stronger physique prevented David from feeling particularly cold, he still tightened his heavy cloak habitually. Mark, who followed him out, took a look at David's all-black furry thick cloak, and joked,
"Why aren't you wearing the red cloak that Laura gave you? I kept that cloak for collection."
David would not tell Mark that the cloak was almost damaged by the two of them a few days ago, and could no longer be worn out.
This one was also a gift from Laura.
Mark rolled his eyes. Most of the clothes worn by everyone in the village were given by Laura. Laura basically contracted the supply of various materials for the entire winter village.
But this outfit is very suitable for this place. You only need one thing now.
Wearing gorgeous armor. This cloak is customized according to the style of this world.
David looked at the villagers around him chatting happily, while the children were having snowball fights and building snowmen. They seemed not to care about the cold environment and relaxed a little. Dessert. He was originally worried that this heavy snow would make many villagers feel uncomfortable, and they might want to leave this cold place. Now it seems that he does not have to worry about this happening for the time being. These villagers who have just arrived in Winter Village, very satisfied with current living situation.
By the way, how is the situation over there? Hasn't there been a rescue plan on Earth? Everything is going well over there.
Mark had contacted the Earth in his own world a long time ago. After a series of communications, the two parties determined that Mark's side had the ability to ensure its long-term survival. The plot is such that a rocket is launched in a hurry to deliver supplies. But due to the rush and failure to conduct testing, the rocket explodes, which leads to the rescue plot. This time, the Earth had enough time to manufacture and conduct testing according to the prescribed procedures. So the rocket took off smoothly with the materials and was about to reach Mars. So you're going to get a new batch of supplies right away? Yes.
If the current situation continues, Mark will live longer than in the original plot. After obtaining the supplies, the Earth will not take risks and let the crew of the Hermes use the slingshot effect to accelerate back to Mars for rescue.
In this case, can your Mars base still hold up?
I remember that in the original plot, the potato-growing cabin was damaged and exploded. But it seems that this has not happened now.
I carefully checked the situation at the base every day. I only found one damage, which was repaired in time. Other than that, I didn't find any problems.
Listening to Mark's description, David suspected that Mark had not returned to Earth even after Wintertown was built. At this moment, Leonard ran over with Sheldon and Howard, shouting as he ran.
Success! We succeeded?
Chapter 80 Winter Fortress version 1.0. Leonard, Sheldon, Howard and Raj, for good friends, came to David with a box in their hands, and their faces were full of joy.
We made it. Look.
David looked at a few people wearing a few thin coats, and was not in a hurry to look at what Leonard was holding. He called a few people to go to the cafeteria quickly.
Go to the cafeteria first. If I talk here, you will all catch a cold.
I think David is right.
Raj could speak normally when there were no women around. He was also the first person to realize that the temperature was too low. After all, he comes from a very hot country, and now he lives in an area with spring-like weather all year round.
If I stay here for another minute, I will turn into an ice sculpture and stay on this land forever. In that case, you may become an iconic attraction in Winter Village.
Howard posed as if he was frozen to death, and then rushed into the cafeteria with his shoulders trembling. David and Mark finally followed a few people into the cafeteria. The 4 people had already sat at the bar and asked Jonah for hot soup or hot drinks. David did not rush. He waited for several people to drink the hot drinks one after another and warmed up before asking,
"Have you figured out how to use the energy in the crystal mine?"
"Yes." Howard brought the box that Leonard was holding in front of David and opened the lid of the box so that David could see the contents inside.
It's actually very simple. Not as complicated as we thought before. Complex?
David looked down and saw that there were some very simple circuits in the box. And at the end there was a light bulb. Anyone who has been to elementary school has seen it or even made it with his own hands. As soon as this thing was displayed, David understood what Howard wanted to express.
"You mean the crystal ore can be used as a battery?"
Howard took out a small crystal ore, put it into the special card slot, connected the originally disconnected switch, and the light bulb turned on as expected.
Long-lasting and stable. It's so easy. How did you discover this?
David just asked casually. Unexpectedly, this question quickly caused the pride on Howard's face to disappear. He put on an embarrassed expression and muttered in a very unnatural tone,
"Put the crystal ore in."
"I use it as a battery in my lightsaber."
It sounds like something Howard would do. David was glad that Howard only wanted to use the crystal ore as a battery for the lightsaber, and not some other strange thing. Otherwise, he would not be able to look directly at this kind of energy source in the future. It can also be used as a weapon strengthening material, or even as a main raw material for making weapons.
No matter what, we finally know how to use the energy here.
Howard felt that he could flex his muscles and design a series of equipment that uses crystal mines as energy to bring Winter Village into a new era.
Winter Village Chief Engineer, Howard Wulowitz. Sounds great. It's Winter Town. If David wants, he can just change its name to Winter City.
Everyone turned around following the sound and noticed Edwin Van Cleef, who was eating next to him with his child. Judging from the food placed in front of him, Van Cleef must have been sitting here for a while.
"Edwin." "David."
The two nodded and greeted each other, and David greeted Edwin's daughter Vanessa Van Cleef. The little girl waved to David happily. For Vanessa, she didn't know why her father kept moving with her. But after arriving in Winter Village, her father told her that he would not move again. The girl was very happy after hearing the news. So she was very happy for Dai. Wei is very fond of this person who saves her family from having to run around. And she will wave enthusiastically every time she sees him.
Hello, David. Hello, Vanessa.
After saying hello, David did not ignore Edwin Van Cleef's previous words. Although he did not want to disturb the family time of father and daughter. Edwin Van Cleef had already adopted a come and ask posture. It was hard for him to pretend not to see it.
The design plan for Winter Town has been released. It's just a sketch.
Van Cleef took out a notebook from his arms.
I originally wanted to discuss it with you later. But since I met you, I don't have anything to do now. Right.
David glanced at Howard and others next to him. They were staring at the notebook in Van Cleef's hand with curious faces. It was obvious that they also wanted to see the construction plan of Winter Town.
No. Let's take a look together.
Moving from the bar to the long empty table next to it, Van Cleef opened the notebook in his hand and placed it on the table. He introduced his design to David, who was standing next to him. As for the sketch drawn in the notebook, it's just a sketch, and I can only roughly see the outline.
I plan to build a winter fortress here, which is to the north of the current winter village, next to the current location of the village.
Fortunately, everyone present was smart enough. Following Edwin Van Cleef's explanation, you can already understand the various plans on this sketch.
Build the entire winter city with the winter fortress as the core.
According to Van Cleef's plan, Winter Fortress is the core area of Winter City, and is a multifunctional fortress including a castle. In addition to being the Lord's residence, garden, and library, it also houses Winter City's town hall, various offices, and functions such as summoning foreign guests and holding meetings. As a fortress, there is also a separate military camp inside the Winter Fortress to facilitate the garrison of soldiers, with stables, blacksmith shops, warehouses, and other facilities. Listening to Edwin Van Cleef's explanation, David felt that just this so-called Winter Fortress was more perfect than the Winter Town he wanted.
Winter Fortress has complete drainage and sewage facilities to ensure that there will be no water accumulation even in heavy rains.
After roughly introducing the situation, Edwin Van Cleef looked at David and wanted to ask David for his opinion. However, he felt that his design was already perfect. Once the Winter Fortress is completed, it will definitely be better than the Storm Fortress, the perfect castle. And because of his experience in building Stormwind City, if David can obtain the right materials, he can also ensure that Winter Fortress has good defense against the invasion of mysterious forces. As a result, before Edwin Van Cleef could wait for David's praise, his good mood was disturbed by the people next to him.
Have you considered the water supply, heating and power supply?
Howard looked at the scrawled drawings in Van Cleef's notes, trying to find the laying plan of these lines.
And how are the sewage pipes in the bathroom planned? Have you considered the network lines?
Sheldon also interjected.
Even if there is no global network, there should be no problem with the local area network. I am going to set up a few servers.
Edwin Van Cleef, who was a little dizzy after being bombarded by several people around him, found that the situation seemed completely different from what he thought. He found that he had ignored many issues. He had actually seen running water, heating, etc., but he did not feel that these things conflicted with his design. But when Howard, Leonard, and Sheldon, who was giving him a huge headache, kept pointing out various problems, he realized that his design concept seemed to be seriously lagging behind and could not adapt to the conditions of Winter Village. I asked carefully what was going on with the water system. What happened to the power supply system? In addition, there was a sample carried by Howard next to him. And when he understood that the power supply system was to expand that small thing countless times, and even cover the entire city, Van Cleef finally realized that he needed to learn a lot of new knowledge.
It doesn't matter. The winter in Winter Village is very long anyway.
And there is enough time for you to make various preparations.
David was not dissatisfied with Van Cleef's design, and the only flaws were those mentioned by Leonard and the others. These problems are not due to Van Cleef's incompetence, but his lack of understanding of new things and his eagerness to prove his abilities in front of David, which led to the current situation. This is nothing. With Van Cleef's ability, if he goes back to catch up on some knowledge and learn new concepts, he will soon be able to integrate those things and create a more complete design.
Sheldon, I'm afraid I have to trouble you to teach me some new knowledge in the next period of time.
Van Cleef glanced at Sheldon, who always pestered him and asked him all kinds of troublesome questions.
In return, I will teach you how to become a true assassin. Really? That's great. Oh, bad choice. This is really unwise. I can already foresee what is going to happen next.
Leonard, Howard, and Raj looked at Edwin Van Cleef. All of them, it's a you're in big trouble expression. Edwin Van Cleef knew that Sheldon was annoying, but he didn't care too much. He decided to start teaching Sheldon how to become a real assassin tomorrow and learn some modern knowledge from him. Devin took his daughter and left.
How many days do you think Sheldon can survive in front of Edwin Van Cleef?
Howard waited until the father and daughter walked out of the cafeteria and immediately started the bet.
I think 1 day at most. 3 hours.
Raj gave the new unit, and the two finally looked at Leonard together.
That's the leader of the Defias Brotherhood. The final boss of the Death Mine, and Sheldon Cooper Sheldon will definitely not survive half an hour.
Sheldon looked at these people unhappily, and when he was about to say something, he heard David reminding them.
No matter what happens, Edwin will not kill Sheldon. But as a good assassin, Edwin should know how to use poison to teach Sheldon a lesson without actually hurting him.
After hearing David's words, the other three people thought for a few seconds and nodded in agreement.
Chapter 81. The news brought back by Addis.
Thousands of miles of ice. Thousands of miles of snow.
David stood at the end of the village, looking at the endless snowfield scenery. He started to read the poem, but after he started, it disappeared.
What's the next sentence?
Although his mental power has been greatly improved, knowledge that has not been used for a long time is like items piled in the corner of a warehouse. It takes time to think of it. Before he could think of it, a small figure had already walked up to him. It was none other than the old hunter Addis, who had been away for some time. David stood here and saw Addis coming back, so he specially greeted him here.
You're back. Well, this trip took a little longer.
And Addis tightened the heavy cloak around him.
I'm a little unprepared for the winter in this area.
Although it was troublesome to collect information in Iron Tree Fort, it did not stump Addis, an old hunter. In addition to finding out a lot of information through the connections in Iron Tree Fort, he also found his elf friends and got more information from them, because they have been at war with humans for a long time. The elves in the Iron Tree Forest are also trying their best to collect all the information they can. It is impossible to tell Addis all of these things, but some contents can be revealed. After sorting out all kinds of information and confirming that he could not get any more information, Addis wanted to return to Winter Village before the weather was not too cold. As a result, he underestimated the horror of winter on the northern plains. Winter had just begun over at Taishibo, and it had already turned into a vast white snowfield. The open terrain had no obstructions, and it also allowed Addis to feel the knife-like cold wind. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to walk back to Winter Village, so he had to turn around and return to Iron Tree Fort. After buying enough cold-proof clothes and more food, he actually embarked on the road back to Winter Village.
But I've only been away for a few months. Right.
Addis looked at the lively Winter Village and wondered if he had gone in the wrong direction and gone to another village. I have only been away for such a short time. Why are there so many people in the village? David took Addis to the canteen and briefly talked about what happened recently, when he heard that Fording had recruited 400 people, all of whom were craftsmen and their families. The old hunter's expression was so wonderful that he finally couldn't bear the questions he had been holding back for a long time.
Tyrion Fordring should come from a very powerful family. Right. It is indeed very powerful.
David thought for a while. As the Lord of Hearthglen in the Kingdom of Lordaeron, Fording is considered the top noble in the Kingdom of Lordaeron. If you include one of the leaders of the Knights of the Silver Hand, and the first generation one of the Paladins and other auras, the Fordring family undoubtedly stands at the top of the human race in the world of Azeroth.
Then why did he come here?
What Addis couldn't understand was that if the Fordring family was really so powerful, why would Tyrion come to the remote Winter Village? Why are you willing to help David?
Tyrion was expelled because of some things.
Oh. Addis didn't ask too carefully. When he heard that he was being expelled, he knew it wouldn't be a good thing. It's no wonder Fording came to live in a remote place like Winter Village. The two people quickly arrived at the canteen, opened the door of the canteen, and stepped inside. The warm air hit Addis's face, making his face that was almost frozen come to life in an instant.
It's so hot!
Looking around, there were many people sitting in this vast canteen. Everyone greeted David warmly when they saw him coming in. Addis stood at the door for a while, and could see that these new villagers were here, very respectful to David, the village chief.
Why is it so warm in here? Because of that.
David pointed to the radiators installed around the house.
That is a heating device called a radiator. which allows people in the village not to worry about the cold environment outside. What a good thing!
Although he didn't understand how this kind of thing worked. After personally experiencing the power of the radiator, Addis also realized how important this thing was to Winter Village. A village in a cold place. What value does it have? The villagers don't have to worry about the cold in winter, and they can steadily produce crops and get enough food to live. Then ordinary villagers will be willing to live for a long time. After living in this way for a few years, the villagers will develop feelings for this place, and truly I regard this place as my home, and I don't want to leave. With hundreds of people willing to live there for a long time, including craftsmen, David's winter village will even become the most prosperous village in the area. That way, he doesn't seem to have to worry about what happens next year.
Not worried.
When David saw Addis, he noticed the unconcealed sadness on the old hunter's face, and guessed that the news he got was not good for Winter Village. After seeing that Addis no longer looked worried at this time, he guessed that the trouble he would face next year might not be as serious as originally expected.
First drink some hot soup to warm yourself up. This is Jonah, Laura's friend, and now the chef in the village. The food he makes is very delicious.
By the way, Jonah was introduced to Addis, and then the two of them sat down in the corner of the bar. They were chatting in low voices about the news that Addis had found out this time. According to Addis's description, after next spring, at least 10 or more families will send teams to the northern plains to reclaim land and build villages. Some of these families are strong or weak, and some weak families will also join forces with other families. Anyway, the nobles of Taishubo have taken collective action. At least a few families have not taken any action.
Most of them are concentrated between Winter Village and Snowfield Castle.
It's not surprising that most villages would choose this area. According to the information currently available at Iron Tree Fort, the area around Cold Winter Village is considered a relatively safe area. Going further south is too close to the Iron Tree Forest, and it is very likely that they will be attacked by elves like the previous pioneering team. Although there is a vast land on the east side of the northern plain, that is, to the east of Snowfield Castle, due to the presence of orcs, only a few people who are strong-minded or confident in their own strength are ready to go to that area to occupy a larger area. Soil of.
Some people actually want to build villages and towns in the east. In this case, the elves can't really scare those guys.
The humans of Iron Tree Fort have been fighting with the elves in Iron Tree Forest for so many years, and they have always had the upper hand. Otherwise, Iron Tree Fort would not be able to become the largest timber supplier in the Kingdom of Thailand. The elves in the Iron Tree Forest were helpless to humans, so they watched helplessly as they continued to cut down the iron trees, causing the elves' living area to shrink.
Yes!
Addis also told the news he had obtained from the elves.
So, the elves are preparing to take the initiative this time.
Oh!
In that case, it would be really exciting.
It is normal for the elves to take the initiative. Otherwise they will be attacked from the southeast and north by the humans of Iron Tree Fort. The elves will not have a good life in the future. They must eliminate the hidden dangers in one direction before the humans gain a stable foothold. David was very curious. After the elves wiped out the human villages this time, would they continue to retreat to the forest? Or would they build a fortress directly to the north of the Iron Tree Forest? If they retreat deep into the forest again, humans will continue to build villages here, eating away at the power of the elves bit by bit. But if the elves prepare to build a fortress, that would be interesting. Will the entire northern plain become a multi-force melee between the three races?
Next year, this originally desolate plain will become very lively.
Addis drank a few mouthfuls of hot soup. After his whole body warmed up, he took off his heavy cloak and turned to look at the people sitting in the canteen. A large number of villagers said,
"However, as long as those guys don't unite to deal with us, we don't have to worry about anything."
The biggest problem before was the inability to recruit more villagers. Now this problem has been solved. A few hundred people can be regarded as a town in the Thailand Kingdom, as long as this population is properly utilized. Winter Village can become the largest town in the northern plains.
Now that we have enough population, should we submit an application to upgrade Winter Village to Winter Town? I'm already making preparations for this.
All the documents have been prepared. The next step is to wait for Van Cleef's design drawings, and then the entire village will start upgrading various facilities. He doesn't need to wait until it's completed. As long as he starts construction and has a rough plan, he can go to Iron Tree Fort to apply for an upgrade with the relevant documents.
Iron Tree Castle may not be happy to handle this matter for you.
Addis didn't know that Winter Village could develop so fast before setting off, but he still tried to find out what the nobles of Iron Tree Castle thought of Winter Village. There was nothing to say about attitude. Most of them just ignored this small village. But if Winter Village wants to be upgraded to Winter Town, these nobles cannot be ignored. This means that David will become a noble, which means there are more forces on the northern plains competing for territory and resources. Not to mention Fry among them. A family like St. who originally wanted to swallow up Winter Village.
So I will most likely go to the royal city.
After hearing the news from Addis, David felt that he must go to the royal city.
It just so happens that I haven't been to the royal city yet. This is not a trip. Not much differences.
When Addis faced David, he always felt like he would be pissed to death at any time. This kid has been like this since he was a child. Things that others valued very much seemed to him to be trivial matters that were not worth caring about. He originally thought that joining the development team would make him angry. He was told to sober up. But he came back with a big noise, leaving Addis very speechless.
If you want to go to the royal city, it's best to ask Laura to help you buy some decent clothes and some gifts. How about I go with you next year?
What?
Don't you trust me? Well, don't worry.
Chapter 82 Prophet David. Addis was worried that David would go to the king's city to make big news. But no matter how worried he was, he couldn't do anything now. As time went by, Winter Village ushered in the real winter.
The snow is so heavy. I thought we were in Siberia.
Laura stood in front of the window and looked at the wind and snow outside. There was already a lot of snow on the ground. The villagers in Winter Village were hiding at home. But they found the snow kept falling, and everyone was forced to go out and do some activities. Everyone is busy shoveling and piling snow, clearing the snow in front of the house, clearing the snow on the roof, lest the snow traps people in the house and prevents them from getting out, or the roof will be damaged, collapse. Not just ordinary villagers. Even David has to go out of the house from time to clear the snow around his wooden house.
I have said before that the winter here in Winter Village is not easy.
Compared with the beginning, there are wooden houses that can shelter from wind and snow, enough firewood and coal, warm clothes and pants, and enough food. The delicious food is perfect. And no matter how heavy the snowstorm is, it is just an adjustment in life, not a disaster.
I know, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful.
Laura reached out and patted David's increasingly strong back.
You actually survived 2 winters in this kind of environment? Yeah. Looking back now, I find it unbelievable.
The winter in Winter Village is not only cold, but also lasts long. However, the 2 winters I have endured previously were much shorter than this year. The temperature dropped much earlier this year than in previous years. And heavy snow also came earlier.
Maybe those 2 winters were a test for you.
Laura felt that it was because of this that David gained some kind of recognition and gained those magical abilities.
Maybe.
After taking a few sips of hot tea, David saw Leonard and Sheldon running through the wind and snow, and then disappeared at the entrance of the village.
What were they doing before? It seems that they want to check whether telegraph poles can be erected in the village. Telephone poles?
Laura was surprised. There is no power supply system in Winter Village. So why build telephone poles? Unless
they figure out how to use that kind of crystal or to provide power to the village. Yes.
After figuring out that the energy in the crystal mine could be directly utilized, Howard and Sheldon completed a series of plans in the shortest time, including the Winter Village Power Plant, the Winter Village Power Supply Line Network Sketch, the Winter Village Power Supply Network Sketch, and the Winter Village Power Supply Network Sketch. Infrastructure such as the Winter Village Waterworks and the Winter Village Server Station have all been designed by these people. As for the telephone poles, they are only temporary, and we want to provide electricity to the village first. Howard also often discussed with Van Cleef to determine how to better integrate these networks with Van Cleef's Winter City design, and design a perfect city while ensuring that all functions are complete.
It has electricity, running water, and it's a retro-style town. I'm suddenly full of expectations for the new city.
Laura is curious. What kind of city will be built in the end? Is it the kind of city that looks medieval on the outside, but turns out to be modern on the inside? Seems pretty good.
It shouldn't be long before we can see the design drawings.
The heavy snow has closed the doors. And even if the wind and snow have completely stopped, most people in the village can only hide in their homes to keep warm and wait for the end of the long winter. But David and his group are very busy. Leonard, Howard, and Raj, who are dressed like the Polar Expedition team, have already made a complete circuit map based on the environment around Winter Village. As long as they build power generation according to this map, facilities such as factories, water plants, and sewage treatment plants can not only meet the various needs of Winter Town, But when it is subsequently expanded into Winter City, it only needs to be extended and expanded according to the predetermined lines to meet the needs of a city. Of course, this refers to the cities of this world, not the big cities on Earth with millions or tens of millions of people at every turn. Then Cleef also completed a new design drawing. Because he often communicated with Sheldon, he included various lines in this design to ensure that the various lines can be better laid and maintained without affecting the city of beauty.
According to my design, at least before going beyond this design scope, there is no need to worry about the city's various water and electricity supplies.
All kinds of lines and pipes will be hidden, and only special stations will be left on the ground at fixed distances, convenient for inspection and repair. In addition, the biggest change in the design is the castle that David himself will live in. This two-story building with several stone pillars decorating the main entrance and back entrance is just short of being painted all white.
Who designed this thing?
Howard, Leonard and Raj all looked askance at the sky, while Sheldon looked proud.
How is it? Isn't it great?
Edwin Van Cleef didn't know what this thing was. He just said that this kind of building structure was simple and had poor defense. But it was indeed very comfortable and more suitable for living and David's personal office space. As for the offices of other officials in Winter City, a separate building can be built elsewhere in the fortress. But it will definitely not use the five-pointed star design Sheldon mentioned. David secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued to listen to Van Cleef's introduction. He felt that the design was already perfect and there was nothing that needed improvement.
Then, let's start the preliminary engineering according to this design. Immediately? Everyone has been idle for a long time. Do you want to continue to stay? I remember you said that the winter here is very long. Do you have to wait for a few more months before starting work?
Van Cleef really can't wait any longer. Not to mention that he can use it at hand. There is not much labor force, so we need to seize the time.
But the weather is too cold now, isn't it? And when the ground is frozen, we can't start this kind of project. Right. Don't underestimate us craftsmen. If we only compare our strength, we are not much worse than those warriors and knights.
Edwin Van Cleef was very confident in his 200 or so craftsmen.
Besides, the initial work it is about making various signs in the actual place and starting to make the required building materials. Once these tasks are completed,
perhaps the coldest period has passed. Well, you will be responsible for these professional matters anyway.
Give it to me. Seeing that Van Cleef looked like he was going to do something big, David knew that persuasion was useless. So he stopped trying to stop him. What's more, the people in the village are indeed a bit too idle now. Although the winter in Winter Village is long and the climate is bad, it shouldn't be a problem for these Azeroth people. Maybe after a while, they will really give themselves a huge surprise. Just after Van Cleef left, Fording, who hadn't seen him for a while, suddenly came over and winked at David. David understood, put on his clothes and thick cloak, and together with Fording, they left the canteen full of people and came outside covered in silver.
Which way to go? Go to the Winter River.
Fording was holding the warhammer was specially made for him. It was a long-handled two-handed hammer with a whole blue-purple crystal ore as the hammer head. They were also wearing a suit of armor, only partially obscured by a heavy cloak. David could only see part of it.
The armor is very beautiful.
Although he couldn't see the whole picture, David still praised.
Varian gave it to you?
Yes. A few months have passed since Van Cleef led the craftsmen of the Brotherhood to join the Winter Village. Fording has already understood the Chronicles and various games in sufficient detail, and has officially begun to implement his plan. The first step was to help the Kingdom of Stormwind get rid of the influence of the Black Dragon Princess Onyxia. Fording did not use any fancy tricks on this point. He directly revealed his identity and found the Holy Light Archbishop Benedictus of Stormwind City. The two together they found Varian Wren, and then launched a sneak attack on Onyxia, whose alias was Katrana Prester, in front of all the important officials in Stormwind City. With Fording's strength, it would be impossible for the Black Dragon Princess to catch the opponent's sneak attack without revealing her identity. As for Benedictus, no matter what will happen to him in the future, he is still the Holy Light Archbishop at this time. He could pretend not to know before, but after the Black Dragon Princess revealed her true identity, he could only firmly shout, "The Holy Light protects me," and then join the crowd surrounding the Black Dragon, facing the siege of Fordring. Benedictus, Varian, Bolvar, Windsor and countless elites from Stormwind City. The Black Dragon Princess Onyxia tried her best to escape from Stormwind City.
Although Onyxia was not killed on the spot, the Kingdom of Stormwind finally got rid of the control of the Black Dragon.
In return, Varian gave Fordring a set of armor made of bare iron and many rare metals, and promised to lend a helping hand when the kingdom of Lordaeron was in crisis. Not only did he repay Fordring for exposing the Black Dragon's conspiracy, it is also a reward for the kingdom of Lordaeron's help in rebuilding the kingdom of Stormwind. Will that Black Dragon come back for revenge? That's the matter of the kingdom of Stormwind. Fordring is not from the kingdom of Stormwind, so if helping once is not enough, do you have to keep helping? If the kingdom of Stormwind is toyed with by the Black Dragon over and over again, then they might as well quickly destroy the country. I asked you to come out and talk about this alone because there is someone who wants to see you. Huh? David realized that Fordring needed to avoid everyone and discuss it with him alone. This person's identity was very sensitive. Varian? Yes. Fordring stopped and looked at the Winter River in front of him, which was blown more violently than usual. Varian asked me why I knew about the Black Dragon's conspiracy and the upcoming encounter with the kingdom of Lordaeron. In times of crisis, I had to use you as an excuse, saying that I met a prophet in a magical place. You really know how to make excuses. Ha ha ha. Actually, to the people of Azeroth, you are indeed a prophet. Chapter 83 Varian. In 3 days, just 3 days, Van Cleef turned Winter Village into a huge construction site. Compared with the commotion made by Van Cleef and this group of craftsmen, the previous construction work in Winter Village was nothing more than children in mud. Looking at the various signs posted on the land in the entire area to the north of Winter Village, and the many people digging holes diligently, David had a clearer understanding of the working abilities of this group of Azerothians. I heard that Winter Village is about to be upgraded to Winter Town. I think I am completely qualified to serve as the governor of Winter Town. Sheldon stood in front of David and stared at David with longing eyes. I promise that Winter Town can be managed in an orderly manner. I believe you can do this. With Sheldon's level of obsessive-compulsive disorder, if he served as the governor of Winter Town, everything would indeed be in order. However, at that time, people in Winter Town also thought that Sheldon, the consul, is about to be hacked to death. If you want to serve as the consul of Winter Town, there is an issue that cannot be ignored. What? Are you going to quit your job at the university? Then move to Winter Town to settle down? Sheldon thought for a few seconds and felt that his abilities were completely adequate. It's not a problem. I can run both ways. But as a consul, you must be stationed in Winter Town for a long time to ensure that instructions are given in time when emergencies occur. David knew Sheldon's temper. This guy seemed to be quite young, but he was often a jerk. If a child has a bad temper, it is useless to reject him directly. He will pester you with various reasons that will leave you speechless. At this time, you need to follow his temper. For example, you must first recognize his ability, then raise some irrefutable objective questions, and let him personally tell the reasons why he cannot serve as a consul. The matter is over. After a few words made Sheldon realize that it was unrealistic for him to serve as a consul. David gave him a piece of candy at the right time. However, I very much hope that Dr. Cooper can serve as the chief scientific advisor of Winter Town and provide support for Winter Town. Provide various valuable scientific suggestions for the development of Winter Town. I am honored to accept this invitation. After comforting Sheldon, David glanced at Van Cleef, who was directing the craftsman not far away, and suddenly remembered that Sheldon had been pestering Van Cleef before. Why didn't he go find this Defias Brotherhood member today? The former leader. You're not going to see Edwin today? Have you mastered all the assassin techniques? Mentioning this matter, Sheldon, who was originally in high spirits, suddenly became depressed. I don't think the assassin's way is suitable for me. Although he was very reluctant, facing the hard facts, Sheldon could only admit that he could not learn the things taught by Van Cleef, let alone the skills of perceiving the shadow and integrating himself into the interlayer between the shadow and the real world. Now, he can't even get started with the most basic skills. Don't be discouraged. If you can't be an assassin, you can consider learning something else. It was just a word of comfort, but it brought Sheldon back to life with full blood. Do you think I can become an excellent hunter? I am still very talented in bow and arrow. Oh, do you know archery? Well, it's on the Wii. David was like, what on earth was I expecting? With a speechless expression, he turned to look at Fordring, who was waving to him from a distance. I have some things to deal with. Sheldon, do you have anything else? No, I have nothing to do. I can go with you. David was stunned for a moment and shook his head helplessly. This was indeed Sheldon's brain circuit. He could only remind him. We can go together.
But don't show too much excitement next time. Why am I so excited?
Sheldon, who was moving southeast with David, immediately guessed what he was talking about.
Who are you going to meet? Someone I know? It's someone you know. You can't tell other villagers in the village about this. Especially the craftsmen, who are from the Brotherhood.
David believed in Sheldon's ability to keep secrets, and he would not take the initiative to talk to strangers to communicate. It doesn't matter if you show off to those friends.
Leonard and the others can tell you, and maybe they can get you back in the game with Leonard. Oh, David, I suddenly felt that accepting your invitation was the right thing to do.
Sheldon smiled very happily. After seeing Fording, he had already guessed a few candidates. In addition to being happy, there was also a smile on his face. Excitement and anticipation.
After following David and Fording around half a circle from the south of the village and arriving at the Winter River, he saw two people wearing cloaks and covering their faces with hoods. He began to be unable to control his curiosity. It's a heart-wrenching feeling. Like waiting in line to watch the sequel to your favorite movie.
Varian, King of Stormwind.
One of them lifted his hood to reveal his true appearance. Although there were some slight differences, with Fording leading the way and knowing that Fording was in the Kingdom of Stormwind. Sheldon had already identified several possible names, so he recognized the other person immediately after seeing him in person. Moreover, Varian's look is very recognizable.
Is this the prophet you were talking about?
Varian looked at Sheldon, who was tall and thin and wearing strange and heavy clothes. He felt that this young man was weird and was completely different from the prophet he expected.
No, this is David, the prophet that your majesty and I mentioned.
After a period of contact, Fording has already understood Sheldon's personality. Although this man is a bit strange, he is actually a nice guy.
This is Sheldon Cooper. Hello, respected prophet.
Varian maintained enough respect for David, although when he received Fording's reply that David was willing to see him, his subordinates expressed their opposition. Having just experienced the Black Dragon's conspiracy, the senior leaders of the Stormwind Kingdom were worried that this was another conspiracy against Stormwind City. Even if the famous Paladin Fording was present, they were unwilling to let their king go to an unknown place alone. Meet a prophet I have never heard of. But Varian insisted on coming, and everyone could only decide to send someone to escort them. This difficult task fell to him. He had made many mistakes regarding the Black Dragon Princess. At present, he urgently needed to make some contributions to eliminate His Majesty the King's bad impression of his family. And at the same time, Duke Bolvar of Stormwind City is powerful enough. Going to an unknown area to meet an unknown prophet was based on the Paladin's powerful protective and medical abilities. So Bolvar for Dragon, currently the strongest Paladin in Stormwind City, was chosen.
Nice to meet you, Your Majesty the King of Stormwind Kingdom.
David just nodded slightly in greeting. He is not a subject of Stormwind Kingdom, nor is he even a native of Azeroth. This meeting between the two of them is also an equal one. There is no need. A special salute to Varian. Afterwards, Fording introduced David to Bolvar for Dragon, who was standing next to him. After introducing each other, David and Varian looked at each other. In David's eyes, Varian looks like the one he is familiar with. But the Varian in front of him has a more gentle temperament, without the experience of losing his memory and becoming a gladiator. Varian's violent side has not completely exploded, come out, but considering some of Varian's decisions, maybe it's just better to hide it. In Varian's eyes, the David in front of him was just a very handsome young man, although his figure could not be considered thin. In the eyes of Azeroth's top warriors, the word, strong, was not related to him. Considering that Fording introduced David as a prophet, it means that the person in front of him is a powerful spellcaster who possesses some mysterious power. After sizing each other up for a full minute, David was the first to break the silence.
Why does your majesty want to see me? Just call me Varian.
Varian put his posture very low.
I heard Tyrion say that you saw the conspiracy of the Black Dragon Princess. And you also saw Lord Aaron. The kingdom is about to suffer disaster.
David glanced at Fording, one of the most powerful paladins in Azeroth. He raised his head and looked at the sky, as if there was something new in the clear sky without even a single cloud.
I did see something.
David did see those things and participated in a special way. But there is no need to mention these details. Varian took a deep breath, and the cold air calmed his slightly rising blood. Varian finally asked the question he wanted to know, which was the real reason why he came to find David.
Then the kingdom of Stormwind will encounter any disaster that is enough to destroy the kingdom like the kingdom of Lord Aaron?
David looked at Varian, who had a serious face, and quickly gave a positive answer.
The kingdom of Stormwind will be one of the centers of the whirlpool for many years to come.
When he agreed to meet Varian, he roughly guessed what questions Varian would ask, and also thought about how he should answer. Just tell the truth. If he didn't want to reveal anything, he could just refuse to meet with Varian, and Varian couldn't find him on his own. Therefore, David made up his mind to let the people of Azeroth experience the power of spoilers.
The conspiracy of the Black Dragon Princess is just the prologue. Don't forget that Onyxia will stay in the kingdom of Stormwind. The mastermind behind the scenes is Deathwing.
Perhaps feeling that this kind of crisis that could be imagined with just a little thought was not enough to scare Varian, David made a bit of a statement.
In addition, Archbishop Benedictus is not trustworthy.
As David expected, Varian and everyone in Stormwind City could think of the threat of Deathwing. But what happened to Benedictus? Isn't this Archbishop of Holy Light? Could it be that even the most trustworthy Holy Light has become an enemy? Chapter 84 Private Interview with Varian Incognito. Is the light the enemy? This question is really hard to answer. If Azeroth understands the Holy Light at this time, the Holy Light should be the most solid backing for the righteous. But soon they will find that the Holy Light is not as firm as they thought. After all, the essence of the Holy Light is one of the 6 elements that make up the entire world. As long as it meets the requirements to a certain extent, you can use the power of Holy Light. Even if it is undead or demon, the Holy Light will respond after meeting the requirements. In addition, Benedictus' situation is very different from the Holy Light's betrayal of mankind. Because the fundamental problem in this matter is that Archbishop Benedictus betrayed the Holy Light first. However, a Holy Light Archbishop can continue to use the Holy Light after betraying the Holy Light faith. This situation is expected to have a big impact on many Holy Light believers. David is not going to go into too many details about these details. Anyway, he has already reminded Varian that there is a problem with the current Holy Light Archbishop. As for whether he should investigate, how to check, that's none of David's business. Varian was silent for a moment. He also realized that Benedictus' matter was difficult to deal with. But it would not be enough if he did not investigate the matter. After all, as the Archbishop of Holy Light, Benedictus had huge influence in the kingdom of Stormwind. Reputation? If he really wanted to do something, it would not be surprising for the unprepared Stormwind kingdom to be destroyed. This news alone made this trip worthwhile. Sighing secretly, Varian glanced at the busy construction site in the distance and suddenly asked another question.
Will I be a good king? You are a hero and one of the greatest warriors in Azeroth.
David originally wanted to finish these comments, but when he thought of the years he had fought in the Alliance, he jumped ship out of nostalgia. Tribal. But there was some personal emotion in it, so he added a few more words.
As for whether you are a good king, this needs to be evaluated by people from the Kingdom of Storm. And I am not from the Kingdom of Storm.
Varian turned to look at David, and then at the craftsman in the distance. He wondered if he had misunderstood what David meant.
I understand. Your Majesty.
Bolvar seemed to want to say something, but Varian reached out to stop him. He could only swallow back the words he wanted to blurt out, and then looked at David with an unkind look. David glanced at the Grand Duke of Stormwind City, rolled his eyes speechlessly, and then expelled him back to his own world. How dare you show off on my territory? Because of Bolvar's sudden disappearance, Varian's hand touched the hilt of the sword on his waist.
Don't be nervous. I just sent him back.
David paused and added,
and he will never be able to come to my place again.
Varian nodded, but he still held his hand on the hilt of his sword.
I sincerely apologize for the offense Bolvar caused you. It's nothing. Just a trivial matter not worth mentioning.
A trivial matter that was not worth mentioning sent people away. Varian remained calm on the surface, but secretly he had already noted this. This prophet named David was a small-minded person. Perhaps in order to ease the somewhat tense atmosphere at the scene, Fording, who made the introduction at the beginning but said nothing afterwards, said,
Actually, what David meant by that was that he hoped that His Majesty the King would listen more to the voices of his subjects. Oh, if ordinary people have no complaints about the kingdom, but only have expectations for future life, then as the ruler, you will naturally be a good king.
Under normal circumstances, Fording would not say these words. But now the situation is special. He hopes that the interior of Stormwind Kingdom is stable enough instead of in a state of chaos. Only a stable kingdom of Stormwind can provide enough help to the kingdom of Lordaeron, increasing the probability that the kingdom of Lordaeron will survive the disaster. So, Fordring wanted Varian to be a good king, not just a powerful warrior.
What should I do?
Varian's hand let go of the hilt of the sword. He really wanted to be a good king, but now he was a little confused and didn't know what to do. The Black Dragon Princess Onyxia left him a mess, and he didn't even know where to start sorting it out. For example, in the case of the Stonemasons Guild, he already knew that the Black Dragon Princess was behind it. But what can he do? Now he has no money in his hands, and cannot repay the craftsman's wages. As for other things, to be honest, Varian didn't even know what was wrong with his kingdom. Many news couldn't reach him at all. Looking only at the information reported by everyone, he felt that the kingdom of Stormwind was still in a prosperous state.
Go out and take a look. From Elwyn Forest, to Westfall, to Redridge Mountains, Dusk Forest. Visit every inch of the kingdom of Stormwind, and listen to the opinions of ordinary people living in the territory of the kingdom of Stormwind. Whatever you are concerned about, and what you are worried about, you will know what you should do.
David has a lot of ideas, but Varian will definitely not listen to him. If he had his way, all the nobles who got involved with the Black Dragon Princess would be killed without leaving anyone behind. Confiscating the properties of these noble families can also solve the financial crisis of Varian himself and the kingdom of Stormwind. But Varian would definitely not be able to accept such a drastic solution. In his eyes, the nobles were the foundation for the king to rule the kingdom. If he went against the nobles, he, the king, would be done with it. Even if David told him to cultivate cronies, win over one faction, and attack another faction, Varian probably would not adopt it. And David seriously doubted whether King Varian had such outstanding governance skills. In this case, it is better to change the direction and let Varian get out of the cage and see with his own eyes what his kingdom is like as an ordinary person. After witnessing that his kingdom was about to be reduced to ruins, Varian might not worry so much once his fiery temper arose. Varian nodded silently. He really couldn't think of a way to sort out the predicament at hand. Maybe walking around as David said would be a good way.
Remember to disguise your identity. Otherwise you won't be able to see the truth.
Varian is already thinking about who among his men he truly trusts, so that he can provide various cover for him when he leaves Stormwind City. Bolvar seemed inappropriate, and he began to suspect that the prophet David sent Bolvar away in advance because the Grand Duke was not trustworthy. This seems to be the case. After all, Ketrana Presto, whom Onyxia disguised as, was very close to Bolvar when they were in Stormwind City. To a certain extent, Bolvar himself was the leader of the Stonemasons Guild, the leader of the rebel group of nobles. A lot of names flashed through his mind. Varian thought about it for a while before he realized that now was not the right time to think about these things. He might as well ask a few more questions during this time. But after opening his mouth, he found that he had already asked all the questions he wanted to ask. Maybe he should say goodbye and go back? At this moment, Varian suddenly thought of his son.
Edwin is my son. Will he become a good king? He will become a benevolent king and the new leader of the Alliance.
David's answer made Varian very happy. His son's ability to become the leader of the Alliance indirectly proved his excellence. It seemed that he no longer had to worry about Anduin's future. But in the next second, he remembered the crisis David mentioned. Stormwind City is not safe. Especially the Holy Light Archbishop Benedictus is a huge hidden danger. And his son Anduin seems to be very interested in the Holy Light. Although he hopes that his son will take over his mantle and become a powerful warrior. Judging from David's evaluation, it may be difficult for Anduin to grow in the direction he expected. He never thought of training Anduin become a merciful king. In his opinion, a king must have enough courage to be able to launch a fatal blow to the enemy when necessary, and at the same time maintain enough passion to better resist the various pressures he faces as a king. Mercy only makes him swing the sword slower. Let Anduin stay here for a while. After you resolve the various crises in Stormwind City, will you take him back? As soon as this idea came to Varian's mind, he felt it was unreliable. The villagers in this village are basically former members and relatives of the Masons Union. Needless to say, there is no need to elaborate on the relationship between himself and the Masons Union. Sending Anduin here is not equivalent to sending his children into the hands of his mortal enemy? After giving up this idea, Varian said goodbye to David and returned to Stormwind City accompanied by Fording. He immediately began to arrange various things to prepare for his trip. Just a few days after Varian made up Stormwind City with the help of Matthias, Varian suddenly contacted Fordring through Matthias and asked Fordring to send Anduin to Winter Village. So, David looked at the little kid in front of him, who was less than 5 years old.
Varian found that the kingdom of Stormwind was more chaotic than he expected. He can't trust those nobles at all. Right.
Sending Anduin to him meant that Varian felt that the royal palace of Stormwind was more dangerous than Winter Village, where a large number of craftsmen from the Stonemasons Guild gathered.
Yes.
Fording nodded. He had seen too much chaos in Westfall and Elwyn Forest. Varian had only seen the tip of the iceberg now. But Varian was very keen and immediately realized the seriousness of the problem, and decisively sent Edwin over.
But here, it's better for him to use a pseudonym. This is simple.
Just give it a random name. As for the people in the Stonemasons Guild, will they recognize Edwin? When the Masons Union stoned the Queen to death, Edwin was still a little baby and didn't have to worry about being recognized.
Just call me Hope. And Varian won't say anything?
Chapter 85 Generous Rewards. Of course, Varian said that, including the armor that had the same shape as the one on Fording, and was also made of light cast iron and a large number of rare materials. In addition, there are 2 top war horses, some rare materials, and various professional knowledge and training notes.
There are no items with the emblem of the Kingdom of Stormwind. This is to avoid possible trouble.
Fording took David to look at the things he had brought, and introduced the woman in front of David.
That's Ilsa Corbin. A very good young fighter.
According to Fording's introduction, Ilsa Corbin is one of the new batch of warriors trained by the Kingdom of Stormwind. One of the best among them. According to the original arrangement, she would join the Knights of the Storm or the Royal Guard. But Varian gave the young warrior a new mission, to protect Prince Edwin Wren. At first, Ilsa didn't understand the true meaning of this mission, until she met His Majesty King Varian Yuri in the forest outside Stormwind City under the leadership of Matthias Shore, the current leader of MI7. Afterwards, I realized how difficult this task was. She must follow Tyrion Fordring, the famous Paladin, to a mysterious place. There she had to conceal her identity and protect the prince, who also concealed his true identity. Although she had many doubts, Ilsa did not refuse the task. Being valued by His Majesty, the King, made her full of motivation. She said on the spot that no matter what difficulties she encountered, she would firmly complete the task. Later, Matthias took Ilsa to meet His Highness Prince Edwin Wren, and also met the legendary Paladin Tyrion Fordring. Only then did Ilsa learn more details about the mission from Fording. In fact, there was not much danger. As long as the 2 people could ensure that their identities were not leaked, there would be no problems. It was also at that time that Ilsa learned about the village where she would live. Most of the villagers were former members of the Defias Brotherhood. I don't understand why His Majesty the King would move his son to the house of his mortal enemy. But Ilsa believes that since she has accepted the task, she must complete it firmly. Therefore, she still didn't ask any questions, and followed Fording and His Highness Edwin to this place called Winter Village.
Hello. My name is Ilsa Corbin.
Because she had already said low beforehand, she would not call herself a warrior of the Kingdom of Storm here.
You can call me Ilsa. Hello, Ilsa.
After David and Ilsa introduced each other's names, they considered themselves acquainted.
Here, no one will bother you about your origins, as long as you don't say it yourself. It doesn't matter. I understand. Thank you for reminding me. Just call me David.
Ilsa and Edwin, whose alias is Hope, will live in Fording's wooden house, and Fording will start his traveling career again.
I will stay in Iron Forge for a while and make some arrangements. By the time I return to the Kingdom of Lordaeron, the huge disaster should have begun.
Emotionally speaking, Fording hopes to go back as soon as possible to prevent everything from happening. But reason told him that it was no longer possible to stop everything and nip the crisis in the bud. What he can do is to save as many people as possible after the crisis breaks out, so that the Kingdom of Lordaeron will not die.
I only hope that before that, Varian can solve all the troubles within the Stormwind Kingdom.
Fording made several plans, among which returning to Hearthland and relying on the territory he had managed for many years to fight against the Scourge was an inevitable thing to do. The trip to the Kingdom of Stormwind, Ironforge and David's Winter Village were the last steps he had planned for himself. With only a territory like Hearthland, it is impossible to truly resist the Scourge that swept across the northern part of the Eastern Kingdom, completely annihilating Lordaeron, and also destroyed Quel'Thalas. He must have a powerful enough force for an aid.
I'm afraid it will be difficult,
David estimated in his mind. The plot of Warcraft 3 is 20 years after the opening of the Dark Portal, including Arthas investigating natural disasters and plagues, purifying Stratholme, looking for Frostmourne, and returning home to stab the Old King, leading the Scourge Legion to sweep across the Eastern Kingdom. All happened during this year. In just 1 year, so many things happened, and various events happened one after another without any time. This also meant that Varian did not have enough time to solve various problems, according to the level of chaos within the Kingdom of Stormwind. Even 25 years after Varian wandered around the country and the dark portal opened. He may not be able to clear up the mess.
Fight if you can, and come back if you can't,
David advised Fording at the right time.
as long as everyone can be saved. Lord Aaron can be rebuilt.
I know. The two of them watched Edwin and Ilsa move their daily necessities into Fording's cabin. And then together, they sorted out the rewards set by Varian.
Plate armor.
David's figure has always been despised by Fording, who felt that he might not have the chance to become a glorious paladin. But he was once a staunch plate armor controller. And he only loved plate armor when he was traveling across Azeroth. As for professions, none of the non-plate armor professions can be played for a long time. And they have all become outs in warehouses. So this gift from Varian inadvertently hit David's fancy. He looked at the plate armor in front of him happily.
But aren't the warriors of Stormwind Kingdom all super strong men? The size of this plate armor, it seems a little small. Is it specially made for me?
Fording did not answer, but just introduced that this set of armor uses many rare materials, the main material of which is light cast iron, which means that this set of armor is specially made for the paladins. Before Edwin, Azeroth had not yet worn it. Plate-armored priest. It's not that they can't be worn. It's just that for priests, there is no need for them. There are already mages and shamans wearing plate armor, namely the famous Ronin and Thrall. The entire set of armor is mainly a combination of purple and gold, especially the golden shoulder armor exuding a divine brilliance, which makes David, a user of holy light, feel very comfortable. David discovered that this suit of armor was similar in appearance to the Lightbringer suit, except that it lacked the crown-like helmet.
Put it away first. It is indeed a beautiful piece of armor, but it is too conspicuous. It is not convenient to wear it out to see people for the time being.
Putting the armor away, David looked at several other rare materials, mainly some rare metals. The quantity of these metals was not large. There were only 1 or 2 pieces, and there was only a small amount of powder. There is an additional list to record what the specific items are, and the characteristics and specific effects of the materials are written.
Let's put it at Will's place first.
Finally, he looked at the pile of training notes. Compared to armor and rare metals, David valued these things more. The priest's training notes, the paladin's training notes, the basic introduction to the mage, the basic introduction to the druid, and the basics of the thief, knowledge and cultivation experience, and hunter's experience. These things are far more important to David than that rare metal and a set of armor. These notes not only contain the basic knowledge of mages and druids, but also the experiences of practitioners, so that beginners can better understand relevant knowledge. In other words, if there is a suitable candidate, just by relying on these notes, he can master some kind of mysterious power. And these are all specially requested by Fording. Otherwise there would not be so many types. Even the Night Elf's Drew I got both E-notes and Hunter notes. In addition to the training experience of Holy Light Priest, there is also the experience and understanding of a Lune Priest. Although they are all classified as priests in the game, the Night Elf Priests are actually priests of the Sisters of Elune, which are a different group from the Holy Light Priests, who believe in the Holy Light. The excited David flipped through it carefully, and saw the Dwarf Hunter's experience, and even made an even more unexpected discovery.
Huh? Why do you still have the knowledge of a shaman? During the first war with the orcs, the Kingdom of Stormwind was the main force at that time. They were the first humans to contact and fight the orcs.
Fording briefly explained why the Kingdom of Stormwind was able to bring out the knowledge of the shaman.
After years of fighting, the Kingdom of Stormwind has captured many orc prisoners.
It is not uncommon for prisoners to be captured, tortured, and asked for intelligence information. In order to better understand this enemy, the Kingdom of Stormwind did not let go of any information at that time. Naturally, the shamans, who were once the most important beliefs of the orcs, and spellcasters were classified and organized separately. However, when the orcs invaded Azeroth, they had already given up their shamanic beliefs. Therefore, although they knew through various means that there were spellcasters like shamans, the recorded information was very fragmented and lacked actual practice experience of support.
Understood.
David finally sorted out the training experience in front of him, including Holy Light Priest, Elune Priest, Paladin, Mage, Night Elf Druid, Hunter, Assassin Rogue, Shaman and other professions. And the pure warrior training can also be taken care of by several captains, Fording, and Ilsa Corbin, who is responsible for protecting Edwin, and is an authentic Stormwind warrior. It can be said that the initial career types of his winter village are rich enough.
Now, Mark can carefully choose what kind of knowledge he wants to learn.
Mark has never been able to truly master the Holy Light, and has no intention of continuing to compete with the Holy Light. He wanted to change his studies before. There was no relevant knowledge before. But now that the conditions were available, David was curious about how he would choose.
Perhaps the first human druid will be born here in Winter Village.
Fording felt that a botanist like Mark might choose the way of a druid. David thought Mark would become a shaman.
A piece of bare iron. Make a deal.
Chapter 86: The Learning Craze in Winter Village. Whether Mark will become the first human druid or the first human shaman, neither David nor Fording can give an accurate answer. Becoming the first person to be involved in a rollover accident in Winter Village is a sure thing. After coming out of Will's blacksmith shop and handing several rare metal materials to Will, David and Fording saw Mark driving a simple handmade car passing by. Leonard, Howard, Sheldon, Raj, Vanessa and many children from Winter Village all chased the car and ran wildly cheering. When Mark, the driver, turned around to wave to everyone, he accidentally turned the steering wheel, so the car overturned. David watched speechlessly as Mark immediately raised his hands to signal,
"I'm fine. I'm fine."
Then climbed up from the overturned simple car, smiled and comforted the frightened Howard.
"It seems that the car we designed needs some improvements in terms of balance. This car is mainly used to test the engine."
After Howard confirmed that Mark was fine, he regained his complacent expression.
"At present, it seems that the performance and safety of the engine are very reliable. Yes, I even want to take this engine you designed back to Mars."
If Mark had followed Mark's previous plan, it would have taken him a long time to drive the Mars rover to the next landing of the original Mars exploration plan. Point to wait for the next batch of astronauts coming to Mars and join them. But the distance the rover can travel is limited. Unless he can modify the rover, it will be an impossible task. For this reason, he considered digging out the previously buried radioisotope thermoelectric generator. Fortunately, he did not need to risk being killed by radioactive elements to dig the thing. After getting in touch with the space agency and adding that he had enough food and other survival supplies, the space agency gave him the instructions were to wait for rescue at base rather than risk heading to another landing site. So Mark no longer needs the new engine, which was jointly designed by Howard, Leonard, Raj and Sheldon and manufactured by Will and Howard, using crystal ore as energy source.
"It's just a prototype at the moment, which proves that our previous ideas can be realized, and more tests will be conducted next."
When Howard mentioned these things, he looked very professional, and the greasy feeling that usually makes people feel speechless was completely gone.
"I plan to help our village chief build a Hummer with a new engine before spring arrives, so that he can drive the Hummer to the royal capital." "Nice idea, Howard."
David and Fording walked over together and took a look at the overturned car. He heard the conversation between Howard and Mark, and knew that this was a test car to verify the engine. But he still didn't expect that Howard and the others actually got such a primitive car. This is the first kind of car that was born. It is simply a wooden board between two bicycles. Put the engine on it, and put a seat on it. The biggest difference from the Bowser 1894 in the history of the Earth is that it has an extra steering wheel.
"However, I may not be able to drive a Hummer to the capital, so you have enough time to perfect your various ideas."
In comparison, David hopes that Howard will tinker with engineering machinery so that the construction of Winter Town can be completed faster.
"I have many ideas. In addition to cars, I am also preparing to build a light helicopter."
Howard felt that he was about to reach the peak of his life. The door to the new world opened by Leonard allowed Howard to find the best place to display his value.
"At that time, Winter City will have absolute air superiority in this world."
When he said this, Sheldon next to him suddenly interjected.
"I said, this is not a sure thing."
Howard, who was still maintaining his elite engineer persona a second ago, suddenly lost control.
"Why not yes? This is a world with mysterious power. There may be creatures like griffins here, and there may even be giant dragons. Are there any dragons here?"
Sheldon said as he fell into his own world. Surrounded by David asked if there were dragons in this world.
"I don't know, Sheldon. Maybe there is."
He had indeed heard legends about giant dragons before, but everyone thought they were just legends, and no one had ever heard of anyone actually seeing a giant dragon. It was just a response at first, but Sheldon seemed to get support and said to Howard again,
"See, I said so."
Howard was speechless, but he didn't know how to argue, so he could only change his words.
"Okay."
Except when he meets the dragon, and the griffin, and the griffin, and hippogriffs. Sheldon.
The two seemed to be quarreling again, but David and Fording, who had gradually become accustomed to this scene, did not try to persuade them to make peace, but talked about other things with Mark. For example, David now has introductory knowledge of multiple professions, as well as training notes for some professions. Means. Mark looked at Fording uncertainly, and finally at David. After getting a positive answer, he became excited.
Really? Let me see. Which one do you want to see?
David reminded Mark. The notes he got included several professions. You have to choose one. Right.
Show them all.
Mark is not picky. He wants to see them all. Otherwise, how would he know which career he is suitable for?
I have to give it a try before I know which profession I can learn.
Right. David and Fording looked at each other. Although they thought it was a bit ridiculous, there was no suitable reason to reject Mark. In the absence of mentors and top talents in related professions to help judge Mark's talent, Mark could only try on his own.
But I still suggest that you look at everything and see the situation. No one here knows how to solve those problems.
David's admonition made Mark calm down a little. Although the mysterious power is attractive, he doesn't want to lose his life by messing around.
You're right. Let's start with a mage. Mage? Of course. Who doesn't want to be a great mage?
Mark made a gesture, but before he could shout out, Leonard and the others next to him shouted in unison.
Don't even think about passing through here.
Sheldon's voice followed closely.
Strictly speaking, Gandalf is not a mage. He is a Maya.
However, his words did not receive a response from anyone. Leonard, Howard and Raj were more concerned about another thing.
Can we learn that knowledge too? Of course.
David had no intention of hiding anything. Not to mention that these few people in front of him were the most important scientists in Winter Village. Any small inventions they could tinker with could play an important role in the development of Winter Village. For example, the engine that Howard just built uses crystal ore as energy. Looking at the excited scientists, David was about to take out all the relevant notes of the mage. And then he realized a question.
By the way, do you understand the common language of Azeroth? I understand.
Sheldon looked at his friends with a proud look on his face.
I told you right? Learning Azeroth's common language will come in handy sooner or later.
The few people who came down from the bar immediately said that they were not in a hurry to learn the knowledge of mages. They wanted a textbook on the common of Azeroth first, and learn the common of Azeroth first before learning anything else.
Of course. There is another way.
David pointed at Sheldon.
You can ask Sheldon, who knows Azeroth Common, the world's common language, and English, to translate these notes.
Leonard's eyebrows immediately raised, and then everyone, including Mark, stared at Sheldon with glaring eyes. Sheldon, who felt like he was being targeted by a pack of hungry wolves, couldn't help but take a step back. Dr. Sheldon Cooper, the most troublemaking person in Winter Village, fell into a vast sea of books. Although he initially expressed his dissatisfaction with everyone's collective trick on him, David said,
"You can read it for the first time."
The relevant knowledge of all professions was comforted, as notebooks of career-related knowledge notes were translated. There was no longer an idle person in Winter Village. Everyone was either working enthusiastically on the construction site or studying crazily with books in hand. Even Edwin worked very hard to learn the common human language of this world, so as not to expose his identity by only speaking Azeroth.
The recent atmosphere in the village makes me suspect that I have returned to my college days.
Laura held a copy of a hunter's training experience and looked at it. She was very interested in some of the hunter's abilities, and she was also very talented in this area. She quickly learned some skills commonly used by hunters after seeing them. In comparison, David was far behind. He had specially selected the book,
Hunter's Experience,
to read by himself, but he didn't learn anything after reading it for several days. The main reason is that everyone is full of curiosity about various mysterious powers.
If he hadn't mastered the Holy Light, he would have read these notes crazily.
When Steve came to the village recently, he didn't sparring with Peggy much. Just go into your cabin and read a book. Oh, what did Steve get? It seems like this mage's cultivation experience? Oh?
Steve, Captain America, doesn't seem to have any connection with the mage.
Right? I can't help it. When Steve came over, all the other notes were taken away. The one he was reading was the one Sheldon put back after reading it. That's right.
Laura nodded clearly. It wasn't that Steve wanted to be a mage. It was just that he had no choice at the time.
Actually, I think Steve is very suitable for the Holy Light. You are not the only one who thinks so.
Countless netizens think so. But David feels that with the spiritual will shown by Captain America,
It is not just the holy light that suits him. I think as long as he is willing. The existing ones in the village, he can learn several professional knowledge, including the priests of Alun.
Chapter 87 New Bullets. The vigorous wave of construction and learning lasted throughout the winter. When the new year arrives, although Winter Village is still in an icy and snowy environment, the temperature has begun to rise significantly, and correspondingly, the craze for learning has gradually subsided. In a few months, everyone has read through all the knowledge that they are interested in or even not interested in. Next, they will choose a certain piece of knowledge for formal practice based on their preferences and the depth of their understanding of these knowledge. David estimated that no one would be able to master a certain mysterious power for a while. It was not easy to master a mysterious power by self-study without the guidance of a mentor. The fundamental reason why Laura can quickly learn many hunter skills is that she has mastered the magical power of holy light, and can more intuitively understand many applications of power in the notes. Others don't have this advantage. They can only start from scratch and slowly explore. In comparison, Will Turner's blacksmith shop has made a lot of achievements during this winter, making various crystal weapons, making various parts needed by several scientists, and making the pistol that David wanted, even based on the original design. Will Turner also used some creativity.
The warhead of this bullet also contains crystal powder, and the charge also contains crystal powder.
Will held a bullet in his hand that looked no different from the .45 ACP pistol bullet, except that the warhead the color is a bit special, with a purple halo under the sunlight.
How's the power?
David was still looking at the revolver that Will had just finished building for him. The appearance of this gun is still that of his favorite Furious Hunter revolver, but because the main material is light cast iron, the whole gun is light golden in color. At the same time, in order to facilitate the supply of ammunition in the village, the bullet specification was not selected as the original .44 Magnum, but was specially made into a .45 caliber. This is a customized pistol with the appearance of a violent hunter. In this way, all pistols in the village use bullets of the same caliber, and will only needs to make molds of one specification, which saves a lot of trouble.
You can try it yourself.
Will pointed to the target not far away, which was set up in advance. Today was a special day to test the gun, and it was also a day to show off the power of the new bullet. The target Will chose was a huge stone with thick metal plates hung on the front and back. David loaded a few glowing purple bullets into the gun. The specially customized wheels could eject the gun body from both the left and right sides. In other words, there was a button on both sides of the gun. Press and hold the button on the left side. You can make the wheel pop out from the left side of the gun body. Hold down the right side to pop out from the right side. This design makes it easy for David to use it with both left and right hands. When changing ammunition, he only needs to hold down the corresponding button with his thumb and flick the gun body. At this time, David held the gun in his right hand. After loading 6 bullets, he flicked the gun and the wheel returned to the gun body. Then he raised the gun and aimed at the target. Boom! Without any preparation or reminder, David pulled the trigger directly after taking aim. The sound of the pistol firing was slightly different from the previous violent hunter, and the sound felt duller. This is not the point. The point is that after David fired, the target stone exploded into dust. With his strong vision, David clearly saw that the metal plate hanging in front of the stone was also shot into pieces. Fragments. A group of people, including Steve, Mark, Eva, etc., were watching the test firing behind David. No one expected that the power of this shot would be so exaggerated. David looked in the direction of the target, and he saw a lot of metal fragments, which were the metal plates that were previously tied to the front of the stone, in addition to a few gravels. There was more flying dust, which were the parts that were directly blown into powder. There is also a fragmented metal plate, scattered on the ground and tied to the metal plate on the other side of the stone. After looking down at the pistol, David looked at Will again. He really didn't expect it to be so powerful. At the moment of shooting, David could clearly feel that the pistol released fluctuations of holy light when shooting, and the bullet was attached to the holy light energy. But what causes this destructive power should be the purple energy that bursts out when it hits the target. In other words, this powerful power mainly comes from the crystal powder. Of course, David did not rule out that it was the interaction of two energies that resulted in such amazing power. As for the demon-breaking effect attached to the holy light, it is still unclear. After looking at the violent hunter in his hand, it was now more appropriate to rename it the Holy Light Hunter. David was very satisfied with the new gun. He played with it happily for a while, and then inserted it into the holster on his waist.
You also made rifle bullets. Right. Of course.
Will pointed to another box next to him, which contained rifle bullets. Without anyone needing to remind her, Sharon had already carried a huge thick metal plate into the shooting range, supported it with 2 stones, and stood the metal plate up sideways against the 2 stones. By the time Sharon ran back behind David had already raised an ordinary 416 Hong Kong dollars rifle without any modifications. Only the bullets just inserted into the magazine were specially made by Will. Boom, boom, boom. After firing a few bursts, David could clearly see that each bullet could leave a large hole in the metal plate that was at least 5 centimeters thick. Then he pulled the trigger and fired continuously. The metal plate was no longer usable before one magazine was finished.
Is there no shortcomings in this thing?
David was surprised. He didn't expect Will to come up with such a killer weapon.
Is it troublesome to make it? Is it dangerous? It's not troublesome or dangerous.
Will shook his head. He had been tinkering with it for several months. He was very sure that making this kind of bullet was not much different from making ordinary bullets. It just added an extra material.
Crystal ore is a very stable material.
There is only one shortcoming. The number of crystal ores is too small. As Leonard and Mark gradually designed and manufactured various equipment that could use crystal mines, large crystal mines were used as energy sources. What was left for Will to make bullets were scraps. After making some 20mm machine guns after the bullets were fired, the crystal or powder in his hand had been used up.
That's it.
David couldn't solve this problem. The growth rate of the crystal ore was not under his control. After holding it in for several months, it didn't grow much. 2 of the large pieces were made into weapons. The current crystal ore inventory in Winter Village is also its only 3 yuan, and it may be moved by Sheldon and others at any time to test new equipment.
Make as many as you can.
David thought for a moment and added,
The village will leave some emergency supplies and give Tyrion the rest of the bullets.
Some time ago, Tyrion Fordring asked Laura for some drawings of the Krupp 105mm howitzer in SH.LS used in Germany during World War II, the drawings of the Garand rifle and corresponding bullets, and the Browning 12.7mm drawing of heavy machine gun and bullets. If nothing unexpected happens, Ironforge should be producing these weapons. And Fording has returned to the kingdom of Lordaeron, ready to go to Hearthland to face the Scourge, according to Fording's plan previously disclosed to David. Once the Scourge begins to attack, Ironforge will use the Air Force to send Fording's custom-made weapons to Hearthland. If the crisis is really as Fording said, then if it's serious, Ironforge will also send dwarf troops to join the battle. It seems that Fording does not need to worry about weapons. But David believes that there is powerful equipment here, and supporting Fording also shows an attitude. After taking out 121 rounds of pistol ammunition, David first handed the knocked-out cartridge case to Will, and then put all the bullets into a separate ammunition bag. According to his idea, he doesn't need to carry ordinary bullets. He has enough means to fight enemies. He can also use bows and arrows when encountering ordinary people or wild beasts. The Holy Light Hunter in his hand is not so much a mid- and short-range defense weapon, as it is a portable heavy firepower. He was actually quite curious. If he encountered a tank, could he blow it up with one shot? Anyway, he was sure that the Weasel ultralight tank in the village would not be able to withstand a single shot.
The Judgment Hammer. And this Holy Light Hunter. Do you need to bring anything else?
After cleaning up the shooting range, the next thing everyone was concerned about was David's trip. While Laura asked, she took a photo of David's down jacket.
You definitely can't go out dressed like this.
The new year has arrived, and although Winter Village still looks like a large construction site, the general outline has already emerged. Considering that this year may not be too peaceful throughout the year, David has already expressed that he will soon be preparing to leave for Iron Tree Castle. And if things don't go well, he will head to the royal capital. If you go earlier, you can return earlier. It is best to return to Winter Town before the autumn harvest. At that time, the surrounding villages may find that their food is not enough, and they may do something to Winter Village.
Some documents. Maybe some gifts.
Other than that, he really had nothing to prepare. As the head of a rural village in the most remote area of the kingdom, it was impossible for him to come up with anything rare and good.
Also, I won't go with you this time. I also have some things to deal with over there.
Laura is still the adventurous Laura. Although the king of Thailand Kingdom makes her curious, she has nothing to do with the legend. Compared with the ruins of civilization in the world, she still prefers the latter.
Besides, I always feel that this adventure is very important and must not be missed.
David nodded, knowing in his heart that the Holy Trinity was finally going to be completely cool. Laura, who had mastered the holy light and learned some hunter skills, would become even more difficult to deal with. Just when David was thinking about how miserable Holy Trinity was, Steve suddenly came over and said,
David, I want to ask you about something.
Chapter 88 Holy Light Shaman Steve. Seeing Steve coming over specifically wanting to talk to David, Laura immediately asked,
Do you need me to avoid it? No.
Steve waved his hand, indicating that Laura didn't have to go away specifically.
Actually, I want to ask you something.
David didn't speak. He just looked Steve up and down. And after observing for a moment, he said with a sudden look on his face,
You felt something, right? Some kind of power responded to you.
When David said this, Laura also knew why Steve came to David specifically. There are currently not many people in Winter Village who have mastered the mysterious power. Paladin Tyrion Ford Ring is undoubtedly the strongest one. Not only is he powerful, he is also rich in theoretical knowledge, has a solid foundation, and understands the relevant knowledge of the holy light. In addition to this is David, who has studied with Fording for quite some time. No one knows what extent David's current strength is, but they know that his progress is very fast. It only takes a year for David to come into contact with and learn from the holy light. Then came Laura, who was instilled with the holy light through David, and then truly recognized by the holy light, and also mastered this magical power. Then Cleef counts as half, because the assassins of Azeroth must master how to enter the mezzanine between the real world and the shadow space. This is also a mysterious power. But in addition to the assassins and the mysterious power, there is not much intersection, so it can only be counted as half. Then, gone. In this case, Tyrion Ford Ring was not in the village, and the most reliable person to ask for advice was David. So Steve came to find him.
What kind of power responded to you?
Laura learned that Steve had realized some kind of mysterious power, and she immediately became curious about what kind of career Steve would choose.
Is it the holy light? Is it arcane? It can't be a Lun. Right. I think you won't get a Lun's attention in this world. Right.
In a few months, even if Steve couldn't stay in Winter Village every day, he had learned about various professions, and he didn't have any I have read them all, but only paid attention to some of the knowledge that I am interested in. As a result, I have been feeling strange recently.
I don't know what the power is. I always feel that everything I see is different now.
Oh! David was curious. He had never experienced this kind of situation, and wanted to know what Steve was in now.
How would you describe it? Sometimes when I close my eyes, I feel that my surroundings are filled with light spots of various colors.
Steve thought about the wording for a moment, and then described his feelings in the most straightforward terms possible.
These lights, it gave me all kinds of feelings, and I didn't know how to deal with it.
In Steve's description, he had seen a mysterious purple light stream around him, as well as a warm golden ball of light, as well as a blue light swirl that looked like water flow, and a thick brown light group.
There is also a strange silver starlight that is looming and feels very far away.
Listening to Steve's description, David spread his hands clearly and gestured to Laura.
Look.
Gesture, which made Laura sigh helplessly with her eyes wide open.
Okay. When I can quickly learn some hunter abilities, I still feel that my talent is very good. Now I can see what is real.
Talented? Is this normal?
Steve looked at the two people in front of him. Judging from the reactions of David and Laura, what he experienced should not be a bad thing, but a very normal phenomenon.
Actually, it's not a normal phenomenon.
David shook his head.
Ordinary people don't have your talent.
Although the mysterious side profession itself is about talent, and those who can cross the threshold are considered talented, there is still a big difference between being talented and being top-notch. Most talented people only realize the corresponding mysterious power after hard study, so they cannot have the experience of Steve, just knocking on the door of the mysterious side. A large group of mysterious powers can't wait to see it. Rush in front of Steve and let him have his way. After explaining the situation to Steve, he didn't expect that his situation turned out to be a sign of too much talent. He was a little proud when he was happy.
Then which power should I choose? Which power do you feel is closest to you?
Steve closed his eyes and felt the scene for a while.
That golden ball of light. This feeling is very similar to the feeling emitted when you use the holy light. Is this the holy light?
Yes. David nodded. It seems that although Steve's talent is very good and can adapt to multiple mysterious professions, the one closest to him is the holy light.
Which power is the most alienated to you? Oh, that silver, needless to say. It feels very far away. Yeah, that purple stream of light. This stream of light gives me a very strange feeling. What does it feel like? It seems like he wants to get closer to me. But he can't.
Oh. David has determined through Steve's description that this so-called purple light flow should be the arcane energy used by the wizards of Azeroth. The mages of Azeroth all use arcane energy, which is diverse and easy to control, as magic power. Therefore, the basic wizard book brought back by Fording teaches how to identify, mobilize, and absorb arcane energy. In other words, if arcane energy does not exist in this world, Winter Village will not be able to cultivate mages based on Azeroth's mage textbooks. But through Steve's description, David knew that arcane energy also existed in this world. But his reaction was a bit strange. Maybe the method of mobilizing arcane energy in Azeroth did not apply in this world? He didn't think too much about it. Anyway, Steve had many choices.
And he didn't necessarily have to be a mage. At present, it seemed that he was more likely to be a user of the Holy Light, and most likely a paladin. But the reality is far more outrageous than David expected. After telling Steve not to resist, and to let go of his guard and accept these mysterious powers, David and Laura witnessed the holy light falling from the void baptizing Steve, making Steve officially a light user. It was normal up to this point. But in the next second, a cyclone formed around Steve, followed by gravel floating from the ground. Clear water condensed from the surrounding snow. And unknown electric flowers appeared from nowhere and slowly rotated around Steve. David looked at the strange scene in front of him. He had already browsed the general contents of all professions, and with the aid of memory from his past, he immediately understood what the scene in front of him meant.
Isn't the combination of Paladin and Shaman a bit outrageous?
He originally thought that after Steve chose the Holy Light, the other mysterious powers would leave automatically. Unexpectedly, Steve actually gained the right to use two powers at the same time, the Holy Light and the power of the elements. After thinking about it carefully, the elemental power used by shamans mainly relies on communication with the spirits of elements. Or elements, there are also factions that force the elements to serve themselves and use the power of elements as arcana. In theory, shamans being a full priest does not conflict with any profession. And Steve is very good at communication. So it is not particularly strange to be recognized by the elements.
Congratulations. You are now a paladin or priest. And part-time shaman.
David paused, and couldn't help but ask curiously,
Alun didn't leave anything in your body, right? Probably not.
Steve felt it carefully. There was only holy light in his body. But the power of the elements was not in his body. This basic energy that makes up the world is everywhere between heaven and earth. But ordinary people cannot just communicate with the elements. Steve can now feel the existence of these elements, and can also hear their sounds.
What a magical feeling.
Spreading his hands, a ball of wind formed a cyclone in his hand, and then shuttled back and forth on Steve's fingertips, like a naughty elf playing a game with him. Opening his other hand, the water elements also gathered under Steve's invitation. He felt that this water flow was telling him that he could use this ball of energy to heal his injuries. After expressing his gratitude to the two groups of elements and letting them disperse, Steve condensed a ball of holy light in his hand and felt this magical energy flowing through his body.
In the next period of time, I will mainly read the training notes of the Paladin. I don't think you are very interested in the priest's experience.
Steve was asked to mainly study the knowledge of the Paladin. Mainly because there is a lot of knowledge about the Paladin here in Winter Village. The knowledge of knights is the most detailed. And there are ready-made top paladins who can serve as teachers.
As for the knowledge of shamans, you can only rely on yourself to figure it out. There won't be any problems if we learn two different abilities together. Right?
Laura suddenly asked a question that Steve was also very concerned about. But David waved his hands with certainty that it was okay.
Professional barriers are only for ordinary people who have no talent. Real geniuses learn whatever they want to learn. It is not unusual for them to have multiple powers.
And he also used Laura herself as an example.
You are now a holy light user, but you have learned a lot of hunter skills. Do you think there is a problem? Very convincing indeed.
Laura glanced at David. According to the classification method of World of Warcraft, David himself also has several professions. The division of professions in the game is purely for gameplay. In reality, the barriers between professions are not so strict.
Speaking of which, everyone in the village who has mastered the holy light will have some other occupation. I wonder what Tyrion would think when he sees this situation.
This, Laura didn't say. But David really didn't think about it.
Tyrion shouldn't care. Right. He has read the chronicles and knows the nature of these powers. You still have some ideas. Right.
Laura felt that Fording would feel a little depressed, I thought I was spreading the way of the holy light. But what did I teach him? Chapter 89: A Journey Full of Unknowns. The black, rough-looking leather armor and the thick cloak made of animal fur were obviously nice-looking clothes. But they made people think they were rough clothing worn by country people. The suit David wore was custom-made by Laura. It was much more comfortable to wear than it looked. It was said that it was handmade by a costumer who specializes in making costumes and props for commercial movies.
It looks good. But do you really want to cut your hair?
Laura walked around David and felt that David's current appearance was very consistent with the image of a wandering swordsman with an ancient European background. Although David did not have a sword on his waist, he had a holster with a holy light hunter hanging on it, and the hammer of judgment.
I'll be out for a longer time this time, so short hair is easier to wash and take care of.
David's hair has never been very long. The longest it used to be, it only grew up to his neck. And then, he would cut it short with a few clicks. Before, he couldn't care less about whether it looked good or not. It was just for convenience. Later, there were more and more people in the village, and Laura brought a lot of modern daily necessities, so he didn't have to take care of his hair casually. This winter, he was busy with various things and didn't take care of it for the first time. Grow long hair.
I think you'd better suit this look with longer hair. Do you want some more curls? Sounds like a good idea.
In many people's impressions, Laura has always been a carefree female adventurer who doesn't care about her own image. After all, she often travels in various remote mountains and dangerous waters, and camping in the wild is commonplace. In this case, she cannot dress herself up extremely delicately. But don't forget that Lara Croft is a woman after all, and a woman of noble birth. She usually doesn't show that side. It's just because she doesn't need to. It's not that she doesn't have the relevant skills. As long as Laura is willing, she can transform herself into a real British noblewoman at any time. The kind that no one can fault. The female aristocrat seemed to have found a new toy now. She just wanted to help David dress up according to her own ideas.
Come here. I will help you perm your hair. Just sit down and don't move.
Seeing that Laura had practiced the secrets of Konoha village taijutsu with him for most of the day last night, David gave up his insistence and obediently let Laura play with his hair.
I asked you before. Who are you going to go out with this time?
David is going to Iron Tree Castle. Maybe even to the royal capital. You definitely won't go alone. If you have someone with you, you can look after each other. If something goes wrong, there is someone who can come back and ask for help.
I asked Steve before, but Steve said that S.H.I.E.L.D. has a lot of things going on recently, and there is no way to take a long vacation.
David asked Steve and Mark, but Steve couldn't get away. And Mark, who had previously expressed his desire to see this world city, was also unable to leave the village because he had to go to the Mars base every day to keep in touch with the Earth. In addition, Steve had just mastered the mysterious power, and he needed to spend some time practicing. So he might as well stay in the village and ensure the safety of the village. Fording will spend more and more time in Azeroth in the future. And Laura is also busy with her own affairs. So there are not many partners he can choose.
Addis, Peggy, Sharon. Most likely Sharon will go with me.
Addis's strength is not good enough. Although the old hunter has rich experience, he is just an ordinary hunter and is not young yet. So one of Sharon Rogers or Peggy Carter must be traveling with him.
Where's Eva? Are you going to take her with you? Eva will stay in the village, coordinate all aspects, and record what happened in the village when I was away.
Although Winter Town has not yet received formal official recognition, Eva has already taken up the post in advance and became David's clerk. After a period of learning and adaptation, Eva clarified the relationships between various characters in Winter Village, and recorded and organized various situations in Winter Village at any time, making it easier for David to ask and inquire at any time. Although there is not much paperwork in Winter Village at present, all of it has been taken care of by Eva.
I see that you take this little secretary with you wherever you go now, and I thought you would take it with you this time too.
David didn't answer. He felt that no matter how he replied, it would be inappropriate. As for why he didn't take Eva with him, it was because there were too many unknowns on this trip. He wasn't even prepared to take Eva with him, let alone a purely civilian employee like Eva.
Will and Elizabeth have expressed interest, but Will said that Elizabeth seems to have encountered some trouble, and he probably won't be able to catch up.
The two chatted, and Laura finally fixed David's hair. David picked up the mirror nearby and looked at it. He felt that he should change the weapon to a long sword with a husky head on the end of the hilt.
I'm obviously an enhanced version of my appearance.
David, whose age had increased by another year, felt that he had become more handsome than a year ago. He looked at him shamelessly for a long time. And even Laura beside him was a little speechless before putting the mirror back. The two then walked around the village and chatted with everyone currently staying in the village. They finally determined that it was Sharon Rogers who accompanied David to Iron Tree Fort. Peggy felt that it was safer for her to stay. After all, compared to Sharon, a young man with little experience, she was a veteran of World War II and had sufficient command experience. At this time when Fording is away, Laura has something to deal with. And Steve cannot stay permanently. Peggy is undoubtedly the most suitable person to stay in Winter Village and serve as the commander. Eva will also stay in the village. She will assist Edwin Van Cleef in completing various construction tasks in Winter Town, Winter Fortress. She will especially be responsible for the message transmission between Van Cleef and Laura to ensure that the project is carried out smoothly. Delays will occur. As for the farmland, Mark helped keep an eye on it, while the scientific team including Leonard continued their various researches. On the day of David's departure, everyone gathered at the entrance of the village to see him off. Even Van Cleef came with his daughter Vanessa. And Edwin, whose alias was Hope, also stood on the edge of the crowd.
Perhaps by the time you come back, various construction vehicles will have appeared in the village. I'm looking forward to that.
Mark also expressed his ambition.
Before you come back, I will definitely master a mysterious power. I believe you can do it.
Fordring also made a special trip back. And David asked about the situation in Azeroth. The natural disaster and plague had broken out. And Arthas was investigating the truth everywhere in the territory of the Kingdom of Lordaeron. He was far from purifying Stratholme. It's not far behind what happened. The curtain has been raised. And Fording is also making final preparations. Coming to see David off this time is actually saying goodbye to other people in the village. After today, Fording will no longer live in Winter Village. At most, he will come back to visit occasionally. Azeroth is his battlefield.
Bon voyage!
Wish you all the best.
2.
Hugging Fording goodbye, David got on his horse and rode out of Winter Village with Sharon, who was already riding on the horse. The warhorse is the top warhorse in Azeroth. This kind of warhorse has extremely strong load-bearing capacity and endurance. And its sprint speed is also very strong. While wearing its own armor, it can also carry knights wearing full-body armor up the mountains and into the sea. Launched a charge after a long-distance attack. With such a powerful mount, David and Sharon can carry a lot. In addition to the leather armor they were wearing, which was made by Laura, the two of them brought replacement clothes, shoes and socks, as well as enough food and water for the road. There were also various gifts specially prepared by Laura to facilitate David according to the situation. To use, the rest are basically weapons. In this regard, David has maintained the consistent tradition. On the surface, he still carries a hunting bow and quiver, and has a Holy Light Hunter revolver on his waist. However, the Judgment Hammer has replaced the one commonly used before. Hand axe. Sharon brought more weapons, in addition to the Knight's Spear and shield specially made by Will using crystal or powder. Sharon also brought 2 additional pistols and an assault rifle. However, most of them were ordinary bullets, and only a small portion of the powerful ammunition contains crystal or powder. In addition, there are flash shock bombs, incendiary bombs, fragmentation grenades, and several grenades. While listening to Sharon introducing the weapons and ammunition she carried, David looked at the luggage carried by the horse Sharon was riding, feeling inexplicably relieved.
Did I bring too much?
Sharon noticed David's gaze and thought she had surprised him by bringing too much ammunition. Unexpectedly, David gave an unexpected reply.
Not much. If it were not inconvenient, I would rather drive out in a weasel.
Sharon opened her mouth and found that she still didn't understand the village chief well enough. His pursuit of firepower seemed to have reached a pathological level.
Isn't that too exaggerated? It's not an exaggeration.
David waved his hand.
This kind of trip has an uncertain future, and I don't even know when the enemy will pop up. I can't wait to put on a mobile armor that can protect the whole body, carry individual nuclear bombs, and 30mm Vulcan cannon just came out. How could there be such an exaggerated armor?
Sharon felt that the equipment David described was too exaggerated. She unconsciously completed the image of the armor in her mind, and then began to think about wearing this kind of armor herself. What would Clubba look like?
But if you think about it carefully, this thing is quite interesting. Right.
He always felt that this sentence was not accurate enough, because women can't refuse handsome mechas either.
In fact, for Winter Village, it already has as the basis for manufacturing mobile armor, crystal ore, A mineral containing energy solves the most troublesome problem, which is the energy supply of the armor.
Sharon was stunned when she heard this. Could it be that Winter Village had secretly started manufacturing mobile armors without her knowledge?
Have Leonard and the others already started making the kind of armor you mentioned?
Chapter 90 Sharon's Mage Dream. Leonard and the others make armor? That is of course impossible. Even though they are both protagonists, sitcom, and top scientists. This does not mean that they can casually build a set of high-tech armor. Even for Tony Stark, a technology tycoon who lives in the Marvel universe full of black technology and still has the aura of the protagonist. The hand-rubbed armor has basic prerequisites for those who kidnap Tony and provided him with there are a lot of advanced materials. Otherwise, even if Tony has the ability to rub the armor with his bare hands, he doesn't know how much time it will take to build a battle armor from scratch. Winter Village does not have so many advanced materials and lacks sufficient technology accumulation. Even if the crystal mine solves the energy problem, the troubles of various materials and mechanical structures cannot be overcome overnight.
It should be possible to make it in the future. Tisk!
Sharon curled her lips. She thought David, the village chief, was doing some secret research. This disappointed Sharon, who had nothing to do in the village all day and could only exercise her abilities and learn new knowledge.
By the way, everyone has been learning mysterious knowledge during this period. Don't you have a special power you want to master?
David knew that everyone had read those notes, but he didn't know who learned what in the end. I just know that after trying the mage's notes, Mark, Leonard, Sheldon and others seem to have given up and are currently trying other professions. Steve has become a part-time Paladin shaman and currently focuses on learning various skills of the Paladin. Among other things, the Avenger shield is simply tailor-made for Steve. David had seen 2 days ago that Steve, who had just started practicing this move, could easily hit 5 or 6 targets with a shield containing holy light. The originally unscientific flying shield became even more powerful with the blessing of holy light. He completely trampled the word science under his feet and crushed it repeatedly. It seems that Will and Elizabeth also tried the wizard's knowledge, but also failed. Eva was still choosing. She didn't know which one she should choose, and she specifically asked David for advice. David said that when he comes back from this busy trip, if Eva has not decided yet, he will help her choose a power that is suitable for her to learn. As for which power Peggy and Sharon chose, David had no idea at all.
I'm actually very interested in the knowledge of mages, and I can obviously sense the existence of arcane energy, but I have no way to mobilize this energy, let alone absorb it.
Speaking of this, Sharon frowned. She was actually a very strong girl, so she didn't mention the problems she encountered to anyone. She just kept her head there and competed with the arcane energy.
I always feel that the arcane energy is bound by something. Is that so?
This was not the first time that David heard someone say that the reaction to arcane energy was wrong. The last person to say this was Steve. For a person who can be recognized by the holy light and the elemental power at the same time, why is there no movement in the arcane energy? Judging from Steve's initial description, arcane energy should also be open to Captain America. Previously, he thought that after Steve accepted the holy light, the arcane energy
automatically chose to retreat.
But judging from Sharon's description, things were different from what he had guessed.
Is this world's arcane energy imprisoned? Is it imprisoned? Will arcane energy still be imprisoned?
Sharon looked at David in surprise. She didn't know much about this mysterious thing. All her knowledge came from the notes that Fording brought back. There was no mention of this situation in those notes.
Yes.
Thanks to the various miscellaneous books he had read and the large number of games he had played, David made a reasonable guess based on Sharon and Steve's descriptions.
In some worlds, although arcane energy also exists, and even the concentration of arcane energy is still very high, it is restrained and controlled by some powerful forces, so that all arcane users can only use this energy according to the rules set by him. Energy.
David briefly introduced the setting of the magic network. In a world where the magic network system exists, mages can only obtain spellcasting permission through specific methods. Spellcasters have no power over the powerful beings who formulate the rules of the magic network. Before, there was no way to break this system. We could only use spells according to the rules within this framework. Sharon listened to David's description and quickly discovered the difference between the setting David mentioned and the situation she felt.
You are talking about casting a spell. It seems that there is no restriction on arcane energy.
The magic network system limits magic, not magic power. It seems to be completely different from the situation Sharon encountered.
What I mean is that maybe there are more powerful beings in this world who have formulated a more stringent system similar to the magic network. Even arcane energy is restricted, and specific methods must be used to mobilize arcane energy.
David he spread his hands and said,
I'm just making a guess based on the situation you and Steve mentioned, combined with some of the knowledge I know. It doesn't mean that my guess is necessarily correct. I understand.
Sharon nodded. David was just guessing. So far, this guess is quite reliable.
Does that mean I can't become a mage? Although I don't know why you are so attracted to mages. It doesn't mean you can't become mages.
David found that every one of the people in the village, with several career options, all swarmed towards mages. The charm of the mage is really great.
Find a mage in this world and ask about the situation. You will know.
Sharon can sense arcane energy, proving that she has considerable mage talent. But Azeroth's mage knowledge is limited in this world. As long as she finds the right method, Sharon can become a mage.
It doesn't sound like it's that easy.
Sharon sighed. It seemed that she was giving up on the idea of becoming a powerful mage. Maybe she should learn from Peggy and not get entangled in the knowledge of mage. Or even worry about it. Career. But see what you can learn from those things? Sharon fell into silence. And David did not continue to speak. The two horses galloped at high speed on the snowfield. And soon they saw the snowfield castle that had not yet been truly established. This northern fortress decided to build by Iron Tree Fort was at this time just a small town surrounded by walls built of wood, a small amount of stone, and a lot of earth. It did not look like the most important fortress in the northern plains. After using telescopes to observe in the distance for a while, David and Sharon saw only a few people moving on the city wall. Most people should be hiding from the cold in their houses, waiting for the arrival of spring.
These people seem to have suffered a lot.
David gloated for a while, and then put away the telescope.
Why don't we go in and take a look?
Sharon also put away the telescope and watched David turn his horse's head, obviously having no intention of heading towards Snowfield Castle.
I won't go. There is no benefit in contacting these people before arriving at Iron Tree Fort.
David felt that once he entered Snowfield Fort, who knows what kind of assassination, frame-up, or siege would happen. Even if nothing happened in Snowfield Castle, there was no guarantee of what would happen on the way. In order to avoid these possible things, he decided to bypass Snowfield Castle and go straight to the northern post. Unexpectedly, after the Forrester family built a new border town. Has this post been renamed?
Then let's continue on our way.
Sharon felt that David's decision made sense. She put the thick hood back on her head and tightened her cloak to wrap herself more tightly. As soon as he turned the horse's head, he saw David waving his hand gently towards him, and a golden light fell on him, making his whole body feel warm.
Can the holy light be used like this? Yes.
This is what Laura told David. During her adventure in Siberia, Laura discovered that the heat preservation effect of the holy light was very outstanding, which allowed Laura to not worry about the harsh weather in Siberia at all.
Isn't it very convenient? Otherwise you should also learn from the holy light. I will think about it.
The 2 men and 2 horses galloped southward and soon arrived at the northern post. The soldiers at the guard post have changed. They don't know David. In addition, there are already villages and towns of the Kingdom of Thailand on the northern plains. So the people coming from the north are not curious either. They just look at Sharon, take a few more glances. David did not have much communication with these soldiers. After learning that the northern post had been renamed Bayuan Post, David did not ask any more questions. After a night's rest, Sharon and I set out for Iron Tree Fort the next morning and arrived at our destination soon. The top war horses from Azeroth have strong endurance and can run at high speeds for a long time. After David caressed the war horse under his crotch with emotion for a while, he and Sharon headed into the town while looking at the dirty, messy place in front of them. Smelly Iron Tree Fort.
Is this the Iron Tree Fort?
Sharon, who frowned, was almost knocked off her horse by the smell that rushed into her heart. She swayed on the horse for a few times and finally managed to steady herself. She frowned and pinched it with her hands.
Nose. Although I have been mentally prepared for a long time. This is.
David wanted to laugh at Sharon, but after living in a clean place for several years, he couldn't stand the environment here, so he could only endure the discomfort and quickly enter the inner city.
Let's go find Maloney Mansfield. The environment in the inner city is much better.
David was going to contact the only one he was familiar with, Maloney, and get more information through the local nobleman of Iron Tree Fort. In the shortest time to determine whether you can achieve your goal in Iron Tree Fort. As a result, things developed faster than David expected. He was not able to see Maloney Mansfield. After reporting his identity and requesting a visit, David only received a message from Maloney at the door. The note came, "Sorry. There is nothing I can do." Looking at this concise note, David called Sharon and decisively left Iron Tree Fort.
Go to the royal capital.
Chapter 91. A polished commander in another sense. Galloping southward along the road. Their horses galloped all night and for another day. When the sky was getting dark, David and Sharon stopped their horses. David looked back habitually. Although he was sure that no one was catching up from Iron Tree Fort, he still couldn't control his neck. Seeing David's actions, Sharon said casually,
"You have looked back many times along the way. Are you worried?" "It's not that I'm worried."
David rubbed his neck. Frequent looking back and looking around made his neck feel a little sore.
"It just feels like something is missing."
According to common sense, shouldn't there be a lot of pursuers at this time? They also have to come from different families, with strong and weak abilities, so that the protagonist has enough opportunities to show off. As a result, after waiting for a long time, he didn't even see a bird feather, which made him very disappointed.
"After you received the note from Maloney, you galloped all the way. Those nobles sent people out after getting the news. They probably won't catch up with us so quickly."
Sharon looked at David, who was still sitting on the horse.
"If you are very worried, how about traveling overnight?"
With the endurance and speed of these two war horses, if they traveled overnight, they could completely throw away any possible pursuers. But she wasn't particularly sure. After all, she didn't know enough about this world. I wonder if the mounts in this world are also very strong.
"Maybe there won't be any pursuers."
David jumped off the horse, dug out an apple from his luggage, and fed the horse an apple while stroking its mane.
"Some things that are stated on the surface must always be followed."
Just like the Forrester family wants to annex Winter Village. Even if it is located in a remote area, they must find a reason that is justifiable on the surface. This is not for commoners like David, but for other families who are also nobles. We are very well behaved. Even now, it is inconvenient for them to send someone to kill David too straightforwardly. Even if they want to send someone, they will hire people who have nothing to do with them on the surface, such as bandits, mercenaries and the like. But now in a hurry, they don't have time to make these arrangements. After repeating these analyses, Sharon rolled her eyes.
"So, there is no need for us to be in such a hurry. It is still necessary. If we really waste a few days in Iron Tree Fort, there may be many bandits, and mercenaries along the way, and they will all want to kill us."
Now with David's run all the way, and none of these enemies will appear.
"Okay. Sounds like a lot less trouble."
Sharon is a super soldier who has received various trainings since she was a child. She has good combat power. But that does not mean that she is a madman obsessed with fighting and killing. As the daughter of Captain America, although Sharon has not shown any particularly great sentiments, she has been taught by her father since she was a child. So her outlook on life is still very normal. After leading the horses to the roadside, David and Sharon did not stop in the villages and towns because they were in a hurry. So they could only rest on the roadside for one night.
"Let's just rest for one night. At this rate, we should be able to arrive at Wombay Town tomorrow."
Wombay Town is the largest town on the way from Iron Tree Castle to the capital of Thailand. It is also the transportation hub of the northern area of the Kingdom of Thailand. It was once an important border town in the north of the Kingdom of Thailand, until the Kingdom of Thailand pushed its territory into the Iron Tree Forest and established the Iron Tree Fort.
To be honest, I would rather stay in the wild and sleep in the wild.
Although he only stayed in Iron Tree Fort for less than half a day, he left without even stopping for more. But the poor sanitary environment of Iron Tree Fort still left an indelible impression on Sharon. She had given up any hope in the hygiene of the world. In comparison, the environment in Winter Village is much better, especially after David, as the village chief, built public toilets and made mandatory requirements for the public and personal hygiene environment in the village.
"Isn't the environment in the royal capital also very bad? I haven't been there either."
David waved his hands to express that he didn't know.
"But don't have high hopes. Think about Paris and London back then."
Sharon sighed. She deeply felt the huge gap between a modern person from a civilized era and this backward world. Glancing at David, although a lot of things were not stated clearly, smart people can discover a lot of things. Not to mention that after David figured it out, he didn't do anything to cover it up.
"How did you adapt?"
David and Sharon found some rocks and collected some firewood to make a campfire. After sitting down, they began to rummage through their luggage for food.
"Adapt to what?" "This world." "Oh, this.
David lowered his head and continued to choose what he wanted to eat for dinner.
There was no choice at first. But you will know later.
Join the development team. Build Winter Village. And let the village develop according to your own ideas, which will naturally solve the problem. After Sharon understood what David meant, she thought of a similar question like Mark.
So, what will you build the village into? A more modern and civilized city?
She also thought about a deeper question. Can other people in this world, especially those rulers, tolerate the existence of such a special city?
If the so-called modernization is just a reference to the era you live in, then you have underestimated me.
David dug out some dried meat and some chopped vegetables, threw them into a small pot, added some water and boiled them together, and then took them out again. A few pieces of bread were placed on the pot lid next to the fire to heat.
My goal is the stars and the sea.
Sharon thought David was joking, and maybe he didn't want to answer her question. So she used this joking way to change the subject. To a certain extent, Sharon's feelings were correct, and David did deliberately bring up the topic. There are some things that can be discussed with Fording, Laura, and even scientists such as Mark and Leonard. But it is not convenient to discuss with superheroes such as Steve, Peggy, and Sharon. When it comes to the development of Winter Village, if we talk in depth, some topics are almost unavoidable. If David wants to develop the village, not to mention establishing a huge country, even if it is just a large enough city, it will inevitably conflict with surrounding forces. This kind of conflict does not necessarily involve others provoking David, but also includes David provoking others. To give a simple example, as the power of Winter City continues to expand, the villagers under David's rule want to cultivate more fields, but they have already cultivated them in front of other people's homes. What should you do as a lord? From the standpoint of a lord, of course, he supports the villagers under his rule. After all, it is not his subjects who are being bullied. He does not need to worry about other people's people. That is a headache for the lord opposite. So the question is, will the captains of justice unconditionally support David at this time? In addition, despite the fact that there are already hundreds of villagers in Winter Village, and even modern infrastructure construction work has begun, the Winter Town, or Winter Fortress, he envisioned will soon be built. But he has never ignored one thing. There is not even a real soldier in his territory. There was no one at first. Now there is no shortage of people. Even the craftsmen and miners are still the top sources of soldiers. But don't forget that they came to David just to avoid wars and disputes. If there is still a war, stay here. Is Wild West bad? After all, there is real hatred between this person and the Kingdom of Stormwind. Therefore, despite the fact that Winter Village's actual combat power is amazing, and it is not afraid of foreign invasion at all, there are many deep-seated problems. And David can't find anyone with whom he can discuss solutions to these problems. So far, the only way he can think of is to use the construction of Winter Village to allow these partners to identify more with the town, ensure that the city is established and developed as expected, and attract more people through a better living environment. More locals move to Winter City to expand the city's scale, forming a virtuous cycle. In this case, the surrounding forces that have been poached can either take the initiative to launch an attack on Winter Town, and then they can hold high the banner of justice to counterattack and eliminate the opponent, or they can naturally annex the opponent. This may be the only development direction that does not arouse the dissatisfaction of these heroes of justice.
I never thought before that there would be a lack of less righteous helpers around me.
After taking a sip of mixed vegetable stew and taking a bite of hard bread, David glanced at Sharon in front of him. He was thinking, if he develops Winter City well enough and Sharon sees how miserable the lives of the common people at the bottom of the world are, will she choose to identify with him and finally firmly support him to eliminate other forces and fight for Winter? War. When Sharon fights the enemy, she can shout loudly,
"For freedom!"
It would be really interesting if that happened. Not only Sharon, but even several captains can line up, shout freedom, and then launch a charge to defeat all the feudal forces blocking the front of the Winter Empire.
But if we really create a Winter Empire, I should be the first one of these three to defeat it. Right.
He didn't know whether Captain America, Captain Carter and Sharon, the second-generation Captain America, would become Captain Liberty. Just when David was about to rest against a tree trunk, he noticed someone approaching.
Somebody is coming.
Sharon, who was also aware of it, touched her hand to the lance. Before she could hold her weapon, she saw an old man walking on the road next to him with a long luminous stick. The long stick in the old man's hand was about the same height as a person, and the top end emitted a bright light, illuminating everything around him. It also allowed David and Sharon to see the old man's appearance clearly for the first time. The old man also noticed the two people setting up a bonfire not far from the roadside, and walked straight towards them.
I accidentally went in the wrong direction and missed the village. Can I rest here with you for a night?
Chapter 92 Alchemist Newton. The old man looked at the young man and woman in front of him. He did not ignore the leather armors worn by the two people and the weapons placed at hand. However, he did not have the slightest expression of fear. Instead, he had a curious look on his face, looking at the items David had on hand. A strange war hammer.
My name is Pierre Newton.
Pierre Newton sat down by the fire very familiarly and put the long stick in his hand aside. David noticed that when the old man let go, the light at the top of the long stick slowly went out, and the surrounding area dimmed a lot, leaving only the light from the bonfire.
David.
Sharon still did not relax her vigilance, but the other party sat down and put down the long stick. She also stopped reaching for the lance. She just held the shield beside her with her left hand so that she could make defensive actions in time. Seeing Pierre Newton looking at her, Sharon smiled and said her name,
Sharon,
until the other party shows clear hostility. Both Sharon and David will only remain appropriately wary and will not directly regard them as bad people. Even though it was already dark and the weather was quite cold, an old man wandering alone on the road in the wilderness seemed suspicious.
Ha ha. You two young people don't need to be so nervous. I'm just an ordinary old man. Ordinary old people wouldn't wander around at this time and in this environment.
David knew that he couldn't have a good rest today, so he simply boiled hot water and prepared some tea.
Besides, that long stick you have on hand, the portion is not light.
He couldn't see clearly from far away before, but now right in front of him, David noticed that the long stick was actually made of metal. Judging from the sound the old man made when he put down the long stick, the long metal stick was solid. Not to mention that the long stick was still glowing before. Coupled with the old man's confident attitude, anyone with a normal mind can tell that this is no ordinary person.
Oh, I've been seen out,
Old Man Newton said, as if you have seen through it. So I will stop pretending and show off my cards.
Yes, I am actually an alchemist. Alchemist?
Sharon had a question mark on her face. It wasn't that she didn't understand what the word meant. What she asked was this old man the kind of alchemist she knew?
Yes, alchemist.
Newton misunderstood Sharon's reaction. He carefully arranged his hair, beard and collar, and then looked at David.
I have traveled a lot.
Over the years, I have been to most countries on the continent, looking for all kinds of unknown and rare materials.
After saying that, Newton glanced at the hammer in David's hand.
After David noticed the look in the eyes of the old man who claimed to be an alchemist, he understood why the old man came straight to him. This man was attracted by the materials used to make the Hammer of Judgment.
This time, I came to the Thailand kingdom in the north of the mainland. I have traveled to many places, but this is the first time I have seen this kind of strange material, so I came to disturb you too.
Newton said his purpose of coming in one breath. He came out, wanting to avoid a bigger misunderstanding.
So, you two don't have to be so careful with me. I feel like I need to be more careful.
David held the Hammer of Judgment. What kind of alchemist wouldn't just grab it? Scenarios such as killing people and seizing treasures kept playing in his mind. And David began to think about whether he should strike first.
Are you worried that I will snatch your weapon?
Newton waved his hands frantically.
I misunderstood. Just tell me what material it is made of and where to find it.
Pierre Newton said that he would look for the original, or because he also wanted to carefully observe what the environment was like when this strange mineral was born.
And I won't let you provide information in vain. I can pay you.
David was about to test his newly developed skills. How effective was the Avenger's hammer in actual combat? As a result, the other party expressed his willingness to pay reasonable remuneration, which made the villains he expected to murder and seize treasures be replaced. After the protagonist kills, the plot of giving out a lot of rewards completely collapses.
Reward? Yes. The reward is enough to satisfy you.
Newton had an expression of any price is negotiable, which made David wonder if he had met a businessman. However, his mind was clear enough, and he was not prepared to tell the alchemist named Pierre Newton that the Hammer of Judgment in his hand was made from crystal or produced only in Winter Village, plus some from AI made of light cast iron obtained from Zareth.
Sorry, I got this weapon by accident, and I don't know what the material is.
David felt that this kind of reply was the easiest way to send the other person away. Unexpectedly, the old alchemist opposite him was more persistent than he thought.
How about I pay a reasonable price, and you sell me this weapon?
Newton's eyes were always fixed on the Hammer of Judgment. and it was obvious that he really wanted to get this weapon. David didn't reply this time. He just shook his head, blew on the tea that had been brewed, and took a sip. The old alchemist wanted to say something else, but suddenly he smelled it hard a few times, then looked at the cup in David's hand, and his eyes shone again. It's not an adjective, but a real flash of light. David's hand immediately grasped the hammer of judgment. If he hadn't realized that the light was not an attack spell and stopped in time, the old alchemist's head would have been destroyed. Got hit.
It's just a forensic technique.
Newton was also startled, because David's attack speed was too fast. If the other party hadn't stopped the momentum in time, his head would inevitably be in contact with the weapon. A close contact with the pink hammer with divine radiance.
A follower of Lumiere?
David frowned. The last time he heard this name was from the mouth of the assassin suspected of being sent by the temple. He suddenly realized that this alchemist who said that he had been traveling for many years, and had been to many countries seemed to have the intelligence information that he urgently needed.
Are these two Knights Templar?
When David raised the hammer, Sharon had already grasped the shield and lance immediately. But looking at the other person's current appearance, why was he more cautious than the two of them before? The situation on the court suddenly took a huge turn. Pierre Newton, who was originally relaxed and smiling, looked at the two young men carefully with a cautious face.
This lady named Sharon is not a believer in the god of magic.
Right. Sharon and David looked at each other, and both noticed that Newton seemed more wary of Sharon. Until Sharon replied,
No. How that's good.
Newton took a deep breath and put on a relaxed smile again.
Let me just say, if it was those guys, they should have taken action when they heard that I was an alchemist.
David was silent. These two short sentences had already revealed a lot of information. The followers of the god of magic and the temple seemed not to have a good relationship with the alchemists. In addition, under such circumstances, the old man in front of him still dared to reveal his identity as an alchemist to strangers. Is he mentally abnormal? Or do you think you are strong enough and don't care about these troubles? If the old man named Pierre Newton was bragging before, David thought it was the latter possibility. Although the three people were still facing each other, the tense atmosphere had dissipated a lot. David even put the judgment hammer next to him instead of holding it in his hand.
You want to study the material of the war hammer in my hand? Right.
The topic returned to the beginning, as if the tense atmosphere just now had never occurred. After Newton saw that the two people in front of him were not believers of the god of magic, he resumed his previous words.
Are you willing to sell the hammer to me? Believe me, I will definitely pay you a satisfactory reward. I'm not going to sell you this hammer.
David thought for a while and made a suggestion.
But you just want to study the materials. You don't have to get this thing. Am I understanding you correctly? That's right.
You mean?
That's right.
David picked up the hammer again and tossed it twice in front of Newton.
I can lend you the hammer for research, but you need to follow me. Oh, it is indeed a way.
Newton touched his chin and thought seriously about David's suggestion.
So what about the chips? What do you want to get? Gold? Jewelry? Weapons? Armor?
David shook his head. He was not interested in those things, and he did not lack those ordinary objects.
I hope that you can be by my side for some time in the future and answer all kinds of questions for me.
What he lacks most is his understanding of the world. Being born at the bottom of a remote area, he has no channels to obtain various information. Originally, Maloney was a good development target, but now it was difficult to count on him, and he didn't dare to ask too many questions. The person in front of him was a better choice. He was not from the kingdom of Thailand at all. At least he had nothing to do with Iron Tree Fort. He also knew some information about other countries. He was exactly the person he needed. More importantly, if this person is really an enemy, keeping him with him will give him more peace of mind than letting him run away to Winter Village.
Answer the question? Do you mean to let me serve as your personal consultant and think tank?
The old alchemist suddenly looked at David curiously.
Is it that simple? Yes, it's that simple. For how long?
Hearing Newton start to ask about the details of the transaction in detail, David's suspicion of this person gradually decreased.
At least a month. Whether you only study it for a day or two or more than 10 days. If I study for longer than a month, then it will be automatically increased by 1 month.
Newton stroked his beard and thought carefully about David's suggestion. He looked at the pink hammer of judgment, and then at the teacups placed aside.
Make a deal.
Chapter 93 Bronia Continent. After the deal was concluded, David immediately began to ask for various information with the idea of squeezing the alchemist named Newton as efficiently as possible, especially the information about various forces on the mainland. Newton didn't expect that David would start asking questions as soon as he reached an agreement with him. And it seemed that he wanted him, as a consultant, to start working immediately.
You didn't even sign a contract? I suppose you don't care about a piece of paper any more than I do. That's true.
Newton nodded and acknowledged David's words.
Okay. If you have any questions, ask them all. If possible. I really hope you will ask all the questions tonight.
If possible. Spend one night answering various questions. And then, you can freely study new materials. Presumably this young man named David will not be too obsessed with a time limit of at least 1 month.
First question. I want to know the situation on this continent. What's the situation on this continent? Which aspect are you referring to? How big is this continent, and what countries are there? And how much do you know about the situation called the Temple?
Newton looked at David and suddenly became curious about David's identity. However, he did not rush to ask, but answered David's question first. According to the old alchemist's description, the continent called Brunia is very vast. At least, he has not visited every corner of this continent. He has only traveled around the human kingdom. There are many countries established by humans. And there are 4 most powerful countries. They are the Kingdom of Thailand, which occupies a large area of land in the north of the continent, the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt, which is located in the west of the continent, and which is located in the east of the continent, and has the largest territorial area among all human kingdoms. The Sotaruma Empire. The last one is the New Ellen Federation, which is surrounded by the Holy Kingdom of Gunter and the Sotaruma Empire, and a small part of its territory borders the Kingdom of Thailand. In addition to the 4 major human kingdoms, there are many small kingdoms and principalities scattered at the junction of several major human kingdoms, or further south. While watching Newton's explanation, David drew a brief diagram on the ground and gained a clearer understanding of the entire continent, especially the divisions of the human kingdom. The Kingdom of Thailand is located in the far north, and a large area in the southeast of the kingdom borders the Sotaruma Empire. The territory of Sotaruma Empire is much larger than that of Thailand Kingdom, which has expanded rapidly in the past 100 years. Their territory is only slightly smaller than the other 3 human kingdoms combined. The Holy Kingdom of Gunter is located in the west of the central part of the continent and southwest of the Kingdom of Thailand. The last New Ellen Federation is located in the east of the Kingdom of Holy Gunter, bordering a small part of the Kingdom of Thailand to the north, and Sodu to the east. Lunma Empire.
These 4 are the most powerful human nations on the continent of Brunia.
Newton did not introduce the remaining small kingdoms and principalities in too much detail. He only briefly pointed out a few locations to indicate the general areas where these small countries were located. Except for the borders between several countries, there are more areas in the south of the New Ellen Federation.
Where are other places?
David looked at the map drawn by Newton. It was obvious that there was a lot of land outside the human kingdom.
For example, further south. The plains further south are the territory of werewolves, Tauren, centaurs, and other races. To the west of the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt are a large number of dark elves. As for the east of the Suduramar Empire, there is the sea. This country there is a very long coastline, and it is said that the coastal area is often harassed by a strong and savage race. But I have not seen it, and the specific situation is not very clear.
Looking at the simple map, David finally had a basic understanding of this continent.
What kind of existence is the temple?
Newton looked at David in front of him, and then at Sharon next to him. He did not answer immediately, but asked a question.
Before answering this question, I would like to ask about the identities of the 2 people first. I am the village chief of Winter Village in the Kingdom of Thailand. Winter Village is a new village that was just established a year ago. You can understand that I am a country bumpkin from a remote place in the Kingdom of Thailand. So I am very curious about the outside world. You don't look like an ordinary country bumpkin.
Newton nodded and did not continue to ask. He complained and continued to answer David's question. According to Newton's description, the temple is a religious group. The temple is both the name of the group and the headquarters of the group. The temple is located next to the royal capital of the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt. It has a very huge influence in the human kingdom. For example, in the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt, even the choice of king needs the approval of the temple. But other countries do not reach this level. But most people recognize the transcendent status of the temple.
Currently, only people in the Kingdom of Thailand don't believe in the gods believed in the temple.
David learned that the so-called Lumiere was the god of light, one of the most important gods in the temple, and had many followers. Lumiere priests occupy a pivotal position in the temple, and the priests who often preach in various places are also priests of the god of light. At the same time, The god of magic is also one of the gods enshrined in the temple. This god of magic, who has no real name, is also the belief of all mages on the continent of Brunia.
The faith of the mage.
Hearing this, David understood why Sharon had previously been able to sense, but was unable to mobilize the arcane energy of this world. It seems that the magic and arcane energy in this world have been banned by the god of magic, so that the wizards in this world can only use magic within the rules he formulated. However, compared to ordinary believers, the group of mages is still more special. There are a lot of mages on the continent of Brunia, and most of them have little contact with the temple. The temple does not seem to care about this particularly. Regardless of the mages, they do whatever they want outside. After listening to all kinds of news for half a night, David didn't feel sleepy at all. He looked at Newton. The old man's face also showed no signs of fatigue or sluggishness. He looked like he could talk for a few more days and nights.
Is there anything else you want to ask?
The old alchemist looked at the hammer in David's hand. He felt that he had said so much and in such detail that David, a hillbilly, should be able to digest it for a while. He could take advantage of this time to study the hammer.
Let me ask another question.
David picked up the hammer of judgment and handed it to Newton.
What is an alchemist? Ah, this question.
Newton happily took the hammer. He thought he could study it carefully. Unexpectedly, David actually raised such a question. He immediately put the hammer in front of him and put on a pair of gloves, with a very serious expression.
An alchemist is an individual who studies and uses alchemy.
Newton knew that this kind of nonsense answer would not satisfy David. So before David could continue to ask, he explained to him what alchemy was. To put it simply, alchemy, as its name suggests, can turn objects into gold. Its true essence is to change the shape and properties of matter through mysterious magic.
If it can be turned into gold, it can also be turned into something else.
This is why old alchemists travel around, wanting to see more unseen or rare minerals. For alchemists, traveling around in search of various rare objects is a kind of practice in itself.
I see.
No wonder the old alchemist wanted to study it so persistently when he saw his hammer of judgment. This was due to his professional characteristics. According to the words of Pierre Newton, any alchemist, they can't resist the temptation of a novel and unseen object in front of them.
Of course, the tools in the national alchemy workshops established by various countries are another matter. What's that?
With Newton's disdainful narration, David learned that all human countries have more or less alchemists. And the main job of these alchemists is to make alchemy. Alchemy in the truest sense of the word. The main job of these alchemists was to create currency for the kingdoms they served. David didn't know until today that the currency of the human kingdom in this world was minted in this way. Does that mean that the currency of the human kingdom essentially relies on the reputation of the kingdom itself? After all, gold can be continuously produced through alchemy. It is no longer considered a rare precious metal and has lost its original value. David didn't think deeply about this issue. There was no need for him to worry about this kind of thing now. Even if the currency market collapsed, the kings of those big countries would still have a headache.
Is there any conflict between alchemists and followers of the god of magic?
After asking for a lot of information, David did not ignore Newton's behavior when he suspected that Sharon was a believer in the god of magic. But from the large amount of information Newton had previously told, he did not see any previous conflicts between the alchemists and the mages. Even according to Newton's description, every human country attaches great importance to mages and alchemists, and their status is not low in any country.
Because alchemists need to consume energy when using alchemy to change the shape or properties of objects.
Newton did not deliberately conceal it, but straightforwardly stated the biggest contradiction between the two.
And many alchemists, magicians prefer arcane energy that is highly malleable, highly versatile, stable, and easy to mobilize.
David had vaguely guessed the answer, and Newton's subsequent words confirmed that his guess was correct.
But the vast majority, or 90%, of alchemists do not believe in the god of magic. The way they obtain arcane energy seems a little bit SOSO in the eyes of believers in the god of magic.
You know? Disrespectful? Yes, that's roughly what it means.
Newton chuckled a few times, seeming to cover up the slight embarrassment in his words.
However, most mages don't get too entangled in these things, except for the god of magic in the temple. Believer.
Chapter 94 Alchemy. After asking for enough information, David indicated that he had nothing more to ask for the time being. He immediately saw Newton happily holding his judgment hammer and looking at it over and over. Originally, he didn't want to ask anything, but after seeing Newton's behavior, David still couldn't hold back.
Is that all it takes? This is the most basic observation.
Newton looked up and down several times. The more he looked, the more surprised he became. He did not hide the surprise on his face.
The material used for this hammer head seems to have only been processed. Simple processing. No other minerals mixed in.
The more Newton looked, the more surprised he became. The more he looked, the more he wanted to figure out what kind of mineral it was.
It seems to contain a lot of energy. This energy exudes a sacred atmosphere. Is it natural?
After pondering for a while, Newton began to rub the handle of the hammer again.
Is it the special metal in the handle that causes this phenomenon?
David knew the answer, but he didn't say a word. He just looked at Newton. He was curious about what magical methods the alchemists had. He didn't wait long, and soon noticed a faint golden light emanating from Newton's eyes. He lowered his head and kept looking at the hammer of judgment in his hand, and murmured from time to time,
"Oh, that's it."
"Huh?
What kind of material is this?"
The more he looked, the more excited he felt. Newton, who was getting excited, put away the light in his eyes, then raised his head and asked David,
"I may have to use some special means. Do you mind?" "What kind of special means?" "It's a spell in alchemy. Don't worry. It's just for analysis and recording. It won't cause any damage to your weapon."
When Newton talked about things related to alchemy, his confidence became much stronger. Even his back is straighter.
"Even if it is really damaged, I can repair it immediately and give you a better quality one, as long as it doesn't get damaged."
David stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. He was really curious about what kind of ability the alchemy in this world has. As for the hammer, the manufacturing process of this hammer is not very sophisticated. For people in this world, the real difficulty is the inability to obtain the two key materials of crystal ore and light cast iron. After receiving the permission, Newton was overjoyed and became very energetic. Although he didn't jump 3 feet high, everyone could see his excitement. Holding the hammer of judgment in the palm of his left hand, he opened his other hand to make a virtual grip. The old alchemist did not see any incantations, and there were no special prerequisite steps. Just a flash of golden light. From then on, the hammer of judgment was wrapped in a golden ball of light. The golden ball of light floated between Newton's hands. After wrapping the hammer of judgment in it, there was an additional halo around the ball. This golden ball with a halo looks a bit like Saturn, except that the halo surrounding the ball is densely covered with various mysterious runes. David glanced at it several times, but couldn't understand any of it. He only thought that these runes were very beautiful, and made Newton's spell look very high-end and classy.
These runes symbolize the alchemist's understanding and perception of various alchemical techniques. Each alchemist's alchemical formation, alchemical framework, and alchemical runes are very different.
I don't know whether it was because David readily agreed to let him study the Hammer of Judgment, or because the old alchemist was addicted to being a teacher. Seeing that David and Sharon were both paying attention to the alchemy array in his hand, he directly said,
"Let's do it," explained. This opening was a big deal. The alchemy array in his hand was still analyzing and recording various details of the Hammer of Judgment. The old alchemist may have felt bored waiting, so he kept talking endlessly. I don't know if he noticed the confused expressions on the two people's faces. So Newton turned around and started talking from the most basic things, as if he was going to give the two people in front of him an authentic introductory alchemist class. David didn't say anything. He was indeed very curious about this so-called alchemy. Anyway, he had nothing to do, so he just wanted to listen. Sharon also remained silent, although she didn't know what the alchemist could do besides making alchemy and studying various rare minerals. It did not prevent her from learning more mysterious knowledge. Substance conversion should be the core content of alchemy, but it is not that easy to achieve this. According to Pierre Newton, an old alchemist, there are only a few who stand at the top of alchemy. Only some people can truly transform any substance at will. That not only requires the alchemist to have huge energy, but also to have sufficient understanding of various substances. And when you reach this level, you can change anything at will and turn it into what you want it to be. But this involves a restricted area, which is a minefield that currently no alchemist is allowed to touch, the living body.
Because this behavior is unethical?
Sharon finally couldn't hold it back and asked anyway.
No, it's simply too dangerous.
This living body refers to not only humans, but even ordinary animals are also very dangerous. And even plants are not low in danger. This is also an important reason why most alchemists mainly study minerals. After talking about some taboos, Newton began to explain how alchemists use energy.
What? I didn't say what kind of energy it is. Oh, sorry. I skipped a paragraph.
Newton turned back to introduce to the two of them the energy used by alchemists to perform alchemy.
Mainly arcane magic energy. But it is difficult to absorb arcane energy. And there are also a lot of troubles when using it later. So alchemists will refine the absorbed arcane energy and convert it into more safe energy use it later. Of course. In theory. In addition to arcane energy, other energies are also possible. Even without refining transformation, alchemy can also be used, as long as your control of this energy is strong enough.
Barabara continued to talk. And Newton, who was addicted, soon reached the real introductory part of alchemy. After you have obtained the energy that can be used for consumption, know the dangerous taboos, and know what alchemy is, you can start to try to get started.
First, use your own energy to build a frame.
The alchemy array consists of an alchemy frame and alchemy runes, of which the frame is the most basic framework.
What kind of frame? It doesn't matter, as long as you can put things in it.
Newton, who was talking happily, was a little unhappy that David kept interrupting him. But when he turned around, he saw a square of golden energy appearing between David's hands.
You are very talented in alchemy.
A touch of surprise appeared on Newton's face, which was very similar to when he suddenly saw the material he was interested in.
No. You must maintain the stability of the entire frame structure. This quadrilateral as it looks unstable and breaks down too easily. No, I'm not talking about the unstable shape of the square. It doesn't make any sense if you change it to a triangle. I'm talking about the uneven energy distribution in it. Yes, that's it. Alchemy runes need to be arranged on the frame. If you want to arrange enough runes on the frame in the early stage, the easiest way is to increase the denomination. This hexadecahedron is enough for the time being.
He talked all night long, and even though he had completed the analysis and recording spells in his hand, he couldn't stop the old alchemist. Putting the judgment hammer aside, he continued to guide David in constructing his own alchemical frame, and then taught him how to construct alchemical runes and how to complete his own alchemical array. After finishing teaching the theoretical knowledge, Newton let out a sigh of satisfaction.
It's been a long time since I've been taught this much.
Looking around, I found that the sun had already risen into the sky. He lowered his head and glanced at the hammer of judgment in front of him, and then quietly glanced at the cup placed next to the fire. Newton sighed helplessly.
I originally wanted to analyze it carefully after analyzing and recording it. Don't worry. There's still a month left anyway. That's true.
Newton regained his energy and stood up to stretch his body.
Teaching you alchemy for a night is a good breath of relief for me. Take it out? That's right. Let me see who will question my teaching ability in the future.
The old alchemist seemed to remember something particularly angry, and the originally stable energy in his body suddenly exploded, causing his beard to stand up.
So that's it.
David wanted to agree with that assessment. When he was attending class last night, he discovered that Newton often jumped around when he was talking, basically talking about whatever came to his mind. Moreover, the old man was particularly unhappy that he was being criticized. People interrupt. If it weren't for the fact that David was essentially the old alchemist's employer, and that after David raised a question, David would immediately understand it after the old man taught him the question. And I'm afraid he wouldn't have given him a good look.
Have I learned alchemy?
When Newton heard this, he immediately put on a disdainful expression.
Where are you now? At most, you have just opened the door to alchemy, and you haven't even stepped in yet. If you want to really get started, you need to go to the blacksmith shop for a while to learn and understand how matter changes its form and how it merges with other matter.
Newton also explained how David will practice next,
and construct your own alchemical runes.
According to Newton, with the talent shown by David, if he is willing to work hard in the blacksmith shop for a year, draw the basic alchemical runes, and then combine them with the alchemical frame to complete his own alchemical formation, then only then can he truly get started.
At that time, you can use alchemy to change the appearance of metal objects as you like me.
Newton knew that if he wanted people to study hard, they had to have a goal to achieve. So he showed the effect of entry-level alchemy and took out a piece of metal from his waist. As the alchemy array appeared and disappeared, the metal piece had turned into a sharp dagger. Chapter 95 Royal Capital of Thailand. After demonstrating the magic of alchemy to David, Newton stopped talking about alchemy. The addiction to teaching has been greatly relieved, and now all his thoughts have shifted to the raw materials of the Hammer of Judgment. He will study this unseen material in his free time.
By the way, where are you two going next?
It was only then that Newton remembered to ask David and Sharon where they were going. After chatting for more than a night, he didn't even think of it, and he reached an agreement with David in a daze.
The royal capital of Thailand.
With the temporary addition of Newton, the traveling speed of the 3 and 2 riders would be somewhat affected. Fortunately, they were not far from Wanbei town. After arriving in Wanbei town, Newton immediately went to buy a horse. Afterwards, the 3 of them rested for one night in Wanbei town, and set out on their journey again before dawn the next day, heading south towards the capital of King Thailand. The journey went smoothly. During the occasional breaks, Newton would seize the time to study David's judgment hammer, and David would make full use of the agreement between the two. No matter what he saw, he would ask this temporarily hired consultant, "Deepen your understanding of the world." Generally speaking, in addition to the initial question about the distribution of power on the entire continent, we can also find out some differences between various countries. For example, the rise of the Kingdom of Thailand did not take long. 200 years ago, the Kingdom of Thailand was still one of many small kingdoms and principalities, and was inconspicuous among countless human kingdoms. However, in the past 100 years or so, the Kingdom of Thailand has grown very rapidly, and soon became the country with the largest land area outside the Sotarama Empire. In addition, the rise of the Thailand Kingdom indirectly prompted the establishment of the New Ailan Federation. That federal country was essentially a union of countless small countries, and was born to compete with 3 powerful neighbors. The Holy Kingdom of God is more like a religious country, and the entire country has a strong religious atmosphere. The Sotarama Empire is the most powerful and longest-standing human nation, although this empire has undergone countless changes over the years, and even the position of emperor has changed through several families. The empire still continues, and always maintains strong power. Listening to all kinds of miscellaneous information, the image of these names in David's mind gradually became fuller, and he no longer just knew the name as dryly as before. At the same time, he also learned that even small countries living in the cracks of big countries still possess considerable military power. Knights, court mages, and royal alchemists are almost the standard equipment of all countries. In powerful countries with vast territories, like the 4 major human kingdoms, some powerful lords will recruit mages and alchemists to serve themselves and form knights who are absolutely loyal to the lords. A typical example is Dudley Morgan, Lord of Irontree Castle, who has a well-equipped and powerful Irontree knights under his command. Of course, the most powerful armed force in the Kingdom of Thailand is the Knights of Thailand, which is far stronger than the Knights of the Iron Tree. This knighthood was the sharpest sword used by the Kingdom of Thailand when it conquered the entire north. David was curious and asked more about the Thailand Knights. Although the old alchemist didn't say much, David was able to analyze it from just a few words. The physical fitness of these knights in the Thailand Kingdom is probably better than he expected. Is much stronger. The top war horses in this world are probably no worse than the top war horses in Azeroth. As for weapons and protective gear, he did not ignore the sets of armor that Fording helped sell. Among them, Gregory's set of armor was mixed with some kind of special metal, which greatly increased the armor's defensive power. He didn't think that the main force of the Kingdom of Thailand couldn't get anything that Gregory could get. Maybe this kind of armor was just standard equipment in their hands, and they were most likely wearing an enhanced version.
If you don't come out, you really won't know anything.
David felt that he was really just a country bumpkin who didn't understand anything. He made the right choice by coming to the capital, even if nothing is accomplished in the end. Just relying on this intelligence information will not be considered a wasted trip. As we get closer to the royal capital, the road gradually becomes wider and smoother, and there are more and more pedestrians on the road. Occasionally, we can encounter caravans heading to the royal capital, transporting various specialty products from remote cities to the Kingdom of Thailand. Selling in the royal capital is the main source of income for most caravans. Because there were more pedestrians on the road, it was inconvenient for David and Sharon to continue galloping, and their speed slowed down. But even so, after many days of long journey, they finally arrived at the royal capital of Thailand Kingdom, the royal city of Thailand.
A very majestic royal capital.
Unlike Iron Tree Castle, King Thailand has a majestic city wall. Only by entering the city wall can you see the outer city of the royal capital. Compared with Iron Tree Castle, the outer city of Thailand royal capital is much better, although it is still chaotic and full of various smells. It can be seen that planning and rectification have been carried out. The civilians living in the royal capital also look much better. They all seemed busy. Sharon led the horse and followed the surging crowd through the city wall and entered the city. She kept looking at the civilians around her.
The people here seem to be living a pretty good life. That's because you are walking on the main road.
Due to the ban in the city, Newton, who was also dismounted, explained to the naive Sharon why this place looked pretty good.
This road and the surrounding blocks are full of traffic. There are a lot of people, and anyone entering the royal capital must pass through these main roads. So the Kingdom of Thailand will properly manage these roads.
After Newton explained a few words, Sharon understood that these streets were considered the facade of the Kingdom of Thailand. If they were too ugly, the ruler of the Kingdom of Thailand would also look bad on his face.
Since it's just a facade, why not manage it properly? This is already good.
Newton's answer silenced Sharon. The smart girl understood a lot through this sentence. The Kingdom of Thailand, one of the strongest human countries on the continent, also felt that such a facade was good enough. So some week, what will the country look like? What will those remote cities look like?
If you want to see the worst parts of these big cities, you have to explore the center of the outer city.
According to Newton, these areas surrounding the inner city are roughly divided into several squares, with the main road of the royal city as the boundary. The closer to the center of the square, the worse the living environment is.
What to do next?
Sharon, who had already figured it out in her mind, was going to take the time to go deep into the civilian area to take a look. Although she knew that the environment there would definitely be very bad, she still wanted to see it with her own eyes, as long as it did not affect Dai Wei's business.
Let's go into the inner city.
Compared with when entering the outer city, which is very relaxed and is basically allowed after a simple inquiry, the interrogation at the gate of the inner city is much stricter. This also resulted in the fact that although there were far fewer people entering the inner city than when entering the outer city, there were still queues, and they could only move in slowly. David looked back and forth. Most of this team was caravans. Most of the goods brought by these merchants were transported into the inner city for the truly wealthy nobles in the kingdom to enjoy. In addition, there are no nobles queuing up here, because they have a dedicated passage and do not need to wait for interrogation like David and ordinary merchants. Fortunately, the questioning speed was fast enough. After slowly moving for half an hour, it was finally David's turn.
Where are you from? What are you doing in Thailand? Why do you want to enter the inner city?
David answered these questions truthfully. Iron Tree Castle, Winter Village. Lai Thailand submitted the village certificate and applied for upgrading the territory level.
Applying to upgrade Winter Village to Winter Town?
The surprise on the inner city guard's face was very obvious. He looked at several documents in his hand and looked at David a few more times.
Are you the village chief? Yes.
The guard looked at Sharon and Newton, who were following David, and after confirming that these two were with David, he did not ask too much, but continued to ask David,
why not handle it at Iron Tree Fort? Winter Village is the latest land developed by the Kingdom of Thailand. I think this new territory belongs to the Kingdom of Thailand, not Iron Tree Castle.
Of course, David couldn't tell the truth. At this time, he puffed up his chest and held his head high. The excuse he had thought up long ago was spoken out. As if I am wholeheartedly dedicated to the Kingdom of Tehran. The inner city guard looked at David's gesture and thought it was very funny. He didn't try to hide his smile at all. He handed the document in his hand to David and waved his hand to indicate that he could go in.
Remember, don't cause trouble. The people living here are not something you can offend. Okay.
David led Sharon and Newton into the inner city, and after walking 10 meters away, he heard the guard's mocking voice behind him.
Rednecks from the north. Ha! Maybe he will become a noble lord soon. Don't be kidding. How can it be so easy to become a noble? Do you really think that you can become a noble by just enclosing land with a development order? You're actually jealous. But then again, that woman is really pretty. Do you have any thoughts about that girl? She's just a country girl. She should be easy to deceive. Forget it. I'm not that adult.
As the distance gradually became longer and the surrounding environment was noisy, David could no longer hear what was said behind him. He just led the horse and turned to look at Sharon.
I have a hunch.
According to the normal plot trend, will the next plot involve robbing a civilian girl? Sharon looked at David, then looked back at the guard who could no longer see clearly.
How about I go out of the city and wait for you? It shouldn't be to that extent.
David remembered the information Newton had provided before and decisively rejected Sharon's suggestion.
Besides, it might be a good thing for us to get something out of the situation.
Chapter 96 Earl Stewart. When David found the office in Wangdu that was responsible for handling development affairs and handed over his materials and application, he only received a reply, leave your address and wait for notification.
Thankfully, I have the gold and jewelry given by Varian.
After hearing the receptionist's reply, David knew that this matter might not be that easy to accomplish, and he would not necessarily waste much time in the capital. Moreover, the royal capital will not provide any food and accommodation for David, Sharon, and Newton. Personal issues such as housing and food must be solved by David himself. Fortunately, David brought a lot of gold and jewelry with him when he came out this time. Newton led the two of them, and after exchanging all these things into the currency of the kingdom of Tilan, they had the foundation to live in the royal city for a long time.
The outer city saves money, but the staff here will not go to the huge, chaotic outer city to find people.
David and others can only choose to live in the inner city, which is expensive. But living in the inner city is not a simple matter, and it does not require money.
You need a certificate.
The hotel owner told David that if he wanted to live in the inner city, even for a short period of time, he must have an official certificate proving that David's stay in the inner city was reasonable before he could stay in the hotel here. In addition, it is also possible to have a guarantee from a local noble in the royal capital. A guarantee from a noble has the same effect as an official certificate. Helpless, David had no choice but to go to the Development Affairs Department again and ask the receptionist to help issue a certificate, for which he spent a few extra gold coins. Seeing the satisfied smile on the other person's face, David also asked about it. Under normal circumstances, how long does it take for the application document to be approved? Perhaps the light of the gold coins was too dazzling. The receptionist, who was confused, told David in a gentler and kinder tone than before.
There is no precise time for this matter. If you are lucky, someone above will notice it.
It only takes 2 or 3 days to process it. If you are unlucky, it wouldn't be surprising if it remains there for several months without any response.
Moreover, David wanted to declare allegiance to His Majesty the King this time. This matter was a little more troublesome. If the upper-level officials who handled it thought that such a big deal was too trivial, they would still obey His Majesty the King? It is not impossible to just throw this application aside and let it gather dust.
I understand. Thank you.
He stretched out his hand to shake hands with the other person and thanked him. The slight doubt in the receptionist's eyes disappeared after he felt the hard touch in his palm, and he responded with a brighter smile. But he just smiled back and didn't say anything about asking more questions. David cursed in his mind and left the office with a smile on his face. Anyway, the certificate was finally issued, and then I took the certificate to the hotel to book a room and paid a 1-month deposit directly.
Pay a 1-month deposit directly? Do we have to stay here for that long?
Sharon looked at the environment of the hotel and was very satisfied with the condition of the room. The furnishings are simple and very clean. The furniture doesn't feel worn or old at all. The bedding is almost new. There are even green plants in the room. I don't know where the boss got them. The climate has just started to warm up now. Right. A few people booked a suite with 3 bedrooms, a shared living room, a simple bathroom and toilet. The toilet will be cleaned every once in a while to ensure that it will not affect the guests. This kind of environment and service is indeed worthy of the high accommodation fee.
I don't think it's possible to get things done in a month.
David is also very satisfied with the environment here. It's a bit expensive, but he's not short of money now.
I'm looking forward to someone coming to ask for help soon.
Coming.
According to Newton, the kingdom of Tyran highly values the strong and values those with strength. David wondered if there were any noble children who suddenly wanted to rape a common girl because of Sharon's beauty. As a result, he was beaten to the ground by Sharon, a beautiful woman. Such an interesting anecdote may attract the attention of some people, and then notice him as the head of the winter village.
Wait, is there something wrong with this plan? What's wrong? According to the traditional story development, shouldn't you stand up, knock down the nobles who want to take me away, perform a heroic rescue of the beauty, and attract the attention of the big shots?
Sharon listened to David's plan while eating. Come and listen. Why is it that you are all busy? David, the real village leader, actually watched the whole process.
That kind of story is too cliché.
The kingdom of Thailand has been powerful for so many years. Heroes saving beauties have probably happened countless times. In comparison, how can a beautiful woman who should be the victim directly kill the other party? Attract attention? Even though this is a world with mysterious power, in the minds of most people, beautiful women generally need to be protected, rather than standing up to protect others.
Okay, that makes some sense.
Sharon inserted a piece of meat, put it in her mouth, and slowly chewed a few mouthfuls.
Then what should I do? Wander around the city?
Since she wants to make some noise and attract some people's attention. Sharon can't hide in the hotel, and not go out. Otherwise, no matter how good-looking she is, others won't be able to see her.
No. If my guess is correct, someone will come to your door and get beaten soon.
David took a sip of juice, and then looked at the thing in his hand with satisfaction.
This is good. It tastes the same. Like grape juice. What is this?
Next to him, Newton was concentrating on destroying the food in front of him. After hearing David's question, he turned his head and glanced at David with a caring expression.
Grape juice.
David coughed a few times to ease his embarrassment. He couldn't explain why he asked such an imbecile question. He didn't even know there were grapes in this world. After all, he hadn't seen them in Iron Tree Castle. The label of country bumpkin could never be removed. David ate quietly and waited for the fish to take the bait. Unexpectedly, the fish took the bait faster than he expected. Before the meal was finished, someone came to the hotel. When he called to see Sharon and entered the city, the guard asked her name. There was a knock on the door of the suite. David was waiting for the other party to open the door and come in. Unexpectedly, the other party was actually very polite. When there was no response, he knocked a few more times. It wasn't until David said please come in that he opened the door. Walk in.
Oh, I'm sorry to disturb everyone's meal.
A handsome long-haired man walked in. He looked about 30 years old. He was wearing a gorgeous dress and reflective leather boots. When he came in, he saw several people eating and immediately expressed his opinion. Apology.
I sincerely apologize for my intrusive visit.
With a wave of his hand, the attendant behind him walked up to the man with a box in his hand, then held a box in front of him and opened the lid. There are necklaces, earrings and rings all made of rubies, which are obviously complete sets of jewelry. Sharon sat opposite David, both of them facing the direction of the door. At this time, she stood up slightly and came closer to David, complaining in a low voice.
This scene seems to be different from what you planned. Excuse me.
David certainly noticed this. But what could he do? Isn't the kingdom of Thailand criticized by people from many countries as barbarians? Why are everyone so polite?
The person in front of you is the Earl of Sutton Stewart of the Kingdom of Thailand.
The attendant holding the gift box solemnly introduced the identity of his master to David and others, and reminded David and others that they should treat the Earl as they should. Respect. David and Sharon had already left the table, stood up, walked over to Earl Stewart, and gave a simple salute. The etiquette actions of the two people were not very standard, let alone respectful. But the Earl of Sutton Stewart did not care about this trivial matter at all. From the moment he entered this room, Sutton Stewart's eyes had been fixed on Sharon, and the expression on his face that he had seen his favorite prey was very obvious. As for David and the old alchemist Newton beside Sharon, he was not even interested in taking a glance.
Nice to meet you. Beautiful lady. Welcome to Thailand. If possible, I sincerely invite you to have dinner.
Sharon didn't know how to deal with it. If the other party came in very forcefully and tried to snatch her away, it would be easier to just roll up her sleeves and start fighting. Now that the other party came up and first apologized, then gave her a gift, and then politely invited her to dinner, she couldn't just go up and punch him, right?
What should I do?
She asked David next to her in a low voice. She thought maybe she could accept the invitation. Anyway, it's just a meal.
This man seems to be easy to talk to. Maybe we can ask him to help us during dinner? Don't agree in a hurry. Just wait and see the situation.
David coughed a few times, trying to attract more attention from the man whose eyes were locked on Sharon.
This is the Earl.
Oh! Sutton Stewart heard someone calling him, even though he was busy sizing up Sharon, this great new prey. He still glanced to the side with his peripheral vision. After taking a glance, he immediately paid attention. The force turned to David.
Is this David? The village chief of Winter Village? Yes. My behavior just now was too rude. I hope you won't be offended.
While speaking, he gently waved his hand to the attendant behind him, and immediately another attendant came out, holding a long box in his hand. Opening the lid of the box revealed the gorgeous long sword inside.
This is a meeting gift prepared for Mr. Village Chief.
Afterwards, Earl Stewart's eyes seemed to be shining as he looked back and forth between Sharon and David.
I wonder if I would be lucky enough to invite you two to have dinner with me.
Chapter 97 Return Gift. Earl Stewart's unexpected invitation made David feel bad. He didn't expect that there was something of his own involved.
It's my honor to be kindly invited by your lordship. Then it's settled. I will send someone to pick you two up tonight.
Earl Sutton Stewart looked at David and Sharon with a smile, and finally bowed to them very politely.
At the moment, I won't disturb you two's meal.
He nodded to the attendant beside him. who had already placed the gift box next to him. He surrounded the Earl and left the hotel suite, and politely closed the door. Seeing the Earl of Sutton Stewart coming and leaving in a hurry, David didn't know how to evaluate this man. A true noble gentleman with good manners? From the eyes of this sizing up Sharon, he could only see a gentleman with another meaning. That kind of straightforward and unabashed gaze made Sharon feel very uncomfortable. It was only because the other party did not take any actual action that she did not explode. That's all. As for the way he looked at himself, David simply thought it was strange.
Are you going to have dinner with this Earl?
Sharon turned to look at David.
Didn't you say that you would observe the situation again? What I want to say is that although I feel honored by the Earl's kind invitation,
David spread his hands.
Before I had time to say the next words, the Earl had already left. This man is playing with human nature.
Sharon saw through Earl Stewart's tactics. First a polite greeting, then a gift. When a normal person faces a nobleman who is much higher than himself, but is still very polite to him, even if he wants to refuse, he will express it as tactfully as possible. At this time, Earl Stewart said goodbye and left without giving the other party a chance to express his true meaning.
This person gives me a very bad feeling.
It can even be said to be very bad. After Sharon came into this world, Earl Stewart should be her least favorite person, bar none. David didn't say anything. On the surface, Earl Stewart's etiquette was very good and impeccable. But the arrogance in his heart was not covered up in any way, and it was also displayed vividly.
Although the actual plot is different from the script, it can be considered as achieving the goal?
David glanced at Sharon next to him.
Maybe during dinner, Earl Stewart will take off his disguise and reveal his true temperament. Woolen cloth? If I injure the Earl, will it affect your plan?
Watching David pick up the 2 gift boxes and walk back to the dining table, Sharon, who also returned to the dining table, stared at David.
Injuring an Earl in the capital of the kingdom should not be a trivial matter. It doesn't matter.
David didn't look up, as if he didn't notice Sharon's gaze. He just opened the box and looked at the gift.
If he really wants to do anything to you, you can kill him on the spot. Are you serious?
Sharon originally suspected that David would ask her not to take action in order to obtain the aristocratic status of the Tilland kingdom. Unexpectedly, the other party actually gave such an answer.
In that case, you will also be implicated.
Killing the local nobles in the royal city is completely different from showing martial prowess. It will instantly put Sharon and David on the opposite side of the entire upper echelon of the kingdom of Tyron. Don't talk about noble status at that time. The nobles would probably demand that the 2 of them be hanged on the spot.
Whether it's noble status or something else, the premise for me to get these things is that our own people will not be harmed or offended in any way,
whether physically or verbally.
This is David's truest thought. In the past, he understood the principle of don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you. He himself was not willing to accept the arrogance of the nobles. So why should others tolerate these people? Oppression? After activating the golden finger, the most important thing for him is his personal combat power. The fundamental reason is to ensure that when necessary, he can evaluate his strength and choose to refuse. This time when I came to the capital, I chose Sharon to accompany me because I also believed that the other party had enough fighting power to protect themselves and fight back. Throwing the box containing jewelry on the table, he then looked at the sword in the long box. The handle and scabbard of this sword were inlaid with gems. It looked very gorgeous, and seemed to be a decorative sword. But when David pulled out the sword blade a little and heard the sweet sound of the sword, he knew that this gorgeous sword was a real weapon, and its role was much more than just hanging on the body as an accessory. The old alchemist, who had never had any sense of existence, turned his head when he heard the sound of the sword, and made an evaluation.
The blade is made of fluorite gold and broken iron steel, and it has a very long handle. Sword. That Earl has spent a lot of money.
By the way, Newton looked at the ruby jewelry in another gift box.
This set of jewelry is not ordinary jewelry. It has some special magical effects. Oh, can you tell what kind of magic it is?
David was surprised. He didn't expect this to be a magic jewelry set. Are there any shields, fireballs, or other spells on it?
It's just a warming spell that prevents the wearer from being afraid of the cold.
Newton could see the effect of the spell attached to it at a glance.
In Thailand, where the weather is freezing, this spell is quite useful.
There is no shield or fireball. This is a jewelry warm baby that allows the wearer to wear dresses that are not suitable for winter and severe cold weather.
I bet the person who comes to pick us up tonight will also give you a dress.
Sharon rolled her eyes speechlessly and made her attitude clear to David. We would rather give up these noble titles than we can suffer. Finally, The doubt that had just arisen in Sharon's heart had dissipated.
I don't want to wear dresses and jewelry given by strangers. What a coincidence. I thought so too.
Putting the sword back into the box and placing it casually beside the table, David continued to eat.
David? If your conversation with that Earl doesn't go well, or even break up, what will happen to your winter village?
The piece of meat that was originally brought to the mouth paused for 2 seconds before being brought to the mouth with a fork.
He chewed it hard for a few times. We will see how the kingdom reacts.
The best case scenario is that he doesn't respond and is too lazy to pay attention to your remote rural village. The worst case scenario is that he just wants to kill David. When it really got to that point, David had no choice. He doesn't want to die. So of course, he will fight to the death with the Thailand kingdom.
That's the worst that could happen.
I just don't know what will happen to my golden finger when the time comes. So far, David's golden finger can only explore and research on his own. He is only sure that the development of the village will allow the golden finger to be upgraded and strengthened to a certain extent. But the specific details are not clear at all. What's more, was Goldfinger's last upgrade legally recognized by the Thailand kingdom? Or does the actual development of Winter Village meet the requirements? He couldn't judge accurately. This time, I came to the capital with some ideas that I wanted to find out. Again, it would be a good thing to be able to gain noble status and legal recognition from the Thailand kingdom without any loss. If something had to happen, David was not prepared to coddle anyone. Even if he couldn't defeat the Thailand kingdom in a short time. Don't think about this person. As the two finished the meal, Sharon had a better understanding of some of David's thoughts. Before that, although Sharon had lived in Winter Village for a short period of time, she had not had much contact with David in private. Her understanding of the village chief was relatively superficial. And even David's specific character was can't even tell. I have to say, you are a little different from what I thought before. How to say? Originally, seeing that you were so persistent in wanting to obtain noble status, I thought you were the kind of person who takes power and status very seriously.
After hearing Sharon's comments, David didn't feel dissatisfied at all about being misunderstood. Instead, he laughed.
Actually, from a certain perspective, I do attach great importance to these things.
However, he knows that some things cannot be given up as a price just because he wants other things. Some things are easy to throw away, but difficult to pick up again. He didn't say this sentence. After finishing the intermittent lunch, David waited for the waiter to come in and put away the tableware, then took out his luggage and started rummaging around. Sharon, who was looking for something to kill time, sat back when she saw David's actions.
What are you looking for?
Gifts? David kept digging out shoeboxes, stockings, cosmetics and other items from his luggage. Sharon's face across from him was full of questions.
The Earl gave gifts first when we met, and we went to the banquet. You can never go empty-handed.
The other party invited them to the banquet in a polite and courteous manner, not by holding a knife to their necks. In this case, no matter what happens next, proper etiquette must be observed, and David will definitely give some gifts as a greeting gift.
I understand what you're saying, but what are you bringing?
Sharon looked at the several items on the table in front of her. They were all common daily necessities, and they were also women's products.
Why do you put these things in your luggage? What are you talking about?
David picked up a repackaged stocking that left no trace of the earth and looked ordinary.
If you and your father often chat, you should know how powerful this thing is.
Sharon was speechless. She knew what David meant. But that wasn't the crux of the problem.
Right? The Earl of Sutton Stuart was a man.
Although high heels and stockings were originally manufactured as men's products, the dressing style of men in this world is not like the trend of that period on Earth. David rummaged for a while, and finally determined the types of gifts. In addition to several types of socks, there were also combat inner armor of corresponding colors.
As a man, it is even more difficult for him to resist the charm of these.
Chapter 98 Earl Stuart's Advice. In response to David's words, Sharon only replied with a very simple, but extremely complex meaning.
Ha!
After deciding on the gifts, David went out to buy some gift boxes. Otherwise, it would not look good if he just took out the gifts so dryly. By the way, he also wanted to inquire about the news. David felt that the Earl of Sutton Stuart should be quite famous in the royal capital. This could be known from the conversation between the two guards when they entered the inner city. Sharon's information was most likely sold by one of the guards. I wonder how much it was sold for. Walking on the streets of the inner city, the environment of the inner city of the royal capital is very good. The roads paved with stone slabs are clean and flat. The buildings on both sides of the streets also maintain a good image. compared with the dirty and messy outer city. It is indeed better. I don't know. How many grades? It didn't take David much time to find a shop selling gift boxes. To be precise, this shop is right next to the hotel, just a few steps away. According to the owner, the guests who can stay in the inner city hotel are those who often interact with the nobles, no matter they are nobles from other places or have other status. When traveling with the nobles in the city, they inevitably have to give each other gifts. Gift boxes are a very popular item here. By the way, David also inquired about Earl Stewart. He originally thought that ordinary people would not discuss a count's information too much, but he did not expect that the count did not seem to care about this, and his name could be said to be known to everyone in Thailand King City. According to the shop owner, even ordinary people in the outer city often talk about this count in their daily life. The younger brother of the current queen, the most romantic man in the kingdom of Thailand, the #1 playboy in the kingdom of Thailand, the #1 scumbag in the kingdom of Thailand, the dream lover of countless women in the kingdom of Thailand, a certain Earl calls himself, and other titles. All belong to this category. Earl of Sutton Stewart. David, who bought the gift box that came with a bunch of information, didn't waste any more time and walked directly back to the hotel.
You're back so soon? Aren't you going to get some news?
Sharon put the things in her hands back in a panic. But Newton's old alchemist was not in the living room. He should have gone back to his room to rest or study David's hammer of judgment.
The Earl's information is easier to find out than expected. Just find a shop owner on the roadside, and he can tell you a lot.
After briefly explaining the information she had learned, Sharon's image of the Count in her mind gradually became more three-dimensional and fuller. And at the same time it became even more disgusting to her. It sounds like he's just a scumbag who uses his status to harm beautiful women everywhere.
At least I haven't heard that this Earl has ever used any violent means to rob a woman he likes. Because of his status. Did he suppress all this news?
The two casually discussed a few words, but neither of them could make a conclusion directly until something like this actually happened. As he spoke, David put the prepared gifts into the box. He asked the hotel for pen and paper alone, wrote a simple explanation, and put them into the box together. As the sun gradually approached the horizon, but before the world fell into dusk, the man sent by Earl Stewart arrived.
Two distinguished guests. This is the dress the Count has prepared for you.
The leading attendant, the one who had previously carried the jewelry gift, now introduced two dresses to David and Sharon in a very calm tone. David didn't care about the fact that the top tailor in King Thailand designed and sewed it himself, what precious materials were used, how long it took, and so on. After the introduction by the attendant Balabala, he smiled and said that he was not going to change his clothes, but would keep his current attire to see the Earl. The attendant was a little confused, as if he didn't expect that a commoner would so bluntly refuse the kindness of an Earl. In the past, even the most unhappy guests would not refuse to change their clothes. Maybe these two bumpkins from the countryside didn't understand the value of these two sets of dresses. The attendant quickly regained his composure, and the confusion and disdain on his face lasted less than 2 seconds, making it impossible for ordinary people to detect his actual thoughts. Thinking of his master's instructions, the attendant did not force David and Sharon to put on the dresses prepared for them, but politely invited them downstairs.
The carriage is already waiting for you two. Please come with me.
David and Sharon looked at each other. The other party's attitude was better than they expected. They followed the attendant out of the hotel and boarded the carriage. David noticed the sights coming from various places around him. These people were looking at him, and the people around him. Of Sharon, you could also hear things like,
"It's Earl Stewart's carriage. Who does that Earl like again? They seem to be a young couple. That Earl likes this kind of thing the best. Oh, poor man. Maybe this is their last day together."
All kinds of chatter did not escape David's ears, and Sharon also heard a lot. It was not until he sat in the carriage that the faint chatter was completely isolated. As the carriage drove forward, David looked outside through the window next to him. The carriage quickly turned from the business district of the inner city to another street, and passed a guard post before turning into this street.
"He is a guest of Lord Stewart."
The attendant sat next to the carriage driver, and told the heavily armed soldiers the identity of the passengers in the carriage. The soldiers did not even come over to check. They just glanced at the carriage curiously, and let the carriage pass the guard post. Through the window, David saw the soldier and another colleague seeming to be whispering. But unfortunately, there was no way to hear any sound.
"This carriage won't be enchanted." "Right. The sound insulation effect is a bit too good."
David continued to look out the window. After passing the guard post, the carriage entered a neighborhood with flatter and cleaner roads. On both sides of the street were the best houses that David had seen since he came to this world. They were basically the kind of independent houses. The front and rear courtyards and the building resemble a small castle mansion. The relatively far distance between these mansions left large open spaces on both sides of the street. David guessed that these wastelands were filled with lawns in the summer.
It looks like a wealthy neighborhood.
Sharon also looked out through the other car window.
The people here should be the nobles of the royal capital. Right. There should be many high-ranking officials from the Thailand kingdom.
David withdrew his gaze because the carriage had turned into one of the courtyards. The carriage did not stop, but continued to pull the two of them to the backyard before stopping. The door opened and David got out of the carriage first and saw Earl Sutton Stewart, who was already waiting here. Earl Stewart had no reaction at all when David and Sharon did not wear the dresses he had given them. It seemed that the Earl had already gotten the news before David got out of the car. When Sharon got off the carriage, Earl Stewart said in greeting,
"What a pity. Wearing that set of jewelry on you will make your blonde hair and skin even more dazzling."
Sharon has long golden hair that is as bright as the holy light, a sweet appearance and a tall and fit figure. Even in the eyes of Earl Stewart, who has seen countless beauties, the young girl in front of him is the best of the best. Now it seems that it is not easy to capture this prey. While greeting the two of them, Stewart led David and Sharon to a long table, which was covered with tableware, candles, flowers, and other decorations. When everyone was seated, the servants immediately came up and took away the unnecessary decorations from the table, while placing clean wet towels and other items on the table. There is a rectangular table for 3 people to eat. It seems inconvenient to arrange seats. In fact, the chairs have already been arranged. 2 of them are located at the farthest ends of the long table, and the other one is placed diagonally opposite one of them. Stewart sat alone at one end, David sat at the other end, and Sharon sat diagonally opposite David.
"Welcome to Thailand."
After sitting down, Earl Stewart used these words as his opening remarks, and signaled the servant to serve the food.
"I heard that David came to the royal city to upgrade the village?"
"Yes." David knew that when he was asking about Stewart, the Earl also asked about information about himself and others. "I'm just picking up a girl. Do I need to inquire in such detail?" David began to wonder what the Earl wanted to do. After serving the food and taking a few bites, Earl Stewart suddenly raised his glass and stared at David with expectant eyes.
"I think Mr. David's trip will go very smoothly. Maybe I should express my congratulations in advance. What do you think, Mr. Mayor?"
David looked at the Earl of Sutton Stewart, who was sitting not far in front of him. This man's words were easy to understand. He almost told David directly that he could help a little in this matter.
"So, what's the price? I like talking to smart people."
Earl Stewart took a sip of the fruit wine in the wine glass and was happy that David, a commoner from a small rural place, could immediately understand what he meant.
"I admire Sharon very much, and I hope she can come enjoy tomorrow's sunrise with me."
Looking at David, who was silent, Earl Stewart did not rush to urge him. He glanced at Sharon's face a few more times before adding a few words.
"You must be very worried that Miss Sharon will not be able to rest well in a strange environment. Maybe you should stay and take a look."
Earl Stewart did not give David time to think this time, and immediately urged,
"What do you think of my suggestion, Lord Baron? Lord Earl, you seem to have asked the wrong person."
David called good guy from the bottom of his heart, while enduring the pain that kept coming from his calf. He calmly expressed his attitude.
"I have no right to do it for Sharon. Any decision."
Chapter 99. Gathering of Royal Capital Nobles. Earl Sutton Stewart gently shook the wine glass and looked at David with a smile. In countless similar conversations, he had often heard such responses. In this Earl's opinion, no matter what happened next, it would not be beyond his expectations, including Sharon rudely rejecting his invitation. Earl Stewart did not dwell on this issue. He invited the two of them to enjoy various delicacies, told some interesting things about the royal capital, and asked them if there were any interesting facts about Iron Tree Castle or Winter Village. David had been waiting for the Earl to fall out, but Earl Stewart acted very restrained and didn't seem to care at all about the two people's rejection. After chatting for a while, Earl Stewart, who seemed to see the doubts in David and Sharon's minds, explained,
"Don't be nervous. You too. There are only ordinary servants around. I did not arrange for soldiers to ambush in the dark."
After taking a sip of the fruit wine, Earl Stewart put down his glass.
"I want to discuss a deal with you too. The premise is that both parties have the idea of dealing. I have no interest in forcing others."
Listening to the highly boastful words of the Earl in front of him, David felt like he had a lot to say, but he just suppressed it and didn't open his mouth. Sharon also felt that the Earl was full of flaws. Although he didn't say anything, his speechless expression was not concealed at all. Earl Stewart, who noticed Sharon's expression, was not angry at all, and continued,
"You and I are willing to do what we need, which is a perfect deal. You two can relax and enjoy this dinner. If it is too late, you can just rest here for the night. I think it's better not to disturb the Earl too much."
David expressed his refusal. He was not going to spend the night at the Earl's house. Similarly, Sharon would not stay, even if the Earl repeatedly emphasized,
"I can't do anything."
She had no idea of staying. After finishing a strange dinner, David, Sharon, and the Earl walked around his garden twice more. After chatting for a while, they got into the carriage arranged by the Earl and returned to the hotel. After the carriage disappeared into the night, David and Sharon stood at the door of the hotel and looked at each other.
"You just sent us back like this?"
Sharon still found it a bit hard to believe. She wondered if the Earl had any follow-up actions. Sharon couldn't figure it out, but David vaguely guessed the Earl's tricks.
"Your previous feelings about this Earl were not wrong about his fishing techniques. He is indeed a guy who likes to play with people's hearts. What's the meaning?"
David waved his hand and returned to the apartment with Sharon. After closing the door, he continued what he said before.
"This Earl's target is not just the two of us."
David tilted his head and gestured the direction of the window,
"including ordinary people in the capital."
Sharon thought for a few seconds before she realized what David meant. At the same time, she also thought about the trick Earl Stewart was playing.
"You mean, if we accept the Earl's invitation, even if it is really innocent, just eating, there will be all kinds of rumors spread?" "That's right. Thankfully, we didn't agree to stay overnight. Whether you agree to stay overnight or not, I'm afraid it doesn't make any difference."
David didn't go to the window and tried to hear some people talking. Even if he didn't listen, he could guess what they were saying.
"But won't this affect his reputation?"
Sharon had already thought about what kind of discussion the Earl's behavior would cause. Thinking of the Earl's reputation in the royal capital, and comparing the Earl's performance tonight, she began thinking about how many of those rumors are true. Are they all caused intentionally by the Earl? After all, Sharon is a young girl who has never seen the true evil of people's hearts. Coupled with the environment in which she grew up, she generally does not think of people in a bad direction, but rather thinks of people in a good direction. So when she finds something possible, she will assume that the person is good and habitually treat all remarks as deliberately created rumors. David would not be like this. At the same time, he could see that Sharon was thinking wrong, and immediately reminded him,
"Those rumors should be true or false. Don't think that our rejection of the transaction conditions proposed by the Earl means that everyone will choose reject." "Ah?"
Sharon said. How is that possible? Expression once again exposed the fact that she was an inexperienced rookie. She never thought of this possibility.
"Will anyone really agree?" From the conversation at dinner, we can know that the transaction conditions proposed by the Earl are all the things that the other party most urgently wants to get.
If David didn't have a bit of traveler's arrogance disease, plus with Goldfinger as his backing, he didn't even dare to say that he would reject it outright. Even if you refuse angrily because you feel you have been insulted, you will continue to worry that you may have missed an opportunity. People are sometimes afraid of thinking blindly. What's more, the Earl also has a follow-up trick, gossip. No matter what the facts are, even if it is just a night of stargazing, rumors will have a long-term follow-up blow to people and cause great psychological pressure to the person involved. Why should I be said like this when I have obviously done nothing? If they are a couple, they will have a more fatal impact. These rumors may arouse the suspicion of close people around them and trigger conflicts between the two. In a state of anger and unconsciousness, the mind is likely to go to the other extreme. If I had known it would turn out like this, I might as well have agreed. Then he was led away by the Earl of Sutton Stewart in a daze. Listening to David's various analyses, Sharon suddenly felt cold all over. Even though she was still wearing thick leather armor and didn't even take off her thick fur cloak, it couldn't make her feel any warmth.
"What a terrible person." "Yes, it's the standard template of a supervillain."
David nodded in agreement, but found that Sharon was staring at him.
"What's wrong? You're scary too."
David spread his hands and said, "What does this have to do with me?" A puzzled expression.
"Ordinary people can't think of these things in such a short period of time."
Sharon looked at David. She had never thought that David was so good at playing with people's hearts.
"Read more books. Reading can really increase people's knowledge."
David stood up and walked to Sharon, patting her shoulder with his hand.
"If you really can't watch it, watch more movies. It's okay. But you'll find that this trick is almost worn out by people.
Sharon was speechless this time. She never imagined that one day she would be educated by a small village chief living in an ancient feudal society, asking her to read more and watch movies to increase her knowledge. When she wanted to say something else, David had already returned to his room and closed the door. Looking at the closed door, Sharon sat there and thought for a while before going back to her room to rest. There was no talking all night, and when Sharon came out the next day, David had already gotten up and left the hotel wondering what he was doing. After Sharon finished washing and watched the hotel waiter secretly looking at herself while laying out breakfast, David strolled back.
You went out so early. What were you doing? It's too early to get up. Let's go for a walk and breathe some fresh air.
David sat down at the dining table. While answering Sharon's question, he turned to look at Newton, the old alchemist next to him, who had obviously not slept all night.
Didn't you take any rest yesterday? I will have a good rest today.
The old alchemist often conducts similar research and knows where his physical limits are.
Want to use the hammer of judgment? It shouldn't be needed.
David hadn't figured out what to do next, and seemed to be just waiting for the news. I was hoping that someone with a blind eye would tease Sharon and make some news. Now the news has indeed come out, but it is completely different from what I expected. He looked at the waiters, who had put down the breakfast and were about to leave. He was very familiar with the curious, sympathetic and envious eyes of these waiters. He had experienced it countless times since he left the house just now. After the waiter left, Sharon looked at David with a puzzled face. She felt that she could get the answer to all her confusions from David.
Did I see it wrong? I can understand curiosity and sympathy. Why do you think there is envy or even jealousy in these people's eyes? Because they think we are well paid by the Earl.
Just when Sharon didn't know how to evaluate this situation, Earl Stewart came to the door again.
It seems that I have disturbed your dinner once again. I'm really sorry.
Sutton Stewart was still very polite. He apologized first when he entered the door, and then expressed his intention.
I'm here to invite you two to a party.
David was about to speak, but Earl Stewart said first.
Don't refuse in a hurry. This party will be attended by many nobles in the royal capital, and even His Majesty the King may attend.
Sharon, who originally wanted to refuse, heard that His Majesty the King might appear at the party, immediately swallowed what she wanted to say and turned to look at David. David was also looking at her, although the two of them did not speak. Sharon immediately understood what David meant and nodded at him. Although Sharon had expressed that she didn't mind, David still wanted to ask.
I'm curious. Why did the Earl invite us to this party? This is in return for those gifts yesterday.
Earl Sutton Stewart's eyes were shining, and he showed special enthusiasm for David.
After seeing the gifts, I realized that my true soulmate has finally appeared.
Chapter 100. There was an unexpected gain. Although Earl Stewart acted very enthusiastically, as if David was his half-brother who had been separated for many years and was finally reunited today. But David was not happy at all. He always felt that he had become Earl Stewart's life confidant inexplicably, and it was more like scolding him. After giving an awkward yet polite smile, David briefly chatted with Earl Stewart, asked about the party, and accepted the other party's invitation. But then David declined the invitation to visit Earl Stewart's home and sent the Earl out of the hotel himself. After looking at the carriage that the Earl had boarded, David stood there for a few seconds and then immediately turned around and returned to the hotel. Newton had gone back to his room to rest, and put the hammer of judgment in the living room to prevent David from knocking on his door when he needed it. Sharon was waiting for him to come back, probably wanting to ask David some questions. In the end, David just waved his hand to her, signaling her not to speak yet. Then, under Sharon's gaze, he sat on the chair next to the window. At the same time, he took out an electronic device from the bag on his back and connected the headphones were inserted into the ears. Sharon blinked and looked twice, realizing immediately what David was doing. What David was holding was a bug receiving device. Sharon was not surprised that David could get this thing. She was just curious about when David was there, and where was the bug installed.
Carriage?
David nodded, and Sharon walked to the door of the room, leaning against the wall and holding her shoulders. David, who had adjusted the signal band, listened carefully to the sound coming from the headphones. He was not sure he could hear what he wanted to know. But idleness is idleness. What if I get lucky and hear some useful information? Especially when David noticed that Earl Stewart was not sitting in the carriage alone. After a period of silence, the sound of conversation began to appear in the headphones.
You should insist on inviting the young man. This is different from what you promised.
A man wearing clean formal attire sat opposite the Earl of Sutton's steward. His dress was different from that of the attendant. But under Earl Stewart's, under the cover of the gorgeous dress, it is easy for others to ignore his existence.
You should understand that this person is a good chess piece. You take it for granted. With that young man's character, he will not agree if I continue to insist on the invitation.
Earl Sutton's steward closed his eyes and seemed to be recuperating, without even looking at the man opposite him.
I have seen a lot of young people like this, so you have to trust my judgment. If it weren't for you, I would even be prepared to wait a few more days before coming to see him. And I wouldn't invite him to the party in a few days. I trust your judgment. I have seen many clear examples over the years. Your judgment of people is always so accurate. So, what are you worried about? Are you afraid that someone will get there first and take away the credit?
Earl Stewart opened his eyes slightly and looked at the man in front of him.
Don't worry at all. Varian, there is no way your companions can succeed.
Bellum didn't make a sound, but there was a momentary abnormality on his face. Earl Stewart was keenly aware of this abnormal reaction. His originally unconcerned expression disappeared instantly, and he warned the other party in a solemn and serious tone.
I don't want to say similar words any more times. Go back and tell your companions. The kingdom of Thailand is not the kingdom of Holy Gaunt. And this is not a place where you can act recklessly.
Bellum did not continue to say anything, allowing Earl Stewart to express his dissatisfaction. After Earl Stewart realized that it was useless no matter how much he said, he just hummed loudly, closed his eyes again and fell asleep, preparing to recover more energy that was consumed too much last night. David opened his eyes, took off his headphones, turned off the receiver, and put the receiving device away properly. After David finished these things, Sharon walked up to David and took a chair to sit opposite.
What? Out of range? You actually went to test the reception range this morning?
Sharon suddenly realized and understood why David got up so early.
Yes.
David got up early in the morning just to try and see where he could receive the bug signal from the Earl's house. Sharon was suddenly curious. How many bugs had David installed?
2.
David raised his hand and made a V sign.
1 on the carriage. 1 on the table.
Sharon nodded. She did not ask why a bug was installed on the carriage, when she discovered that the carriage had a strong sound insulation effect yesterday. She also thought that the carriage was suitable for discussing private matters. Moreover, the carriage can keep moving to prevent anyone from lurking nearby, further reducing the possibility of being eavesdropped. However, no matter how cautious that Earl Stewart was, he would never have thought that someone would be able to eavesdrop on his conversation with the help of advanced technological products from another world.
Did you hear anything useful? That Earl is cooperating with certain people.
David suspected that the man named Bellum was someone sent by the temple. These people in the temple seem to want to cause trouble in the kingdom of Thailand. It is not difficult to guess what the specific matter is. The kingdom of Thailand is the only country among the human kingdoms that does not respect the temple. The temple wants to radiate influence into this country, and it is not surprising to do anything. It is a very normal choice to cooperate with the powerful people of Thailand Kingdom. After recounting what she heard, Sharon also gave a guess similar to David's.
Furthermore, this person named Bellum seems to be targeting us. Why is he targeting us? What's so strange about this? It's not difficult to understand that we can't open up the situation in the capital of the Kingdom of Thailand and try to change the direction.
Through the news he heard from this eavesdropping, David felt that the appearance of the assassin was not worth it. Surprised, since the temple can send people to cooperate with the dignitaries of the royal capital of Thailand, it can naturally also cooperate with the dignitaries of Iron Tree Fort. The assassin may have been sent by a noble from Iron Tree Fort to deal with David. That assassin may have I thought it was just a small favor, but I didn't expect that I would kick David in the face. Who is the instigator behind the scenes? The Forrester family is the most suspect.
First occupy the more remote areas of Thailand Kingdom, and then influence the royal capital through various places.
This time, the man named Bellum seemed to want to list his winter village as an occupiable area.
From the conversation between these two people, we can know that the people sent by the temple to the Thailand Kingdom also have many internal conflicts.
Sharon was also aware of this situation, but she didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing for David.
Of course it's a good thing. If this wasn't the case, how could the Earl come to us so quickly?
It was obvious that the Earl's attitude towards the two people had undergone a huge change. From two new toys to he has become a target who needs strategies to maintain relationships with partners. The key to the transformation was Varian. This change in role positioning also gives David room for maneuver.
If I guess correctly, Earl Stewart is likely to actively promote the upgrade of Winter Village to Winter Town at this gathering. Well, I'll also make you a baron. This should not be the case.
The Earl likes to play with people's hearts. And he must understand that you can't put all the chips up at once. Giving benefits bit by bit continuously is easier to establish a long-term relationship than paying it all at once. And it will also help to implement various plans in the future. Plan.
By the way, have you anticipated this situation a long time ago?
After Sharon and David discussed for a while, they suddenly realized something.
Otherwise, how could the bugs be installed in advance? How is it possible? I can't predict spells.
Fording jokingly called him a prophet. And Varian even believed in his identity as a prophet. But David's prophet can only be used in those familiar worlds. Which does not include this.
Just to be on the safe side, I installed 2 bugs.
He felt that it was not troublesome to install 2 bugs. He might be able to get more information about Earl Stewart. If he was lucky, he could also hear how the Earl would arrange him and Sharon next. So that he could also, you can make some preparations in advance to deal with various situations that may arise. The information I heard today is purely unexpected.
You're so lucky. I've always been lucky.
David nodded and accepted Sharon's praise calmly. After all, not just anyone can live 2 lives. In the second life, he can get a golden finger, get help from various familiar characters in his previous life, and master the mysterious power that he could only feel in the game. If you think you are unlucky, how can you be considered lucky?
At least it must be SSS level. Yes. Yes. That's right.
After Sharon responded a few times, she seriously thought about what impact the information she heard today would have on Winter Village. Going further, what impact will it have on yourself? She lives in Winter Village, and she will continue to live in Winter Village for quite some time in the future. Sharon is very different from the others. That is, she cannot return to her own world at any time. So she attaches great importance to the situation in Winter Village. As she thought about it, she suddenly thought of a problem that she had ignored. It seemed that her identity had been misunderstood since the appearance of Earl Stewart. Due to her dislike of the Earl, she has not explained to the Earl that her relationship with David is not what he thought.
It seems like I've suffered a loss. But I haven't lost anything at all.
Chapter 101 David's Free Time. Marvel Cinematic Universe. Stuttgart, Germany.
I said get down onto your knees.
A tall man wearing an antlered helmet stood in front of a large kneeling crowd and delivered a speech until an old man stood up in defiance.
Look at this old guy. He is your role model.
The scepter in his hand condensed a dazzling light, and then fired a beam of light towards the old man. But Steve, who suddenly appeared and blocked the old man, used his shield to bounce the beam back.
Ah!
The man wearing an antlered helmet was knocked down by the beam he fired, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. He quickly stood up and looked at the man who suddenly appeared. The tall, strong, and ambitious star-spangled but shaped handsome man did not wear a uniform with the stars and stripes pattern today. He just wore ordinary casual trousers and a leather jacket. However, the round shield with the iconic pattern on his hand still betrayed his identity.
A soldier.
From the men under his control, he learned all the information about potential threats, and soon matched the person in front of him with one of them, a soldier who was strengthened with very backward technology decades ago. In his heart, this soldier is not a threat to him at all. It seems that if he wants to become the opponent's prisoner reasonably, he needs to work harder. Just as he was thinking this, the shield on the opposite side had already flown over. The shield filled with holy light was very fast and drew an arc in the air. Question mark. Before he could realize what was going on, the tall man had been hit by the Avenger shield. When the powerful holy light contained in the shield hit him, it also made his brain dizzy for a moment.
What's going on? What kind of power is this? It seems different from the information I obtained.
The tall man was so dizzy that he couldn't even stand. In the next second, Steve rushed forward, pressed his hand with lightning wrapped around him, and used the power of thunder and lightning to stun the enemy. Steve looked at the Asgardian named Loki, who fell to the ground and was covered in smoke, and then looked at his right hand. There was still lightning on it that had not completely dissipated.
The power of this move is much stronger than expected.
Then he lowered his head and looked at Loki, who fell on the ground. He soon realized that the other party was not seriously injured. And in just a moment, the other party had woken up from his coma. Just when he was about to say something, deafening music came from the sky, and then a gold-red metal man landed next to Steve at high speed. Loki watched as he slowly stood up and showed off various weapons on his armor. Weapons.
Don't move. Mr. Stark. Captain.
Seeing the opponent raise his hands under the threat of his own weapon, Tony Stark felt very satisfied.
You are under arrest.
Sometime later, New York. The world-famous bustling city has completely turned into a battlefield. Chitauri soldiers are constantly emerging from high-altitude wormholes, destroying the city crazily and killing all life in sight. Steve was wearing what seemed to be ordinary and outdated armor. And in his hand was the Hammer of Salvation, which Will had recently built, and was exactly the same as the Hammer of Judgment. The hammer head was made of blue-violet crystal. Steve originally thought that the full-body armor with crystal or powder added, and the Hammer of Redemption that David gave Will time to build after confirming that Steve had chosen the path of the Paladin would be of no use in a short period of time. Husband, I didn't expect that my world would face a huge crisis so soon. Alien invasion. Faced with this situation that he had never encountered before, Steve made a special trip back to Winter Village, put on armor that he had never worn before, and brought with him the Hammer of Redemption that he had just built and had never used. Then went straight to New York. The newly formed Avengers were wondering where Steve's equipment came from. But now was not the right time to chat. I could only watch in confusion as Captain America suddenly turned into an American knight with a medieval style, holding a shield and war hammer and rushing towards the groups of Chitauri soldiers. The light kept flashing, and the battle became more intense. Steve looked at the chaotic situation around him. He and his comrades were also dragged into a bitter battle by endless alien soldiers. He felt his own weakness. Even though he has been recognized by the Holy Light, he can still only watch countless people lose their lives on the chaotic battlefield. A feeling of powerlessness welled up from deep in his heart. But it was quickly suppressed by Steve with faith. He tightened the shield in his left hand, and continued to hold the Hammer of Redemption. He felt his own limit, and knew his weakness. But he still had no intention of retreating or even giving up. At this moment, a beam of light descended from the void and shone on Steve, restoring all his lost physical strength. The gradually depleted holy light was filled again, and even became more powerful than before. Steve also realized something through this holy light. He raised the Hammer of Salvation in his hand, and the light beam falling from the void suddenly became several times thicker. Then countless light points slowly fell from the sky, and those illuminated by these lights, the Avengers and the civilians of New York, found that all the pain on their bodies disappeared. The moon with its strange brilliance gradually appeared in the high sky, and then the golden light spots were mixed with silver-white starlight, while a bald man wearing a yellow robe stood on the roof of the building and looked at the strange sight not far away. High altitude. World of Azeroth. Kingdom of Lordaeron. Hearthland. Tyrion Fordring stood on the city wall, returning to his homeland since the scourge began to wreak havoc on the land. When Arthas killed his father, King Menethil, and led the scourge to destroy all life, Fordring took over Hearthland again, the territory that originally belonged to him. Tyrion Fordring has a huge reputation, even though he has been deprived of his status as a lord, a paladin, and expelled from the country. When encountering terrible dangers, everyone still hopes that Fordring will lead them to face difficulties. The soldiers of Hearthland, the soldiers of the Kingdom of Lordaeron, and the paladins of the Knights of the Silver Hand gradually gathered in Fordring's Hearthland. After Gavin Rad, one of the 5 paladins of the first generation, and Uther, Alsace's teacher, died in the hands of the Prince of Lordaeron, who had fallen for unknown reasons. More Knights of the Silver Hand, the Paladin, fled to Hearthland.
Did Sidam refuse?
Looking at the letter handed over by a Paladin, Tyrion Fordring sighed helplessly. In fact, he didn't care about Sid and Dathrahan's original accusation against him. He valued the Commander-in-Chief of the Knights of the Silver Hand very seriously, because Dathrahan's plan to storm Stratholme would not only cost him his life, but would also lead to his body being taken over by the Dread Lord, causing many members of the Knights of the Silver Hand to go astray. He didn't want the little remaining human power under the raging scourge to become even more fragmented because of Dathrahan. But Fordring couldn't care about Dathrahan at the moment. With the convenience of high-powered telescopes, I saw a flood of natural disaster soldiers coming towards Hearthland. After turning around and walking for a while, he looked at the other side of the city wall. After careful planning, with the help of the dwarves and the efforts of the people of Hearthland, a complete defense system has been built, especially the rows of artillery positions, which were made by the dwarves working overtime. These cannons are the key to Hearthland's ability to block the scourge. Further away, heavy artillery with more powerful firepower is hidden. Holy light. Fordring wanted to say something out of habit, but as soon as he started, he realized that it was no longer the holy light that protected him this time, but steel and gunpowder.
I hope the effect will be the same as I expected.
Soon, the deafening sound of cannons echoed in Hearthland. Standing on the city wall, Fordring looked at the pieces of smoke and dust in the distance. rising among the tide of natural disaster soldiers. Before they had time to dissipate, they were killed. The newly stirred up smoke replaces it. Soon, the natural disaster soldiers completely disappeared from sight, replaced by explosions and dust that seemed to never stop. When there was nothing to do, time seemed to stand still. David thought about it and felt that instead of wasting time, he might as well learn more from the old alchemist Newton. Even though Newton had told him that it was useless to learn alchemy just by listening to the theory, David wanted to learn more than just alchemy. He was also willing to learn other knowledge.
Stick skills? Sword skills? Fists and kicks? Elf language? Tauren language? Centaur language? Blacksmithing? Painting?
Newton said that he has traveled around for so many years and knows many things besides alchemy. If David is willing to learn, he is also willing to teach. But after David asked carefully, he found that there was not much knowledge that he was interested in, and finally decided to continue to inquire about the customs of various countries. This time he specially drew a map of Brainia continent in his notebook, and at the same time organized the messy and unsystematic information Newton said into categories. For example, information belonging to the Kingdom of Thailand is recorded under the column dedicated to the Kingdom of Thailand, while information that is not easy to classify is recorded under other or miscellaneous categories. Some uncertain information was marked with question marks. As a result, in a few days, David recorded a lot of information about the Brainian continent, constantly squeezing the value of the old alchemist Newton. After he had sorted out the information, the Earl of Stuart came to visit him again. Earl Sutton Stuart came to David this time to take him and Sharon to attend a gathering of nobles in King Tyron's city.
This is Bellum, my personal health consultant.
Earl Sutton Stuart introduced the man next to him to David and Sharon. Different from the previous 2 times, when he was low-key and mixed among the attendants. The dress Varian wore today was much more gorgeous and exquisite, and he was clearly different from the attendants. This time, Earl Stuart did not prepare dresses for David and Sharon, and reminded them that they had better wear black leather armor to attend the party. Chapter 102 Her Royal Highness's Birthday Gift. Wearing full leather armor to a party? Without asking too much, David knew that this so-called gathering would probably not be too friendly to him and Sharon based on Earl Stuart's reminder.
But no weapons.
He did not bring the Hammer of Judgment, nor did he bring any firearms. The weapons were all placed in the hotel room. The old alchemist Pierre Newton was responsible for looking after the house. At the same time, there were soldiers left by Earl Stuart guarding the apartment outside. David and Sharon rode the Earl's carriage and drove all the way to somewhere in the royal capital. On the way, Earl Stuart didn't say much. The health consultant Bellum only nodded to David and Sharon to show friendship when they were first introduced, and did not talk too much to David and Sharon. Have a conversation. Considering the eagerness shown by this man when chatting with Earl Stuart before, his silence today was probably reminded by the Earl next to him, and he controlled himself well, and did not rush to talk to David to deepen their friendship. It wasn't until the carriage drove for a while that David noticed that the scenery outside gradually became desolate, with fewer and fewer buildings, and instead there were a large number of large trees that were starting to turn green. If the carriage was not still driving on the flat stone road and did not pass any city gates, he would even wonder if he had reached the outside of the city. Just as he was thinking this, the carriage was stopped by several soldiers. A middle-aged knight with a good appearance carefully looked at the passengers in the carriage before signaling that the carriage could pass.
This is also in the royal capital city?
Passing the sentry post, David noticed that the city wall here was not very tall, and its blocking effect was far greater than its defensive role. It was better to call it a city wall than a fence.
This is the hunting ground of the royal family.
Earl Sutton Stuart, who had been silent, introduced this gathering place.
Of course, today we are not here to hunt, but to attend an open-air party.
The carriage drove through the hunting grounds for a while, and finally arrived at its destination. In fact, it was still quite some distance from the real party venue, but you could not take a car on this stretch. Earl Sutton Stuart got off the car and walked at the front. The health consultant reminded David and Sharon.
What's next?
Just follow me, and don't talk to anyone.
As for what they do when someone opens their mouth to talk to them, Bellum didn't explain.
But David immediately figured out the point. No one attending this party would take the initiative to talk to him and Sharon. Following Earl Stuart, they walked forward through a wasteland where grass had not yet grown, and soon came to a building. This is a building whose purpose is unclear, and it has no roof. There are some stone pillars and pools around it as decoration, and in the center is a circular shallow pit. Maybe a dance floor? David noticed that there were several stone tables nearby, with many fruits, wine bottles, wine glasses, etc. already placed on them. When Earl Stewart walked in with a few people, there were already some people chatting in twos and threes around him. Earl Stewart stopped and looked at it, and then walked straight towards one of the small groups.
Oh, Sutton. That's strange. It's not like you at all. You're usually the last one to arrive.
When one of the middle-aged men saw Earl Stewart, he immediately stopped talking to the two people in front of him and turned around to say "Lo."
I went to bed early yesterday.
Earl Stewart was also very enthusiastic, greeting the somewhat bald middle-aged man opposite him, and at the same time did not ignore the other two people.
Didn't we agree to have a party at Duke Campbell's mansion? Why did you change the location temporarily? Duke Campbell is suddenly unwell, and there is no way to hold a party.
The balding middle-aged man's tone could not tell whether he was worried about the Duke or gloating about his misfortune.
It is said that it was the Queen's suggestion to change the venue to the hunting ground. So that's it.
After Earl Stewart said a few words to the balding middle-aged man, he turned around and went to say "Lo" to the others. Along the way, he walked around and chatted with almost everyone, and finally took bay with him. Ram, David and Sharon walked to a corner. This party has started since they appeared here. There is no formal announcement and no host. As the number of people gradually increased, a band appeared on the scene and played non-stop. After a few songs are played, a new batch of performers will be replaced to ensure that the music does not stop. Occasionally, men and women would come to the circular venue to dance. But David noticed that those who danced were relatively young men and women, and some older people mostly stayed around and chatted with others. After observing for a while, he understood that this party was actually a place for nobles to socialize. Some less formal matters were very suitable for discussion on this occasion. For example, let the next generation of young people get to know each other, bring their heirs to recognize other nobles in the kingdom. It is not ruled out that some nobles will discuss the marriage of young people here.
A little boring.
The few people staying in the corner chatted in low voices without anyone paying attention. After observing for a while, Sharon began to feel bored. No one would care about these little transparent people in this place. When she followed Earl Stewart everywhere to say "Lo," the people here were all dignitaries of the royal capital. In the eyes of these people, there is no difference between them and the decorative stone pillars next to them.
That Earl.
Glancing at Bellum standing next to him, Sharon decided to retain proper respect verbally.
Why did you invite us here? I am not sure as well.
David was also thinking about this issue when His Majesty Abelson Tiran, the king of the Kingdom of Thailand, arrived. The music stopped, and all the dignitaries present saluted His Majesty the King as he walked into the arena. David and Sharon hid behind the crowd and didn't pay attention to them at all. However, they still bowed honestly and bowed. They didn't need to kneel down and kowtow, so they didn't have any resistance. The appearance of His Majesty the King did not bring any special changes to the party. They were still chatting in twos and threes, but His Majesty the King would keep chatting with different people until the Earl of Sutton Stewart and His Majesty the King said something. The ruler of the Tiran Kingdom turned his attention to David in the corner.
Let's go there.
Bellum, who had been paying attention to Earl Stewart, immediately reminded the two of them to follow him. David and Sharon did not hesitate and followed Bellum directly to the front of His Majesty the King. Abelson Tylan, who waved his hand to indicate that they did not need to salute again, was looking at David. And by the way, he looked at Sharon, who was standing aside.
What outstanding young people!
The outstanding appearance of the two people left a very good first impression on His Majesty Abelson Tiran.
You established a new village with the pioneering order? Yes, Your Majesty.
David knew he was asking himself. In fact, when Abelson looked at himself, David was also looking at the king. Abelson looks about in his 40s or 50. His temples are graying, and he seems to have entered old age. But Abelson has a strong physique, standing there like a boulder, giving people a very calm feeling. At this time, His Majesty the King looked at himself with his eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything, and the two people's eyes quickly collided. Generally speaking, it is very disrespectful for David to look at His Majesty the King, but Abelson didn't seem to care about such a trivial matter at all. He just asked the next question.
You want to upgrade your village to small town? Yes, Your Majesty. Your village should have been established not long ago.
Abelson could tell this from David's age. After all, David was the one who founded the village, not the one who inherited the position of village chief.
Already can I apply for an upgrade? I assure Your Majesty that Winter Town will definitely meet all the requirements of the kingdom. Winter Town?
Abelson glanced at Earl Stewart next to him, and Earl Stewart nodded to him. Immediately, a knight came over holding the document and sent the document to King Abelson. After Abelson opened the document and only glanced at it a few times, he knew that the content of the document was very detailed. According to the information recorded above, this new village called Winter Village did meet all the conditions for being upgraded to Winter Town. Of course, it was impossible for Thailand officials to just believe whatever David wrote on the document. According to usual practice, the kingdom has to send officials to Cold Winter Village for on-site inspections to ensure that all data is consistent with the information filled in the documents before the real administrative upgrade can be completed. If His Majesty the King said at this time,
"Send someone to visit Winter Village according to the procedure,"
the matter would basically be settled. However, Abelson did not say this, and just handed the document in his hand back to the side. The knight then asked another question.
"Do you want Winter Village to become my territory? Winter Village is part of the Kingdom of Thailand, and it is the territory of His Majesty the King."
This answer made Abelson smile, but he still did not say whether he accepted it or not. Instead, he asked about the geographical environment of Winter Village and the output of crops. David reported everything truthfully without any exaggeration. But even so, it still attracted some slightly suspicious scrutiny, which David dealt with by using potatoes, a high-yielding crop. His Majesty the King chatted with a strange young man for a long time, which also aroused the curiosity of others in the room. Everyone was looking at this strange young man David, including Queen Rosie Stewart and the little Princess Sophia. Tehran. At this moment, Earl Sutton Stewart suddenly made a suggestion that surprised His Majesty the King.
"Sophia will be an adult soon. Maybe Winter Town can be made the territory of His Royal Highness the Princess."
Chapter 103 Strength Matching Status. The chatter that could still be vaguely heard seemed to have been pressed on the pause button in an instant. Everyone present looked at His Majesty the King and Earl Sutton Stewart, and only the melodious music continued. 2 seconds later, the surroundings returned to their original state, and the collective silence just now seemed to be an illusion. But David could feel that more eyes were focused on him than before. And in addition to curiosity, there was also a bit of hostility.
"Make Winter Village a fiefdom for Sophia?"
Abelson seemed to want to say something, but suddenly changed his mind and turned to ask his daughter.
"What do you think?" "I don't know."
Her Royal Highness the Princess has milk-white skin, long hair that shines golden in the sun, big round eyes, and a small face with baby fat. Her beauty is a bit cute and playful. In the Kingdom of Thailand, women reach adulthood at the age of 16, and men at the age of 18. In other words, Princess Sophia, who has not yet celebrated her birthday, is still a 15-year-old girl.
"But from the introduction of the village chief David, it is a very good place."
Her Royal Highness the Princess looked at David with round eyes. The tone of her words and the expression on her face did not hide her admiration for David. Seeing his daughter's reaction, Abelson's first reaction was helplessness. He turned around and glanced at Earl Stewart, feeling that this unreliable brother-in-law had caused some trouble for him.
"Send someone to Winter Village to assess whether it meets the conditions for upgrading to Winter Town."
Abelson gave the order casually. He was not prepared to decide anything immediately.
"As for Sophia's fiefdom, Your Majesty..."
Before Abelson could speak, someone below could no longer stay any longer and immediately walked out of the crowd.
"If Winter Village is upgraded to Winter Town, then as an important town on the border of the kingdom, a person is needed. A truly capable knight is in charge."
David turned to look at this young man. From his gorgeous clothes, he could tell that this man should be the child of a powerful person. He was probably brought out by his family to socialize when he appeared here today. However, this person did not stand up to ask whether Winter Village was qualified to be upgraded to Winter Town. Instead, he began to question David's ability as the village chief, which made him realize something. He turned around and looked at Earl Sutton Stewart, who was not far away from him. The Earl was also looking at him, and nodded to him with a smile, and reminded himself with a more obvious mouth shape.
"I'll look at you next. Excellent performance."
The young people at the scene were still talking, and they quickly finished explaining their views, not to mention what the situation is in Winter Village, since it is the current de facto border of the Kingdom of Thailand, and it needs to be upgraded to a town. Then it is the de facto border town. It is very reasonable and logical that important border towns need to be guarded and managed by more powerful people. All in all, David, a village chief with a civilian background, is no longer suitable to continue to manage such an important town.
"This is Jeremy Baker, the youngest son of Baron Baker."
Someone next to His Majesty the King reminded him, who was talking loudly in the room at this time. So as to avoid the embarrassing situation that His Majesty, the king, did not know who this person was, because he was standing close, David also heard these words, and knew the identity of the young man who jumped out first. Glancing at the crowd of onlookers around him, he saw that he was not the only young man in front of him who was eager to try. They might also be regretting that they were too slow.
Jeremy, do you think Mayor David is not qualified to be the mayor of Wintertown?
Abelson seemed not surprised by this situation, and looked at Baron Baker's third son. Jay. Calmly. Remy Baker.
Don't forget that Village Chief David established the village with a development order and came to the royal capital to submit an application for upgrading to a town within a short period of time.
His Majesty the King's intention is very clear. With the support of the development decree, and the fact that David has developed the village in such a short period of time, it has proven David's ability in a certain way. In this case, David's village cannot be dismissed casually. Chief, or mayor of the town.
Your Majesty, you must have sufficient strength to guard the border of the kingdom.
Jeremy Baker finally said the key point that he had been brewing for a long time.
Village Chief David is very capable in building and managing the village. But in the face of when a foreign enemy invades, these abilities may be of little use. So, you are questioning the bravery of Village Chief David? Yes, Your Majesty. That's it.
Abelson pondered for a few seconds, then suddenly looked at David, who was still not far in front of him.
So, Village Chief David, do you think you can protect the border of the Kingdom of Thailand? Of course.
David stood aside and observed for a while, listening to the conversation between the king and the young man from Baron Baker's family, and already figured out Earl Stewart's intention of letting him wear leather armor. Not only did he figure it out, His Majesty the King took a look at David's attire, and knew that this young man had come prepared. He glanced at the Earl of Sutton Stewart next to him, who looked like he was having fun, and made the final decision.
Very good. As a Tyrannian, you need to have the courage to not be afraid of challenges. I'm looking forward to it.
How you behave next.
His Majesty the King even deliberately walked down the steps, stood next to David, and stretched out his hand to pat his shoulder.
Go and prove your strength. Prove that you are worthy of being the mayor of Wintertown.
Then he faced everyone and loudly ordered,
clear the place, and give the two young people some time to prepare.
After saying that, His Majesty the King walked aside to talk to his wife and daughter. The surrounding dignitaries consciously gave up the shallow pit-like dance floor in the center and stood on the periphery one after another. Several knights also moved weapon racks. Various weapons were placed on the two weapon racks, placed at both ends of the circular shallow pit. David looked at this posture and suddenly realized why he felt that this place had an inexplicable sense of sight. Isn't this a miniature version of the Roman arena? Looking back, he saw that only Sharon, Bellum, and Earl Sutton Stewart were standing next to him.
You had expected this to happen?
Yes. Earl Sutton Stewart held a wine glass and raised it gently towards David.
This is your best opportunity. If you want to say thank you, remember to give me more gifts. Just like a few days ago the one you gave me.
David was speechless. In today's incident, it looked like the Earl of Sutton Stewart had kicked David into the pit with just a few words. In the end, this man even said with a shy face that he remembered to send more gifts as a thank you. If he had a more grumpy temper, he would have given the Earl 2 electric cannons on the spot. Maybe David's eyes were too oppressive. Or maybe Earl Stewart was really worried that this young countryman wouldn't understand his kindness. So he gave himself 2 electric cannons on the spot. Even if there was no danger to his life, he couldn't afford to lose that person. After all, there were so many nobles around him watching. So, he explained a little bit why he did this. The development decree of the Thailand Kingdom did give ordinary people a channel for advancement. But having this channel is one thing, and whether you can go through it is another. The powerful people in the kingdom have enough means to deal with various situations. Of course, considering the remote geographical location of Winter Village, before it really develops, it will not be able to catch the attention of the nobles in the royal city. What they really want to do will have to wait for Winter Village or Winter Town to become let's talk about it later when it becomes more valuable. This also led to another problem. Because it was too worthless, no one was too lazy to pay attention to it. David's idea of wanting to cause trouble to attract attention and attract the king's interest was difficult to realize. Earl Stewart, a man who was very familiar with various situations in the royal city, was different. He only made a few suggestions and successfully aroused the interest of countless descendants of powerful people in the city. Let Winter Town become the fiefdom of Her Royal Highness the Princess. That's right. Sutton Stewart took a sip of the fruit wine in the glass.
There are many nobles in the royal city. And there are also many children of nobles. For various reasons. There are naturally not a few young nobles who are eyeing Her Royal Highness Princess Sophia.
So when it comes to Princess Sophia, these young people who are most easily provoked can't sit still. Her Royal Highness's fiefdom? Directly loyal to Her Highness the Princess? Whether he becomes Her Royal Highness the Princess's knight or something else, the relationship with Her Highness the Princess will definitely be much closer than it is now. With the opportunity of frequent contact, it is not impossible to take a step further. In addition, the stumbling block that these noble children have to solve is just a young country bumpkin from a remote place. Is this difficult? Jeremy, the third son of the Baker family, was the first to jump out. But if David couldn't deal with the opponent quickly and neatly, he would definitely not be the last.
Are you so confident in my strength?
David understood Earl Stewart's intention, which was to attract young nobles to take the initiative to challenge,
so that David could prove that he was strong enough to manage the border towns of the Kingdom of Tilan.
If I really can't beat these people, what does that have to do with me? If you want to sit in that position, you must show the corresponding strength.
If you have strength, you will naturally get everything you want. If you don't have enough strength, don't think about good things all day long. Even if there are no challenges from these young people today, others will come to trouble you tomorrow.
At that time, it may be countless times more dangerous than today. At least in today's competition, you don't have to worry about your own life. This is not a life and death fight today. Of course, His Majesty the King, Her Royal Highness the Queen, Her Royal Highness the Princess are all here. And there are so many dignitaries in the royal capital. How could such a cruel and bloody thing happen? Understood.
Chapter 104. David also wants to fight 10. Sudden Stewart looked at the young man who pulled out a long gun from the weapons rack and kept looking at it, weighing it from time to time. He didn't know if the other party really understood what he meant. At first, Sudden Stewart didn't take David too seriously, just treating him as a new toy similar to those he had met before. Even though David and Sharon sternly rejected his proposed deal, he didn't take it too seriously. Anyway, he was very free and had enough time. And David wanted to upgrade his village, so his stay in the royal city would not be too short. He had plenty of time to slowly play with him. He firmly believes that he will still win in the end, because he will only gain joy and will not lose anything. Even if he gave David everything he wanted, with just a few words, would he have anything to lose? Nothing is lost. But this plan had to be abandoned when Bellum found himself. Bellum took a fancy to Winter Village, a new town located in the most remote part of the Kingdom of Tilan. He hoped to capture this new town and then gradually radiate his power to the entire northern region of the Kingdom of Tilan. It sounds like a good plan, at least much more reliable than the original drastic ideas. So Earl Stewart asked David to attend the party with him, and in the presence of most of the nobles in the royal city and their children, he proposed to make Winter Town a fiefdom for Princess Sophia. Through Princess Sophia, the young nobles were provoked to question David's ability and challenge the young village chief. As long as David defeats these challengers and proves his strength, he can legitimately be named a knight, become the real mayor of Winter Town, and become a real nobleman of the Kingdom of Tilan. As for David's strength, Earl Stewart realized from the first meeting that this young man named David was very confident in his own strength. Therefore, he was very curious about how strong David was. Or maybe the confidence and fearlessness he displayed were simply due to the ignorance of a country bumpkin.
Your opponent, Jeremy Baker, is not an official knight yet, but he has received training from the Tiran Knights.
The martial prowess of the Kingdom of Tilan is not something you can just boast about. The nobles have all received more or less various trainings when they were young. Many members of the Knights of Tilan are the children of dignitaries in the royal capital.
I know.
David, who chose a long gun from the weapons rack, was also sizing up his opponent, the young man named Jeremy Baker. With the help of his attendants, Jeremy put on a full set of armor and pulled out 2 swords from the weapon rack. The right hand holds a standard long sword, and the left hand holds a short sword. Standard knight weapon techniques include sword skills with long and short swords, among which short sword skills are a compulsory course. They are mainly used when it is difficult to use the main weapon in a small space. The combination of long and short swords is very suitable for one-on-one duels. The short sword can have unexpected effects and even complete a critical fatal blow. But no one can appreciate these. The 2 young men picked their weapons and stood in the middle of the field, while the dignitaries around them were still guessing how long it would take the third son of the Baker family to defeat this countryman from the north. The battle in the field was already over. The long sword has fallen to the side, and the sharp spear head is firmly stopped in front of Jeremy Baker's neck. If he moves forward just a little bit, he can poke a hole in it. The vague chill on his neck made Jeremy Baker afraid to breathe hard. When he swallowed, he was worried that his neck would rise and fall too much and a gash would be cut by the spear. David took back the spear and put it on his shoulder casually. From beginning to end, David had a relaxed smile. In Jeremy's eyes, this was an ignorant, stupid, and ignorant smile. But now it seems that stupid and ignorant are describing himself. This person may have been laughing at himself from the beginning. But he no longer has the courage to continue fighting with the other party. Although Jeremy has not completed all the training and became a qualified knight, those trainings have broadened his vision and knowledge. Even if he only used the long sword to contact the opponent once, he still noticed how big the strength gap between the two sides was. So he decisively chose to admit defeat.
Your Excellency is very strong. I lost this competition.
Throwing the dagger still in his hand to the ground, Jeremy Baker knelt down on one knee very formally, put his right hand on his chest, lowered his head slightly, and saluted David. Then he stood up and returned to the crowd. With the help of his own attendants, he took off the armor that he had just put on and was still breathing.
This young man from the Baker family is very straightforward.
David didn't expect that his opponent would choose to admit defeat so simply. He thought that the opponent would continue to attack and stop for a while before giving up. He was prepared to play more tricks. My idea for a while is to show off the huge gap in strength between myself and the other party.
However, according to Stuart, I don't have to worry about not having an opponent at all.
Glancing back at Earl Stuart, the Earl seemed a little surprised by his performance. And at the same time, he also showed a bit of surprise. He clapped to himself, as if to cheer himself up and keep up his efforts. David's guess was correct. Earl Stuart did not expect David to perform so well. He had expected that David might be good, but this performance still exceeded his expectations. At the same time, he also found that David did understand what he had previously understood. The true meaning of those words.
Show strength worthy of your status. Likewise, when you show strength, you will gain a higher status.
The Kingdom of Thailand's environment, which advocates martial arts and is active and open-minded, has given young people like David a chance. And the current king, His Majesty Abelson Thailand, is a king who likes to reuse outstanding talents. If it weren't for these prerequisites, Earl Stuart wouldn't do these things. Even if he wanted to play in Winter Town, he would find another way.
But if you perform too well, it doesn't seem to be a good thing for me.
Earl Stuart, who was originally having fun watching, then realized that David's strength seemed to be too strong, and he had to adjust his subsequent plans. Otherwise, uncontrollable situations would easily occur. Earl Stuart was thinking. And so was His Majesty King Abelson of Thailand. He hasn't figured out what his brother-in-law is planning to do, but David was undoubtedly an outstanding young man. After he became interested in this young man, he ignored the other noble boy who entered the arena. Instead, he turned around and gave a few instructions to the attendants beside him. Sentence. And then turned back to look at the field. Wow! At the same time that His Majesty the King turned back, he clearly saw David using the barrel of the spear to knock down his opponent. Then turning the spear around and pressing the blade of the spear against the throat of the man who had fallen to the ground.
Amazing!
Before he had time to listen to the explanation from the knight beside him and let him understand what had just happened, his daughter's exclamation came from beside him. Turning his head in the direction of his daughter, he found that his little daughter was staring at the field with glowing eyes. He understood what his daughter's reaction meant, and he didn't know what to do. Let's talk to her mother about it later. Next, His Majesty the King wants to appreciate this young man's performance. It is obvious that this young man named David, who comes from the north of Iron Tree Castle and is currently the most remote area of Thailand Kingdom, has very good strength.
What do you think of his strength? This young man is very capable. Your Majesty.
The answer came from His Majesty the King's personal knights.
Although the two people he defeated are not formal knights, they are receiving knight training from the Tiran knights. So, this young man has the strength to be a knight? That's it. Your Majesty.
The guard knight seemed to want to say something, but after thinking about his identity, he swallowed all the unnecessary words. He felt that ordinary young people in the countryside could not have such powerful force, and he had doubts about David's identity. But when I think about it carefully, I can see that His Majesty the King cannot think of things that he can think of, and it is not his duty to provide advice to His Majesty the King. Oh! There were exclamations all around again, and this time the opponent who came down was defeated faster. This young man named Frankie Hutton, perhaps wanting to take advantage of his physical strength. Did not even change his armor, but just took out his armor. Chong's sword took the shield and went straight to the stage. The next second, David knocked him to the ground neatly. After 3 consecutive battles, David's breathing was still steady, including Frank Hutton. The 3 young people finally admitted their defeat simply and neatly, knelt down on one knee and saluted before returning to the crowd. While David was enjoying the baptism of eyes with various emotions from the people around him, he secretly wondered, does the Kingdom of Thailand advocate martial arts so much? Did you choose the most correct development route by mistake? No matter what attitude these noble children had when they jumped out, they all behaved gracefully when they finally gave in. And they didn't fight endlessly. The tutors of these nobles were pretty good. Of course, it is also possible that His Majesty the King is watching from the side. No matter how unhappy these young people are, they can only hold it in. After all, they are not only representing themselves at this time, but the entire family. Next, someone with more strength should appear on the stage. Right. Looking at the people around him, David felt that those who were strong enough and wanted to pick the fruits of victory at the last moment would not continue to watch. Instead, he was ready to die. But he didn't expect that the opponent he was waiting for was no longer the noble children around him, but a knight from the Thailand Knights. The Knights of Thailand teach knights. Floyd! Chapter 105. A good example. Floyd stood on the field and challenged David. Not because he also wanted to become the Lord of Winter Village, or because he had any inappropriate thoughts about Princess Sophia. The reason for his end was embarrassing. The 3 nobles who were previously defeated by David all received the guidance of his teaching knight. 3 people in a row were defeated by a young man from the countryside in the blink of an eye. This made Floyd very embarrassed. When today's incident spreads, he may not have any future in the Thailand Knights. In order to prove his strength, and to some extent to save his job, Floyd had to go off the field and prove his strength. And then, he was knocked down by David. The battle between the two was much more exciting than the previous 3. Floyd relied on his superb martial arts and stronger physical fitness to launch a fierce attack on David. Unfortunately, his attack could not pose a real threat to David, and was easily neutralized by the opponent. Just when he wasted a lot of energy and wanted to gather some strength for a while, the young man on the opposite side seized the opportunity, and fell to the ground neatly, still with the sharp edge of the spear pressed against his throat. Floyd fell to the ground and looked at the young man standing beside him, seemingly aloof, knowing that his future was completely over. This feeling made him feel suffocated. Even though David had retracted his weapon, he had stood up from the ground again, but his face was still pale. Okay, the challenge ends here. When several young people in the surrounding crowd were still hesitating whether they should end or not, His Majesty the King suddenly announced that the challenge was over. David has proven his strength and is fully qualified for the position of Lord of Winter Town. His Majesty the King's words surprised the nobles present. The dukes, marquises, and earls present involuntarily began to look at their colleagues around them, while the viscounts and barons looked at David with envy and jealousy. David thought that if he didn't defeat more than 10 or 20 nobles today, the matter would not be over. Now it seems that things are much better than he expected. As for what the looks around him meant, there were too many that he couldn't guess. He could only judge that his biggest purpose in coming to the royal city was achieved. What His Majesty the King said just now was not Winter Village, but Winter Town. As the head of a country, Abelson cannot speak carelessly. And judging from Abelson's performance in previous exchanges, the king speaks very carefully, so it is impossible to say something wrong. This means that the upgrade of Cold Winter Village to Cold Winter Town has been directly finalized by His Majesty the King. The facts were just as David had guessed. After proving his ability, His Majesty the King announced on the spot that Winter Town was the newest border town of the Kingdom of Thailand. This announcement meant that the Kingdom of Thailand officially gave David a town directly, even if David's village does not meet the minimum requirements of a town. This level will not be affected. Correspondingly, there will be no further assessments, and the name Cold Winter Village will be completely replaced by Cold Winter Town after today. Show your abilities, and you will get better treatment, Earl Stewart had hinted at David, but he really didn't expect it to be in such a straightforward way. The formal ceremony will be held tomorrow. After His Majesty the King announced his decision, he motioned for everyone to continue the previous activities. Today is the party, and we will talk about the business tomorrow. Then, after whispering something to Earl Stewart, he continued chatting with his wife, daughter and other dignitaries in the royal capital, and did not come back to ask David about Winter Town, as the guard knights carried away both weapon racks. The small arena turned back into a dance floor. And David also walked to the corner where Sharon and Earl Stewart were.
Congratulations!
Earl Stewart raised the wine glass in his hand and congratulated David.
You have officially become the Lord of Wintertown in the Kingdom of Tyran.
Although it is not yet certain whether David will be made a knight or receive a title, there is no doubt that his rule in Wintertown has been legally recognized by the Kingdom of Tyran. Earl Stewart originally did not think that David could directly obtain the title, but some of His Majesty the King's words just now made him shake his judgment.
Are you feeling very happy?
Seeing that David remained silent, Earl Stewart thought that the young man was immersed in great joy and had not yet recovered.
I originally thought this test would be more difficult. You mean the competition just now?
Stewart took a sip of wine.
I said, in today's situation, it is more beneficial to you to have this kind of competition.
Under the watchful eyes of His Majesty the King, the Queen, and the Princess, and countless high-level dignitaries from the Kingdom of Tyran, no one dared to use any means. At the same time, the standards for victory and defeat were also very strict. After all, with so many people watching, who could everyone knows who is strong and who is weak? In order not to embarrass their family, those who are at a disadvantage must admit defeat simply and neatly, and cannot pester them endlessly. On the contrary, David, a country bumpkin, did not have too many restrictions. After all, in the eyes of the upper class, no ridiculous things these mud-legged people did were surprising. Of course, if David is not strong enough and continues to struggle, although death is not what awaits him, the end will not be good. The king cannot deal with you while he is watching. After the party is over, the nobles have 10,000 ways to make a commoner feel that life is worse than death.
Will there be any trouble later? You won't have any trouble until tomorrow.
His Majesty the King has said that a formal ceremony will be held tomorrow to confirm David's identity.
As for after tomorrow, I don't know.
Sutton Stewart had several speculations in his mind. Whether David would be in trouble later would depend on how His Majesty the King would arrange for the new Lord of Wintertown tomorrow. The key to the question is not whether to make David a knight or grant him a title, but whether David's Wintertown will become the fiefdom of Her Royal Highness the Princess. Is David loyal to His Majesty the King? Or are you loyal to Her Royal Highness the Princess? What will happen specifically? Maybe His Majesty the King will have to look up some information after he goes back before he can make a decision. Stewart's guess about His Majesty the King was not wrong. After the party, King Abelson Tyran returned to his office and directly opened the documents that had been placed on the table. Looking at the information about Winter Village, David and Iron Tree Fort, the official report sent from Iron Tree Fort, and some secret information, Abelson understood why David did not go to Iron Tree Fort and went to Tiru. King Lon came to apply for village upgrade, and even wanted to loyalty to His Majesty the King.
Humph! A bunch of greedy guys!
Throwing aside the documents about Iron Tree Fort, Abelson picked up the thin document that recorded David's personal information.
A very smart young man. Not like an ordinary civilian.
Abelson, like many nobles who had contact with David, expressed doubts about David's origins and made some reasonable guesses. But unlike other nobles, Abelson just made a casual guess and put these things aside. For His Majesty the King, David's current identity is that he is a young commoner who got his start with the pioneering order, and after proving his ability, he will soon become the Lord of Wintertown. This is enough. It doesn't matter where David comes from. What Abelson wanted to see was civilian success. Examples of pioneering success.
In this case, just being a knight is not appropriate.
Thinking of this, Abelson made a decision in his heart and immediately issued a series of orders to make corresponding preparations for the ceremony that would be performed tomorrow. At the same time, David returned to the hotel. Surprisingly, Earl Stewart did not go home and decided to stay one night in the suite next to David.
Why do you want to stay here for one night?
Even Earl Stewart had dinner with David. At the dinner table, David asked the Earl about his intentions.
What do you think will happen tonight? Yes.
Earl Stewart had already finished eating. At this time, his face looked like he was waiting to see the fun.
I am very curious about what decision His Majesty the King will make. You can get answers by staying here?
Of course. Earl Stewart looked at David. The more he came into contact with him, the more he felt that David was a very contradictory person. This young man seemed to know a lot. So much that people doubted his origin. Sometimes he would act very strange. Ignorance. If he really has that kind of background, he should know some things very well.
You don't think that you don't need to do any preparations before performing the ceremony, do you?
David immediately realized that Earl Stewart was waiting for the messenger from the palace here, and then knew about His Majesty the King's decision.
Is that ceremony very troublesome? It's not too much trouble. You can remember the whole process after listening to it once.
Earl Stewart gave his own advice.
As long as you just let yourself be manipulated honestly and don't talk nonsense, there won't be any problems.
At this moment, the palace messenger that Earl Stewart was waiting for arrived, and what he was most concerned about was the style of the clothes specially sent by the attendants.
Is it armor? Or dress?
As the Queen's younger brother, and a well-known figure in the royal capital of Tilan, Earl Stewart did not need to avoid the situation at all, and could even directly ask what he wanted to know. The messenger from the palace also answered the Earl's question simply.
It's a dress, Your Majesty.
Hearing that it was a dress, Earl Sutton Stewart couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, then turned around and congratulated David very formally.
Congratulations. While there is still enough time, think carefully about the family crest. Pattern.
Chapter 106. Baron Glamorgan. After putting on his dress and tidying up his appearance with the help of the messenger sent by the palace, David's somewhat messy hair was also cut short and arranged meticulously. After deciding on your appearance for the ceremony tomorrow, you need to write down the process of the ceremony under the guidance of the palace messenger, and remember what you should do when, and what absolutely not to do. It sounds boring and tedious, but it's not difficult. As Earl Stewart said, as long as there is no serious disease in the brain, no one can make mistakes. After doing these things, David can rest. He must ensure that he is in good enough spirits to attend the ceremony tomorrow. And these messengers sent by the palace have to work overtime to make small modifications to the dress size to ensure that the dress will fit properly. After wearing it on David, there will be no problems. In addition, there were knights standing guard outside David's residence and a carriage parked at the door of the hotel. All of this was in preparation for the ceremony the next day. When David lay back on his bed, he relaxed a little. Being surrounded by a group of people who were respectfully serving him made him feel a little uncomfortable.
Actually, it's pretty good.
He fell asleep happily, and he opened his eyes before dawn the next day. He had been reminded yesterday that he needed to get up early to wash up, sort out his clothes and appearance immediately after solving his personal problems, and then go to the palace. Since he has been walking more and more smoothly on the path of holy light, his current physical fitness and mental strength are far superior to ordinary people, and he does not need long sleep to relieve fatigue. Just get enough rest to ensure you have enough mental and physical strength, washing, changing, and not eating, in order to ensure the smooth progress of the ceremony. No one involved in the ceremony will eat until the end of the ceremony, the messenger originally wanted to explain. But David said that he could understand why bathing and fasting were required before major ceremonies. He knew this in his previous life. It was not for a sense of ritual, but had an important practical effect. After all, the ceremony was going on. It is an embarrassing situation when the important person keeps running to the toilet halfway through. David, who had changed into his formal attire, boarded the carriage that had been prepared long ago under the guidance of the messenger. In the car, David met Earl Stewart.
You seem to be in good spirits.
Earl Stewart looked at David, but did not see any fairy spirit on the face of the young man opposite him.
When I inherited the title of the Stewart family, I was not as calm as you are today. It's okay. Maybe everything went too smoothly, and I didn't have any sense of reality.
David said a few words casually. He did feel that things went too smoothly, but the sense of reality was pure nonsense. Ultimately, that's how much he values this so-called title. He wanted to gain official recognition from the Tiran kingdom. Firstly, to test his golden finger. The second is to strive for a relatively peaceful development environment during a period when Winter Town is still very weak. He can do these things to the best of his ability, and he will not be particularly disappointed if he fails. After all, his true foundation is his golden finger, his friends from all over the world, and the Winter Town that he and his friends built together. However, now that the Kingdom of Tilan has officially recognized it, the nobles in Iron Tree Castle can no longer use some despicable methods. Although those methods cannot really threaten yourself and Winter Town, they can still make people feel sick and irritated if they appear from time to time. Now he no longer has to worry about these things. And after Winter Town is officially recognized, he can also go to any village or town in the kingdom to recruit people in the name of the official name of Tilan Kingdom. This is different from David's previous village, which only had a pioneering order. For the civilians of the Tilan Kingdom, David was just a civilian like them at that time. So what if he established a village? Who knows what the situation in that village is like? Without enough fame and prestige, ordinary people will ignore you at all. Even if David promised various benefits, these people would doubt the authenticity, and would not even think of visiting Winter Town. But things are different now. Winter Town, which is officially certified by the kingdom, can use its official identity to issue announcements to recruit people. Then some people who are not living well in their hometown, and even some who are living a good life but want better opportunities are willing to go and take a look. This is the official authority. Thinking of this, David wondered if he could start considering the development plan of Winter City. David, who was thinking wildly, soon arrived at the palace, and what followed was a very boring ceremony. Basically, various ceremonial officers and judges talked non-stop on it, asking David from time to time whether he understood his responsibilities, powers, etc. All David had to do was to answer yes when the other party asked questions and maintain his image as much as possible. This was not an interesting thing, especially with countless nobles watching. David felt as if he had become an exhibit and could not move. After the long lecture and inquiry, His Majesty King Abelson Tiran finally appeared and stamped the document that had been prepared long ago. And then the 2 copies were kept by David himself and the Tiran royal family respectively. But before the final seal was read out, there was a small interlude.
Last name?
Because David was not made a knight, but directly obtained the title of baronet. According to regulations, he could and must obtain his own surname. According to the customs of this world, the main way to obtain a surname is to give it. And David is currently loyal to His Majesty the King, so only King Abelson is qualified to give David a surname. Later, David witnessed a very unique surname-giving ceremony in this world. The palace attendant brought a thick book, and then His Majesty the King flipped through it casually, glanced at it for a few times, closed it, and opened it again. With just 2 glances, David knew that the given surname was determined purely by reading the Brunnian Human Common Language Dictionary. At the same time, the superior person who was qualified to give the surname could choose it according to his own preferences, adjust and finally make up a suitable surname. His Majesty King Abelson on the throne, after flipping through a few pages and thinking for a few seconds, finally decided what David's surname would be.
From today on, you are the Lord of Winter Town, David Glamorgan.
Baron, suddenly feeling enveloped in great malice, David blinked, resisted the urge to protest, and accepted the surname Glamorgan, watching the civil servant next to him write the new surname on the document, finally asking His Majesty the King to stamp it, and handing one of the copies to David's hand. The entire ceremony was considered over.
Congratulations, Lord Glamorgan. Thank you so much.
Taking this document made of special materials and putting it away in his hand, David Glamorgan officially became the Baron Lord of Winter Town in the Kingdom of Tilan from this moment on, and was directly responsible to His Majesty the King of the Kingdom of Tilan. No need to take additional orders from anyone in the kingdom. In other words, even the Lord of Iron Tree Castle, Marquis Morgan, does not have any authority to issue orders to the little Baron David. And any noble in Iron Tree Castle who invades Winter Town is equivalent to declaring war on His Majesty the King.
Baron Glamorgan stays, and the others can go back.
After the ceremony, His Majesty the King asked David to stay alone, and everyone else who came to watch the ceremony went home directly. When only David and a few officials and guards were left in the hall, King Abelson left. He stood up from the throne and motioned for David to follow him.
Come with me for a walk in the garden. Yes, Your Majesty. This kind of informal chat doesn't need to be so formal.
Abelson waved his hand casually and walked towards the garden while asking David,
Are you a little disappointed? No. In fact, this is what I want.
David knew what the king was referring to, and his answer was true: to make Winter Town a fiefdom of Her Royal Highness, and to become her subordinate. He had never considered it.
I like ambitious young people.
Abelson didn't know what he had misunderstood. Maybe he thought David was unwilling to cling to the princess, but he thought he was capable enough to give more.
And he is also very capable. Thank you for the compliment, Your Majesty.
David felt that the king was not wrong to some extent, so he accepted the compliment calmly.
If you are capable, you should show it as much as possible, so that those who are incompetent can recognize themselves and stay where they should be.
As Abelson walked, he looked at the empty space, only appearing a little green garden.
You should know what I mean. Yes, Your Majesty.
David indeed understood what His Majesty the King meant. It seemed that the king was very dissatisfied with the nobles of Iron Tree Fort. I was able to successfully become Baron Glamorgan, thanks to the nobles of Iron Tree Castle.
When I go back, I will express my gratitude to those colleagues.
Abelson smiled and nodded. It seemed that David did understand what he meant. Originally, he was worried that speaking like this would be too subtle. Do you want to arrange for someone to give some advice? For example, Sutton Stewart, who is familiar with David, is very suitable for this kind of thing. Now it seems that David is smarter than he thought. Considering that David was less than 20 years old, Abelson suddenly felt that maybe he should try to bring Sophia and David into contact instead of completely cutting off the connection between the two as originally planned and letting the young people no longer meet each other. Just as he was thinking about which choice to make, Abelson suddenly discovered that his daughter Sophia had also come to the garden and walked up to him. After saluting him, he greeted David with a smile.
Nice to see you, Baron Glamorgan.
Chapter 107 David's Family Crest.
I am also honored to meet Her Royal Highness the Princess.
David's reply was impeccable. And the etiquette taught in the emergency last night was also perfect. Judging from his performance at this time, he was definitely a very authentic noble elite. At the same time, David showed enough respect for Her Highness the Princess and also kept an appropriate distance. Including the initial greeting, he did not actively communicate with Her Highness the Princess, but simply responded to her questions. Abelson looked at David, feeling more convinced of his previous judgment. He felt that Baron David Glamorgan would definitely be a perfect example, able to revitalize the common people of the kingdom, and at the same time shock those who were gradually losing their temper. What an obedient guy.
Baron Glamorgan must be hungry too, so he should stay in the palace and finish his meal before leaving.
Before an important ceremony, even His Majesty the King cannot eat, and must remain hungry until the end of the ceremony. In this regard, letting the nobles leave right after the ceremony is the greatest gift from His Majesty the King to the nobles. Abelson originally just wanted to say a few words to David and let the newly promoted Winter Baron leave. Unexpectedly, he wasted a little more time, and he was growing more and more appreciative of David in his heart. So he simply stayed. David dined in the palace. His Majesty the King gave casual instructions, and the attendants rushed to make various arrangements. In addition to reminding the kitchen to quickly prepare food for His Majesty the King, they also reminded the chef to prepare an extra portion for the newly promoted Baron. David had no reason to refuse. He went back immediately to eat, even if he ate in the palace. What he didn't expect was that staying in the palace would have some unexpected benefits.
Go and inform the ceremonial officers that the family crest designed by Baron Glamorgan will be sent over later, so that Baron Glamorgan can personally determine which one to use. Yes, Your Majesty.
After the Knights of the Guard left with His Majesty's order, David was still in a state of doubt. In the end, Sophia, who came with him, explained to David, and David understood what was going on. Although the ceremony of being named Baron of Glamorgan has ended, it does not mean that the newly promoted Baron of Glamorgan can directly return to his territory. What awaits him is a series of things that need to be done. The first thing is to complete a series of basic information about being a noble in the royal city. One of them is to determine the crest of the Glamorgan family, because the pattern of the family crest is to be included in the kingdom's archives for easy access at any time. This matter must be completed as soon as possible. You can design the family emblem yourself. Of course, the family emblem you design does not comply with the regulations and will be rejected when it is submitted. You can also directly ask the kingdom ceremonial officer to help with the design. The ceremonial officer will usually design it according to the territory and the lord's status. This information is used to design the family crest, and then the new nobles decide whether to use it. Both methods are acceptable, but the former requires the new noble to have a certain understanding of the requirements for family crest design. You can consult the etiquette officer for this matter. The second type is more convenient and trouble-free, but it requires some face or gold. The greater the face and the more gold, the more efficient the etiquette officer will be. Maybe you ask the etiquette officer for help in the morning, and he will take it out in the afternoon. There are several designs that meet the requirements, and it's up to you to choose which one to use. If you don't have enough dignity and gold, even if you hire someone, it will take a long time, and the final product may not be what you want. But David didn't need to worry about this matter. His Majesty the King's words directly saved David a lot of trouble. He only ate for a while, and spent more time talking to His Majesty the King and His Royal Highness the Princess. His Majesty the King's the Guard Knight took a ceremonial officer to the semi-open-air hall for rest next to the back garden of where they were dining.
Your Majesty, the family crest design for the Baron of Glamorgan is ready.
An official wearing the uniform of a ceremonial officer held a stack of cardboard in his hand. When reporting to His Majesty Abelson, he also held the cardboard to his chest so that His Majesty the King His Royal Highness the Princess and Baron David Glamorgan could see it. Clearly understand the pattern drawn on the cardboard.
Baron Glamorgan, do you like any of these patterns?
After David responded, he looked carefully at the cardboard in the hands of the etiquette officer. And the etiquette officer also faced David at the right time, so that David could see more clearly. There are not many patterns on the cardboard that the ceremonial officer is holding at this time. Just a shield-shaped pattern with a blue background. 3 trees are drawn on the shield. And there is a white horizontal stripe, like lightning below the tree. In addition, there is a crown pattern on the top of the shield, which means that this family is directly loyal to His Majesty the King. As David watched, the etiquette officer explained in a clear and loud voice the reason for this design. The territory of Baron Glamorgan is a newly developed territory, because it is not a land captured by military exploits or entrusted. There is no symbol of weapons, and the representative terrain around Winter Town was chosen, such as forests and rivers. After realizing that Baron Glamorgan was not very satisfied with the first picture, the ceremonial officer decisively changed to the next one. The pattern is still a blue shield with a crown as the bottom, but there is an extra one in the middle that runs through the whole picture, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. The white vertical stripes, according to the introduction of the etiquette officer, symbolize the distant peak of Winter Town. After looking at David's expression, the etiquette officer continued to change the picture. After introducing several pictures in succession, David discovered that these etiquette officers were really not just messing around. In such a short time, the etiquette officers had already figured out all the elements around Winter Town. In addition to mountains, forests and rivers, wolf heads appear on the back of the pattern. The unique species of the northern giant wolf is also recorded in documents and has not been ignored by these ceremonial officials. In the end, David chose a blue background, pure white without any details, a huge wolf head pattern on the side, and a shield with a crown as the family emblem. This picture looked simple and straightforward, and the wolf head also looked more handsome. The trees, rivers, etc. are not domineering enough, and they do not show his inner ambition at all. After the family crest is determined, the ceremonial officers will report the family crest to the civil servant in charge of archives and records to complete the record of the basic information of the Baron Glamorgan family.
Isn't it true that there are many similar problems to be solved in the future?
After the etiquette officer breathed a sigh of relief and left, David finally couldn't help but ask. His expression made Princess Sophia and Abelson chuckle involuntarily.
Baron Glamorgan, this is indeed just the beginning. There are more things that you need to deal with later.
Abelson chatted with David for a few more words. After finishing all the food on the table, he reminded David that he could go to the etiquette department.
According to the laws of the Kingdom of Thailand, newly promoted nobles must receive training from the etiquette officer assigned by the kingdom for more than 1 year. I understand, Your Majesty.
Although he kept chatting with the king and princess, and had to choose a family crest during the process, his meal was not restful. But he had some food in his stomach, and his hunger was relieved. Besides, you can leave now. If you feel hungry when you get back, you can just eat. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stood up, Princess Sophia stood up next to him.
Father, let me take Baron Glamorgan to find the etiquette officer.
Abelson pondered for a few seconds, and finally nodded in agreement.
Go early and come back early. Okay, Father.
Sophia turned back happily and waved to David beside her.
Follow me, and I will take you to the etiquette officer.
David bowed to His Majesty the King and left. He was a little confused about what His Majesty the King was thinking. He clearly didn't want him to get close to his daughter before. So why did he suddenly change his mind? Is this the so-called unpredictable power of God? Should I study by myself? Follow the energetic young princess out of the back garden. Then go around the side of the main hall where the canonization ceremony was held and return to the square of the main hall. Then turn right and walk into a huge building. Before entering this building, David didn't think there was anything difficult to find in this etiquette department. But after he followed Princess Sophia and walked around inside for a while, he found that this place was really difficult to find. What about drawing a maze?
How's it going? Is it hard to find it? Yes.
David nodded fiercely.
Fortunately, Her Highness the Princess leads the way. By the way, is that giant northern wolf really huge?
The etiquette officer introduced the giant northern wolf when introducing the specialties around Winter Town.
Yes, they are huge. They can even be used as mounts.
David originally wanted to catch a few of them himself to see if they could be tamed into mounts. Now that he had chosen the family emblem with a wolf head pattern, he wanted to catch them even more.
Sounds like fun. How about you help me catch one? Oh, Your Highness, I'm afraid that thing is not suitable for you. TSK. Isn't it just a wolf?
Princess Sophia looked unhappy, feeling that she had been underestimated.
Is it really cold in Winter Town? Yes, it is very cold. It is much colder than the winter in Iron Tree Fort. And the winter is also very long.
David briefly described the winter in Winter Town. He heard that in winter, it is completely white, and no other colors can be seen. At this time, the princess showed great interest.
It's such a pity. It would be great if my father sealed Winter Town as my territory, so that I could go and see it myself.
David didn't answer. It was not easy to answer. He felt that no matter what he said, it would be a problem. It was best to pretend to be mute. At this moment, Princess Sophia stopped and pointed to the open double doors next to her and introduced.
This is the Etiquette Department of the Kingdom of Thailand. My mission is completed. It was a pleasure chatting with you. I hope to see you again. Baron Glamorgan. Thank you very much for your help. Your Highness Princess.
David thanked him, and then watched calmly as Her Royal Highness walked out of the building from the door less than 3 meters in front, and returned to the square where they came. Chapter 108. The arrangements are clear. Although Her Royal Highness the Princess led her around the corridor for a long time, she finally arrived at the etiquette officer. The next question comes. Who should he go to? Walking into the spacious front hall of the etiquette department, David just looked around. Before he could ask, someone was already in front of him.
My lord. Baron, what can I do for you? I am Baron David Glamorgan. His Majesty the King asked me to come here to find the Master of Ceremonies.
Before David finished speaking, the person asking the question already understood why David was here.
It turns out to be Lord Glamorgan. Please come with me, and I will take you to see the etiquette officer responsible for assisting you. Oh, please. Your Majesty the Baron. You're welcome.
Following this middle-aged man in palace uniform, he walked in and was quickly led to a lounge.
Baron, please stay for a moment. I will inform the etiquette officer to come and report to you.
After expressing his thanks again, David waited quietly and took a look at the lounge. The lounge is not big, but it is simple but reveals luxury. Each piece of furniture is decorated with gold or precious stones, and the luxurious atmosphere cannot be concealed at all. Before he could wait long, David didn't even finish looking around the lounge. The door was opened again, and a young etiquette officer in palace uniform, who looked to be in his 20s, was in front of him.
Nice to meet you, Lord Baron Glamorgan. I am the etiquette officer responsible for your etiquette and related matters for the next period of time. My name is Elias Parker. Hello. Nice to meet you.
David looked at the young etiquette officer in front of him carefully. He could detect a bit of uneasiness in the other person's expression. It seemed that he was assisting in teaching him this job. This young etiquette officer not willing to take over. After thinking about it for a moment, I understood the reason. In the eyes of the people in the royal capital, David was just a small lord from the countryside. Although he somehow gained the favor of His Majesty the King and was granted the title of Baron, he was promoted from a commoner to a true aristocrat. But where is Winter Town? The most remote place of the Kingdom of Thailand is further north than the original border town of Iron Tree Castle. It is a newly developed territory and the latest border of the Kingdom of Thailand. It is foreseeable that the living environment there will not be very good. The actual situation is similar to David's guess. The etiquette officers have read the relevant documents, and they have just designed several family emblems for Baron Glamorgan. Many ceremonial officers did not care that Winter Town could have a population of several hundred people in such a short period of time. Nor did they care about the newly discovered high-yielding crops. They all noticed one thing: Winter Town was very cold, and the winter was particularly long. Even though winter is over now, we still have to stay in that place for a whole year, and winter is simply unavoidable. Poor living environment. A young new rural aristocrat with no civilian background. What the hell kind of crappy job is this? Therefore, any etiquette officer with some background and power is unwilling to take this job. In the end, the job will be given to the most inconspicuous and least background person, who is usually bullied by everyone. Elias Parker has thus become the etiquette officer responsible for instructing Baron David Glamorgan on various aristocratic etiquette and related matters.
Baron, do you know anything about what you are going to do next?
Since this job is compulsory, Elias Parker has no right to refuse. Now he can only do his best to complete the work and strive to get it done as soon as possible. This year has passed. No matter what, being able to advise and assist a new nobleman would add a lot of color to his work resume, and maybe he could get out of this embarrassing situation.
Not very clear.
Elias was not surprised by David's answer. Everyone had read David's information. He was the most authentic country boy. It was impossible to expect him to know what he would do after becoming a noble.
According to the normal procedure, the Baron needs to design the family crest and then go to the kingdom archives to complete the personal file.
At this point, Elias signaled that David could leave with him and opened the door. He waited for David to walk out first before following him.
If the Baron has any personal matters to deal with, you can go back first and I will go to the archives room to get the blank files.
David thought for a while and decided to go back to the hotel first.
You know where I live. Right. I know. Bohemia Hotel. Then I'll wait for you at the hotel. Okay. Sir.
Elias didn't feel any dissatisfaction. As a ceremonial officer, after being assigned to assist the new nobles, his duties included helping the new nobles handle various procedures. In other words, this was his job. Work. After accompanying David all the way out of the palace, Elias turned back to the archives to get all the necessary documents. After David left the palace, he was about to stroll back to the hotel. Unexpectedly, Sutton Stewart's attendants were already waiting outside the palace.
Lord Baron Glamorgan.
It was obvious that the attendant had received accurate information.
I am a servant of Lord Earl Stewart. Your lordship has asked me to wait for you here and take you back to your residence. Oh, I'm sorry to trouble you.
David glanced at the carriage parked next to him. It was not the one he was familiar with, installed with a bug. This one was much smaller, and could only accommodate 2 people sitting side by side. Inside,
Your Majesty, the Baron is too kind.
Watching David respectfully get on the carriage, the attendant closed the door and then sat next to the coachman. Without any additional instructions, the coachman drove the carriage towards the Bohemia Hotel. Not long after, the carriage arrived at its destination, and the attendant immediately got out of the car and opened the door, and also opened the hotel door for David first. Nodding to the attendant, David originally wanted him to say thank you to Earl Stewart on his behalf. But when he walked into the hotel, he saw Earl Sutton Stewart sitting in the lobby, obviously waiting for him.
Uh-huh. Look, it's Baron David Glamorgan.
He stood up and said in an exaggerated voice that sounded like he was singing.
Welcome. How do you feel?
Earl Sutton Stewart put down the wine glass in his hand and walked to David.
I originally thought you would waste more time to deal with those trivial things. My protocol officer went to get those papers for me. Oh, yes.
Stewart nodded.
According to convention, you will be assigned an etiquette officer to guide you in handling various related matters.
Having said this, Earl Stewart seemed to have thought of something and put on a sympathetic expression.
The etiquette officer assigned to you must be miserable at ordinary times.
What David could think of, Stewart also thought of. With the situation in Winter Town, no etiquette officer would be willing to take the initiative to take over the job, and it would definitely be lost to some unlucky person in the end.
Which unfortunate fellow was assigned to be your personal etiquette officer? Elias Parker. Oh, it's him.
David felt amazing. He just answered Stewart's questions casually. Unexpectedly, the Earl actually knew who this person was.
You know him? I've met the youngest son of Baron Parker's family several times before, but I haven't seen him since Baron Parker passed away.
At present, the human countries on the continent of Brunia have basically the same title system. It is said that they all originated from the title system of the Sotorama Empire. From high to low, they are Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. Among them, the Baron is non-hereditary. This is an important reason why Elias Parker did not live a satisfactory life after Baron Parker passed away, because the most important pillar of the family was gone. However, he is also a descendant of a noble family. He has received various educations since he was a child. His father had some connections when he was still alive. Although his sons are no longer nobles, they have not turned back into ordinary people. They all hold various positions in the royal capital. Kind of official. After chatting for a while about Elias Parker, David also learned more about some situations. Only then did Stewart reveal his intention.
I have prepared a celebration party for you. Don't refuse. During this period, many knights from the Thailand Knights, alchemists from the Kingdom's Alchemy Workshop, and mages from the Thailand Mage Group will come.
After David heard this, he immediately understood that this was actually a job fair held for him. After becoming a baron, he would definitely not be able to handle everything on his own as before. Before returning to Winter Town, he would recruit some powerful people in the capital. It's normal to have a helper.
You don't have to worry about me having any bad intentions. This party is actually that person's intention.
Earl Stewart reminded David in a low voice, letting David understand that this time was all arranged by His Majesty the King, and there is no need to worry about himself. What tricks are you doing? David immediately understood that His Majesty the King wanted to intimidate the nobles of Iron Tree Castle. Of course, he could not just give him a title, but he also had to provide some appropriate support. If David guessed correctly, some people should have received the instruction from His Majesty the King and took advantage of this job fair to accept his invitation and follow him to Winter Town. Of course, David believed that the Earl of Stewart in front of him would also add some sand to this team in order to achieve some goals, such as the plan to help the temple gain a foothold in the northern part of the Kingdom of Tiran.
Held at your residence? Yes. I will send someone to pick you up later. I will go back first.
After Earl Stewart finished speaking, he was about to leave, but before his step had even landed, he took it back.
By the way, come on, do you still have the kind of gift you received last time? I'll bring some more.
Earl Stewart nodded with satisfaction, gave David a
"Sure enough. You are my soulmate.
Look," and left the Bohemia Hotel happily. Chapter 109. The recruitment process was not smooth. The party held by Earl Stewart was very lively, and many people came in order to celebrate David becoming Baron of Glamorgan. The dignitaries in the royal capital more or less made some performances. Almost all families sent people to congratulate them and presented them with gifts, mainly a small amount of jewelry, ornaments, gorgeous swords, etc. None of them were particularly good individually, but they couldn't bear to give them to so many people, and they accumulated. It is also a considerable amount of wealth, enough to allow a commoner to instantly enter the wealthy class. If you save a little, you won't have to worry about running out of money in your life. But other than that, there's not much to gain. The knights in the royal capital of Thailand had little interest in David, a country lord. Only the knight who had received the instructions from His Majesty the King expressed his willingness to follow David to Winter Town. This knight is called Gareth Stanton. He is about 25 years old, which is the best age. He has a certain prestige in the Thailand Knights, and has a bright future. Therefore, he was selected by His Majesty the King to serve as David, the personal knight of Baron Glamorgan. His colleagues are very sympathetic to his experience. But sympathy is sympathy, and no one is willing to sacrifice their own future to jump into the pit with Stanton. So at the end of the whole party, David was not able to recruit a second knight. As for the mages and alchemists, these people only maintained superficial respect for David, except for greeting the newly promoted Baron Glamorgan at the beginning. No one took the initiative to express their closeness, and even deliberately maintained their closeness. Some alienation, fearing that my meaning will be misunderstood by the other party, and I will be entangled by this country noble. David didn't feel anything to be angry about the rejection of the mages and alchemists. He just kept the names and looks of these people in his heart secretly. After the party, at the home of Earl Stewart, with the Earl's guidance, David learned how to canonize others as his own knights. And at the same time, under the witness of Earl Stewart, he accepted the allegiance of Gareth Stanton. Later, Earl Stewart introduced a pharmacist to David.
This is Cordell, a very good pharmacist. If you feel unwell or have any questions, you can consult him.
Cordell is a member of the Apothecary Association of the Kingdom of Tilan. He usually serves the nobles, and even the royal family in the royal capital. His job responsibilities are a bit like a mixture of doctor, health consultant, and medical consultant.
Cordell was personally selected and convinced by me, and you can trust him completely.
Looking at Earl Stewart's smiling face, David felt that the Earl seemed to be reminding him that the pharmacist was not trustworthy. He was a little doubtful that he had understood it wrong. At the end, Earl Stewart took out a small box and handed it to David. This was the gift he had prepared. After the gift was given out, and the people who needed to be introduced had been introduced, Earl Stewart went straight to rest.
My Lord Baron Glamorgan, would you like to stay overnight or send a carriage to take you back to your residence?
David gave the answer without hesitation.
Go back to my place.
Then he looked at Cordell and Gareth Stanton aside.
I should stay at the Redbud Hotel for a few more days. During this time, you can take care of the things at hand.
The two immediately said that they would finish the matters at hand in the shortest possible time and go to the hotel to meet David early tomorrow morning. After taking the carriage arranged by the attendant back to the Redbud Hotel and walking back to his suite, David let out a sigh of relief.
Come back so soon?
Sharon and Newton did not attend the party and stayed at the hotel waiting for David to come back. In addition to the two people, there is now also the etiquette officer Elias Parker. Before attending the party, Elias Parker took the document from the archives and, with the cooperation of David, a newly minted nobleman, filled out all the information above. According to him, he will submit the documents after dawn tomorrow, after making sure there are no problems. The most important tasks will be completed. Seeing Elias Parker standing aside respectfully, David asked curiously,
after submitting the personal information, what else needs to be done? These are the necessary procedures. The rest depends on your thoughts. Sir.
Elias briefly introduced the various things that need to be dealt with after becoming a noble.
It is necessary to record the family crest, personal and family information in files. What needs to be done? And it must wait for review. And it will be completed only after it is confirmed that there are no problems. We need to recruit knights, soldiers, pharmacists, judges, auxiliary officers, clerks, treasurers, mages, alchemists, housekeepers, chefs, servants, etc.
Elias glanced at David.
We want all of them. It's up to you, my lord, to decide whether to hire them all or make a choice.
According to Elias' introduction, in addition to these subordinates, the new nobles will also hire a large number of craftsmen, including stonemasons, carpenters, blacksmiths, and tailors.
In other words, don't we have to hire them all?
After obtaining the identity of Baron Glamorgan and successfully upgrading Winter Village to Winter Town, he wanted to leave. After hearing that many things are not necessary, this idea becomes even more uncontrollable.
After all, the royal city is the most prosperous city in the Kingdom of Thailand. It is more convenient to hire the talent you need here.
Elias didn't finish his words, but David understood the meaning of his words. If David didn't hire all these people, it would be difficult to hire the right people after returning to Winter Town. Compared to the royal capital of Thailand, Winter Town is really too remote. Even if you go to Iron Tree Castle, you won't be able to find more talents of all kinds than here in the royal capital.
Among them, knights, pharmacists, mages, and alchemists can only be recruited in the royal capital. The knights and pharmacists have been recruited, and the other two items can be given up.
David waved his hand.
Those mages and alchemists obviously don't want to go to Winter Town. Maybe we can increase the salary or hire mages with average reputations.
Fame is generally just a nice word. Elias's idea is to find some unlucky guys who don't do well. In terms of generous treatment, he agreed to be recruited by Baron Glamorgan. As for the alchemist, he didn't mention it. He already knew that the old man named Pierre Newton was an alchemist.
No need.
David didn't care about the problem of mages, and signaled Elias not to think about recruiting mages.
I can be sure that even if you spend a lot of money to recruit mages, they will only be inferior guys.
Elias didn't mind if his suggestion was rejected. In fact, he agreed with the Baron's judgment in his heart. If his job wasn't compulsory, he wouldn't be willing to go to Winter Town. In comparison, the kingdom's mages have a much higher degree of freedom. In this case, no reliable mages will accept the recruitment of Baron Glamorgan. Rather than wasting time and a lot of money, it is better to use limited funds where needed, such as recruiting reliable auxiliary officers and judges, more soldiers and craftsmen, etc. Elias would never have expected that David was no longer planning to continue recruiting people in the royal capital. Today's party had made him understand it was impossible for him, a little country baron, to recruit talents here. There were only two people join him. One was authorized by His Majesty the King, and the other was probably an undercover agent of the temple. The only two successful examples were informants. Considering that Gareth Stanton said that he would recruit at least a small team of elite soldiers for David, there might be more informants. Thinking of this, he gave up the idea of continuing to recruit people. Anyway, the Lord has absolute autonomy over his own territory, and he can find other ways to fill various vacancies, such as letting visitors from other worlds in the territory hold various positions. Anyway, this was the situation in his Winter Town. In addition, according to the information Elias learned in the palace, the Kingdom of Tilan will send a small team of cavalry guards to escort Baron Glamorgan back to its territory this time. At noon today, many officials, escorted by soldiers, went to various towns in the north to post announcements. David, a new nobleman who emerged through the pioneering order, would soon become a household name in the northern part of the Thailand kingdom. It is difficult to attract real talents, but posting announcements on such a large scale may attract ordinary civilians and craftsmen to Winter Town, thinking that the population of his territory may continue to grow in the coming time. David can't wait to do so. Teleport back immediately.
When the information review is completed, we will set off back to Winter Town.
David glanced at Elias in front of him.
Use this time to deal with the matters at hand. I have taken care of all my personal affairs. From today on, I will be with the Baron for the next year.
David nodded to show that he understood, and motioned for the etiquette officer to rest. Suddenly he remembered the box that Earl Stewart had given him. He took out the small box and opened it, and found 3 beads of different colors inside.
What is this?
David placed the box on the table, and turned to look at Newton next to him. He felt that the most reliable thing to ask about this kind of thing was the old alchemist. Unexpectedly, the person who answered his question was Elias standing next to him.
Cleaning orb, aromatherapy orb, and vibrating orb.
Seeing David and Sharon looking at him with puzzled faces, Elias explained the functions of the 3 orbs.
The blue cleaning orb is used to cleanse the body. The pink aromatherapy orb can make the user the body is scented. The yellow vibration beads can be used for massage and relaxation.
When David heard this, he sighed.
As expected of Earl Stewart, these kinds of orbs are daily necessities that have been particularly favored by nobles in the past 2 years.
Chapter 110, The First Person to Defect. After coughing twice, David closed the gift box again with a normal expression. From the corner of his eye, he noticed that Sharon was still staring at the gift box. So he pushed it over.
You seem to like it very much. I'll give it to you. Sharon put it away happily, without being polite to David at all. As a girl who loves to be clean, she wants to take a nice bath after doing a lot of exercise every day. And this orb fits her needs perfectly. At the same time, that vibration orb is very suitable for relieving muscle problems caused by heavy exercise.
What other gifts did you receive? They are all jewelry, swords and the like. Those things are still piled up in Earl Stewart's house.
David paused and saw that Elias hadn't left yet. So he asked, by the way,
hire someone to help.
It shouldn't be difficult to transport these things.
Right. It's not difficult. There are many people taking this kind of transportation work. Elias asked, by the way,
do I need to buy a carriage for the Baron and Miss Rogers?
Elias already knew that Sharon's surname was Rogers. In addition, Sharon's appearance and temperament did not look like she came from a commoner family. He regarded her as being in a similar situation to himself. There were nobles in his ancestors, but now they are in a state of poverty. However, Miss Rogers is expected to change her future, and it looks like she will become Baroness Glamorgan. In fact, it is not surprising that Earl Stewart would misunderstand the relationship between David and Sharon. David traveled from the most remote part of the kingdom of Telan to the royal capital, hoping that he could cross the threshold and join the aristocracy. In this case, he was accompanied by a beautiful young girl, and anyone would compare the two of them. Relationship misunderstandings. If it wasn't related to her own interests, why would Sharon accompany David so far to the royal capital? Don't you want to make sure your future is bright? Earl Stewart thought so. And now Elias also thinks so. Including the pharmacist Cordell and the bodyguard knight Gareth Stanton, who came to report the next day. They never imagined that David brought Sharon because she was good at fighting. It's just that these people have seen all kinds of things in the royal capital, and they are not ignorant people. They will not make their own decisions before the Baron truly introduces.
This is the Baroness.
Call her random. Just maintain due respect and call her Miss Rogers, and that's it. In the next 2 days, Elias successfully completed all the procedures, and David could leave at any time if he wanted to. It was just a slight delay on Gareth Stanton's side. It's not that he couldn't recruit at least 10 outstanding soldiers, but that Gareth Stanton, the personal guard knight, took into account the factors considered by the Lord Baron Glamorgan, and tried his best to select young, outstanding, and elite men without families, and rejected Earl Stewart's offer to help. This surprised David a little. Gareth Stanton, who became his personal knight because of His Majesty the King's order, was still very loyal to his duties. In addition, the 10 guards cavalry sent by the king have already greeted David. These 10 guards knights will protect Baron David Glamorgan until he safely reaches the territory of Wintertown. The 10 Kingdom Guards cavalry are already a considerable fighting force, but the real deterrent is their organization and the exclusive armor they wear that symbolizes the royal family of the Kingdom of Tiran. These 10 guards cavalry actually express an attitude. Baron Glamorgan is directly loyal to His Majesty the King. Those nobles who have any bad thoughts should put them away honestly. In addition, Earl Stewart directly arranged carriages and guards to help David transport the gifts, and agreed with David that after the team arrived in Wintertown, they could decorate Wintertown's specialty potatoes as reward, without any extra payment. Pay the shipping fee.
The drawings called high heels and made outfits you gave me are the best reward.
At the end, he reminded David,
By the way, have you seen the diagrams I drew by myself? Image? It's just inside the box. I think you can figure it out even without any hint. Because I can feel that we are the same type of people.
David, who understood the gift immediately when he saw it, was a little panicked. Could it be that, as Earl Stewart said, he was actually the same kind as him? But after this separation, there should be no chance to see each other in the future. Right? 3 more days passed. And Garrett Stanton finally selected 10 elite soldiers. These 10 soldiers will be personally commanded by Garrett Stanton and serve as the bodyguards of Baron Glamorgan to protect the Baron and the Baron property and return to Wintertown together. A team of more than 30 people was ready to go. After Elias confirmed again that Lord Glamorgan was indeed not planning to recruit more people, he began to notify everyone to set off. Just then, an unexpected visitor came to visit Baron Glamorgan. David, who was already prepared and even checked out the room, saw this visitor in the lobby of the hotel. It turned out to be Flo, the teaching knight of the Tiran Knights, who was defeated by him when countless nobles gathered in the capital of Thailand. Ed.
It is you. Yes, Lord Baron.
Floyd was wearing the standard armor of the Tiran Knights without a helmet. The hair on his head was neatly arranged. But if you look closely, you can still see that he is slightly haggard.
What do you want from me? Yes, Lord Baron.
Floyd paused and seemed to be thinking about the words in his mind.
I want to swear allegiance to your lordship.
One sentence clarified his purpose, and at the same time attracted the attention of everyone around him. There are currently no people in the hotel lobby. Most of them are people who want to follow David to Wintertown, including Ceremonial Officer Elias, Apothecary Cordell, Guards Knight Garrett Stanton and 4 guard soldiers, as well as Sharon and Newton. Other than that were the hotel owner, the waiter, and 2 people who were talking to the hotel owner. Everyone was silent now, including the Kingdom Guards cavalry, who had just walked in and was about to inform David that they were ready to go. They kept looking at Floyd.
You want to be loyal to me? Yes.
Floyd answered simply and neatly, completely ignoring the scrutiny, curiosity, and wonder that were constantly directed at him.
Is this man crazy?
Waiting for the eyes.
Why?
David immediately added.
I know my situation very well. I can't recruit even the most third-rate mages and ordinary knights. As the teaching knight of the Tyrant Knights,
you have no reason to defect to me.
A little country nobleman. Right.
David's question was also a question for everyone present. Everyone present kept their mouths shut and wanted to know what happened to the teaching knight of the Thailand Knights.
I am no longer the teaching knight of the Tiran Knights.
Floyd tried his best to control his expression, but still showed a hint of bitterness. Oh. David was the only one who spoke. But Floyd seemed to hear everyone here say, oh.
Have you left the Knights of Tyran? No. But I am no longer prepared to stay in the Knights.
David looked at Floyd, and finally looked at the expressions of everyone around him, and made a decision.
I accept your allegiance.
He didn't know what considerations Floyd had in choosing to leave the Tiran Knights and join his own army. He didn't bother to investigate what trouble Floyd had encountered in the Knights. There was only one reason why David decided to accept Floyd's surrender. This was the first person to actively choose to serve under him in the true sense. No matter what trouble he is in now, the status of a knight of the Tiran Knights is really there. And David has no reason to push this kind of talent out, especially when there are so many people watching the excitement. Spreading his hands slightly, Elias took out the sword that was originally placed in the box when David opened his mouth to speak, and then handed the hilt of the sword to David's hand. David took advantage of the opportunity to hold the gorgeous sword presented by Stewart and drew the sword out. With the sweet sound of the sword, Floyd knelt on one knee in front of David. He lowered his head, holding his knees in front of him with both hands, facing Baron David Glamorgan to whom he would be loyal, and then recited the oath of allegiance in a loud voice.
I swear in the name of Floyd, the knight of the kingdom of Tilan, that from today on, I will use the sword and shield in my hands to drive away all enemies that stand in front of Baron David Glamorgan omitted. Here, I offer my loyalty.
The people behind David moved to both sides at the right time, watching quietly as David put the back of his long sword on Floyd's shoulders after Floyd finished saying his oath.
I, the Baron Lord of Wintertown in the kingdom of Tyran, David Glamorgan, accept the allegiance of Knight Floyd.
The ritual was simple and uncomplicated, but for Floyd, it meant that his life would take another unknown direction from now on. After David signaled that he could get up, Floyd secretly let out a sigh of relief. No matter how much entanglement and hesitation he had before, he has taken this step and hopes that his choice is right. He raised his head slightly, wanting to take a look at his future master. but his eyes met David's. David looked at the slightly flustered Floyd and said softly,
"You made the most correct choice."
The voice was very low, but the quiet environment allowed David's words to be clearly heard by everyone. The innkeeper, the two people talking to him, and the guardsmen standing at the door all had disinterested expressions. It was obvious that they did not agree with David's words in their hearts.
"Go and deal with your own affairs, and then catch up with the team when you're done."
After instructing Floyd to handle the follow-up matters regarding the knights, David led the people out of the hotel, got on his horse, and officially embarked on the journey back. Chapter 111, Thailand Kingdom's new top rank. When David left, there was still thick snow on the northern plains. It was obviously spring, but this land seemed to be still in the winter season. When I came back, the snow had disappeared, and green appeared on the vast land. The breeze that blew over my face from time to time was no longer as cutting as a knife, but it was just a little cold, which made me take off my cloak on the road. Everyone put their thick cloaks back on their bodies again.
"This is Winter Town!"
Floyd looked at the village that gradually appeared in his eyes full of curiosity. Is this small village composed of many wooden houses his future? His eyes shifted to the huge construction site, where countless craftsmen were busy. He could guess that the area under construction was the real Winter Town.
"It looks like it's still worth looking forward to."
The scope of the construction site was very large, with various ravines and channels crisscrossing it. The complexity made everyone, including Floyd, a little confused.
"It seems like they're building drainage channels?"
The few people who were going to live in Winter Town were looking at their new home carefully, while the people from Earl Stuart's family and the kingdom's guards cavalry, who made a temporary trip, were simply disgusted. What future is there for such a remote and empty country place? Several of them glanced at Floyd secretly, and felt that the former teaching knight of the Tiran Knights had really made the wrong choice in their lives. Floyd could feel the glare of the crowd, but he didn't care. He had made his choice, and there was no room for regret. After swearing allegiance to David, he went to the Tiran Knights to go through various formalities, and then caught up with David's team as quickly as possible. Because Floyd swore allegiance to the new lord, he could remain a member of the Knights of Tiran, but only in name, and would not hold any position or receive half a salary.
"You really don't want to stay and rest for the night?"
While Floyd, Gareth, Cordell, Elias and others were looking around, the Knights of the Guard and those who helped transport the gifts were already preparing to leave. The duty of the Knights of the Guard is to escort Baron Glamorgan back to his territory smoothly. Now that their task has been completed, they don't even need to ask David for permission, and can leave at any time. The people sent by Earl Stuart can't be so rude. My master is very polite to Baron Glamorgan. How could the people sent not know this? He could only politely tell Baron David that they needed to go back to the Earl as soon as possible. And the Baron's territory was simply a big construction site, and there was no place for them to stay overnight. Right? In fact, there is still a place to live. As soon as David came back, he discovered that there was another large wooden house next to the large wooden house, specially built to accommodate the craftsmen of the Masons Union. It was obvious that this was a residence built in advance by several partners in anticipation that David would bring some people back. Regardless of whether David can successfully upgrade Winter Village to Winter Town this time, everyone will still have to live in the existing houses for a while, because the construction of Winter Fortress does not happen overnight. Before Winter Town is built, if new people or new villagers come, they must have a place to stay. Right? In addition to the large wooden house, there are also two separate small wooden houses, which were prepared in advance. Therefore, there are actually enough houses in Winter Town to accommodate these people for one night. But since the other party is so resistant, David will not force him to stay. After a few friendly words, the other party put away all the gifts they were responsible for transporting, and watched the other party leave. Looking at this direction, they should be heading to Snowfield Castle to rest there. On the entire way back, David's team passed through towns such as Wombay Town, Tayashubo, and Snowfield Castle, but they did not stop or communicate with anyone. They just rushed all the way to Winter Town and finally arrived today. Destination. Looking at the familiar wooden houses, familiar streets and familiar people, David took a deep breath.
The air here is better.
He did not indulge in the joy of returning home alone. As a lord, he had to at least arrange his subordinates properly first. Called Eva, who was already waiting nearby.
This is Eva McKenna. She has helped me handle affairs in the territory before. You can ask her about things in the village. Eva, these are the new people who have joined Winter Town. You show them around and settle them in.
Eva looked at these people and understood that David wanted her to take this group of people around. At the same time, she also pushed the newcomers away so that David could buy time to explain the current situation to his friends. Case. Although she sometimes looks silly, Eva is actually very smart and capable. She leads everyone towards the big wooden house, preparing to waste more time there. After Eva led a group of people to the big wooden house, everyone who was informed by Sharon came to David one after another. Mark even sat at the long table, waiting for everyone to gather and listen to David's story. Time has passed. He didn't wait long. Several people currently staying in Winter Town quickly gathered together to listen to David talk about his experience and gains in going to the royal capital. At the same time, countless people in various towns in the northern Thailand kingdom saw the latest announcement posted by officials.
Winter Town? It is said to be the newest frontier of the kingdom. It is a new town established by a young man through the Pioneering Order. Isn't the Pioneering Order establishing a village? Maybe it's because there are more people? And after all, it's a new border. So it seems more important to build towns? The young man named David was made a baron by His Majesty the King because he successfully established a new town, and was given a surname by His Majesty the King himself. What a lucky guy.
All kinds of discussions can be seen everywhere in the major towns in the northern part of the kingdom. From the beginning, they were just discussed next to the announcement, and slowly became the latest topic of conversation for countless people. For these common people who have rarely left the villages and towns where they were born for almost their entire lives, they only see so much and hear very little on a daily basis. And there are very few things they can talk about. Everyone was very interested in hearing such big news this time. As a result, the news gradually spread from the town to the surrounding villages, and more people knew about the new town of Winter Town and the new nobleman Baron David Glamorgan. In addition to discussing the lucky Baron David Glamorgan, some people also seriously discussed with their friends whether they should go to Winter Town to look for opportunities.
It was a new town. Maybe there was nothing there. Nothing means a lot of opportunity. I don't think it's good. I might as well stay here and continue farming. Maybe you're right. But I don't have my own land. You can continue to work for Lord Fitz. Lord Fitz is still very generous. Maybe, but I still want to give it a try.
Farmers without their own fields, craftsmen with some skills, and even some young people who felt they had some strength, but nothing else, began to seriously consider whether to go to the new town of Winter Town to look for opportunities. In the eyes of some old people or people with stable lives, new towns like Winter Town are full of too many uncertainties, but in the eyes of people with nothing, or some young people who are unwilling to stick to the rules, Winter Town is full of uncertainty. Chance. Becoming a farmer, a shop owner, or even a soldier. No matter what it is, as long as it can be better than what they are now, they are willing to try it. More and more people began to inquire about the news about Winter Town. After the information about Winter Town and Baron Glamorgan gradually became a household name in the Kingdom of Thailand, it also began to spread slowly to other parts of the Kingdom of Thailand.
So, you are now a baron?
After listening to David's story, everyone, including Mark, looked at David curiously.
Don't look at me with such strange eyes. Is a baron something strange? There is also an earl sitting here.
David pointed to Laura next to him and dragged Laura, who was watching the show, down. Water. P.S. Lara Croft's family is a hereditary earl setting, which only exists in the Shuanma trilogy. In other generations, including the new trilogy, the specific title of the Crawford family has not been clearly stated. This setting is used in the book. In addition to Laura, Fording is the great lord of the Kingdom of Lordaeron, and his status is many levels higher than that of David, a small country noble. Therefore, noble status is not that rare in Winter Town, but it does not prevent everyone from using it to joke with David.
The title Baron Glamorgan sounds quite good, and it feels a bit familiar.
Mark thought about it, but he didn't expect to hear the word Glamorgan anywhere. Laura happens to be here, and she has a very rich knowledge, not to mention her hometown.
Glamorgan is an old place name in Wales, located in the area where Cardiff and Swansea are now. In addition, the University of South Wales was formed from the merger of the University of Glamorgan and the University of Wales. Newport,
Mark said, then looked at David and then at Laura.
What an interesting coincidence.
Everyone present knew that the surname Glamorgan was a new surname coined by His Majesty the King after looking through a dictionary. They did not expect that it could be related to Laura's hometown. This unexpected situation made everyone find it very interesting. When everyone was almost chatting, Eva came back with many newcomers who had settled in. The time card was very accurate. What followed was a scene where a group of people introduced each other to each other. As a lord, David did not have to introduce these people to each other in person. You can do your own thing. For example, Edwin Van Cleef, who stood aside and stood next to him after signaling to him, whispered,
"Observe these people carefully."
Chapter 112 Conditions for Gold Finger Upgrade. Edwin Van Cleef, the leader of the Masons Union and the founder of the Defias Brotherhood, was trained by the Stormwind Kingdom's MI7 and is an excellent assassin, thief and intelligence agent. After designing the perfect winter fortress, Edwin's most important job at present is to supervise the progress and quality of the project to ensure that this brand new cross-era winter fortress, which integrates many new things, can be perfect. Build it out. During the construction period, he still had plenty of free time. By the way, he helped the mayor who had become Baron Glamorgan and monitored whether the newcomers had any dishonest behavior. It was not a difficult task for him. Ceremonial Officer Elias Parker, Knight of the Guard Gareth Stanton, Knight of the Guard Floyd, Apothecary Cordell, Alchemist Pierre Newton, plus 10 newly recruited soldiers. These people are the ones Edwin needs to keep track of in the next period of time. After David handed over the investigation work to Edwin Van Cleef, he never mentioned these things to others. He only asked Eva how the new people's residence was arranged. The 2 bodyguard knights would live in a large wooden cabin with the soldiers, and the vacant cabins would be given to the etiquette officer and the pharmacist. The old alchemist Pierre Newton is actually a guest, and may not stay in Winter Town for a long time. Currently, he is regarded as David's short-term consultant, and is staying at Jonah's hotel. It is said to be a hotel, but in fact, like Will's blacksmith shop, it has a living area dedicated to Jonah. The space is relatively large, and it is not a problem to accommodate a few people.
How was everyone's reaction? Fortunately,
Eva carefully recalled everyone's reactions.
They have not shown any dissatisfaction for the time being. You can usually observe more to see if they show dissatisfaction in some way.
If someone is dissatisfied, David will not feel unhappy. He will only want to find out the reason for the dissatisfaction. If Winter Town is not doing well enough in some aspect, it can be regarded as providing him with a direction for improvement. If he simply didn't like Winter Town, David wouldn't make it difficult for him, and everyone would just get together and relax.
I know how to do it. How are you doing in the villages and towns during this time? As the temperature gradually rose during this period, the ground was no longer so hard. So Edwin Van Cleef increased the workload of the craftsmen, seeming to want to complete the basic underground facilities as soon as possible.
After the underground facilities are completed and the foundations are laid, the construction of various buildings will begin.
The foundations of the White Winter Fortress have already been laid, and it may become the first completed building.
David rolled his eyes, but when he heard that the foundation of his own house had been laid, he began to look forward to when this house that belonged to him would be completed.
According to the current progress, maybe it can be completed before the end of the year? So fast?
Although the craftsmen are all still humans, the construction speed is still amazing. After all, what is being built this time is not an ordinary cabin, but a huge building equivalent to a palace.
Where are the others?
Currently, the most important work in Winter Town is the overall construction project. There is nothing serious to do until various buildings are completed. Therefore, after David asked about the progress of the construction and whether he had encountered any problems, he asked about everyone's situation. Eva introduced everyone's situation in detail. She was usually warm and friendly, and could become friends with most people in Winter Town, so she knew everyone's situation best. Peggy Carter was responsible for staying in Winter Town during this period. She reduced her exercise time every day and instead patrolled around to ensure that Winter Town would not be threatened. During David's absence, no one came to invade Winter Town, so Peggy only killed a few wild beasts that came out to look for food. Mark, on the other hand, devoted himself to learning new knowledge, returning to the Mars base every day to maintain contact with the Earth. In his free time, he took Squirtle around, just like wandering around in the cold winter. However, as spring arrives and the temperature rises, he has to start the New Year's work. It is said that many fruit seeds have been prepared. Will is busy at the blacksmith shop every day, mainly making ammunition from crystal or powder and repairing various tools for the craftsmen. In his free time, he will go to Port Royal to go on a date with Elizabeth. After a round of introductions, Fording and Steve were finally mentioned.
Tyrion is fighting the Scourge in Hearthland. Recently, he occasionally came over to report that he was safe. He stopped by Will's blacksmith shop to pick up some powerful ammunition. Eva finally said about Steve. As for Steve, husband, he seems to have something to ask you. Has Steve been here today? He left not long ago, before you came back.
Oh, I missed it today. I wonder what Steve wants from me. However, through Eva's report, he knew that during his absence, everything was normal in Wintertown. The villagers had no dissatisfaction, and his friends were all doing well. Only Laura's situation was not mentioned by Eva to herself. But after glancing at Laura, who was standing next to him, there was really no need to ask Eva.
Why did you turn black? I went to South America.
Laura didn't care about the changes in her skin color. For someone like her who runs around all day, it's normal to tan. And she was obviously a healthy wheat color.
Finally, I got rid of that annoying. The Holy Trinity was destroyed. Congratulations.
The two of them walked towards the back of the cabin while talking. Mark, who noticed David's movements, also followed, and several people came to the back of the cabin together. Behind David's wooden house, an additional wooden shed was built, which contained the crystal mine. After testing and finding that the crystal mine did not require sunlight, an additional wooden shed was built to cover it. So in the eyes of outsiders, this is the warehouse behind the wooden house. I don't know what is here. Opening the wooden door, David immediately noticed the changes in the crystal mine.
Huh? There are more crystal mines?
Except for David. The other three people saw it. From the beginning, only 2 crystal blocks grew at the same time. And now there are 2 more crystal blocks. And these 2 small crystal blocks are growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seems that after a while, they will become same size as the 2 middle pieces.
Has there been any similar changes in the crystal mine before I came back? Not at all. I come here to check every day.
Mark shook his head affirmatively.
Besides, I just dug out the mature crystals yesterday, and these pieces should have just grown out.
According to the conclusions drawn from previous observations, only 2 crystal mines will grow at a time. After they grow to a certain extent, they will not continue to grow, and the number will not increase. Therefore, David would regularly dig mature crystal mines. Come down. There must be a reason for such an obvious change.
Is this change because you became Baron Glamorgan?
Mark and Laura immediately thought of the biggest changes in Wintertown. Winterville officially became Wintertown. David became Baron Glamorgan. Perhaps, because of the clear reference of crystal ore. David concluded that the Goldfinger upgrade did require certification. After thinking about it for a moment, I realized that I could bring people here only after I got the official certification document and returned to the village. Considering that there is no physical upgrade in Wintertown this time. After all, Winter Fortress has not even completed the foundation, but has only received an official certification upgrade.
Official recognition? Or is it a deeper and wider recognition?
The certification of the Kingdom of Tiran, in a certain sense, is the recognition of the world. Because the Kingdom of Tiran is a country recognized by all intelligent life in the Brinian continent. Appointments within the Kingdom of Tiran are naturally also recognized. Will gain universal recognition. Not to mention that David is a village. Even if it is still a wasteland. The Kingdom of Thailand officially recognizes this place as Wintertown. And other intelligent life forms on the continent will also recognize this place as Wintertown. If David's guess is correct, theoretically speaking, David does not have to be rewarded by the Kingdom of Thailand. If he is strong enough, so powerful that all intelligent life in the continent will recognize Wintertown or Winter City. The existence of can also upgrade the Golden Finger. He felt that his guess was correct. If the certification of the Thailand Kingdom was necessary, could the upper limit of Goldfinger be Winter City? Would you serve the Kingdom of Thailand for the rest of your life? He felt that his Golden Finger shouldn't be so bad. Of course, when it was weak in the early stage, it was acceptable to have the Thailand Kingdom to protect it from the wind and rain. It only required step-by-step development and construction to upgrade Goldfinger. For example, today's David is like playing a construction and farming game. He has adjusted the option of war threat to the minimum, and only needs to build and develop the territory with peace of mind.
No matter what, just work hard to develop in the direction of Winter City.
When it reaches the stage of development in Winter City, David is strong enough and has enough understanding of the world. At that time, he will not care about the official recognition of the Kingdom of Thailand. At that time, it may be the Kingdom of Thailand. I am rushing to admit Winter City. Thinking about the bright future, he dug out the 4 mature crystal mines and gave them to Mark to collect. David took Laura and Eva out of the wooden shed. Turning back to the front, everyone has already introduced each other. The newcomers, who have been traveling all day, have returned to the previously decided residence to rest. Now only Peggy, Sharon, Addis and other acquaintances are left here. Without the outsider. These people immediately started joking about David and congratulated him on becoming Lord Baron Glamorgan. They also included some words of loyalty to the Lord Baron. Greetings to Baron Glamorgan, etc.
Speaking of which, are you interested in becoming officials? I have a bunch of vacancies here.
As a result, those who said they would be loyal to him a second ago shook their heads like rattles. Chapter 113, The First Day in Wintertown. I packed my things, washed briefly, then got into bed and had a good night's rest. It was obviously a very rough hut, and the bed was just a simple wooden bed that David, who had never learned carpentry, tried to make. But it made David sleep very peacefully. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. David, who was full of energy, did not stay in bed. He got up quickly, stretched his waist, and simply moved his shoulders and neck. After getting dressed, he fetched water to wash up. When he changed clothes and stood in front of his wooden house, only the distant sky was slightly brighter, and the entire winter town was still immersed in the darkness before dawn. Even so, cold winter town has become lively, and the villagers living here have already gotten up one after another. Countless people are fetching water at the public water point, and many people are washing in front of the newly built row of faucets on the other side of the water point. David noticed that there were 2 street lamps erected on the side of the water point and faucet. He didn't know who put them there. Smoke began to emit from the chimney of the canteen, and the women who helped in the canteen were fetching vegetables from the cellar.
It's so lively. Yes.
After Peggy saw David after walking around the village, she came to him and said, "Lo,
you got up so early? I thought you would have a good rest after such a long journey. Down. I went to bed early yesterday and slept very soundly."
David was in good spirits. A night of absolute relaxation would have a much stronger recovery effect than running around outside and thinking about this and that all day long. In addition, I finally figured out the upgrade requirements for Goldfinger and determined my next goal. I lost a lot of distracting thoughts in my mind and suddenly felt that my holy light had become stronger.
Good morning, Lord Baron.
Not long after standing in front of the wooden house, his etiquette officer Elias also got up. But judging from his state, the etiquette officer did not have a good rest. After a long journey, in a completely new environment, and with an uncertain future, Elias might not have slept long after all. This is also true. In addition to the questions that David thinks of, Elias also has to worry about when will Lord Glamorgan get up. As the etiquette officer responsible for instructing Baron Glamorgan on various aristocratic etiquette, it was impossible for Baron Glamorgan to have already gotten up, and he was still fast asleep in his room. So every once in a while, he would get up to check on the situation. This time he saw David had already gotten up, immediately put on his clothes and tidied up his appearance, and then appeared in front of Lord Glamorgan.
Actually, you don't have to get up in such a hurry. No, this is my duty.
Standing outside, stimulated by the cool air, Elias became more energetic.
Lord Baron, if possible, I would like to confirm your daily routine. Journey. I don't have any fixed itinerary for the time being. If you mean those etiquette courses, they can be arranged after lunch.
It's not suitable for strenuous exercise just after eating. He usually practices bows and arrows and firearms at that time. But now he can take these courses.
Okay, Lord Baron.
After Elias understood, he stood aside quietly. David usually wouldn't notice him, but when he thought of him, he could catch a glimpse of him with his peripheral vision. That state. At this time, the 2 bodyguard knights also got up and were preparing to arrange for the soldiers to conduct basic drills. However, after seeing the Baron actually getting up, Garrett Stanton exchanged a few words with Floyd, and Floyd walked straight over to David.
Grown-ups.
David nodded to Floyd and asked how the rest was going. Is there anything you don't feel comfortable with?
No, sir. Everyone is resting well.
To be honest, when Floyd first saw the situation in Wintertown, he felt that he would inevitably have to suffer some hardships before the construction site turned into a real town. The temperature here in Wintertown is very low, living in such an empty large wooden house. I'm afraid it won't be a good night. Unexpectedly, after they moved in and started the so-called heater according to the method introduced by Eva before, not only did everyone not feel the cold, they even wondered if summer had arrived early. Moreover, the quilts distributed to everyone in Wintertown are very comfortable, customized in batches by Laura. And they are actually more comfortable and warmer than the quilts that King Tylan can buy. This makes Freud seriously doubt that he used to, or all the beddings I bought just rubbish? Really good bedding can only be used by high-ranking nobles? If that were the case, why would Wintertown distribute such good bedding to ordinary soldiers? Although there were many questions in his mind, Freud slept peacefully. Unlike Elias, he doesn't need to think about so many things, and his future has been decided. The better this side of Wintertown is, the happier he will be. When I woke up, although it was still dark here in Wintertown, I had made an agreement with Gareth Stanton yesterday that I needed to get up early and start working officially today. Train soldiers, explore the surrounding environment, think about how to arrange sentries and other matters. Considering that they only have 10 soldiers on hand, it is difficult to arrange shifts. They may have to recruit new soldiers appropriately in the territory to form the armed forces of Wintertown as soon as possible. This is also to show their abilities to their new master. Surprisingly, Baron Glamorgan, a newly minted nobleman, actually got up so early. The two had no choice but to briefly discuss that Gareth Stanton would continue to be responsible for the training. After all, these soldiers were recruited by him, and they were more willing to obey his command. Floyd reported to the Baron and was responsible for today's escort work. The personal guard knight had the responsibility of guarding the Lord. By the way, he also wanted to find out the new master's daily habits. He glanced at Elias, who was in about the same position as him, but he was standing behind David on the left, while Floyd was on the right. The two nodded to each other as a greeting, then closed their mouths and pretended to be themselves. He is mute. After David greeted Floyd, he knew that the bodyguard knight was acting as a bodyguard, so he didn't say anything.
Go and do your own business.
In the future, he will have to get used to this kind of daily life where there are people following him around at all times. After chatting with Peggy for a while, he noticed that Freud behind him was very concerned about what Peggy said, and there was a bit of surprise on his face. This is not surprising. From what Peggy reported, we can know that the current defense work in Wintertown is handled by this young woman named Peggy Carter. It is not that there are no female warriors in the Thailand Kingdom, but the number is very large. Rare. I didn't expect there to be a female warrior here in Wintertown. While Freud was surprised, Elias had similar thoughts, and also thought of Miss Eva McKenna, who showed them around the town yesterday. At this time, the young woman named Eva also walked out of her cabin and came to David.
Morning,
David.
morning.
The etiquette officer Elias wanted to remind the young Miss McKenna that she should be called Lord Glamorgan, but he felt that it would be better to discuss this matter alone later, and it would be better to pretend to be a fake now, because he began to think, what is the relationship between Miss Eva McKenna and the Baron? He was not the only one thinking about similar issues. Freud next to him was also thinking about this issue. From Sharon, who had met before and accompanied Baron David Glamorgan to the royal capital, to Peggy Carter, who was responsible for the defense of Wintertown, and Eva Mai, who seemed to be the Baron's most important assistant. Kenna.
In Wintertown, is the Baron the only man in charge of affairs?
Fortunately, the appearance of Edwin Van Cleef brought Floyd and Elias's gradually deviated ideas back on track. After the two saw the strong leader of the craftsmen, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They were a little worried just now. Will they not be taken seriously if they are not women? But Freud looked carefully at Van Cleef, who was standing in front of him. He had just arrived yesterday and saw many people at once, and he did not observe everyone carefully at all. After a full rest today, he was full of energy and started guarding work. When he professionally looked at anyone who appeared in front of him, he found that this so-called leader of craftsmen gave him a very dangerous feeling. But when he took a closer look, he found that the man named Edwin Van Cleef was ordinary and not eye-catching. He was the type that would be difficult to notice even if he walked into a crowd, which made him doubt his judgment. Isn't something wrong? When he wanted to take another look, Van Cleef had already left. Through the conversation just now, the people here know that Van Cleef is going to have breakfast, and then start the day's work, checking the progress of the projects in various places, and the construction quality of various areas.
Let's go have breakfast too.
David looked around and saw that everyone who needed to get up had already gotten up. The only remaining person was the pharmacist Cordell. If you needed anything, you could just go to him and leave him alone when nothing happened. When everyone arrived at the canteen, it was full of people, and they were all strong men.
This time is the time for the craftsmen to have breakfast. Usually other people will wait for the craftsmen to finish eating before coming.
Peggy wanted to remind David before, but was interrupted by Van Cleef and forgot to mention this again.
That's it. Then let's go to the farmland to have a look. And then have breakfast when we get back.
Whether it is Freud or Elias, they will only unconditionally comply with the Baron's decision and will naturally not raise any objections. But before walking out of the cafeteria, Freud looked at the men in the cafeteria and sighed secretly.
These are all good young men who can be cultivated into elites. Where did your excellency invite these craftsmen from? Chapter 114, Perfectly Avoiding a Catastrophe. Freud was confused. But he had a question, and it was inconvenient to ask the Baron directly. Maybe he should ask someone else? He looked at Eva McKenna in front of him. This young woman seemed to be the Baron's most important assistant. She was the one who took her and others around the town yesterday and told them how to heat the heater and get water. She must have something to do with the cold winter. You can inquire about all kinds of things about the town from her. In addition, another woman named Peggy Carter is also a suitable person to inquire.
Speaking of McKenna Carter,
he has never heard of the surname McKenna. Maybe she is a descendant of a down-and-out noble? As for the surname Carter, there is indeed a noble named Carter in the Kingdom of Thailand. The Carter family is located in Green Willow Town, not far south of the royal capital. What is the relationship between this Peggy Carter and the Carter family? Freud also thought of the many people Eva introduced to him yesterday. Almost all of these people had surnames. Even the chef Jonah Maava, who worked in the kitchen. Freud was very curious about the origins of these people. Maybe he could get some answers from Eva or Peggy. While he was thinking about it, Freud had followed David to the farmland not far away, and met one of the
unknown people with last names,
whom he met yesterday. Mark Watney. And that amazing-looking creature called Squirtle.
Hi, Mark. Good morning. David, are you planning to plant new crops? No. Just checking the condition of the soil.
Listening to the conversation between Lord Baron and Mark Watney, Floyd was a little confused. It was not just Freud who felt a little confused. Elias next to him was also full of questions, listening to the conversation between these two people. Is this man named Mark Watney just a farmer?
How's the situation?
He didn't know that the two people behind him were in a state of confusion. David also wanted to know the situation of the land. If his guess is correct, as his golden finger upgrades, the land inside Winter Town and surrounding areas will be affected. Sure enough, Mark Watney gave an affirmative answer.
If my judgment is correct, those crops that failed before can now be planted. This is really good news.
In any case, it is a good thing that the land becomes more fertile. This means that farmers in Winter Town can use less land to grow a larger amount and more types of food. And there are fewer taboos when growing.
Yes, we can eat any vegetables and fruits we want this winter. By the way, if you have anything you want to eat, you can tell me in advance so I can make preparations. Strawberry? Roger it.
Mark made an informal military salute with his fingers in front of his eyebrows, then approached David and whispered his request.
By the way, if possible, let this Ginny find some come here. Compatriots. Let me try.
Pokemon's IQ is not low. Pokemon like Squirtle can communicate normally except that they cannot speak human language. The only question is, does this Squirtle recognize David? Are you willing to listen to him?
It's worth trying.
He glanced at Squirtle next to him and waved to it. And Squirtle followed happily. David was not in a hurry to discuss with Squirtle here, but walked all the way west to the Winter River, looking at the calm lake in the distance. He motioned to Floyd and Elias to wait in the distance. He took Squirtle to the river bank alone. The two people stayed where they were obediently. After all, the place was very empty, and they didn't have to worry about someone suddenly appearing and attacking the Baron. As for why the Baron took a blue turtle to the river, they didn't need to think about it, as long as they stayed here.
How are you enjoying your stay here?
Squirtle thought for a moment, smiled and nodded.
Would it be too lonely without a partner? Squirtle lowered his head and pondered. He really hadn't thought about this problem.
Why don't you go back? Do you know how to get back?
After seeing Squirtle's look of,
I'm not a fool,
he continued.
Let's go find some friends. Ginny.
Seeing Squirtle thinking for a while and nodding, and gesticulating something while talking, David looked at it for a while and finally understood. It was asking,
can other Pokemon come too? Of course, as long as you are willing to come. I welcome you.
Squirtle nodded, raised his head and patted his chest, turtle sh.l, as if it was wrapped around me, and then pointed to the Winter River next to it. David looked at the river's surface and instantly understood what Squirtle meant. He raised his hand and unleashed a punishing blow, knocking out a huge Winter River shrimp. Watching Squirtle go to the river to catch the shrimps, and then happily swim back to the shore, eagerly waiting to go to the cafeteria for dinner. David knew that Squirtle would not start working until he was full.
Let's go and eat!
Walking towards the canteen in Winter Town. As for why, he took a blue turtle to the river and stood there for a long time. And also caught a huge river shrimp and came back. He did not ask Elias and Floyd the explanation. Anyway, as long as they can live in Winter Town for a long time, those questions will be answered. If they can't live there for a long time, then David wishes they would never understand why. It is impossible to expect him to take the initiative to explain. These two people will not receive that kind of treatment for the time being. What he didn't expect was that someone who needed to explain the situation would soon appear. Just as everyone was walking back to the town, David noticed a vague shadow appearing at the end of the town's avenue. Very timely. Laura happened to be coming to have breakfast, and she met David at the door of the cafeteria.
You guys go in first and wait for me. Laura and I have something to say.
In the previous situation, Elias and Floyd only needed to keep a distance and stare. But now that David had given clear instructions, they could no longer stand aside. Obediently obeying the order and entering the cafeteria first, David and Laura took a few steps to the side and made way for the cafeteria door.
How?
Laura turned her back to the shadow and didn't know what was going on. When David pointed behind her, she turned around and realized why David said he wanted to talk to her alone.
Are there new people here? I don't know. Maybe it's Steve.
When David came back this time, he hadn't seen Steve and Fording yet. Fording doesn't necessarily come back when he's safe. Steve comes every day.
Peggy said he has something to ask me for.
If it's Steve, you can just ask him what he wants from you. What David and Laura didn't expect was that the person coming was not Steve, but a strange new face.
A new person has arrived.
Laura glanced at David and thought of his current situation.
I'm afraid it's not convenient for you to contact the new person now.
Right.
Actually, it's nothing. Just move the person away.
In fact, David thought further. With the construction and development of Winter Town, his territory will become larger and larger. If these visitors from other worlds continue to appear at the entrance or on the edge of the town, there is a high probability that he will not be able to survive at all. Just can't find each other. It would be fine if these people took the initiative to come to me. But if they didn't come to me, what kind of trouble would they cause in the town? And what about when you leave? I wonder if these issues have been optimized with the upgrade of Goldfinger? While thinking about it, David noticed that the newcomer had stopped and found himself suddenly in a strange place. Standing at the end of the street in Winter Town, looking around with question marks on his face.
Do you recognize who the new guy is?
David had already recognized the other person's identity when he transformed from a shadow into a real person. After all, the brown jacket, the split hair, and the handsome face were so recognizable.
If I'm not mistaken, this person's name is Leon Kennedy, and he is an agent.
In addition, the famous lion also has nicknames such as Lisan Guang, Vehicle Destroyer, Village Slaughterer, etc. When thinking of this, David was particularly grateful that his winter village had been upgraded to Winter Town. Otherwise, he would be afraid something big is going to happen.
Agent? Is that just that?
Laura felt that people who could come to David had more or less strange attributes. Either their own experiences were strange, or the world they lived in was strange. Even Leonard Hofstadter, who seems the most ordinary and normal, has a few strange friends around him.
This agent lives in a world where there are all kinds of biochemical viruses. Mr. Kennedy is considered an expert in dealing with such things. That's it.
Laura felt that this was much more reasonable. And at the same time, she was going to take some time to go back home and search for all kinds of information about this person named Leon. While the two were talking, Leon also noticed David and Laura, and walked up to them.
Hello.
Leon looked at the two of them first. The man and woman in front of him looked young, only about 20 years old, and they were good-looking and well-built. They seemed a bit out of place in this backward small village.
Excuse me. Where is this place? This is Winter Town.
David stretched out his hand first.
I am the mayor here.
David. Ahem. Laura deliberately coughed forcefully a few times, as if to remind David.
David Glamorgan. Cough, 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 cough. Baron David Glamorgan.
He glared at Laura and introduced Laura to Leon in front of him.
This is Count Laura Crawford. I'm Leon Kennedy. Just call me Leon.
Leon saw the other person stretching out his hand, and shook the other person's hand in the same friendly manner. But the other person's introduction made him full of doubts.
Is this a joke?
Chapter 115 Lion. His face was full of what's the point of this joke? With an expression on his face, David explained the situation in the simplest words. This is Winter Town. This is not the world you originally lived in, but another world. You have gained the ability to travel freely between the two worlds, etc. After introducing the situation, David also told Leon,
if you find it unbelievable, you can try to go back and forth between the two worlds a few times. Then you will know that I am not lying. As you said, I just need to think about returning to my own world while walking farther away. Yes.
David nodded.
After you try it, you can come here to find me.
David pointed to the cafeteria door next to him.
Understood.
Leon did have a lot of questions to ask, although there were many things David said just now that were difficult for him to understand or believe. He did not feel any malice from the two young people in front of him. Not to mention that you can try to see if the so-called time travel is true or false. After saying goodbye to David and Laura, Leon walked in the direction he came from and quickly disappeared into the distance. David didn't wait around here, and turned around and walked into the cafeteria with Laura to prepare for breakfast. As soon as he entered the cafeteria, David saw Elias and Floyd standing not far to the side waiting for him. However, Eva and Peggy had already found an empty seat and were enjoying their breakfast. David gestured to Elias and Floyd to eat first, because the population has increased a lot. More people have been added to the canteen to help. Otherwise, Jonah alone would not be able to keep up. Fortunately, the craftsmen do not have high requirements for the taste of the food, as long as the quantity is large enough to satisfy the needs. This also means that the preparation of such large portions of food is mainly completed by the women who come to help. Jonah is mainly responsible for the delicate food cooked alone.
A steak set meal and 2 potatoes.
David didn't bother Jonah to make a special breakfast today. He just ordered a normal set meal and walked to the table where Peggy and Eva were sitting with the breakfast. Floyd and Elias, who followed the Baron, were stunned for a while before imitating the Baron and ordering the same breakfast. Then the two of them felt awkward, wondering whether they should sit at the same table as the Baron. After much deliberation, the etiquette officer Elias finally came to sit on the table next to him, and Floyd followed suit and sat opposite Elias. Elias wanted to remind the Baron that as the Lord of Winter Town, the Baron of Glamorgan should have his own restaurant, dining table, chef and servants. How could he mix with a group of craftsmen in a restaurant and eat the same food? But it's not like he can't see the situation in Winter Town. It seems like it's useless to mention it himself. After thinking about it, the etiquette officer Elias felt that he should do something. For example, he should get up earlier, ask the Baron what he wanted to eat, and then deliver the food to the Baron's wooden house. Although it is not a separate restaurant, after all, it is a space that belongs exclusively to the Baron. In just one morning, etiquette officer Elias has already confirmed several new jobs. He expected that he would have a very hard year, but reality seemed to want to tell him the actual situation is more difficult than you expected. Now he can only hope that Lord David Glamorgan, Baron, will not make any mistakes in learning aristocratic etiquette. Otherwise he may be done as an etiquette officer. While Elias was worrying about the future, David had already mentioned the newly arrived Leon to Eva and Peggy.
Is there a new guy coming? I wonder if he will stay.
David can choose the visitors from another world that suit his wishes. In fact, these people also have the right to choose whether to become permanent residents of Winter Town. After all, whether they want to come or not is entirely up to them. And David is not hypnotizing or controlling them.
Maybe.
David ate a few bites of steak and a piece of potato. After feeling warm in his stomach, he slowed down his meal.
That Leon Kennedy probably wouldn't let such an interesting experience go.
Leon is a standard protagonist with a halo. He always encounters various incidents and successfully solves them with his strong personal ability and aura blessing, including the biohazard incident in Raccoon City, special investigation operations in South America, and a trip to Spain to investigate and rescue the president's daughter Ashley Graham. From the brown jacket on Leon, we can know that he has now become a Secret Service agent directly taking orders from the president. But he should not have experienced the incident of rescuing the president's daughter in Resident Evil 4, because the jacket was damaged during that rescue operation. Lost, David suddenly thought that if Leon was willing to stay in Winter Village, even if he failed to learn any special abilities, just relying on the existing weapons in Winter Village would greatly improve his strength. By then, the Spanish kidnapper, if you join Ashley Graham's Illuminati cult, you will be in trouble.
Huh? It's a pity that the armor is in the way of the pair. And it can't be fun.
Just when she was feeling regretful, Peggy suddenly thought of another thing.
I remember you mentioned before that every time a new person appears, they don't appear alone. Does this mean that there will be another new person soon?
In fact, there was a situation where he appeared alone, but he was expelled by David. However, Eva and Leonard soon appeared, and David was not sure what the situation was. Did one of them get expelled and replaced by Eva? Then Leonard and Eva appeared in one batch. Or are these three considered the same batch?
Maybe.
David didn't have too much entanglement. He was just curious about who else would come to Winter Town after Lion. He felt that his golden finger was like opening a blind box, making him full of expectations for unknown new roles. He vaguely recalled the fear of being dominated by crispy noodles when he was a child. It's unclear who the newcomer is, but Leon appears on David's radar again. The handsome young man walked in from the door. After standing at the door and looking around, he quickly found David. Then, while looking at the surrounding situation, he walked towards David.
He came.
David's reminder made everyone at the table look up at Leon. Being stared at by so many people made Leon pause for a moment and almost put on a defensive posture. But he quickly returned to normal. After arriving opposite David and sitting down, Leon said low to Laura, whom he had met before, and nodded to Peggy and Eva, who were sitting next to him.
Have you tried it? From the look of you, I'm afraid you tried it more than once or twice.
Leon smiled awkwardly. He tried back and forth many times, and every time he was able to successfully cross over or return to his own world smoothly. No matter how incredible he felt in his heart, he still accepted the fact that he could cross over. Anyway, I have already experienced a lot of bizarre things. One more and one less does not make any difference.
Why is there such a magical thing? Is there anything special about this town?
After all, Leon has received several years of training and has extremely high talents. After just a short period of observation, he was sure of one thing. This table, the people sitting there should all be in similar situations to myself.
It's indeed quite special. As for why, maybe it's because you are very lucky?
David's answer left Leon speechless. It sounded as if he was lucky enough to be able to come to this seemingly backward village. Although it was very interesting to be able to travel freely between two different worlds, he couldn't see what benefit this would have to him. All right, there are many beauties here, and I have a resort where I can stay away from various tasks and relax quietly.
It seems pretty good.
Thinking of this, Leon lost any resistance in his heart and began to get to know each other with the people around him.
My name is Leon Kennedy. You can just call me Leon. Peggy Carter.
A somewhat familiar name.
Eva McKenna.
I don't know why, but I see the shadow of Hannigan in this Eva. After getting to know each other for a while, Leon remembered David's title of Baron Glamorgan again.
So you are really a baron? Yes, but I just received the title not long ago. As you can see, Winter Town is still under construction.
Leon nodded and asked a question related to himself.
So, I want to buy a house here so that I can come here during my vacation. Do I need to go through any procedures?
Before he came in, he took a general look at the surrounding environment. This is a small village with a beautiful environment. If possible, building a house here as a holiday home would be a very good choice.
About these things,
David originally wanted to introduce the situation in Winter Town in detail, but unexpectedly Steve walked in from the gate and ran straight to David.
Let me show Leon around first.
Peggy also saw Steve and took the initiative to take over the task of showing Leon, a newcomer, around Winter Town and introducing various situations in the town.
Then I'll leave it to you.
David nodded, and then introduced Leon and Steve to each other.
This is Leon Kennedy, who just came to Winter Town. Welcome. I'm Steve Rogers.
Steve shook hands and noticed that David used the title Winter Town.
Hello.
Leon stood up and shook hands with Steve, but his expression was a little strange, and he obviously noticed Steve's name. However, he had realized that Steve had something to discuss with Baron Glamorgan. So after a brief acquaintance, he followed Peggy out of the canteen. After the two left, Steve sat in the seat vacated by Leon. Before David could ask, he told why he was looking for David.
There's someone over there who wants to see you.
Chapter 116 Supreme Mage.
Want to see me?
Who? When David heard that someone in Steve's world wanted to see him, his first reaction was Nick Fury, nicknamed the Black Braised Egg. Ever since Captain America, Steve mastered the power of the Holy Light and the elements. He guessed that the agent leader would definitely find a way to find out where Steve learned these abilities and come to him through Steve. But what he didn't expect was that Steve gave an answer that he had thought about before but had habitually ignored.
The Ancient One from Karma Taj. The Ancient One Master is the leader of Karma Taj and the contemporary Supreme Mage. The Supreme Mage's duty is to protect the Earth from being invaded by demons from other planes.
Steve briefly introduced the Ancient One Master to David. Situation.
At least that's what she told me.
In fact, even if Steve didn't introduce him, David knew who the Ancient One was. What surprised him was why the contemporary Supreme Mage wanted to see him. I don't have any direct relationship with that person. Right? Even I don't know several of the successors of the Supreme Mage. Seeing David sitting there without answering, Steve thought that David didn't want to see Ancient One. So he said that he could help reject the Supreme Mage's request.
No. I'm just curious why the Supreme Mage wants to see me. Perhaps she thinks you are an alien demon who wants to invade Steve's Earth.
Laura dragged her chin with her palm and looked at David, who was sitting next to her. She didn't understand what was bothering him.
Stevie, didn't my husband say that? The duty of this Supreme Mage is to defend against the invasion of alien demons. So, do you think she wants to confirm David's thoughts?
Steve thought for a while.
Probably not. It's not impossible.
David thought about it carefully and recalled some settings about magic and playing demons in the Marvel world. He found that the way he helped Steve obtain mysterious power seemed to the magicians of Kamatage. It seems to be no different from what those alien demon gods do. The magic in the Marvel world have ownership rights. These all belong to powerful existences from other planes, such as Emperor Wei Shan, Sidhorn, Dormammu, etc. If mages want to become stronger, they must sign with a certain powerful person, thereby obtaining the magic power controlled by the powerful person, and casting spells that are labeled and copyrighted by the powerful person. Now, Steve Rogers has acquired a mysterious power, which comes from another world. Is that some powerful or demonic god who wants to get involved in their world? So choose Steve Rogers as your spokesperson?
So, do you think Master Gui wants to warn you? Or simply wants to defeat you? It shouldn't happen.
David was also puzzled. What did Gui mean? There are many people who covet the Earth, but as long as they don't launch actual attacks like Dormammu, Ancient One doesn't pay much attention to them. In other words, even if the Ancient One Master really suspects that David wants to invade the Earth before the actual attack, the Ancient One Master will only remain vigilant, instead of doing the door-to-door warning like now. What's the use? It's more like taking the initiative to find trouble on someone else's territory.
If she wants to talk to me, then bring her here.
David finished the breakfast in front of him and thought of a place to receive Master Ancient One.
I'll wait for her on the bank of the Winter River. Is it okay?
Steve was worried that Master Ancient One was really here to cause trouble.
Otherwise, I'd better reject her. No, I thought about it carefully. She shouldn't have any ill intentions towards me. Maybe she just came to visit?
David felt that it was unlikely that Gui specifically came to trouble her. As for visiting, these Supreme Mages like to observe the timeline. To a certain extent, they also wander around in various parallel worlds. And they also go to some alien planes. So the Ancient One learned about an alien that he has never been to. When the world exists, it is more likely that you want to go and see it. At the same time, as a powerful spellcaster, maybe Ancient One also wants to study which powerful existence the power Steve Masters belongs to? He stood up and asked Steve to go back to find Ancient One. From the previous conversation, he was sure that Steve could contact the Supreme Mage directly without making a special appointment. He himself left the canteen and walked towards the Winter River again. Elias and Freud followed him as usual, but they didn't know what the Baron was doing at the river again. Are you planning to help that blue turtle catch food again? Speaking of which, the turtle named Squirtle has been nowhere to be found since just now, and I don't know where it went. David didn't wait long by the river. Steve soon came with Ancient One. It was only then that Steve noticed the man who was about to stop him. He remembered that these two people were sitting at the next table in the cafeteria just now. Finally, after getting David's signal, Floyd let the two of them go to David's side.
Those two are my bodyguard, Knight Floyd, and Master of Ceremonies, Elias.
Steve felt weird, but he still reached out and congratulated David.
I forgot to say congratulations to you just now. It seems that things went smoothly. It went really well.
After chatting for a while, Steve introduced the woman wearing a yellow robe next to him to David.
This is the ancient mage from Kamatage. This person here should be called the mayor now.
David.
Hi. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too, Mage.
After the two people greeted each other, Gui and Steve made a request.
I want to talk to David alone. Don't worry. I don't have any ill intentions.
Steve just smiled awkwardly. He looked like he was just standing nearby casually. In fact, his whole body was in a tense state, and the holy light in his body could be released at any time. He was obviously wary of Ancient One. When Gui proposed to talk alone, Steve glanced at David. After seeing David nodding towards him, he said that he was going to get to know the newcomers.
I'll go meet the two newcomers. Someone say Lo.
By the time Steve walked over to Floyd and Elias, David and the Ancient One began to have a real conversation.
Master Gui specifically asked Steve to bring you here.
I wonder why. David didn't like to go around in circles, so he went straight to the point in the first sentence and determined Gui's true intention. Gui had no objection to David's frankness and immediately stated his intention.
As a mage, it's normal to be curious about the unknown world and unknown power. Don't worry. I don't have any ill intentions towards you or Steve.
As for this special visit, it's mainly because I have some expectations for Steve.
Expectations? David was stunned for a moment, and he suddenly thought of a possibility.
What do you want Steve to do? I have lived for a long time, and I have been holding the position of Supreme Mage for a long time. I can't hold on any longer.
Gui just said halfway, and after noticing David's expression, he suddenly realized something.
Sorry. I'm used to it. It doesn't matter.
David realized that he had lost his temper again.
So, are you going to let Steve take over as the new Supreme Mage?
Yes.
Wouldn't this go wrong?
No. Gui looked certain. People like her, once they make a decision, will not waver easily.
Steve is very suitable. It can even be said that he is the most suitable successor among several successors.
Why? David was curious. How did Gui make this judgment? Does Steve really have the talent to become the Sorcerer Supreme? Are there any world lines in Marvel's countless parallel universes where Steve becomes the Sorcerer Supreme? Because there are so many parallel universes in Marvel, David couldn't think of an answer after much thought.
Because Steve has the power called Holy Light.
After a few conversations, Gui realized that it is best to be simple and direct when chatting with David. So she simply said that she chose Steve. Husband's reason.
It is a kind of power that can be mastered and used at will without paying any extra price.
Is that why?
Because of this,
Gui has lived for so long, and his understanding of various spells has reached a very high level. After only being in contact with Steve for a short period of time, she realized that the holy light that Steve mastered, it is fundamentally different from the magic currently mastered by Taj. First of all, the energy of holy light is one of the forces that constitutes the basis of the existence of the universe, and it is of a very high level. Secondly, this kind of power exists in almost any plane. Even the dark dimension of Dormammu does not exist at all. The most important thing is that this power does not belong to a certain powerful person. It does not carry any mark, and there is no additional cost to cast the holy light spell. These few points alone were enough for Gui to make up his mind to designate Steve as the successor of the Supreme Mage. Not even one of them. As long as Steve becomes the Supreme Mage, the mages of Taj can learn the holy light. It no longer needs to be like now. Only a very small number of mages can find a certain dimensional lord and sign a contract with those powerful beings to obtain enough magic power to cast those powerful magics. Gui's biggest concern is whether the power Steve used was a bait released by some powerful force. After all, during the battle in New York, she sensed a powerful existence that sent power to Steve from another dimension. Therefore, after she took the initiative to contact Steve, she used some tricks to trick out the magical place of Wintertown, and then asked Steve to take her over to see and meet the mayor, who was still the village chief at the time. But after seeing the other person in person, Gui found that he couldn't see through this young David. Chapter 117, Racing to Enclose the Territory. In Gui's perception, David gave him a very strange feeling. When they first met, although he looked like a handsome young man on the surface, Gui could feel a very huge holy light from David's body. Such powerful holy light means that the young man in front of him is a powerful spellcaster. But if that's the case, then there isn't much difference between David and Steve. But when she looked further, she noticed something different. Ancient One had felt this feeling from the masters of certain dimensions. Could this David be the master of the power of holy light?
But if this is the case, isn't this Lord of Holy Light a bit too weak? Observing further, Gui felt like he was staring at a more powerful existence. After having this feeling, Gui stopped his observation. The feeling David gave her just now reminded her of that existence. It was definitely not an ordinary person, who could not even transcend the universe in which he lived. A powerful presence that looks directly at or even provokes. He began to doubt in his heart that maybe David was just a projection or a clone of that powerful person. Gui suddenly felt that all this became reasonable. In her opinion, only by reaching that level can she build the small town that can connect countless universes. At this time, David had no idea what Gui was thinking. He could feel that the other person was looking at him. But he didn't understand what this reaction meant. Are you scared? Am I so terrible? Unconsciously, he glanced at the river and looked at his appearance through the reflection in the water. He is very handsome. Why would Ancient One react this way? Many questions popped up in his head, and Gui seemed a little distracted. So the conversation between the two entered an awkward stage. Finally, it was Gui who broke the silence.
This winter town is very beautiful. Is Master Gui interested in settling here? Ha ha. If I hadn't already determined the path I wanted to take in the future, coming here would indeed be a good choice.
David glanced at the Ancient One Master, and he knew one thing from the other party's words. This Ancient One Master from the movie universe should also report to eternity after his death. Afterwards, the two chatted for a few more words. But they were not talking about serious matters. They were basically chatting about the clear river, the beautiful mountain peaks, and the vibrant forest. The more formal topics were all about the holy light. After chatting for almost 3 hours, Gui said that he had a great time chatting with David and was ready to go back. At the end, David confirmed again.
Are you really going to let Steve become the Supreme Mage? Yes.
Gui nodded. She had already decided that the next Supreme Mage would be Steve Rogers.
I had already decided before coming here. After coming here, I am even more convinced that my choice is correct.
With mana that can be obtained stably and spells that do not require extra payment, Gui feels that in this era, when the overall environment does not belong to magic, holy light is the best way out for Taj. Gui's biggest regret during this trip was that she could not see the powerful being who transmitted the silver holy light to Steve. She sensed for a while that the powerful being should not be in this world. At the same time, Steve, who has mastered the power of the holy light and became the spokesperson of the holy light, has no problem with his moral character. And he has the magical place of Winter Town as his backing. No matter from any aspect, he is qualified for the position of Supreme Mage. As for the trouble it might cause, that's what the next Sorcerer Supreme, Steve Rogers, needs to worry about. After saying goodbye to David, she left Winter Town with Steve and returned to the Marvel Universe. Next, she was going to start training Steve to become the Supreme Mage, and then find a suitable opportunity to start her new journey. After Ancient One visited Winter Town and left, David did not go to Lion. Instead, he took Elias and Floyd around Winter Town, and finally came to the north. On the construction site, the place is dusty and full of various smells. The craftsmen are working hard on the construction site and sweating, transforming the seemingly ordinary land into Winter Town little by little. To David's surprise, he actually saw Edwin among the workers. The Prince of the Kingdom of Storm, with Ilsa as his personal bodyguard, was constantly traveling around the construction site, chatting with a worker from time to time. After standing at the edge of the construction site and watching for a while, when Edwin walked around the construction site and came out, David greeted,
"Hope, Edwin,"
and called the prince to his side.
"Good morning, Lord Glamorgan."
After one night and half a morning of fermentation, David had successfully upgraded Winter Village to Winter Town, and the fact that he had become Baron Glamorgan was already known to everyone. Edwin, who had been taught complete aristocratic etiquette since childhood, naturally knew how to address David correctly.
"What are you talking to the craftsmen?"
David wondered. Doesn't Edwin know that these craftsmen are members of the Defias Brotherhood? If you knew, why didn't you keep an appropriate distance and instead move closer? Glancing at Ilsa Corbin, who was following Edwin, the female warrior had a sad face. Seeing David looking at her, she could only answer vaguely.
"Hope is very curious about some things. There's no way to stop him."
Although it was very vague, David still understood. Edwin knew the identities of these people, and he also knew that he should avoid these people. But he had some questions to ask these people. And as a guard, Ilsa had no way to forcefully stop the prince after he made his decision. She could only follow the prince into the monster pile.
"In the past few months, I have noticed that the craftsmen are very happy. I want to know why they are so happy."
Edwin was very curious. There was obviously a lot of work every day, and the craftsmen had to do physical work in the severe cold. But there was no trace of dissatisfaction on the faces of these craftsmen. However, before coming here, he only knew that these craftsmen were originally a group of disobedient, indolent robbers, thieves, and gangsters. They were a group of unappreciative and unruly people. And they were a cancer in the kingdom of Stormwind. According to this description, shouldn't these people have expressed their dissatisfaction to David, the mayor of the town, long ago? He even went back to his old business and turned into a robber, thief, and gangster again, reducing this small village to ruins. The knowledge in his mind was completely inconsistent with what he saw before him, which made Anduin fall into huge doubts. The solution that Anduin thought of was to ask these people in person to know what these people really think, so as to determine what the truth is like.
Is that so? Do you know the answer? I asked several people, but I didn't quite understand what they said.
David looked at Anduin. The little prince's face was full of confusion. It is estimated that as the communication increases, his confusion will gradually turn into depression. After all, the image of his father Varian in his heart has always been perfect. If these craftsmen learned about his father's imperfections, I wonder if it would be a huge blow to the young Anduin.
Sometimes don't think too much. Listen to more people, and the answer may come out automatically.
After comforting the young prince Anduin for a few words, David took the two of them around the village and finally returned to his wooden house.
The place I took you through just now is the area actually controlled by Winter Town.
Then he pointed to the northeast.
There is a border town under construction in that direction, not far from Winter Town.
Then, David pointed in several other directions.
Starting from this spring, more villages will be established around Winter Town.
As a guard knight, Floyd immediately understood the meaning of his master's words.
Sir, do you need your subordinates to lead someone to expel it?
David smiled. This is the difference between a true subordinate and a partner. If you ask Steve to do these things, Steve will definitely not agree. And he may even persuade himself in return. Peggy might understand, but she wouldn't do such a thing. Perhaps only Fording understands why David would do such a thing and is willing to help. It's a pity that Fording has his own things to do. And now he is putting all his attention on Azeroth.
The towns in the northeast have already started construction last year. There is no point in evicting them now. Let's just let them help us reclaim the land there.
David pointed to other directions.
But there are several other directions. I understand what should be done.
Floyd straightened his back and made a fist with his right hand against his left chest.
Please rest assured, sir, we will never let anyone establish a new one within the Winter Town sphere of influence.
Village. You and Gareth take turns leading the soldiers to expel them and become training soldiers.
Currently, there are not many positions suitable for these professional soldiers in Winter Town, so they can only rely on training to vent their excess energy, rather than leaving it in the town. It is better to send it out to draw boundaries and enclose the area, and at the same time,
it can also allow Floyd and the soldiers to get familiar with each other as soon as possible. There are only 10 soldiers in total, and now they all only listen to Gareth Stanton. This is not a good thing.
Yes, sir.
Floyd realized that the Baron wanted to reuse him, and he wanted to immediately bring a few soldiers, mount a war horse, and clean up all the invaders around Winter Town, proving to the Lord that he was ability.
By the way, sir, what if these newly established villages are willing to be loyal to Winter Town? If you want to be loyal to me, come and live in Winter Town.
David's power has just begun. He wants to focus all his resources on the development and construction of Winter Town. How can he cut his own flesh and blood to others, even if the meat is just on the lips of Winter Town and has not been eaten by him? Chapter 118. Welcome to Winter Town. Maybe this behavior would make David look a little overbearing, but he had to do it. Whether it is for Winter Town to successfully develop into Winter City in the future, or to meet His Majesty the King's expectations to a certain extent and obtain more benefits, he must maximize the development potential of Winter Town and at the same time compress the sphere of influence of other nobles in Iron Tree Fort.
By the way, come with me to the blacksmith shop.
David remembered something and ran to the blacksmith shop with the etiquette officer and the knight's guard, and found Will, who was busy.
Will, good morning, David.
Will put aside the work he was doing. It was just daily maintenance of farm tools, and he was not in a hurry to finish it.
Or should I call you Lord Baron? Just be casual.
David said it to Will and the two people behind him. After following David around the town of Winter, the two of them, who were already very smart, had realized which people in this small town were special. People like Peggy Carter, Mark Watney, and Will Turner in front of them are obviously people who have received special treatment from the Baron. There should be a few such people. These people may be the basis for the Baron to maintain his rule in Winter Town. Might he become a local noble in Winter Town in the future? At the same time, these people also have common characteristics. They all have surnames, which seems to remind the two of them why these people are special.
Is there any urgent work you want to leave to me?
Will knew that David would not come to the blacksmith shop unless it was urgent. Once he came to the blacksmith shop to find him, it meant that there was relatively urgent work that needed to be completed by himself. Otherwise he could while waiting for dinner. I told myself smoothly that there was no need to come over specially.
I need you to help me make some signs. Bran? Yes. Rectangular. Big enough. With welcome to Winter Town written on it.
David roughly described what he wanted.
Oh. You can add the family crest of Glamorgan.
Will soon understood what David meant, which was a notice board.
This thing is not difficult to make. How many pieces should I make? 1 piece for the south, 1 piece for the east, and 1 piece for the north.
With the Koldong River to the west, there was no need to get a special sign. But after David thought for a few seconds, he asked for an extra piece.
Let's make 4 pieces first. Okay.
After chatting with Will again, and knowing that his relationship with Elizabeth was stable, and that he was satisfied with his life in Winter Town, David left the blacksmith shop.
Sir, that sign is. You're right.
David glanced at Floyd. The knight responded quickly.
Next. You and Gareth will be responsible for inserting these signs in the appropriate positions.
There are no signs here in the Kingdom of Thailand to remind people to enter such and such villages and towns. The boundaries between villages have always been blurred. It often happens that this is our village's land, and that river the water here belongs to our village. And people in our village are not allowed to use it. The solution is usually to find an official at the next higher level to mediate, or to start a fight directly. Whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. The former is the most common choice for territorial disputes between villages. The latter is a common solution for territorial disputes between nobles. Of course, a military settlement between nobles does not necessarily involve both sides mobilizing troops to fight. In many cases, 2 nobles send their men to a duel to determine the outcome. This can avoid a large number of casualties among soldiers, and avoid causing dissatisfaction among the upper echelons of the kingdom. But no matter how it was resolved, the specific boundaries between territories had never been clearly defined. The generally recognized boundaries are based on the actual control area of the territory. That is, wherever the buildings and farmland in your territory cover, the land belongs to you. At most, you can expand outward. And at most, it can extend an additional 100 meters. No more. According to this practice, it would be a bit unreasonable for David to send soldiers to expel people far away and prevent people from building villages on the wasteland. So, David decided to use this method. Doesn't it mean that the place where the building is covered is counted? I'll put up a sign and build a simple sentry next to it. That's okay. Right? The sentry post was also very simple. He didn't even plan to build a pavilion or anything like that. He just got a wooden board or something like that, placed it under the notice board, and engraved the words, Sentry Post, in the southeast, north of Cold Winter Town. Anyway, the buildings in my winter town have been built here. According to the convention, you cannot build new villages and towns near my territory. Otherwise you will be deemed to be invading my territory. If it were normal circumstances, the nobles of Iron Tree Castle would definitely not pay attention to David's shameless behavior. But the key issue now is that Winter Town is the direct territory of His Majesty the King, and Baron Glamorgan is directly loyal to His Majesty the King. The nobles of Iron Tree Castle can ignore David, but do they dare to offend His Majesty the King's territory? David wanted to know. Do these nobles of Iron Tree Fort have the courage?
Sir, is the 4 sign preparation? That's right. It was planned to be inserted into the northeast of Winter Town.
David still remembered the time when the Forrester family sent someone to frame him. He wasn't prepared to let it go, now that he had the legal principles and strength. If he didn't meet that Sean Forrester, would he wait for him to disgust him first? After asking Will to help make the sign, David went to find a carpenter from the former Masons Union and told the carpenter his request, a wooden circular plate about 1 meter in diameter, with the words, Winter Town, written on it. Northern Sentry, Northeastern Sentry of Winter Town, etc. The carpenter said that such a simple job can be completed quickly, so the mayor can rest assured. The tasks were arranged, and it was already noon. David took the people to the canteen for a meal, and then returned to his wooden house to learn aristocratic etiquette from Elias. If David's cabin was not big enough, it might have attracted a large crowd of people to watch. But in the end, only Laura managed to stay in the cabin. Even Floyd, the bodyguard knight, took etiquette lessons in David during the period. They could only stand guard outside the wooden house. This treatment made the two ministers realize one thing. They thought that Sharon was the Baron's other half. But now it seems that they guessed wrong. Since returning to Wintertown, Sharon has not been in contact with David. Instead, this woman named Laura Crawford is very close to the Baron, compared to Freud, who could only stand guard outside the door. Elias also noticed another thing. This young woman named Laura seemed to have a very extraordinary background, and her aristocratic temperament was not something ordinary people could achieve. Pretended.
What is going on in this winter town?
Vaguely, he felt that he might have fallen into the whirlpool of some conspiracy. But Elias did not dare to ask anything. He could only hold all kinds of questions in his heart, hoping that he could get through this safely. Year time. What makes him happiest now is that Baron David Glamorgan has learned aristocratic etiquette very smoothly. In the view of etiquette officer Elias, Baron David Glamorgan has been able to learn very well in just one class, suitable for most social situations. The 1-hour etiquette class ended quickly, and David was going to practice archery, firearms, hand-to-hand combat, and some cold weapon training. Elias couldn't see anything in this regard, but he was curious about weapons called firearms. He used ordinary ammunition during practice. David did not specifically avoid the two of them. They were both his own people and lived in Wintertown. Sooner or later, they would discover these things. As for whether Elias will return to the royal capital in the future, by that time, people in the royal capital should also know that there are unique weapons like guns in Wintertown. At the shooting range, David met Leon again.
Peggy should have introduced all the situations clearly. Right. Yes.
Leon nodded. After Peggy's guidance and his own questioning, he now had a detailed enough understanding of Winter Village. Compared to when I first arrived, Lion feels more magical now. At the same time, he also made up his mind to build a holiday house here.
However, it seems that your place is being renovated and is not suitable for building a new house. If you just build a small wooden house as a temporary residence, it is a very simple matter. It can be built in a few days,
David explained to Leon.
If you want to build a large enough luxury villa, it will definitely be built in a short time.
No.
It's not just a matter of building materials and manpower. Various sewage pipes, water pipes, wires, etc. in Wintertown are still in the laying stage. Lion wants to build a luxury villa without a suitable location.
Then let's build a cabin first. As for what kind of holiday house we will build in the future, we will talk about it later.
Lion's words were a statement to David that he hoped to live in Wintertown forever.
Welcome to Wintertown.
He shook hands with Leon again, but the meaning was completely different from before.
Believe me, this will be the best choice you make. I think so too.
After being led around by Peggy for a long time and chatting for so long, Leon had already heard a lot about Wintertown, including the situation of Fording and Laura. Both of them used the magical place of Wintertown to solve the troubles they encountered in their own world. It just so happens that Lion's world is not very peaceful. If he can live in Wintertown permanently, it means that he will have a strong protection when he encounters trouble in the future. Not to mention anything else. Just being able to run to Wintertown to replenish weapons and ammunition when being chased by biological weapons was a great help to him. Moreover, after learning about the miraculous power of holy light and its ability to heal injuries, he thought of his partner, who was seriously injured while performing a mission with him not long ago. If possible, he hoped to ask David for help to treat his comrade's severely injured arm. Chapter 119, Frostcold Town. Jack Clausa, an elite soldier who served in the Red Berets, was recruited into the special department because of his strong personal ability and directly obeyed the president's orders. Not long ago, Jack Clausa and Leon Kennedy received a special mission and went to South America to conduct investigations. During the mission, Jack Clausa was seriously injured in his left arm. Although he barely saved his arm from amputation, he still lost his combat effectiveness and was forced to withdraw from the frontline combat sequence. This is the information that Leon introduced to David, and David used this information to determine Leon's current time point. There is still quite a long time before the plot of Resident Evil 4. He also knew that this Jack Clausa had witnessed the powerful power of biochemical viruses in South America, and after he was directly abandoned by the authorities due to injuries. Out of his yearning for powerful power, he defected to the famous villain Albert in the Resident Evil series. T. Wesker. After defecting to Wesker, Krauser was sent by Wesker to work as an undercover agent for the Illuminati. In the original plot, it was Krauser who kidnapped the president's daughter Ashley Graham, who was jokingly called a nuisance by many players. Krause himself has become one of the villains that Leon must defeat when rescuing Ashley. These things have not happened yet. The kind-hearted Leon is very concerned about his partner. After learning that David has magical power, he immediately thought of the injured Clausa. David did not refuse and told Leon directly that he would need to see him to determine whether it could be cured. Thanks. After receiving Lion's sincere thanks, David vaguely sensed something. It seemed that Lion had received the reward. From this point, we can also see Leon's character. Regardless of whether David can cure his partner or not, he is grateful to David from the bottom of his heart. In a way, it makes sense that the decent protagonist is more popular with the public. You're welcome. David was very happy after receiving the reward, and he was more pleased with Leon. If he wasn't afraid that the other party would misunderstand him, David would even want to be more enthusiastic and ask Leon if he needed any help. People? Let's introduce them together. Although I don't know what kind of rewards I can get from Leon. Of course, the more rewards the better. Regardless of whether it is useful or not, I will get it first. In addition, David also thought of another thing. Jack Clausa seems to be a good hitter. Although Krause is a villain, what he pursues is very simple: the power to make himself stronger. Compared to biochemical viruses, David felt that Wintertown had more, stronger, and more worthy powers than biochemical viruses. He could easily attract Krause's attention. What David needs to consider is whether to recruit this soldier. Until Leon left Wintertown and returned to his own world, David didn't think about this issue. He decided to put this issue aside and wait until he saw Clausa in person and contacted him before making a decision. In fact, at this time, he already had the answer in his heart, since he wanted to see the other person. It proved that he was more inclined to recruit this person. It was already dusk when they returned to their wooden houses. The busy craftsmen also finished their work and went to the canteen to enjoy today's dinner. Elias and Freud, who had been following David around for a day, had also figured out their adult's daily schedule. But when the next day, Elias and Freud collapsed and discovered that there was an extra item on David's itinerary: go to the blacksmith shop to learn from Will about blacksmithing. Sir, why do you need to learn these things? Seeing the dignified Baron wearing only a vest and sweating profusely in front of the iron felt made Elias feel a little broken. To learn alchemy. Wintertown is still under construction, and there are not many chores in the town that David needs to deal with. The only work David has to do every day is to take aristocratic etiquette lessons with Elias. What he does at other times is entirely up to him. This is true for martial arts exercises such as archery, shooting, spearing, barehanded training, etc., the practice of holy light, etc. Now, it's just a matter of spending some extra time wandering around to learn about blacksmithing. Alchemy? Of course Elias knew what alchemy was, but he didn't expect that Baron David actually knew about alchemy. Does learning alchemy require learning to blacksmith? Pierre taught me this. The hammer in David's hand did not stop. With each blow, he seemed to understand a little bit what the so-called alchemy rune was about. And, currently, there is nothing to deal with in Wintertown. So learning some new knowledge is better than being idle. Right. Elias felt that what David said made sense. As for the Baron's current appearance, would it undermine his dignity? Anyway, it was the blacksmith named Will Turner who taught David these things. He was obviously not an ordinary blacksmith, so it shouldn't matter. After a few days of this, Elias stopped worrying about these things. Just like Lord Glamorgan said, there really aren't many affairs in Wintertown that David, as the Lord, needs to deal with. Most of the entire town is a construction site, and the craftsmen are busy non-stop. The crafts leader named Edwin Van Cleef arranges everything in an orderly manner. Under his leadership and command, the craftsmen complete the work step by step, or various jobs. The foundation of Wintertown is being perfected at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the building that will become the residence of the Lord of Wintertown has completed the underground part of the work, and is about to start various construction work on the above-ground part. Floyd and Garrett Stanton led several soldiers to patrol distant places every day. It is said that Floyd had encountered a group of people who came to build the village, and had driven them further away. Several notice boards and wooden boards representing sentries have been inserted in the east and south of Wintertown, officially determining the sphere of influence of Wintertown. So far, no one or force has jumped out to express dissatisfaction with David's actions. As for the north, because there is a forest in the north, no warning signs have been inserted yet. Today, David plans to insert the warning signs in the northeast first. Today, he did not go to the blacksmith shop to learn blacksmithing. Instead, he changed into a suit of armor early,
which was the Lightbringer suit given to him by Varian. There is a thick black cloak on the armor, with a holy light hunter on the right waist, and a hammer of judgment on the left waist. The horse also has a hunting bow, arrows, and a crystal mine used by Will Turner. A spear made of powder. The heavily armed David has reached his personal peak in both appearance and combat prowess. Floyd and Elias will accompany David to the northeast today, accompanied by 5 fully armed soldiers. The other 5 will follow Garrett to patrol the post, and the 3 will take turns patrolling in the town. In addition to these people, Laura and Sheldon Cooper were also traveling with him. In fact, we met Leonard and Penny, but Leonard couldn't ride a horse. Penny decided to stay with Leonard in the town, so Sheldon was the only one accompanying him.
I really didn't expect that you could ride a horse.
Laura looked at Sheldon magically. She had the impression that these scientists from Los Angeles were all very smart people, but physically weak.
I grew up in Texas. No wonder.
It was a magical place where even little kids would challenge themselves to ride a calf. Growing up there, it was normal for Sheldon to know how to ride a horse.
But there won't be any conflicts this time. Right.
Sheldon was excited to see other towns, but he was still a little uneasy with David's heavily armed appearance. He was clearly looking for trouble. Wouldn't a fight break out? If a battle breaks out, it would be better for him to stay in Winter Town. He has a very accurate judgment on his combat effectiveness. He can hide as far as he can from such things.
No.
David was sure that no real conflict would break out. His dress was more of a demonstration.
Besides, even if a conflict does break out, you won't be in any danger. That's good.
With David's assurance, Sheldon could enjoy the journey with peace of mind. He said low to Leonard and Penny next to him. And then the group rode along the edge of the winter forest and headed northeast of Winter Town. Fong moves forward quickly. There are not many war horses in Winter Town. With Fording's help, they have accumulated more than 10 horses, all of which are top-notch war horses from Azeroth. The quality of these war horses is top-notch, so the distance that would take a day to complete was completed in a short time. With the winter forest guiding the direction, everyone quickly saw the new town built under the leadership of the Forrester family. David and the others came at high speed on horseback without any cover-up, so the people who built the new town had already noticed them. By the time David and others came approaching, several heavily armed soldiers were already stopping them. Ahead.
This is the Kingdom of Thailand, Iron Tree Castle, and Frostbite Town. Please indicate your identity and purpose of coming.
Reining his horse, David glanced at the farmland not far away, and the new town that was already a little bigger.
Frostcold Town? The name is okay.
David was about to reveal his identity, but before he could speak, Sheldon Cooper beside him had already introduced him loudly.
The person in front of you is the border guardian of the Kingdom of Tilan, the pioneer of the territory, and the leader of Winter Town, founder and ruler, Lord David Glamorgan.
David glanced at Sheldon beside him, and decisively swallowed back what he was about to say. Elias on the side looked at Sheldon in shock.
Who is this guy? How can he steal my job?
Sheldon, who didn't know that he was being slandered by several people, raised his head and looked at the soldiers with contempt.
Why don't you go and report it quickly? Ask your mayor to come out and pay homage to the Baron?
Chapter 120 Northeast Post of Winter Town. The Forrester family is a relatively powerful noble family in Iron Tree Castle. The current head of the family is Earl Percy Forrester. The current mayor of Frostbite Town is Sean Forrester, the fourth son of Percy Forrester. David has always remembered Sean Forrester in his heart, but it was not until today that he saw Sean Forrester in person. A young man who looked to be in his early 20s, handsome but with a gloomy face, came to the southwest of Schwanhan Town with fully armed soldiers, and he noticed at a glance that he was sitting high on a horse, wearing a set of gorgeous armor. A handsome young man wearing a thick black cloak. Hearing that someone was coming, and that the person who came was not good, made Sheen feel unhappy. When he saw that the person who came to make trouble was a handsome young man, his discomfort became aggravated.
Who are you?
As soon as Sheen asked, someone whispered in his ear the identity of David and others. The border guardians of the Kingdom of Tilan. The pioneers and rulers of Winter Town can be ignored, and only the identity of Baron Glamorgan needs to be mentioned. Sheen was a little stunned after learning the other party's identity. He didn't expect that the village chief of Winter Village would actually come to him on his own initiative. Even though the head of Winter Village had such bad luck that his village was upgraded to Winter Town, and he even hugged His Majesty the King's thick legs, Sheen never paid much attention to this person from the bottom of his heart. In his opinion, David is just a very lucky guy, if he doesn't go to Winter Town to cause trouble for him. Why don't he secretly find a place to be happy? How dare you come over and provoke him? Yes. In Sheen's view, David's behavior was provocation. In fact, David really came here today to provoke.
You actually don't salute the Baron when you see him? Are the aristocratic children of Iron Tree Castle so uneducated?
Sean Forrester was still muttering to David in his belly with a gloomy face, completely ignoring the fact that there was a Baron standing in front of him. It wasn't until Elias reprimanded that Sheen realized an extremely embarrassing fact. Even if he looked down on the mayor of Wintertown, he was now the Baron of Glamorgan, personally conferred by His Majesty the King of Tillan. And he, Sean Forrester, is just the son of Earl Forrester, and does not have any title of his own. After struggling painfully for 2 seconds, Sean Forrester suppressed the nausea in his heart and respectfully saluted David, who was sitting high on the horse.
Baron!
In order to prevent the other party from finding trouble, Sheen Forrester gave the most standard bowing greeting. After all, he was not a civilian and had an official position himself. David was not the master he served, so he did not need to kneel.
Nice to meet you, Mayor Forrester.
David's response made Sean Forrester sigh in relief. He straightened his back again and looked at David, who was still sitting upright on the horse. Huge anger welled up from the bottom of his heart. It was really unacceptable to be looked down upon by people he once looked down upon. But he couldn't show any dissatisfaction. He could only suppress the anger and ask the other party's purpose in as calm a tone as possible. After all, the situation in Wintertown was too special, and he didn't want to give the other party any excuses.
It's nothing important. I just noticed that more new villages and towns began to appear around Wintertown. I thought that in order to avoid possible disputes, we should determine the boundaries of Wintertown in advance.
David used the most peaceful expression, with a tone that seemed to have no emotional fluctuations. He told something that seemed to be very ordinary.
After all, no one likes conflict. Are you right, Mayor Forrester? The Baron is right.
Sean Forrester was a little confused and didn't understand what David was trying to do. As a son of a nobleman, Sheen Forrester certainly knew that it was very common for conflicts to break out due to unclear boundaries. But before conflict actually breaks out, no one will determine the so-called town boundaries early on. The reason is very simple. Cities and towns all need to be developed. No one knows to what extent they will develop in the future. Doesn't determining the boundaries early determine the scope of the territory for oneself? The current blurring is more in line with the wishes of the noble lords. With development, this boundary can continue to expand, even if this situation can easily lead to conflicts with neighboring nobles. No one has thought about changing this. What if I am the winner?
TSK. He is indeed an ignorant commoner.
He was sarcastic in his heart that David was a fool who didn't understand anything. What's the use of being awarded the title of Baron? Just hold on to your little bit of territory and go live with it. Deep down in his heart, he imagined that he would develop Frostbite Town and unite with surrounding villages and towns to completely seal Frostbite Town into a corner. He expressed his agreement with David's words.
Lord Baron Glamorgan is right. No one likes conflict. It will be beneficial to everyone if the boundaries can be clearly defined early. Since Mayor Forrester also expressed his approval, the matter is settled.
David waved his hand gently, and the soldiers following him had jumped off the horse and carried the pack on the horse. The warning signs and the wooden plate representing the Northeast Sentry were all taken down. Then, with Sheen Forrester looking at him with questions on his face, several soldiers dug a hole at the edge of the farmland in Frostwind Town and erected the sign. The wooden plate of the Northeastern Sentry in Wintertown is placed under the prompt sign. It wasn't until the sign was erected and Sean Forrester noticed the words "Welcome to Wintertown" written on it that he realized what David was doing.
You?
Sean Forrester's face turned red instantly, and even his neck seemed to be 2 points thicker.
You can't do this. Oh, why not?
David looked at Sean Forrester with a smile. He was very satisfied with this reaction at this time and wished he could record it directly.
As the mayor of Wintertown and the leader of the development order holder, I have the right to build buildings in Wintertown on any unowned vacant land. This is against the rules. The decree of the Tiran Kingdom gives me the power to do this.
Sean Forrester had already begun to roar, but David still responded in a calm tone. This situation made Sean Forrester's anger even more intense. He felt that he was being played by this untouchable. After breathing for a while, the warning sign was firmly inserted there. Several soldiers had already buried the hole dug below with soil, and also moved several large rocks from nearby to suppress it. Ensure that the prompt sign is firmly fixed. Sean Forrester, who finally suppressed his anger, secretly clenched his fists and expressed his dissatisfaction through gritted teeth.
Lord Baron, Your sign does not represent Wintertown. No. The building that represents Wintertown is the sentry post. Did you see it? It's that round wooden board.
Only then did she and Forrester notice the board. He had just been staring at the sign. But even so, David's behavior is too ridiculous. He has never seen or even heard of any nobleman who can claim the land as his own just by taking a sign or a board.
Please forgive me for not accepting it. Lord Baron doesn't think this so-called border is far away from me.
Is Han Town too close?
It was simply a sign posted on the farmland of Xuanhan Town. How could his town develop new farmland in the future?
First of all, I have not violated even half an inch of land in Xuanhan Town. According to the laws of the Kingdom of Thailand, the scope of the territory is based on farmland, buildings and other objects. The sentry in Xuanhan Town is not built on the farmland in Xuanhan Town.
David pointed to the farmland next to him, and then pointed to the sign next to him. There was a distance of several meters between the two. It's just that these actions of his were more like provocations than explanations, which made Sean Forrester's anger that he had finally suppressed surge again and become more powerful.
Secondly, I am here to inform Mayor Forrester this time that this will be the boundary of Wintertown. Not to discuss with Mayor Forrester. Mayor Forrester, you are not qualified to discuss this with me. Kind of thing.
David paused, and suddenly thought of something.
Unless Mayor Forrester is prepared to pledge allegiance to me? Are you kidding me?
Sean Forrester was completely unable to bear it. He felt that he had suffered the greatest humiliation since his birth. The angry Sean Forrester finally broke out.
You are humiliating a noble of the kingdom.
Sean Forrester's hand has already touched the hilt of the sword at his waist.
I want to duel with you.
Although angry, Sean Forrester still retained some sense in his head. He did not attack David directly, nor did he let his men attack David or David's men. There was no order to demolish that damn northeast post in Wintertown. Sean Forrester chose to challenge David himself. As long as he could defeat or even kill this guy on the spot, all problems would no longer be a problem.
Unfortunately, his intense anger still caused Sheen to overlook an important situation.
Mayor Forrester, as the etiquette officer of the Kingdom of Tilan, I need to remind you that you are not qualified to request a duel from Lord Glamorgan.
David hasn't replied yet. Elias Parker, who has been silent today, finally found an opportunity to show off himself. This time he won't let the guy named Sheldon get ahead of him.
If it were your father Fry, only Lord Earl Sturt is qualified to duel with Lord Baron Glamorgan.
Sean Forrester's hand had already touched the hilt of the sword, and the fighting spirit and anger in his body had been raised to the extreme. As a result, before he could explode, a ceremonial officer poured a large basin of ice water on his face. It was still the kind mixed with ice cubes, which made him dizzy and dizzy. Finally, he became so angry that his vision went dark, and he fell straight backwards.